Somewhere out there, a fierce and explosive battle is raging. Emis, the 19th ranked player of the Ragnarok Guild, unleashes 3 devastating arrows. Huyit Hoder, ranked 33rd on the Z-Lot and 22nd in the Ragnarok Guild, is using his Void Sword. The 2 attacks combine, creating a terrifying blast of energy. Helios, 19th on the Z-Lot and 9th in the Ragnarok Guild, raises his sword and declares, "Today is the day you die, Rocan." Helios immediately uses Earth Fist, creating a massive shockwave over a wide area, but to his shock, the attack is blocked by a single hand. Helios is utterly stunned, unable to believe someone just caught his powerful attack. The other young man just laughs and asks, "The day I die? You mean me?" He replies coldly to Helios, then quickly strikes back with a single blow that shatters his sword and forces him to log out. At least Helios got one last curse in, "You monstrous bastard." Rocan raises his axe triumphantly and proclaims, "Did you really think the great Rocan would die so easily?" This is Rocan, the protagonist of our story, nicknamed the Violence King, ranked 12th on the Z-Lot, no guild affiliation, an SSS rank solo player. Suddenly, a voice echoes from right behind him. "You're nothing but a god's little insect." Rocan whips his head around in surprise as the voice screams, "Die, Rocan!" The one who spoke was Skady, 17th on the Z-Lot, and 11th in the Ragnarok Guild. Clutching a stone in her hand, she unleashes a massive, dense blizzard that engulfs Rocan's body. His health now stands at only 60%. But Rocan just grins innocently and says, "Huh? Ah, an insect, you say? Well then, that just makes you guys bedbugs." He roars with the fury of battle. He immediately activates Warcry, unleashing a wave of intimidating energy that sends debris flying everywhere. The other players are hit with a stun effect, clutching their heads in pain. Rocan seizes the opportunity and charges forward, intent on wiping out every last one of them, every last one of those fakes. Wherever he flies, bolts of lightning follow in his wake. All of a sudden, an immense power crashes down from the sky, striking Rocan directly. He's caught off guard and immobilized, leaving him with only 30% of his health. He struggles to his feet and looks up to see 2 figures descending. It's none other than the Vice Masters of the Ragnarok Guild, Jot, ranked 2nd on the Z-Lot, and Thor, ranked 4th. Rocan lets out a mocking laugh. "Hee, what are you little Pikachus doing crawling down here?" Jot just gives him and Thor a friendly smile before moving to the side. Rocan is confused by this behavior. Suddenly, a beam of light shines down from the sky behind him. A monumental figure appears before everyone. Odin, the king of creation, ranked number 1 on the Z-Lot, and the guild master of Ragnarok. The moment he sees Odin, Rocan's eyes light up. He immediately grabs his axe and charges, screaming, "Odin!" Odin calmly raises a hand, unleashing thousands of sharp arrows. Rocan thrashes wildly against the onslaught of arrows. The system displays a warning. "You have been suppressed by an unknown power. Movement speed decreased by 30%. Attack speed decreased by 30%. This puts him at a huge disadvantage. As Odin continues to rain down arrows, all he can do is laugh bitterly. "You split personality psycho." Odin says nothing, simply venting his rage through the arrows that bring an end to Rocan's life. With his health now below 2%, his body's functions are failing. After finishing him off, Odin and the others approach Rocan, who is kneeling on the ground, pierced by the arrows. The arrows sticking out of Rocan's body make him look like a human porcupine. Odin says with disappointment, "What a pity." Rocan is furious, but he's powerless in this situation. Seeing him still struggling, Odin lets out a sigh. It's disappointing to see the Violence King, Rocan, the man who once held the number 1 rank, fall so far. It's time to give up. "How many times has it been now?" Odin then extends his hand in an invitation. "Come to my side, and I will give you back everything you've lost. No, I'll give you even more. This is your last chance. Think carefully." But Rocan can still manage one last act of defiance. He flips his middle finger, laughs, and says, "Screw you, you bastard. I'll destroy you soon enough, just you watch." Enraged, Odin raises his hand and says, "What a shame." And with that, he ends Rocan's winning streak right there. The system flashes a message. "You have died. Death penalty. Your level has decreased. Random items will be dropped. Initiating forced logout." Back in the real world, Rocan seethes. Again. He clutches his head in frustration. "I lost again. Damn it." He vents his anger by punching the floor repeatedly. A bald old man on the floor below is speechless. Tisk tisk. There he goes again. A moment later, Rocan is sitting in a corner, panting. The game Rocan was playing is called Virtual World Z-Lot. A few years ago, this special game suddenly appeared and astonished the entire world, a perfect virtual reality. The graphics and sensations were almost indistinguishable from reality. It was a world larger than Earth, populated with AI that spoke and acted like real people. In that world, he was once the most powerful person alive, ranked #1 in solo combat ability, and the strongest SSS rank player of the Berserker class, the Violence King Rocan. But after that bastard showed up, everything changed. Because that bastard Odin always managed to overpower him in every single way. He couldn't understand how they'd gotten so damn strong. This was already the 8th time he'd been ganged up on by those RAGNAROK bastards. Every time he died, his level dropped, and he'd even lose a random item. The thought alone made him furiously slam his fist into the wall. Damn it, he was a top-tier player in Zlot. While other scumbags were bragging about how much they were earning from the game, he had dedicated his entire life to Zlot. After being defeated yet again, he'd once thought he'd rather die than give up. But after being beaten by those bastards, he shot back up with renewed determination, declaring, "All right, let's see who gives up first," because he was going to take them down one by one and would never surrender to a bunch of losers like them. In the end, he was defeated anyway, pierced by Odin's spears. He let out a pained laugh and spat, "Heh, you damn bastards." As if on cue, the system delivered more bad news. You will no longer hold the title King of Violence due to failure to meet the minimum requirements. Hearing this, he could only scream in despair. No, not that. But no matter how he pleaded, his gear began to vanish. With that came another announcement. Odin stood there, thinking for a moment before saying, "So you've even lost your ranker title. There's no point in killing you anymore." With that, Odin's party vanished, leaving Rocan lying there motionlessly, impaled by the spears. A wave of regret washed over him. In the end, he'd lost everything. His title, the King of Violence, his level, which was once in the hundreds, and every item he owned. He screamed in agony, and just then, a bolt of lightning struck him. And with that, the legend of Rocan, the strongest and most violent player in Zlot, came to a pathetic end. Or so he thought. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, his alarm clock blared. He shot up and smashed it, yelling, "Shut up." In the end, there was no plot twist. He just kept getting weaker, and couldn't single-handedly defeat those guys who were constantly leveling up. Damn it. Rocan suddenly remembered that his rent was due tomorrow, so he started thinking about selling what little he had left. But his connection capsule was gone. He wondered to himself, did I ask them to come pick it up yesterday? But he hadn't even opened the door. As he racked his brain, he looked up at the ceiling and the room he was in, wondering, where am I? At his feet, his phone lit up with a notification. The virtual reality game Zlot would be launching soon. Rocan rushed to a nearby convenience store to demand an explanation, but he stopped short and screamed, "What? The year 2021? Is this for real?" The clerk just stared at him blankly and replied, "Yeah, it is, man. Why are you suddenly asking for the date?" Still in shock, Rocan asked him, "Your name is Hongang Han, right?" Han was still confused. "What's gotten into you? Are you feeling okay?" A sudden fear crept into Rocan as he bolted out of the store, leaving Han completely baffled. Ever since his girlfriend dumped him a few days ago, he'd been acting really strange, but he didn't know the half of it. It wasn't about a breakup. Rocan ran through the streets until he was exhausted, leaning against a wall to catch his breath. He thought frantically, "This is the neighborhood I lived in 3 years ago. That's the convenience store I always went to, and even the part-time clerk is the one I was friends with. What the hell is happening?" Just a few hours ago, after being betrayed by those bastards in Zlot, he had been stripped of all his titles and died a miserable death. He suddenly remembered being struck by lightning, but when he opened his eyes, he was back in the real world, and he'd gone back 3 years into the past. Zlot hadn't even been released yet. He thought he had to be dreaming or something. Even so, he suddenly remembered something. Quote, that guy. Odin. He was sure this had to be his doing. Rocan suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha, yeah, that must be it. He must be using some weird skill to mess with my mind." So, he took a deep breath and screamed in the middle of the crowded street, "Get the hell out here, you son of a bitch. Stop playing these trashy games and fight me head on, you damn bastard." The passers-by stared at him in horror. As a result, he ended up at the police station, getting interrogated. "Your friend's last name is Odin? What a weird name." The police officer warned him, "I'll let you off this time, but don't let it happen again." After being escorted out of the police station, Rocan stood there in a daze, questioning himself again. Are mental attacks usually this detailed? No. What would he even gain from giving me this kind of hallucination? His eyes darted toward a pole. He then placed both hands on it and slammed his head into it, stunning everyone around him. They saw his face covered in blood and assumed he was insane, but Rocan cried out because the sensation felt all too real. Later, at a gym, he was unleashing a flurry of punches on a sandbag. The others watched and whispered, "What kind of martial art is that?" Is it Taekyon? The person next to him replied, beats me, I've never seen anything like it. But with that wide range of motion, maybe it's a Russian martial art? Rocan smirked with confidence, thinking, of course, you've never seen this before. This is my own martial art, created for my use only, a style I perfected while I was in Zlot. A martial arts craze was about to explode right after Zlot's release, all because people with poor control skills kept dying to low-level monsters, despite having much higher levels. Players who had only ever used a keyboard and mouse, along with the GMs, watched as the sandbag was brutally beaten. They could only stare in shock. Rocan wasn't at all used to the full-dive virtual reality technology of Zlot, but something else was far more important. So, he started lifting weights, and through that, he gained an understanding of how to control his own body, every single muscle fiber, from his head to his fingertips and toes, and the ability to know and control each of those muscle fibers was directly proportional to his ability to control his body in Zlot. Right, it was time to accept it. He had truly returned 3 years into the past, to a point 1 month before the release of Zlot, the game that was his entire world. He suddenly burst out laughing, his body shaking so much it would have scared anyone who saw him. Rocan suddenly made a vow. Just you wait, you bastards. And you too, Odin. I will be reborn as someone you don't stand even a sliver of a chance against. I'm going to beat you all to a pulp. 1 month later, Rocan was lying inside the first ever game capsule. He let the system configure, and after just 5 seconds, he was successfully connected. A moment later, he quickly opened his eyes. An entire virtual sky appeared before him. Looking at the familiar space, he realized this was undoubtedly the world of Zlot. The system displayed a welcome message. Dear traveler, please state your name. He immediately whispered, Rocan. Then he shouted, my name is Rocan. Welcome to Zlot, Rocan. Just like that, he was transported to a war-torn scene filled with smoke and fire. People were yelling, run, it's a goblin ambush. They have the upper hand, as they fired arrows at each player. Only Rocan stood there, smiling eagerly as he accepted the tutorial. Behind him, a gleeful laugh echoed. A level 2 goblin was targeting him. Rocan gripped the axe in his hand and said with excitement, that's right. I like your guts. Faced with a weapon that seemed to block out the sky, the goblin was terrified as Rocan leaped into the air. He then split the goblin in two, sending everything within range flying. Rocan glared and declared, "Kennel before me, because the king of violence has returned." At that moment, the other players were still scrambling to escape, while Rocan, after dispatching the goblin, received an outstanding achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than you. You have obtained the title, A Warrior is Born. Because you have just defeated an opponent of a higher level, you should be proud of your combat talents. This resulted in a special effect. His strength stat increased by 1. After reading it, Rocan suddenly felt elated. Alright, now that's more like it. This was a special feature of Zlot, the achievement system. When a person performed a special action or achieved something nearly impossible for them, it would either increase their stats or grant them a special effect. Mindlessly hunting monsters to raise your level was the most inefficient thing you could do in Zlot. Rocan opened the system menu to check. Just as he thought, the tutorial gave 0 experience points. So, the condition for completing the tutorial was also quite easy. Simply survive in the besieged village against the invading goblins. All you had to do was dodge the goblins and escape the village. It wasn't just because it was the tutorial that it gave no experience. It was also because it was extremely difficult for a level 1 player to face 2 goblins at the same time. Suddenly, Rocan thought to himself, but what if there's a true times way to complete this tutorial? 2 months after Zlot's official release, a peculiar player named Tonkin appeared. He knew exactly why the tutorial's objective was to survive, and not to escape. If we survive, what happens next? In that case, muahaha, of course there's something like this. A treasure chest or something similar. He was sure he'd heard that the guy had obtained a special reward. It was way better than the reward for just completing the basic objective. Zlot had just been released. The only person who knew how to get a perfect clear was him. Meanwhile, after finishing off the guards and civilians, a group of goblins was running rampant, and it seemed their next target was this terrified girl. She ran for her life, sobbing, as the monsters slowly stalked her. Rocan, watching the scene from a rooftop, leapt down and sent a goblin flying with a single swing. The other one heard the noise and turned to look. Rocan knew he had found the way to get a perfect clear. Rocan spun his axe and cleaved the remaining goblin in 2. Rocan smirked sinisterly, realizing the goal was to annihilate the invading goblins without letting a single one survive. By that logic, there were a total of 25 goblins invading the village. The first choice was to divide and conquer, by picking them off one by one, but hiding and ambushing wasn't his specialty. Using this method, he managed to kill 9 of them. But this method wasn't very effective, because if the number of remaining goblins dropped below 15, the leader would sense the danger. It would then gather all the other goblins, and after that, they would stick together. It didn't matter what the player did, so now he decided it was time to use the second method. He walked into a tavern filled with different kinds of alcohol. Rocan took the opportunity to sit down and rest, as he only had 20% of his health left, and his bodily functions were impaired, but he still sat there cursing. Shit, I really thought I was a goner. Was rushing headfirst into 3 of them, at once too reckless. He reached for a low-grade health potion. It could restore his body's functions. After drinking it, he felt much better. A potion on the brink of death always tastes the best. From outside the door came someone's roar. The goblin chief was continuously shouting, summoning the remaining goblins. Rocan stepped outside and asked contemptuously, "Looking for me, you ugly bastard? Come and kill me then." Provoked and mocked by him, it angrily drew its sword and ordered the other goblins to kill him. But Rocan remained still. He was hiding something behind his back, still provoking it. "Come on, you damn punk." The goblin chief seemed to realize something. Just then, he held up low-grade enhancement potions for dexterity and strength items specially reserved for this bunch. This was also his second perfect method, to become overwhelmingly strong. This resulted in his strength and dexterity stats increasing by 10 points. The dazed goblin charged forward, only to get punched into a wall by him, shattering the tiles. The goblin trembled. Without a moment's hesitation, Rocan brought his axe down on its head and sent it to the afterlife. First one down, he challenged the rest of them to come at him all at once, so they continued to swarm him. Rocan grabbed one goblin by the leg and spun it around, like a whirlwind, using its own trajectory to take out the others. Once he was done, he threw that goblin to the ground. Then, a single swing of his axe sent it to meet its maker. Still not satisfied, Rocan flashed a wicked grin and slaughtered the rest. Just then, something popped up on the system, making Rocan think to himself, only those who frequently use the achievement system can grow this fast. An unexpected achievement. You have achieved a flawless victory against a large number of enemies stronger than you, earning you the title Natural Born Warrior, and you are the first to receive it. You will also receive a first-time achiever's reward. Your talent allowed you to take down a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than you. It could be said that your perfection is a gift from the gods. Because of this, his strength and dexterity increased by 3 points, and his critical hit rate increased by 5% when fighting 5 or more enemies. Even Rocan didn't expect the system to grant him a first-timer bonus. He was only level 1, but his current stats were 15 strength and 14 dexterity, putting him on par with a level 10 player. Rocan turned to see the goblins still boldly charging at him with their weapons drawn. A demonic grin spread across his face as he raised his axe and said, "Haven't you idiots learned your lesson?" With that, he unleashed a dazzling display of axe swings, shredding every goblin in the yard. Then he added, "You're not even in my league." Suddenly, another goblin chief appeared behind him. It charged forward, roaring as it swung its weapon, creating a shockwave. It was a level 15 elite goblin. It thought it had finished him, but not only was Rocan alive, he was taunting it. "You're still here, you dumbass boss?" Right then, on the battlefield, the goblin raised its weapon high. It attacked him relentlessly, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge its strikes. But then, it landed a blow on his left shoulder. It used all its strength, pressing the weapon down. Its weapon slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Luckily, he had dodged the attack. He jumped back and realized it was stronger and more agile than a regular goblin. I knew bosses would be on a different level. With that, he built up momentum and dashed straight forward. He thought, still, a goblin is just a goblin. Seeing him rushing toward it, it raised its weapon once more, and the two of them clashed. He lifted his weapon high and leaped towards it, thinking, "I've already figured out your simple attack pattern." He swung hard at its head. It managed to dodge to the side, but one of its ears was sliced off. He said, "All right." Then he wondered to himself, "Is that enough?" The creature turned back and glared at him, while growling. He stared back and asked, "What?" Suddenly, it grabbed his arm, then it let out a loud roar before lifting him high into the air and slamming him into the ground. As he hit the dirt, the system announced, "You have taken 355 damage. Health has dropped to 20%. The creature lifted its foot, placed it right in front of him, and growled. Then, it stomped down hard, but he managed to roll away just in time. After dodging, he looked at it from a distance and thought, damn it, the problem isn't its strength or speed. He glanced at it nervously, thinking, this is trouble. Seeing it slowly advancing toward him, he thought, its defense is a real pain in the ass. I can't finish it off with my current stats and weapon, and the enhancement potions only have 5 minutes left. Alright, then. His expression darkened. With a dangerous smirk, his power slowly began to show itself. He told the beast, let's dance, get ready. It looked at him with a slightly surprised expression, but then he suddenly turned and ran in the opposite direction, shouting, running away is the best strategy. The creature stared after him, its face a mask of confusion, full of question marks. Realizing it had been tricked, it flew into a rage. It grabbed its weapon and chased after him. Experiencing being pursued for the first time, he was terrified, screaming his head off as he ran. After chasing him for a while, it suddenly lost sight of him, stopping to search the surrounding area. While searching, it noticed strange tracks on the ground up ahead. Looking forward, it saw a house. Knowing he was hiding inside, it let out a sinister smirk. After running into the house, he immediately sat down, panting heavily. He clutched his stomach and groaned. Ah, it hurts so bad. Are my ribs broken? Did they really have to make the game this realistic? He held his hand out in front of him, and a scroll materialized. A smirk spread across his face as he thought, it's time to use the last item I got from the store. The scroll then merged into his body. The system announced, you have used a low-grade fire resistance scroll. Your fire resistance will increase by 30 for 10 minutes. He stood up and said, all right, now I just need to lure it in. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise made him jump. It was that goblin, and it had just smashed through the door, and there it was, standing right in front of him. When it turned to look at him, it saw him holding up his hand. With a friendly expression, he said, hello, you look pretty angry. Wanna talk? Hearing this, the goblin just growled. Then it began attacking him relentlessly. As he dodged its attacks, he said, oh, damn it. The goblin continued to swing its weapon wildly. It attacked. He dodged. The two of them went back and forth like this. Its weapon came dangerously close to hitting him. Seeing this, he thought, I don't have enough room to dodge. Then, it swung hard at him, and he quickly brought out his weapon to block. The powerful blow sent him flying. He was slammed against the wall, creating a huge hole, and he collapsed on the spot. The system announced, you have received 74 damage. Vitality has dropped below 10%. The goblin raised its weapon again, growling as it advanced on him. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the weapon in his hands. He then pulled his weapon back, winding up, and let out a huge yell. After shouting, he threw the weapon straight at the goblin. Seeing the weapon flying towards it, the creature simply dodged to the side. It looked at him and smirked provocatively. He smirked right back and asked, having fun? Go on, laugh all you want. He then added, because this is the last time you'll ever get to laugh. Suddenly, a strange noise made it flinch and turn around. His axe had taken down a support pillar. After running to the window, he gave it a friendly middle finger. See ya, you moron. After saying that, he thought, tactic number 3. Use your surroundings. The goblin growled in fury and tried to run towards him, but it was too late as the roof above began to shake. It looked up in shock to see debris falling down. Just as he ran outside, the house collapsed. A massive boom echoed through the area, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. He turned away from the scene. I'm doing this for the reward, but it's still kind of sad to see a tyrant of violence have to struggle like this. To beat a single monster, I had to rely on a strategy like this. The system announced, you have defeated the armed goblin, vitality below 1%. He then remembered that guy, Odin's face, and cursed, that son of a bitch. You've put me through so much humiliation. He clenched his fists in anger and said to himself, just you wait. I'll make you pay 10 times, no, 100 times over for everything I've been through. Suddenly, the system announced, you have completed the tutorial. The system then told him, an unbelievable achievement. You have defeated an enemy 10 levels higher than you. You have obtained the title Descendant of David. You are the first person to receive this title. The system continued, an unbelievable achievement. You have defeated an enemy far stronger than yourself. You have obtained the title 1 against 17. You are the first person to receive this title. Hearing this, he looked up and let out an O. The system spoke again, an unbelievable achievement. You have overwhelmingly conquered the tutorial. You have obtained the title Unstoppable. You are the first person to receive this title. After hearing this one, he said cheerfully, oh, that's awesome. The system continued. You will receive a reward for completing the tutorial. You have obtained hard bread, 3 cups, and 50 coins. He stepped onto the pile of rubble as the system continued. You will receive an additional reward for this result. You have received 5 unidentified armor pieces. He smirked like a villain and said, "Of course, the rewards aren't bad at all." Looking at the wreckage before him, he continued, "Now then, let's see what these titles are all about." He then told the system to open the status window. He looked at his system panel, and suddenly, the air went still. A grin spread across his face as he thought, "This is insane. No way." He stared at the system panel in disbelief, thinking, "This is amazing." The status window showed his name as Rocan, race, human, gender, male, level 1, class, health, 500 out of 500, and mana, 100 out of 100, strength 5, agility 4, stamina 1, status resistance 1, intelligence 1, wisdom 1, and 0 remaining points. Titles acquired: Born Warrior, Natural Born Warrior, Defender of David, 1 vs 17, and Unstoppable. The system displayed information for the hard bread. Rank, normal. Weight, 5. An ordinary piece of bread you can find at any shop. It's hard to chew, but it's better than having nothing to eat. And then, information for another item appeared. An unidentified box. Rank, magical. Weight, 100. A wooden box with unknown contents. Is there anything useful inside? It all depends on your luck. He stared silently at the information window. Then, a smirk spread across his face as he thought, "No way. I can't believe it." He looked at the info window and continued to think, "This is just unbelievable." Just then, the system displayed a new message. First Unstoppable 1, rank, legendary. You have created a miracle by subduing a monster that no one else could overcome. Some may scheme against those who make the impossible possible, but no one hates a person who creates miracles. You are the first to obtain this title, and the following effects will be applied. Your relationship with neutral NPCs and your relationship with allied NPCs will now start at friendly. The proficiency required to level up your skills will be reduced by 30%. He looked at the information in shock and thought again. A legendary rank title? I can't believe this. Staring at the information, he continued his thoughts. The reputation and skill proficiency boost were already overwhelming, and it even has other effects on top of that. At this point, he was getting a little nervous about his plans. I'll be able to level up incredibly fast with just this one title. No. I'm going to have to redo all of my plans. The system once again displayed a notification. First, to achieve the Defender of David title. Rank, unique. You have defeated an opponent 10 levels higher than you, whose power far surpassed your own. Effect, all of your stats will increase by 10% when fighting higher level opponents. The next notification was, first to achieve the 1 vs 17 title. Rank, unique. You have won a battle where you alone faced 17 enemies. Numbers are meaningless to you. Effect, defense increases by 10% when fighting multiple opponents. When fighting a large number of opponents, your defense will increase by 30%. Based on the number of enemies you face. Looking at all this, he laughed and thought to himself, the other titles are unique rank, and their effects are just too good. He then took out all the chests from his inventory and opened them all at once. Alright, let's do this. I'm opening every chest I've got. After finishing his task, he teleported to another location. He slowly materialized. Then he said, "It's been a while since I was last here." He looked up at the bright sunlight and spoke loudly. "Beginner Village, Paytian City." He whistled while looking around. I knew it. It's already packed and completely full, and it's only been open for a few hours. Looking at the people walking around, he thought to himself, wait a minute, aren't some of them already here? His expression soured as he thought, Odin and his followers. He remembered those guys, those bastards from the RAGNAROK Guild. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, I need to find them immediately and kill every single one of them. But, he sighed, that's a lot of them. He recalled a past image and thought, Odin entered the spotlight after getting the King of Creation title 2 years after the game launched. He remembered the look on that bastard's face. No matter how much I think about it, it's just so weird. He pictured him and his cronies sitting smugly on their thrones. Around that time, dozens of high rankers swore their loyalty to him. They even changed their nicknames and appearances. That's why I call them a bunch of weirdo cosplayers. They were cosplaying as Norse and Greek gods. Still, it should be possible to find them even now. He fell into deep thought. But who are they, really? What kind of massive rewards did he promise for that level of loyalty? Did he bribe them with hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is he the son of some major corporation's chairman? He kicked the air in frustration. Damn it, I should just forget about it for now. Thinking about it more won't solve anything. What's more important is preparing for the day I meet them again. His face grew serious. He walked forward, thinking, I have to get stronger, faster than anyone else. He took a step forward. If I want to do that, the first thing I need to do is... Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hey, you, do you want to get stronger? The voice startled him, and he turned to look. It was a man's voice. He stood there, with his arms crossed, and said to him, then come here. You can become as strong as me. He looked at him with one eye closed and one eye open. He put a hand on his chin, thinking deeply. A training ground? He looked at the crowd of people training and thought, it's probably just 'cause it's the first day that there are so many people here. He figured they'd all leave sooner or later. Then, he turned to the old man and said, I'd like to use the training grounds. The man told him cheerfully, ooh, I can see the potential in you. I can't possibly charge someone with your future potential, the market price. I'll give it to you for 2 copper. Just then, the system popped up, stating that his relationship with neutral-aligned NPCs was now linked. His relationships with NPCs in the Alliance would start at friendly. He looked at the info panel, startled, and said, ah, the effect of my title. Then he thought, usually, the entrance fee is around 30 copper. After that, he began to train just like the other players. He pulled his arm back, let out a soft breath, and thought, man, I've missed this feeling. He smiled and threw a punch straight forward. As he struck the scarecrow, he thought to himself, the training dummies in the beginner's yard are one of the ways to gain experience in Pocket City. You accumulate experience points if you hit it. It couldn't be any easier. Because of this, a lot of players rush here right at the start, but they'll soon realize that it's extremely inefficient. At that moment, a bald guy, panting, said, damn it, when am I gonna level up? I've been hitting this thing for 5 hours straight. Doing menial tasks for NPCs will get you more experience. A girl walked up to a vendor. Here are the 10 acorns you asked for. The old man took them and said, excellent, here's your reward. The protagonist thought, and they give you money and food as rewards too. If you keep toughing it out in the training yard, you still have to pay the usage fee and for food. You'll just keep losing money. One of a pair of players leaving said, screw this, let's go hunt some goblins or something. The other replied, man, we wasted so much time here. Of course, in my past life, I also wasted time on it and ignored everything else. However, leveling up isn't the only purpose of this training yard. With that thought, he continued to train on the scarecrow. Then, he landed a powerful blow that sent the scarecrow's head flying. As he panted from the exertion of his training, the system announced, your strength stat has increased by 1 point. The system's message made him whip his head around to look. He stared at it, smiled, and thought, that's it. That's what I was waiting for. My hard work has paid off. If you spend a certain amount of time hitting the scarecrows, until your stamina is completely depleted, you can increase one of your stats by 1 point. This method is completely independent of gaining stats by leveling up. Right now, the only one who knows this is me. He materialized a loaf of hard barley bread and thought, even if someone else found out, they probably wouldn't do this. He thought as he ate, all things considered, using that time to level up by doing quests would increase your stats faster. He smirked. However, is that always going to be true? At low levels, like 10 or 20, you can level up in just a day or two. But will the same apply at level 100 or 200? It's boring and difficult now, but the day will come when it all bears fruit. The day my stats will skyrocket. He focused the power swirling around him and said, all right then, back to work. And so, 10 days passed. He continued to grind away in the scarecrow training yard. His attacks had become visibly more powerful. Seeing this, the people around him asked, what's he trying to show off for? The guy next to him replied, just leave him alone. He's just some attention seeker. Let's just go do some quests instead. He glanced over at them and thought, what's so stupid about knowing all the attacks? Once you level up, simple punches won't be enough to raise your base stats. He raised his leg high. Then he kicked the scarecrow hard, shattering it to pieces. The system then lit up, saying, an incredible achievement. You have increased your strength, dexterity, stamina, and resistance stats. Your physical attributes have reached the maximum level possible in the training yard. You will no longer be able to increase your stats in the training yard, the system announced. You have obtained the title Hard Worker, the system continued. An incredible achievement. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the strongest man in this village. After destroying a scarecrow in less than 1 minute, you have obtained the title Strongest Man in the Village. Hearing the announcement, he suddenly yelled, finally. The system displayed the information for the Hard Worker title. The title is Unique Tier. You have overcome something that hard work alone cannot overcome. With hard work, your persistence knows no bounds. This title's effect is that you will require 10% less experience to level up. And the information for the second title was Strongest Man in the Village. This title is rare tier. You destroyed a scarecrow to prove that you are the strongest man in the village. Its effect is a permanent increase of 5 points to strength. He clenched his fists joyfully. Now, it's time to level up. He repeated the old man's words. Hey, you want to get stronger? Just as he was about to leave, the man said to him, I've been watching you closely for the past 10 days. Then he asked again, what? Why? This is so weird. The man's eyes suddenly glinted as he looked at him and said, a man with your kind of courage and perseverance. You can do it. He was shocked to hear the man say, if you want, I can show you a higher level. Then he asked him, what do you say? Want to follow me? Hearing his question, the look on his face was one of utter disbelief. Suddenly, he asked again, what? Is this a hidden quest? I've never heard of anything like this. He looked at the man in shock. What? A hidden quest? I've never heard of that before. The man then led him to a different location. He looked around and thought, I never would have thought there'd be a secret passage underneath the training camp. Suddenly, the man told him, it's dark. Be careful, or you'll slip and fall. He recalled the man's image and thought, what did he mean by a higher level? He smirked. Don't tell me he knows about some hidden class or skill. All of a sudden, the man announced they had arrived. He looked ahead, his face contorting with rage. It turned out there was a room up ahead, filled with countless training dummies, each with a blue stone embedded in its chest. The man turned to him and said, this is an advanced training ground, reserved only for the chosen few. He yelled in anger, you son of a bitch. Then what was all that talk about a higher level? Is this just a training session with different equipment? The man casually replied, it's not just different equipment. He looked forward, stunned. This is. He saw the stones on their chests begin to glow. The man said, they move just like humans, and since they can attack and counter, you could even die if you haven't reached level 10. The man raised a hand. Want to give it a try? Let me give you some advice. You only get one shot. He was so shocked he froze, just staring at the man, speechless. Then he grinned and said, I might get my ass kicked, but this looks like fun, doesn't it? He took a step forward. The moment he stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. He then gathered his power, enveloping himself in it. In an instant, he charged forward to attack them. He drew his hand back, channeling power into his arm, and let out a roar. Then, he slammed his fist into one of the dummy's stomachs. His punch was so powerful it sent the dummy flying. After that one was knocked away, another one lunged at him, striking him hard and making him cry out in pain. Just like that, it kept hitting him, pushing him back. After that hit, he raised both hands, getting back into his fighting stance. He stared at the crowd of dummies before him, smirked, and then started bouncing on his feet to build momentum. He said to them, these toys actually pack a punch. Then he leaped high into the air and yelled, all right, fine. He rushed toward them with a thrilled smile. Why shouldn't I enjoy this? And so, time passed. 5 days later, the door to the special training room slowly creaked open, revealing the dummies inside, lying on the ground and trembling. A moment later, a foot came down and crushed one of them into pieces. He walked out with a satisfied grin and glowing red eyes. I've reached level 10, and my stats are maxed out. And even better, a system window popped up telling him, first to achieve the title, Absolute Resolve. Epic grade title. You have acquired Absolute Resolve. No one can break your resolve, and you are the first to obtain this title. His eyes lit up as he smirked. The system continued. Its effect grants you resistance to all mental status debuffs when your health drops below 5%, and all your stats will increase by 50%. He looked at the system window and thought, an epic title, Absolute Resolve. I can't believe I'd get a title in a place like this. He recalled what he'd been through and sighed to himself. Getting here was one hell of a struggle. Flashes of him getting pummeled appeared. But I did it, he continued. It was totally worth it just to fight a few wooden dummies. Then he smirked. All right, it's time. At that moment in Cantho City, the sun shone down on a rooftop. The scene then changed to a man sleeping soundly. He walked up and slammed his hand on the table, saying, hello there. The man sat up with a start, letting out a, huh? He asked the man, not planning on working? The man sat up and asked, so what? Do you even know where you are? He smiled and said, of course I do. Isn't this the Berserker Guild? He added cheerfully. Who wouldn't know the famous Berserker Guild? The man laughed loudly. You've got some sense, boy. Then he pointed a finger at him. You know you can only change your class once, right? He glanced over. I know. Let's just get to it. The man slammed his hand on something on the table and boomed, quick and to the point. I like that. A system notification appeared. You have changed your class to Berserker. As the system notification rang out, his entire body began to glow. The man looked at him and said, Rocan, Congratulations on becoming a Berserker. System notification. Your level has returned to 1. All stats will be preserved. A look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. He thought, finally. The man brought out a tray of weapons and said, now for your class advancement reward. Take whatever you want. He reached out and grabbed one of the weapons, a villainous grin on his face. It was an axe. He lifted it with immense satisfaction, leaped into the air, and swung the weapon behind him. The man stared intently at him, letting out a gasp of awe. He then began to swing wildly, testing out the weapon. With each slash, a white aura erupted around him. Finishing his display, the man said, impressive. Rocan tightened his grip on the weapon, smirking as he thought, this is exactly what I needed. Once again, he recalled his past life. Honestly, he thought, I struggled with which class to choose back then. Not like this time, where I know about so many hidden classes and how to get them. He thought of Odin and his crew, and he mused, however, if I want to take them all down, nothing is better than a Berserker. Odin always has his pack of guards with him. Berserkers gain bonus stats when fighting groups, and on top of that, they can use the Berserk skill to boost their stats even further. It's one of the best classes for those with high base stats. And I can raise my own stats, thanks to the frenzied combat skill. But more importantly, he gritted his teeth, and a smirk crept onto his face. He thought, Odin, since that bastard wanted to slit my throat, the least I can do is sever his head. Suddenly, something began to materialize in front of him. The man looked at him. What is it? That proud of your new class? Rocan fell silent. Staring straight ahead, he said, no, it's not that. He looked at the new information panel and thought, huh? What's this? System notification. On the path to seeking a new wind, the mark of the wild wind, which once swept the world away long ago, has been found. Find what remains and fulfill the dying wish of the wind god, Feng Tian. Complete the advanced training grounds. First class advancement complete. He stared at the information panel and wondered, is this a hidden quest? Wildwind? Welcome. Aerobank is happy to serve you. How can I help? Before the female NPC could finish, our protagonist said, alone. The female NPC stammered, ah, yes sir, and your class and name? Berserker Rocan. The maximum amount, right away. If this is your first class advancement, the maximum loan amount is 30 silver coins with an interest rate of 3% per month. At the Berserker Guild, our protagonist announced loudly to the NPC, first class advancement, skill books for Berserkers, all of them. The NPC replied in shock, oh, really? Of course. Stop wasting my time. How much? 10 silver coins. A notification popped up. Axe Mastery learned, and 4 other skills. Axe Mastery. Level 1. Allows you to wield an axe proficiently. As skill proficiency increases, speed and attack power will also increase. Current proficiency, 0%. Current rank, Novice. Attack power increased by 70%. Flash Step. Level 1. Allows you to move 3 steps instantaneously. Accuracy increases by 110% upon use. Smite. Level 1. Your next attack will be stronger than normal. Strength and accuracy are each increased by 110% for the next attack. Battle Roar. Level 1. Terrify your opponents with a maddening roar. Berserk. Level 1. Burn your own life force to generate incredible power. Our protagonist looked at his skill list and clicked his tongue. The NPC asked, what, is there a problem? Our protagonist turned back, hands in his pockets, and said, hey sir, do you know anything about the wild wind? The NPC looked completely clueless. Huh? What's that? The scene changes to a crowded square, where our protagonist is sitting by a fountain in the center. He carefully reread his quest log, searching for traces of the wild wind, found traces of the wild wind, the one who drowned the world in a sea of flames long ago. Find the remaining traces, and fulfill the dying wish of the wild wind. Complete the advanced training in parallel with the first class change. Completion status, ? He pondered deeply. Wild wind, wild wind. I thought it might be a Berserker-related quest, but even the Guildmaster doesn't know about it. What's more, even when I was the #1 ranked Berserker, I never heard of this quest. Did someone else complete this quest before me back then? Ah, damn it. How am I supposed to do this without any hints? Our protagonist kept muttering to himself, causing people around him to give him strange looks. The quest rewards are really tempting, but I still don't have a single clue. For now, I'll just put it aside. Status window, Rocan. Race. Human. Gender. Male. Level. 1. Class. Berserker, first advancement. HP, 700 out of 800. MP, 150 out of 150. Strength, 5. Agility 4. Stamina 1. Resistance 1. Intelligence 1. Wisdom 1. Unallocated points 0. Titles owned: Natural-born warrior, talented warrior, David's descendant, the strongest in the region, 1 against 70. Unstoppable, hard worker, unflinching troubleshooter. I've changed my class. Now, all I have to do is power level like crazy. So, should I just stick to the insane leveling path I've already laid out? People were giving our main character looks of pity. He'd set up a recruitment sign for the harsh forest, looking for a knight. Take me to the orc camp. Reward, 15 silver coins. Suddenly, a voice piped up. You need a ride to the orc camp, buddy? I'll help you out, a man in gleaming plate armor said. About that reward, I'll take it up front. Our main character glanced at him and asked, You alone? What level are you? The man puffed out his chest. Level 25. Heavy armor knight class. Our hero replied, Just one person? Not interested. Go find another job. The knight couldn't believe what he was hearing. He shot back. What did you say? He flashed an insignia. Hey, you blind? This is an orc warrior's insignia. I killed one with my own 2 hands to get this. Ha, you're just putting on airs. From killing 1 or 2 patrol orcs at the edge of the harsh forest. Maybe. I need at least 2 people, level 30 or higher, to get to the camp in the heart of the forest. So stop wasting my time and get lost. The knight thought. This son of a bitch. Damn it, he's humiliating me. In front of all these people. He then used his observe skill. A notification popped up. An opponent has used a hostile skill on you. For the next 5 minutes, self-defense actions will not incur a penalty. Duration may be extended. If the opponent resists, a status window appeared. Level 1, Berserker. The main character spoke up. You, he growled. What the hell do you think you're doing? Seeing the main character's level, the knight burst out laughing. Oh my god, level 1. So you're just a total newbie. What? Did you just finish your class change and think you're hot stuff? If you don't have the skills, you should shut your damn mouth and piss off. Our hero shot back. What the hell are you rambling on about? You got a death wish? Then make a move, you idiot. You're just an arrogant prick who thinks he can get to the orc camp at level 1. A sly grin spread across the main character's face. How about a bet from this level 1? Why don't we fight for those 15 silver coins? There's no penalty, since it isn't player killing or anything. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? Are you insane? Or what? Our hero taunted. Are you scared that a level 25 player might actually lose to a level 1? The knight stomped his foot furiously. A notification appeared. Player ban has requested a duel with a wager. 15 silver coins. The knight was seething with rage. Reaching for the weapon on his back, he growled, Bring it on, you damn newbie. A delighted grin spread across the main character's face. In the distance, a party of 3, 1 guy and 2 girls was walking over. Hey, look, a fight. They were drawn in by the crowd's commotion. A duel in front of the fountain over there. The girl in purple scoffed. A duel inside the town? They must be looking to get killed. A duel, huh? The main character and the knight stood facing each other. The knight lunged forward, swinging his spear. I'm going to kill you, you arrogant punk. Our hero replied casually. Yeah, good luck with that. Wait, where's your weapon? The main character just smirked, held up a fist and said, Right here. You really think I need to bother swinging a sword to deal with a scrub like you? The knight was livid. You arrogant son of a bitch. Damn you. The duel would be considered over once a player's health dropped below 5%. The knight stomped the ground hard, kicking up dust and pebbles. He swung his weapon high over his head, aiming to bring it crashing down on our hero. Die. But as the weapon came down, the main character sidestepped, easily dodging the powerful strike. The knight swung wildly again and again, but couldn't land a single hit. He screamed in frustration. Ugh, you little rat. Is dodging all you can do? Despite his taunts, he gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, are berserkers really this fast? Suddenly, the main character appeared right behind him. Leaning in with a sinister grin, he whispered, Yeah, should we keep this up? The knight swung his weapon backward wildly. You son of a... But before he could finish the word, our hero slammed a massive punch into his face. The force of the blow shattered his helmet and sent him staggering backward. You stupid fool, he sneered. I already maxed out my secondary stats in the training grounds. My level only reset because I changed my class. My real stats are... He then wound up for another punch. A notification window appeared, and in the next instant, he drove his fist deep into the knight's stomach. The crowd gasped in absolute shock at the sight. Oh my god, he's using nothing but his bare fists against plate armor? It's a K. Oh, the knight sat crumpled on the ground, his face a twisted mess. With a sinister smirk, he grabbed the knight's face and said, Not all level 1s are created equal. Then he sent a fist flying right into the guy's face. He stood there, grinning viciously as the knight sprawled out on the ground. Rocan, race, human, gender, male, level, 1, class, berserker, health, 700 out of 800, mana, 150 out of 150, strength, 79, agility, 63, stamina, 70, endurance, 65, intelligence, 15, wisdom, 12. Bonus stat points, 45. Player ban has lost the duel. You have been defeated in the duel. You will lose 15 silver coins. Player Rocan is victorious. You will receive 15 silver coins. Heh. A little extra pocket money. The crowd was buzzing. Did you see that? It was an instant knockout, with just his fists. And I heard he was only level 1. No way. Is he a hacker or something? The main character clenched his fist, pleased. Not bad. This should be enough. Now, the only problem was how to get to the camp. Just then, a figure in a red cloak spoke up from behind him. Pardon me. He turned around. Huh? And saw a trio of 2 women and 1 man. The guy in the red cloak spoke up. Are you really planning to go to the orc camp? The main character pointed to the search notification above his head, looking for knights to take me to the orc camp in the Harshwood Forest. Just like it says. We've never been inside the camp, but we often travel near that area. You want to go with us? What's your level? I'm level 35, and these 2 are level 32. The main character hesitated for a moment. Their gear looked decent, and it was a well-balanced team. A tanker, a damage dealer, and a healer. All right, you're hired. The main character held out a pouch. Instead of forming a party, I just want you to take me to the camp's gate. I'll give you 10 silver coins up front, and the rest when the job is done. In return, I'll just stand by and watch. I won't participate in any combat. And of course, all item drops along the way are yours. The scene changes to the Harshwood Forest. The main character had his hands behind his head, strolling casually behind the 3 people he just hired. The 3 of them moved cautiously ahead, clearing the path for him. Suddenly, the guy in the red cloak called out, "Stop!" In front of them was a tower, built from stone and countless animal bones, with a sturdy wooden fence next to it. From here on out, it's orc territory. There will definitely be guards patrolling the area. The main character calmly replied, "I know, you idiot." He then asked, "So, what's the plan from here? Rose, can you give me that thing?" "Yeah, hold on." The main character was completely confused. As soon as he received the item, the man in the red cloak quickly threw it forward. It was a piece of meat. It flew far into the distance. Suddenly, a passing orc spotted the meat, and 2 of them realized something was up. Damn, they were sniffing the air. Then they stood there, staring at the meat. "Hey, it's meat. Did one of the guys from the hunting party drop it?" Meanwhile, the main character's group was hiding in the tall grass, watching them from afar. The man in the red cloak whispered, "This way," while the 2 orcs were greedily devouring the meat. The 4 of them ran off in another direction. The main character thought to himself, "They're more skilled than I expected. Not bad." The group continued to move, when the man in the red cloak seemed to spot something. It was the orc tribe's barracks, and at the bottom of their fence, there was a large hole. "Oh no, that's the only back entrance," they exclaimed when they saw it. A huge orc was standing guard over the hole. They must have found out and posted a guard. Well, there's no other way then. Elfie. Got it. The girl in the purple outfit chanted something mystical under her breath. Silence. Damn. The orc guard noticed something. The man in the red cloak charged forward. The orc tried to shout, "Intruders!" However, it had been silenced by the magic of the girl in purple. My voice? The man in the red cloak quickly slashed his sword across the orc's body. The orc only collapsed after he had swung his sword and taken a few steps away. Seeing the job was done, he sheathed his weapon. The man in the red cloak said cheerfully, "Go through here, and you'll be inside the orc camp. Thanks. Here's the rest of the payment." The main character handed him a pouch. "Thanks. Good luck. Are you really going in there alone? It's way more dangerous inside." The main character kept walking and raised a hand, saying, Yeah, I know. See ya." The man in the red cloak turned to leave, saying, "This place is dangerous. Let's get out of here. I don't get what that guy plans to do in there. Paying all that money just to get here. Forget it. He's just looking to get himself killed. It's not our problem." "What do you mean?" "I don't know for sure, but I doubt he hired us for a carry because he's weak. Come on, why do you rate him so highly? He's good at dueling, but why would he even ask for a duel in the first place?" According to witnesses, that huge knight was the one who used a damaging skill first. As you know, if a player attacks first, the other person is temporarily allowed to act in self-defense, and they can even get experience points for defeating their opponent. That's right. It's a great opportunity to level up. So why did he? I'm not sure. I'm still not certain. But that player named Rocan, he has some reason. A reason he had to stay at level 1 until he reached the orc camp. Inside the orc camp, the orcs were stunned. Damn, there's a human male here. Intruder. The main character stood proudly before the orc army and took a deep breath. He then roared, "Which one of you knows of a warrior's honor? If there is a true warrior here, then face me in a duel. Right here, right now." A human who knows of orc honor? Damn, that's a first. The main character smirked. One method of defeating orcs had yet to be revealed to the world. If you shout this in the middle of their camp, their warrior barracks, they will initiate a duel to protect their honor. Yeah, I didn't come here just to level up. The key to getting stronger in Tharlo is to complete nearly impossible achievements and earn a legendary title as a reward. That's my real purpose, to duel the famous orcs of the Harshwood Forest. They're known as a race of warriors, so winning a duel here is guaranteed to give a massive reward. And not only that, it's a hunting ground that allows for duels without any worries. Now then, come on. Among you, who is the strongest? The main character was absolutely astonished when a massive orc appeared before him. It grinned, revealing a hideously perfect set of pearly white teeth. This is your chance to prove your honor. Come on, human. The MC gritted his teeth as he stared down the damn orc. Asterisk. I got too cocky. I never thought I'd run into an orc chieftain here. Asterisk. Asterisk. Compared to a normal player, this thing is at least level 7 with 2 different classes. Asterisk. He craned his neck to look up. Asterisk. Looking at the orc chieftain. With my current stats, there's absolutely no way I can win. Damn it, I was so stupid. Asterisk. Asterisk. At this rate, I'm going to die. Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, chieftain, he's ours. The MC whipped his head toward the source of the voice. That's right, chieftain, he's too powerful. Give us a chance to prove our honor. He's right, the chieftain declared. You'll have to be tested before you can face me. Then he stomped his foot. You'll fight him, our number 4 orc warrior. A triumphant grin spread across the MC's face. Asterisk, I'm saved. Alright, this should be just enough. Asterisk. He stood there, fiddling around for a moment, when a realization suddenly struck him. Asterisk. Was I just relieved that I get to face a weaker opponent? Get a grip, Rocan. Damn it. Asterisk. Asterisk. How am I ever going to get stronger than that bastard with a mindset like this? Asterisk. Human, you will be my opponent. Raise your weapon. The orc warrior was confused by his actions. She spoke up. Human, what are you doing? He just continued messing with his status window. He tapped the plus icon for his strength stat, allocating his bonus points. 45 bonus stat points. All right, let's get this party started. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, allocation complete. Rogan. Race. Human. Level. 1. First class. Berserker. HP. 700 out of 800. MP. 150 out of 150. Strength. 112. Dexterity. 70. Stamina. 70. Willpower. 70. Intelligence. 15. Knowledge. 12. Bonus stat points. 0. The MC pointed at the orc chieftain and declared, Hey, orc chieftain, I'll make a prediction right now. Today, you will die by my hand. The chieftain chuckled. This human is hilarious. The MC just let out a maniacal laugh in response. The orc warrior became infuriated. You are one shameless human. Your opponent right now is me. With that, she charged at him, swinging her axe down with enough force to make the ground tremble. He quickly dodged to the side. Seeing her attack miss, she gritted her teeth, raising the axe to strike again. But then she heard the MC's mocking voice. Your axe looks way better than mine. He grinned wickedly, using his own axe to block the orc's blow. I like it. I think I'll make good use of it. Sparks flew as the 2 axe blades collided. Using the force of the impact, he launched himself backward. Asterisk. This human. I underestimated him. In that case, I'll do this. Asterisk. Battle cry. The orc bellowed fiercely. This caught the MC off guard. Asterisk. What is this? Asterisk. He watched as his stats began to change. Stats are slightly decreasing due to battle cry. Asterisk. A berserker's battle cry? Something like that actually exists? Asterisk. The orc then charged forward. Asterisk. That human is weaker now. I'll win. Asterisk. Oh, really? Seeing her lunge at him, the MC also raised his axe. You really think so? At that moment, both the orc and the MC charged, swinging their axes at each other. Suddenly, the orc clutched her stomach with one hand, her face twisted in pain. "You!" The orc charged at the MC and screamed, "You arrogant human, die!" But our hero on the other side couldn't care less about her. The orc swung in a wide horizontal slash, aiming to take his head off, but he quickly ducked under the blow. The orc continued her assault, but he kept flawlessly evading every single one of her attacks. As the orc attacked, she wondered, Asterisk. I don't get it. The human is definitely weaker than me, so why can't I hit him? Asterisk. The other orcs watching the scene began to shout, "What are you doing? Fight properly, push him harder." Asterisk. This is weird. She's definitely superior to him in strength and speed, so why hasn't she won yet? Asterisk. The MC just kept on smiling while parrying and dodging her relentless attacks. Heh, the MC chuckled. Aren't you curious as to why things turned out this way? Then, suddenly, he slammed a powerful kick straight into the orc's stomach. The orc was completely shocked, reeling in pain from the unexpected blow. Asterisk. The laughably simple attack patterns of a run-of-the-mill orc warrior are easy to read just from her preparatory movements. Asterisk. The orc let out a massive roar and lunged at the MC, but he was faster. As the orc raised her axe, before she could even bring it down, he slashed a line across her chest. The orc collapsed to her knees. She was completely stunned by his attack. Strike. The attack the MC had just landed was Strike, level 1. The system chimed in. The next attack will be stronger than usual. Strength and dexterity will be increased by 110% for the next strike. The MC spoke. Orc warrior Karo, I will be sure to remember your honor. Asterisk. This human is strong. Asterisk. Then he brought his axe down with tremendous force from above. He smiled confidently as he delivered the blow. The surrounding orcs were completely astonished. That human actually defeated her. The MC stood tall, hoisting the axe onto his shoulder with a confident and provocative grin. Amazing. That human is so strong. A notification window suddenly appeared. Achievement unlocked. Unbelievable. You have single-handedly defeated an orc warrior at level 1. Many will remember your courage in battle. Acquired the title, Slayer of First-Class Orc Warriors. You are the first to obtain this title. The hero laughed happily. Awesome. This was my goal, to get the Slayer of First-Class Orc Warriors title right after my first job change. You beat a few monsters on your first hunt, defeat an orc at level 1, and you'll get the title Orc Slayer. Level 1. The higher the monster count, the greater the title's effect. Awesome. If I level up with this title, I can definitely take down that idiotic orc chieftain. The main character suddenly realizes something. Huh? The title and the points have been carried over. What? The main character is shocked when a notification pops up. The Warrior's Honor quest is in progress. The title and points will be awarded together after the quest is completed. He's stunned. The Warrior's Honor quest? A quest? Since when? The orc chieftain walks up to him and says, So, you have proven yourself worthy to fight me. The main character glances at the orc chieftain. Was this your doing? What are you talking about? You're the one who stormed into our territory, screaming about a warrior's honor. So now you have to see this warrior's honor through to the end. Damn it. The orc species suppression guide from the past didn't mention any of this. I guess even a basic monster is still an NPC, so it's not weird for one to give a player a quest. That's just how this kind of game works. So if I defeat this damn orc chieftain, I'll get an extra reward. If I lose, I get a death sentence, but I can still get the same rewards as before, right? Wait, lose? Get real. The main character picks up the axe of the orc he just fought. I'll gladly grant your wish and kill you, old man. He charges forward, axe in hand. The Tyrant King, Rocan, is it? Humans really are amusing. Come on, I accept your challenge. A crazed smile spreads across Rocan's face. He activates his skill, and power surges through his body. Berserk level 1. Self-destruct with rage for a massive power boost. All skills will be enhanced by 200%. All skills can be used without mana cost, and you're immune to all mental attacks. You won't die, even if your health runs out, but you cannot distinguish between friend and foe due to the state of frenzy. After the skill ends, you will lose a maximum of 50% of your health at once. After the skill ends, your health must be raised above 10%. If your health is at 0 when the skill ends, you will die. The first side effect is that all your skills will be reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. After the first side effect, the second one kicks in. All your skills will be reduced by 20% for 20 minutes. If you use the Berserk skill while still under the side effects, your penalty time will double. Duration: 10 minutes. Rocan's power became more violent than ever before. He could feel it. This was the power he remembered. The feeling of boiling blood and explosive strength. This was exactly why he could never give up, going berserk. The Orc chieftain became a little wary of Rocan's berserk power. He looked at him, wondering what this ferocious power was. The Orc chieftain roared at Rocan in anger. "You bastard! So you were hiding your true strength this whole time!" Rocan's powerful step cracked the ground. He maniacally raised his weapon high, preparing to strike the Orc chieftain. It forced the chieftain onto his guard. Rocan's mighty blow came crashing down, and the Orc chieftain blocked it with his blade. He asked him if he had a problem with him hiding his strength. The Orc chieftain was clearly annoyed by Rocan's crazed and arrogant attitude. He let out a few growls. Rocan kicked off the chieftain's blade, using the momentum to leap backward. Rocan's smile grew more unhinged than ever. Even so, he still had the presence of mind to think and control himself. He knew that normally, when using berserk, a person can't clearly distinguish between friend and foe. But thanks to his unwavering resolve, he could still tell friend from foe as clear as day. He was certain he wouldn't mistake the Orc chieftain for anyone else nearby. Rocan calculated, berserk level 1 lasts for about 180 seconds. I will definitely kill the Orc chieftain in that time. Rocan used flash and charged toward the Orc chieftain. Seeing him rush forward, the chieftain looked bewildered. He quickly raised his blade. Rocan closed in on the Orc chieftain, ready to attack. His crazed, sharp eyes stared intently at him. The Orc chieftain was enraged by Rocan's gaze. He growled and cursed him, calling him a damn bastard. Just as Rocan's axe was about to hit the Orc chieftain's face, he quickly blocked it with his blade. As Rocan held his ground against the chieftain, he thought, as expected of an Orc chieftain, his strength and durability are like he's using hacks. Rocan leaped backward. He was confident that right now, at least in terms of speed, he was superior. Rocan once again attacked the Orc chieftain. The chieftain's blade slashed sideways, but he blocked it with the axe handle. Another slash came down from above, but Rocan blocked it just as easily. Then, taking advantage of an opening, he landed an elbow strike. The orcs standing nearby, watching the fight between their leader and Rocan, were completely bewildered. They couldn't believe it. Their chieftain was being pushed back. The chieftain was gradually being forced back by Rocan's relentless barrage of attacks. He anxiously felt that if this kept up, it wasn't good. He was in danger of losing. It was no different for Rocan. It looked like the orc chieftain had the upper hand. But because of the level difference, Rocan couldn't land any critical hits. Rocan was amazed, wondering how the orc chieftain had such incredible stamina. He knew he had to find a way to land a fatal blow if he wanted any chance of winning. The orc chieftain seized the moment Rocan was distracted, swinging his blade down at his head, but Rocan luckily ducked and dodged it. Rocan had spotted an opening in the orc chieftain's defense. He knew he had to seize this chance to end the fight. Suddenly, the orc chieftain flashed a bloodthirsty, triumphant smirk. The moment Rocan saw it, he knew he'd been lured into a trap. Seeing his chance, the orc chieftain got into position and unleashed his attack. A barrage of blows flew toward Rocan, forcing him to retreat while desperately defending himself. A powerful strike from the orc chieftain rushed toward Rocan, forcing him to use all his strength to block it. Suddenly, the system announced that due to the immense force of both Rocan and the orc chieftain's strike, the low-grade battle axe had been destroyed. The axe shattering, combined with the force of the orc's blow, sent Rocan flying backward, but luckily, he managed to stay on his feet. The system informed Rocan that his HP had dropped below 30%. Only 80 seconds of berserk remained. Rocan couldn't believe he'd made such a stupid mistake in the middle of a fight. Rocan reconsidered. The orc chieftain was a boss monster, so he knew there was no way his attack patterns would be that simple. In a challenging tone, the orc chieftain asked Rocan, "Is that all you've got?" He moved closer to him. "I had such high hopes, but you're just a massive disappointment, aren't you, human?" A moment of contemplation came from Rocan's side, and then a confident smirk spread across his face. Rocan let out a wild, maniacal laugh and said to the orc chieftain with contempt and scorn, "What was that? Such a phony act, especially from a coward who only knows how to play dirty like you." The insult made the orc chieftain's blood boil. Rocan asked him, "You think I don't know what's going on?" He could have fought him from the very beginning, but no. He pretended to scold his underlings and spouted some nonsense about meeting the conditions, all for the sake of figuring out his level. Rocan's accusation made the orc chieftain laugh with amusement. He asked him, "Are you starting to make excuses because you're about to lose?" He even called him pathetic. Instead of getting, Rocan just laughed with delight. He admitted, "You're probably right. I guess I was so eager to get stronger that I started overthinking things." Suddenly, Rocan went berserk once again. He knew a direct, Head-on assault was what truly suited someone like him. Rocan's sudden attack startled the Orc chieftain, who used his blade to block the blow. The Orc chieftain thought to himself, "This human." Rocan recklessly brought his axe down on the Orc chieftain. As he parried the blow, he couldn't believe Rocan dared to continuously attack him head-on. What's more, he wasn't even trying to dodge his attacks. A swing from the Orc chieftain's blade came down on Rocan's head, but he blocked it with his axe. The system reported that Rocan's HP had dropped below 20%. The chieftain asked Rocan, "Getting desperate, are we?" He then stated, "You're being far too reckless." The system announced again, "Only 70 seconds of berserk remain." Rocan screamed at the Orc chieftain, "Shut up." He swung his axe relentlessly at him. The Orc chieftain mused that it would be a pathetic way for Rocan to die, since victory was already in his grasp. The Orc chieftain swung his blade, pushing Rocan back. The system announced that Rocan's HP had dropped to 10%, and he would now suffer from the abnormal status, hemorrhage. Rocan gasped for air, racked with pain. As he was catching his breath, the system announced his HP had dropped below 5%. Seeing Rocan's exhausted state, the Orc chieftain was incredibly pleased. He believed the fight was finally over. The Orc chieftain began to taunt him, "Farewell, human, I win." As he spoke, he moved to drive his blade into Rocan, but Rocan wasn't afraid at all. A triumphant grin spread across his face. The system announced, activating the effect of the legendary title, Unyielding Resolve. Filled with an insane power, Rocan slowly stood up, shocking the Orc chieftain. He thought, impossible. How did Rocan get stronger again? The system reported, all stats increased by 50% as HP has reached the 5% threshold. Only 30 seconds of berserk remained. Rocan furiously declared, "Let's end this." The Orc chieftain could feel the danger radiating from him. He used his iron skin skill to boost his defense. Rocan relentlessly slashed at the Orc chieftain's defensive layer. He grew more and more frenzied. The Orc chieftain told himself, "I just have to withstand this." Rocan's axe sliced straight through the Orc chieftain's blade, shattering it to pieces. The system announced, "The opponent's weapon has been destroyed." The Orc chieftain felt a wave of despair, thinking, "No way." Seizing the opportunity, Rocan pressed his attack. He cursed the Orc chieftain, calling him a bastard, and declared that nothing is impossible. Rocan then unleashed his ultimate slash. A critical strike landed squarely on the Orc chieftain. The system announced, "You have defeated the Orc chieftain." He stood there, stunned for a moment, then collapsed in front of him. He couldn't believe he had been defeated, muttering, "I can't believe it," by a mere human. He stood up, hoisting the axe onto his shoulder. "Didn't I tell you? Today, you fall by my hand." The chieftain roared in pain, but still managed to speak. "Human, I acknowledge you. As a great warrior," he smirked. A system notification popped up. "You have defeated the Orc chieftain." Ding! "You have leveled up." The remaining orcs cried out in shock. "What? How can this be? Our chieftain has been defeated." They started cheering for him. Amazing! The human is so strong, a true warrior. He listened and thought to himself, "Finally, these dumb orcs are acknowledging me." The system announced, "Berserk skill, 5 seconds remaining." He looked at it in a panic. "I'm gonna die. Gotta heal first." Berserk is a god-tier skill. He used a low-grade healing potion, but it had too many drawbacks. A system notification appeared. "You have obtained the title, Orc Chieftain Slayer at level 1. First person to slay an Orc Chieftain at level 1. Legendary. You single-handedly defeated an Orc Chieftain at only level 1. You are the first person to receive this title." Effect. Strength, stamina, and endurance stats will each increase by 30. Attack power will increase by 30% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. Critical hit chance will increase by 10% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. You have obtained the title, Honorable Orc Warrior. First person, Honorable Warrior. Rare. You are worthy of respect from Orc warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this effect. Effect. Factional issues within Orc territory will be resolved. Your reputation in Orc territory will change to trusted. You will no longer gain stat points from hunting orcs belonging to this territory. You will no longer be preemptively attacked by any Orc-type NPCs. He let out a satisfied laugh and said, "All right, now these times are some worthy rewards. It was a tough road, but I've already surpassed my initial goal. To think I've already gotten a legendary title. I'm just gonna keep this up and level up like crazy. All right, bring it on. Who's next?" He raised his weapon and grinned at them. But the orc said, "What are you talking about, human? The battle is over. You defeated our chieftain, so you are now an honorable orc warrior." He was stunned by what they said, and asked again just to be sure, "What? What the hell are you talking about?" He opened his status window and saw the title, First person. Honorable Orc Warrior. Reading it, he was so shocked and angry he grabbed the info panel and yelled, "No, wait, I'm not done hunting yet. Damn it. I was planning to wander around here and farm some stat points. I never thought killing that chieftain would lead to this. Oh, whatever. There are plenty of other ways to level up. A trusted relationship with the orcs will definitely come in handy later on." Suddenly, there was a noise from behind him. He turned around. The orcs were kneeling respectfully and said in unison, "O human who has proven his honor, allow us warriors to serve you." Hearing this, he burst out laughing with joy. "Allow us warriors to serve you." The orcs' chant echoed on. The scene shifts. He was sitting in a corner as people passed by, but no one paid any attention to a guy like him. He looked at his status window and chuckled. "Phew, this is awesome. Name, Rocan. Race, human. Gender, male. Level, 19. Class, first rank berserker. HP, 1110. MP, 150 out of 150. Strength, 132. Dexterity, 63. Stamina, 111. Endurance, 96. Intelligence, 15. Wisdom, 12. Bonus stat points, 90. I shot up 18 levels in just 2 fights. That's insane. If I'd killed a few more, I could have easily hit level 30. He leaned back and let out a sigh. Phew, I should just forget about it. This level is high enough to move on with. That. Suddenly, he remembered something. Ah, that's right. Now that I'm in the village, should I learn a second skill? A large cleaver came down hard on a slab of meat. The butcher used his incredible strength to split the slab in two. He said, with a flourish, "You cut right through the bone in one go, like this." He was stunned by what just happened, completely in awe. Whoa. At that moment, the system announced, "You have learned the second skill, butchery." He walked around, looking at the cuts of meat, and thought to himself, if I sell pre-butchered monster meat, I could make some extra cash. Oh, and this will also help me gather other valuable resources. He went to the clinic, where the nurse told him, "You can learn it right away, just by reading through that skill book. You also have to use clean supplies to bandage wounds." He read it unenthusiastically, resting his chin on his hand. "I know," the system announced. "You have learned the second skill, first aid." He thought, if I learn first aid, I can save money by not having to buy so many potions. He picked up a healing salve. Its healing effect was a little weak, but except for emergencies, this would be much more economical. He went to the blacksmith. The owner there said, "Here, everything's ready. That'll be 1 silver coin." A system notification appeared. Skill learned. Axe maintenance. A combat battle axe for a magic class orc warrior. Attack power, 100. Durability, 200 out of 200. He held the axe up, admiring it. All his secondary skills were learned, and his weapons were repaired. "Looks like I'm all set." He cracked a smile and said, "Well then, shall we get started?" The main quest for this game was in the can sewer. As he arrived, he couldn't help but be disgusted by the stench. He immediately pinched his nose, groaning, "Ugh, this smell is fucking awful. I knew this was coming, but I didn't think it would be this disgusting." Clean out the sewer. The quest stated that the can sewer had recently become infested with rats. Prove it by collecting their tails, and you will receive a worthy reward. Completion requirement, rat tails. Reward, 2 copper for each sewer rat tail. He held his breath. "Chief, should I just get the hell out of here?" "Nah. Guess I have to do it. According to the plan, I need to complete 10 quests in order before I can tackle the main one. It's best to finish everything as fast and efficiently as possible." Suddenly, he saw something appear before him. An animal was approaching. More accurately, it was the sewer rats. He looked at them and said, "You guys are absolutely disgusting. How've you been?" Suddenly, they lunged at him. Their sharp fangs flew forward, but they were instantly sliced in half. That was a single swing from Rocan. For a disgusting rat, you've got some nerve. He watched its body fade away before his eyes. Well, looks like I've found the right place. All of a sudden, he saw something else, a blur, rushing toward him at incredible speed. This time, it wasn't just one, but an entire swarm. He couldn't help but feel a thrill as he watched them approach. "That's right. Isn't it much more convenient for you to all come to me at once?" As he spoke, he spun his axe in a full circle. A gust of wind blew toward them from behind him. He was like a butcher now, killing 2 or 3 of them with a single throw of his axe. He glanced over his shoulder. There was still another swarm of filthy rats. He grinned and swung his axe at them. The sewers were now filled with the horrifying shrieks of the rats. One by one, they were slaughtered, their bodies piling up at his feet. "What a bunch of useless pests," he said nonchalantly. A system notification popped up. "Outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered over 200 sewer rats. You have received the Rat Hunter achievement." He sat down and picked up a rat by its leg. thinking. Their bodies are abnormally deformed because of the plague. This must have happened recently. Suddenly, he felt a crushing pressure bear down on him. A thrilled smile spread across his face as he turned his head. It was a towering monster, many times taller than he was. It was a sewer rat, but a colossal one. It was level 23, a plague rat. He grinned widely, gripping his axe tighter, and whispered, "Bingo. It's level 23. The Rat King?" Seeing its massive size, he took a step back. "Shh, just looking at it makes me sick. Let's get this over with quickly." Without a moment's hesitation, the monster whipped its tail forward, but he emotionlessly dodged it, leaping lightly into the air. He dodged its tail. "You filthy rat," he said. "How dare you swing that disgusting tail near me?" Then, he brought his axe down on its tail. The rat shrieked in agony as its tail was severed. Now, facing the blade of his axe, it showed a hint of caution. "Be a good boy and offer up your head. I'll make this quick." The monster tilted its head back and let out a screech. Then, a green substance shot out of its mouth, flying straight toward him. The protagonist was surprised by this and quickly dodged. A bit of the green substance splashed onto his armor, dissolving a piece of the fabric. "Is that poison?" "It's been a while, so I almost forgot." He clicked his tongue, looking down at his tattered, poison-stained arm. System notification. "You have been poisoned by the Rat King. Your health will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. He glanced over at the charging rat. This annoying pest. It lunged again with its claws extended. Annoyed, he exhaled a puff of smoke. War cry. He unleashed his powerful special move. System notification. The enemy's stats have been reduced. The rat stood there, confused as to why its power had suddenly been drained. He charged forward, swinging his axe to attack the rat. He then slammed his fist into the spinning axe, propelling it towards the beast. The axe flew through the air and sliced through its flesh. In the end, the rat was split clean in two. He let out a triumphant laugh. "Did you really think you could beat me with just a little poison?" He stood there laughing as it writhed on the ground. Suddenly, its body began to knit itself back together. He offered some encouragement. "Not bad, huh? So you're a boss, with a regeneration skill. Alright, this just got a lot more fun. Bring it on," he yelled, pointing his axe at it. Hearing this, it opened its fang-filled maw wide and charged. In Rocan's eyes, it was just an amateur. He dropped to the ground, easily dodging its lunge. The protagonist stood up with a grin, axe in hand, then unleashed a powerful slash. He threw his head back and laughed. "Awesome. Let's see how long you can last." The battle between the rat monster and the man was incredibly intense, a dead-even match. One attacked, the other regenerated. He sliced its body apart, severing its limbs. He slung the axe over his shoulder and smirked. "Look at you, all worn out, huh?" But the monster simply regenerated, returning to its original form. He found it strange how it just kept its mouth agape. "Look at you. You still want to fight?" Then, he planted his foot right in front of its face. It let out a cry as he stomped his foot down, crushing its face completely. "No more chances for you," the system announced. "You have leveled up. You have defeated the Catastrophe class boss, the Mao King." He immediately began wrapping a bandage around the poisoned wound he'd just received. System notification. You have successfully detoxified. Toxin resistance has been acquired. As he bandaged himself, he thought with some difficulty, this fight was a real pain in the ass. But at least I got poison resistance out of it. Now, time to get what I came for. He accepted and used the skill, Butcher. After pulling out a gem, he said joyfully, "Found it, the Calamity Gem." A system window popped up. "You have been afflicted by the Calamity Curse. Your stats will be slightly reduced. Vitality will decrease by 5 every 10 seconds. If you do not recover quickly, you will be forced to return to town." Just as I expected. I was pretty surprised by this curse in my past life, but things are different now. Time to get out of here and heal up. After returning to the city, he opened his sack, revealing the rat tails he'd collected inside. Not bad. Those rats were pretty tough. Good work. Here is your reward. System notification. You have completed the Clean the Sewers quest. Counting sewer rat tails. You have received 10 silver coins. Oh, and I also picked up this strange gem while I was on the mission. The knight's eyes widened in shock. That's definitely a cursed item. Now look at you. What's that mark on your face? You've been cursed. This is bad, really bad. Could you please take this to Lord Starin? I'll let him know, and then go get treated immediately. Hearing the knight's tone, he thought irritably, this bastard. Just take the damn thing already. Transport the cursed gem. Transport the cursed gem from the sewers. Deliver to the Mage Guild Master, Starin. Completion condition. Transport the gem before the player dies from the curse. Reward. 5 low-grade potions, removal of the Calamity Curse, and a small stat boost. With a reward like this, I can't even refuse the quest. He told the knight, leave it to me. The knight replied, thank you. You look like you're in critical condition. Here, take these. System notification. You have received 5 low-grade potions. The knight pinched his nose and added, and get yourself cleaned up as soon as possible. That sewer stench is pretty strong. He arrived at a tall tower. Whoa, this building is huge. They must have layered this building with a ton of magic spells. It's completely different from the Berserker Guild Hall. Well, mages have always been the popular choice, even in my past life. It'd be nice if these bastards paid even a little attention to berserkers for once. He clutched his arm in discomfort, thinking anxiously, damn it, it's getting harder and harder to move. System notification, 30% health remaining. I have to hurry. The stench coming off him was so bad that people around him couldn't help but pinch their noses and walk away. He trudged up the stairs, threw the door open, and asked urgently, is anyone here? An old man inside asked, who are you? The old man was also put off by the smell and said, you should have washed up before coming here. He replied hastily, I'm here to get healed, and I found this in the sewers. I was told to bring it to you. The old man gasped in surprise upon seeing the gem. Oh, my goodness, isn't this the plague gem? You were right to come to me. Dispelling curses is my specialty. Quick, give it to me. He stared at the old man, remaining silent. The man urged, what are you doing? Hand it over. That cursed gem is eating away at you as we speak, he said. I'll give it to you, if you're really Lord Starin. Hearing this, the old man was taken aback and asked, what? What are you talking about? He calmly opened his weapon inventory, pulled out his axe, and pointed it directly at the old man. The man was terrified and stammered, what is the meaning of this? He stared intently at the man. If you were really Starin, you should have been able to block my axe with ease, shouldn't you? He grabbed the man by the collar, swinging his axe back with a menacing threat. Go on, try it, or I'll kill you. The man screamed in fear. Wait, stop. That voice came from behind the window. The tree outside suddenly levitated, surprising even the bird perched on it. His axe also vanished into thin air. Phew. I give up. The real mage appeared and said, that was a clone, meant to test your magical aptitude. I never expected to be found out by a berserker of all people. He awkwardly scratched his face, thinking, and here I thought he was the bird on the windowsill. Don't they usually turn into animals? Well, I'm the only one who knows how to get past this, thanks to that bastard Dawkins guide. Thanks for the tip, buddy. Suddenly, a notification window appeared. An unbelievable achievement. You have seen through a high-level mage's lie without any assistance. You have obtained the title Truth Seer. You are the first person to receive this title. First achiever, Truth Seer, unique. Applause for your insight in perceiving a high-level mage's lie without any assistance. You are the first person to receive this title. This item increases the effectiveness of anti-illusion skills by 20%. As a special effect, you can only summon it once a day. The Bell of Truth. It can distinguish between truth and lies. He couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Whoa, is this a unique grade item? He brought a hand to his chin and smirked. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I never would have known. What a lucky break. The old man urged him on, slapping his arm and saying, now hurry up, hand it over. You're in critical condition right now. He's right. I'm low on blood, and I've already used up all my bandages. A system notification popped up. Your health has dropped below 10%. He told the old man, I'm fine. His words took the man by surprise. This time, I have to check if you're the real deal. You're not going to fool me. He pulled out a bell. It was the bell of truth. He shook it in the old man's face and grinned. You crazy fool. As he kept shaking it, the system chimed, in, telling the truth. But by now, the old man was furious that he wasn't being trusted. I am real. To take the item, he angrily snatched it and turned away. Now, drink this. He took the potion flask and downed it. The plague curse has been enhanced. He felt stronger and said, oh, I feel much better. This guy must be a high-level character. I don't know what kind of magic he was casting, but gusts of black wind swirled around him and the stone, forcing me to shield my face. The man looked at the stone and said, this gem must have infected the sewer rats with the plague, causing them to mutate so drastically. Is there any other special information? I replied. The gem probably infected the sewer rats with this disease, which is why they've mutated so much. After confirming this, the old man raised a hand to his mouth, deep in thought. Using rats to create chaos? Not only that, but soldiers would have a much easier time controlling it. I added, that gem looks pretty lethal to humans too. The old man nodded and said, yeah, well, you know. Suddenly he realized something. That's right. Humans are the final target. If those infected rats wander through the alleys or live in the Fokins, sewers, then, oh no, I have a pretty good idea of what they're trying to do. I thought to myself, he really is a high-level mage. With just a few clues, he was able to figure out the cause so quickly. They're trying to spread the plague throughout the entire city using the sewer system. In reality, it would start in the slums, first, before spreading everywhere else, long before they could discover it. And then, players would have to deal with the 10-part hell quest chain to handle the epidemic. But as far as I'm concerned, I've just bypassed that entire quest chain. The old man said hastily, I must report this to the captain of the guard immediately. Come back and find me in 2 days. A system notification appeared. You have spread the stero plague, and the city guard is now searching for the person who placed the plague gem in the sewers. Wait for the results of the initial investigation. Completion requirement. Meet stero. In 2 days. Reward. A few stat points. I stuck my pinky in my ear, cleaning it out. Well then, should I get going? I've never played a game like this before. Thanks to one player's early start on the first main scenario, its outcome has now been decided. He was shocked by the announcement. Therefore, the plague, outbreak, quest, and all related missions will be deleted. He looked up at an announcement. What? The plague outbreak was the first of the 10-part quest chain. The mission disappeared because of me? That means there's no way for anyone else to get close to the main scenario now. To reach the main scenario, they'll have to complete many other difficult quests instead of doing the chain quest. I need to hurry. He told me to come back in 2 days. Coincidentally, there's a perfect place to spend those 2 days. He went to the cemetery to check it out. Let's see. Is the entrance on the east side? With my remaining money, I bought a throwing axe and some light armor. I can probably use it once. I reach around level 50. He tossed the axe up, watching it vanish as he thought, this is the graveyard, a place confirmed to have nothing in it. But I know it's secret. Naive bastards. Well, I guess it's not unreasonable that they don't know information that won't be revealed for a few months. Oh, found it. He found a prosthetic leg. The system immediately provided information. Prosthetic leg of the Enlightened One, normal grade. A prosthetic leg dropped by an amputee. It would be good if you brought it to him, but even if you take it to him, you'll just get chased away without receiving any reward. That's why almost all players think it's a useless item. But here it is. He found the tombstone with the same shape as the prosthetic leg he just found. He immediately attached the prosthetic, and it was a perfect fit. A wind kicked up, and a path gradually appeared on the ground. You have discovered a secret dungeon, the Graveyard Under the Moon, an outstanding achievement. A round of applause for your insight. As the first person to discover a secret dungeon, you have received the title Pathfinder. You are the first person to receive this title. He grinned and said, perfect. I needed this to get that first-timer cash. Title acquired, Rare Seeker. As a seeker, you can now decipher things using your heightened senses and keen insight. Your vision has been enhanced. With the night vision effect, you can now see clearly in the dark. You have a low chance of finding hidden items. Hearing this, he thought to himself, thanks to this title, not only is my vision better, but it'll also mark hidden items with a gleam of light. No matter how low the rate is, this title is going to be super useful. A system notification popped up. As this is your first entry, you will receive a bonus. Stat points received. Item drop rate increased by 30%. Since I got a first entry bonus, maybe I should head down and see what I can get out of this. He stood before the dungeon entrance, hesitating for a moment before deciding to step inside. He glanced up at the dungeon's entrance, then took his first steps deep into the darkness. Do I have to clear the whole thing to get out? It's a secret dungeon, so that's not surprising. But what if some kind of ghost monster shows up? I wouldn't even be able to hit it with my axe. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just as he was thinking, a sudden noise from behind made him whip around. It was a level 26 old grave skeleton. The moment it appeared, his axe came down, shattering its bones to pieces. He cut down several more skeletons, leaving them in a pile at his feet. Then, one after another, more skeletons appeared. You pathetic pile of bones, he muttered, swinging his axe. Still, seeing you guys is a lot better than dealing with those sewer rats. With just a few more swings, he sent their limbs flying in every direction. He spun his axe in a wide arc behind him and charged toward the skeletons. A smirk spread across his face as he leaped in, cutting them down. That's right. Any skeleton that met his axe was instantly cleaved into pieces. He channeled power into his axe and charged. Dashing straight into the mob of skeletons, he watched as they slowly disintegrated into dust. He let out a breath. Easy. A system notification appeared. You have leveled up. Rocan, level 22. Let's see. This list must be getting pretty long by now. He opened his status window to check. Rocan, race, human, gender, male, level, 22, class, berserker, blah blah blah, and so on. Over 100 extra stat points. I guess there's no need to save them anymore. I'm not in a rush, but to speed up my hunting. He made a few adjustments to his status board. A smile crept onto his face as he clenched his fist and said, "This feels amazing. My strength is at 200 now. To level up more efficiently, I'll need mana. So I added a few points to intelligence this time too. Alright, 2 days until the main scenario begins. Let's hit level 30 before then." After mercilessly slaughtering his way through countless traps and monsters, Rocan let out a sigh. Phew, this is starting to get boring. Suddenly, a level 30 skeleton warrior, the boss of this dungeon, charged forward aggressively, aiming to finish him with a single slash. Before it could even touch him, Rocan countered, greeting it with a swift blow from his axe. After killing the boss, he hit level 30. Rocan picked his nose in disdain. Tsk, so weak, and yet it tried to act all tough. Still, I finally made it to level 30. My business in this damn place is finished. I've been grinding nonstop for the past 2 days, killing monsters the second they respawned. Tsk, not bad. I leveled up 10 times in just 2 days. Rocan checked his inventory window, noticing he'd also collected a good amount of money, 1 gold and 80 silver. But more importantly, he'd obtained the Bone Knight armor set, something any warrior would kill to have, and he'd managed to collect a whole lot of it. He figured he could sell it off for a nice profit. After all, he already knew the future of Ethos, making investments a piece of cake. Rocan closed the screen and smirked. Time to get started. It's a shame to leave this amazing hunting ground, but I bet I could make a pretty penny selling information about this place. Especially for organizations like guilds that need to train new members. They'll definitely come flocking. And with that, he left the hunting ground in high spirits, ready to spend some cash. A short while later, he was back in town and went to see the old man. "Hey, old man, I'm back." "Oh, you finally returned. I'm sorry for leaving you so abruptly. Something extremely urgent came up." Rocan wondered, "Did they find the culprit?" The old man replied, "No. After investigating everyone, we came up with nothing. No witnesses, either." Rocan had expected this. In the original story, the problem with those fallen disciples had already been dealt with. But since he had foiled their plans right from the start, he figured he might find something if he investigated it himself. The old man then pulled out a green stone, saying, "That's why I've decided to read the memories of this land." In his hand was a magic-grade gem of the earth. It can be filled with the energy of the earth. Although it isn't as valuable as a regular jewel, it has magical properties. It was a special technique, but Rocan figured that since its magic level was so low, it probably wouldn't be very effective. However, it allowed the user to see what had happened in a certain area by tapping into the land's memories. Thanks to this skill, they'd figured out how to deal with monsters countless times, Stadion said confidently. "With this, we'll find out who they are in no time." He was about to ask Rocan for another favor, and our hero couldn't exactly refuse, since this was a main storyline quest. The old man bowed his head and said, "Thank you. We've stopped them for now, but we don't know when they'll strike again. To prevent that, I need your help with something." A new quest popped up, Vitality Fluctuation. Stadion wanted him to collect the blood of an orc warrior and a wild beast. If he succeeded, he'd be handsomely rewarded with experience, 10 silver coins, and the title, Stadion's Apprentice. Rocan thought grimly, the blood of an orc warrior and a wild beast, huh? They're definitely not going to donate it willingly. Looks like I'll have to go hunting. But he currently held the prestigious Orc Warrior title, so he couldn't just hunt them. In fact, he'd even increased their favor and trust. Rocan had to think hard about this. Do I have to fight them and lose my title? Is that my only option? Isn't there anything else I can do? A short while later, Rocan arrived at the orc encampment and loudly called for the gatekeeper. His voice was immediately recognized, and a reply came back. "Human warrior. I remember you. You're the one who knows respect." But as the gate opened and he walked into the cheers of dozens of orcs, the one who'd just spoken noticed his grim expression and asked what was wrong. Rocan shot him a glare and said, "I need some of your blood. Can you give me some?" The orc was baffled and immediately shut him down. "A warrior's blood cannot be given away like that." "Sorry, warrior, but our blood is only spilled on the battlefield." Hearing the orc say that spilling blood elsewhere was a sign of disrespect, Rocan scowled and thought furiously, "These guys dare to talk about honor? I don't care about that crap." So, he switched to plan B, borrowing one of their axes. After getting the axe from the orc, he cheerfully left, much to the orc's confusion. The orc called out, "Friend, you're leaving already? I've got something to do. I'll be back soon. The clueless orc waved goodbye, telling him he'd see him later, but he had no idea Rocan was already plotting behind his back. It would have been great if they just gave me a little blood. But no, they had to protect their precious orc honor. Meanwhile, over at the wild beasts camp, a beast on patrol heard a rustling sound from the bushes. Suddenly, an axe came flying straight at it, but thanks to its quick reflexes, it barely managed to dodge. An axe? Just as it turned to see who the attacker was, Rocan appeared behind it. You dodged it? Impressive. I knew the wild beasts were faster than orcs. A few seconds later, he successfully sent the creature to the afterlife and collected its blood. Looking at its motionless body, he said, "Sorry, buddy, I didn't want to do this." The noise had already attracted the other wild beasts in the area. They circled around from behind and were shocked to find the body of their comrade, wondering who could have done such a thing. But when they saw the axe lying nearby, they assumed the orcs had launched an attack. Hiding behind a tree, Rocan chuckled to himself. Wild beasts are a lot like humans. They absolutely hate orcs. Throughout history, these two species have fought each other for control of the forest. I'll use this incident to incite a war between them. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. I'm just speeding things up a bit. Without hesitation, Rocan quickly returned to the orc camp and gifted them a scythe from the wild beasts. The orcs immediately went on high alert. What is this? A sword? It's a wild beast sword. I recognize it. They're attacking us. This is unforgivable. Watching from a distance, Rocan smirked. Heh, what a bunch of morons. He feigned concern and ran up to ask what was going on. The orc turned and said, "You're back. It's an emergency. This is a wild beast sword." Rocan immediately started exaggerating and twisting the story. On my way here, I saw a few wild beast warriors. They're probably about to attack this place. The orcs flew into a rage. We knew it. Warriors, we must fight. We can't lose to those weaklings. Rocan stepped in to calm them down with a sinister smile, spinning a tale that since the beasts attacked first, the orcs should retaliate. And of course, he offered to go along and help them out. Good idea. Humans are so smart, one of them praised. Suddenly, a leader figure emerged, drawn by the commotion, and asked what was happening. A quick glance told Rocan that this must be the new orc chief who had taken over for the previous one. After hearing his subordinate's report, the orc chief gripped his sword tightly, raised it high, and roared his decision to invade the wild beast's territory. He then let out a rousing cry, calling all warriors to gather for battle. Realizing everything was going according to his plan, Rocan let out a devilish smile. Things were getting easy, and now he could tag along with the orcs and enjoy a few good fights. The fun on the battlefield was about to begin. As soon as dusk fell, the entire orc camp, burning with revolutionary fervor, grabbed their weapons and marched on the beastmen's camp to get their revenge. Suddenly, from behind a bush, a player's voice trembled. They're insane. They're completely bloodthirsty, but they've never been like this before, have they? What the hell is going on? The person next to him, equally stunned, said, "Do you think they're really going to keep fighting like this? We have to get out of here before things get worse." The other player immediately shot that down. "Are you crazy? Do you see how many of them there are? If we get caught trying to run, we're dead for sure. We'll just hide here for a bit." But in the next second, both of them were horrified when they saw Rocan, a human, standing among the orc war party. The sight of him sent a shiver down their spines. No, but why is there a human standing in the middle of a horde of orcs? Who is that guy? The other man remembered his defeat from before and quickly told his friend, "Hey, we don't have a choice anymore. We have to run. Now." "What? Didn't you just say we couldn't run? Just shut your mouth and do what I say. If we don't run, we're toast." Lost in their argument, they didn't realize an orc had been sneaking up behind them the whole time. Just like that, the orc dragged the two players out, stunning even Rocan. But with a quick glance, he recognized them. "Isn't that the guy I fought last time?" The other guy's body was mostly intact, but the brown-haired one, he'd been beaten to a bloody pulp. Throwing all his dignity aside, he crawled closer and begged, "Hey man, those orcs are on your side, right? I don't know what's going on, but please, just spare me. We know each other." The only response he got was an orc's fist to his face. Blood sprayed from his nose. The orc roared, "You insolent fool. How dare you touch our honored warrior?" "Hey Rocan, do you know this guy?" Rocan played dumb and replied, I don't really remember him, but if he looks tasty, go ahead and deal with him." The player, refusing to accept this, scrambled to his feet, grabbed an axe, and tried to fend off the orcs. But he was quickly overwhelmed by their numbers. Rocan offered him some heartfelt advice. "You should be more careful next time, newbie." And just like that, his agonizing screams filled the air as a fierce battle erupted between the orcs and the beastmen. Suddenly, the orc leader rallied his troops. "Kill all those filthy beastmen. Leave no one alive." Rocan, meanwhile, just stood there, watching impassively. They're tearing each other apart. In the chaos, he took the opportunity to approach a fallen orc and collect the blood of an orc warrior. Rocan silently watched the two sides clash and thought, "They're doing better than I expected. They must be absolutely furious. I guess it's time I joined the party too." With that, he activated Battle Roar, buffing the entire Beastman army. They all turned to look at him, bewildered. How can a human do that? Those monster orcs must have hired a mercenary. And just like that, they all started targeting him. But as they charged, Rocan simply hefted his axe and cut them down one by one. As for the rest, he charged forward and wiped them out in an instant. "You think you can kill me? Bring your leader to me. To be honest, there's another reason I started this entire war. If I only needed orc blood, I could have just pretended to be a beastman and killed one of them. But my real target is the Beastman Chieftain, a boss monster who's even stronger than the Orc Chieftain. Furthermore, beastmen aren't obsessed with honorable one-on-one combat like orcs are, so taking him down would be much harder. That's why I used the orcs, to eliminate the Beastman Chieftain for me." You could say this was the best possible opportunity I was going to get. Just as he was about to go find the chieftain, a massive wave of power suddenly erupted from the battlefield. Found him. Rocan immediately grabbed his axe and gave it a few swings to loosen up his arms. Then, he launched himself forward like a hurricane. Elsewhere, the orc chieftain was in a desperate struggle with the level 73 Beastman chieftain. The orc was being completely overwhelmed by the beastman's power. The beastman snarled, "The enemy of my clan will surely kill you." Just as he was about to deliver the final blow to the orc, a strange object shot past the beastman, narrowly missing him. He managed to dodge it thanks to his quick reflexes. He even let out a contemptuous laugh. A sneak attack like that won't work on me." But that attack was just Rocan's feint. Seeing the Beastman chieftain's opening, he immediately used Strike to pressure him. The overwhelming difference in power sent the chieftain flying into the fortress wall, coughing up blood. Rocan walked closer and said, "Haha, you're tougher than you look. I was planning on taking both of your arms, but you managed to save one. But what are you going to do now? All your subordinates are dead. You have nowhere left to run." The Beastman chieftain was completely surrounded by orcs, with no escape route. Rocan added insult to injury. "My patience is wearing thin. I guess your head is next, right?" The chieftain refused to submit. Even while being cut down, he managed to let out one last roar and pointed at Rocan. You cowardly human, how dare you?" Before he could finish, Rocan cunningly swung his axe and took the chieftain's head clean off. "You have leveled up. You have achieved a remarkable feat by defeating the ruler of the Harsh Forest. You are the first to obtain the title, Punisher of the Harsh Forest. With it, your stamina and agility have increased by 10 points, and all of your stats will increase by 5% when in a forest ecosystem." Meanwhile, the orcs were also celebrating their victory over the wild beasts, but Rocan was interrupted by a system alert. He was the first person to acquire the title, the Dark Curtain, which increased his intellect and wisdom by 20 points. He also gained a special effect that allowed him to conceal his identity. He knew he'd get the Punisher of the Harsh Forest title, but he never expected the Dark Curtain. The system said it was because he defeated 2 enemies. It looked like the system didn't recognize the orcs as his allies. It seemed he only had a good reputation with them, which meant they could still turn their backs on him. Rocan sighed. Well, now I've got a stat boost, and this special identity concealment ability. This is going to be a huge help." While he was wondering what to do next, the orcs suddenly got fired up, wanting to wipe out every last one of them. In the battle between the orcs and the Bring's Dove, wild beasts, the orcs had won, so the area the wild beasts once occupied had now become the ruined village of the wild beasts, and the wrath of the wild beast would now appear in its ruined village. Though he admired their gung-ho spirit, it was time for him to get back to the old man. When he returned to town, the old man couldn't hide his surprise. "My word, you're already done? It's a difficult task, so I thought you'd need a little more time," he said nonchalantly. "It wasn't that difficult," the old man replied. "In that case, give me a moment." While waiting for the old man to brew the potion, he once again became the first person to acquire a title, Staden's First Apprentice. Dumbfounded, he opened the system to check it out. As expected, his strength and stamina increased by 10 points, and being a detective's assistant gave him an additional 5% movement speed. "Oh, the effects are pretty good too," he thought, pleased. Just then, old Staden finished brewing the potion and asked Rocan to deliver it to a man named Matarin in Chainsik. This was his new quest. If he completed it, he would receive experience points and 3 silver coins. This was also his final quest here, and his new journey would begin in Chinsik. After hours of grinding, Rocan or Kim Yoo-min stepped out of the gaming pod, completely exhausted. My god, why would they create something like this only to put a time limit on it? Time is the one thing I have plenty of. I guess it's for my long-term health, though. While he had to wait 5 hours before logging back in, Yoo-min took the chance to go online and check on the post he made earlier. He had prepared for this exact situation by taking screenshots of monsters and items and posting them online, so he was hoping for a lot of comments, but his face went blank after reading just a few lines. He couldn't believe it had even hit the top search rankings. At this rate, people would get suspicious of him, and he was sure many would comment calling it fake. But then, he was surprised to see the words "honorary reporter" next to it. It read, "There are secret dungeons in addition to the public ones. Honorary reporter, RWR's conquest of a secret dungeon." He remembered that RWR, a famous user and reporter for a gaming webzine, had written about a secret dungeon, revealing its information in the form of an adventure story. So it was no surprise that the forums were now buzzing with discussion. But all this commotion was making his own post famous, which was good for him. And once one comment was posted, others came flooding in, one after another. But first, he had to weed out the lowballers. The people he was most interested in right now were the ones who moved in packs, the ones who called themselves guilds but weren't actually part of the official guild system at all. I know a few famous names from my past life, Yoo-min thought, so choosing one shouldn't be too hard. The safest bet was the MP Guild. He moved his mouse over their name, which was short for Men Play. They helped out newbies, taught malicious PKers a lesson, and performed various other good deeds. It was thanks to that good reputation that they'd made a name for themselves. After closing the comment section, he scheduled a meeting. Now, all he had to do was wait. Everything was going so smoothly it was almost scary. Yoo-min frowned slightly, concerned by this progress and wondering if he should be moving even faster. But remembering his failure in his past life, he decided to take it one step at a time. After all, he still had a lot to do, and rushing wouldn't solve anything. Realizing he'd been cooped up inside for too long, he decided to go out for some fresh air and buy a few things. After he finished, he saw 3 college students huddled together on his way back. "How many levels did you gain at the goblin spot?" "Here, 3 levels in 2 days. "Whoa, that's awesome. I have to grind like crazy just to level up. Maybe it's because our levels are different? It could be a matter of control." Hearing their conversation, Yoo-min smiled. He figured there would be fewer people on a college campus like this at the end of September. But it made sense, since the game was already so popular. Suddenly, Yoo-min caught sight of a familiar figure. He stared at the girl. She looked so familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. Noticing his stare, she walked over and said, "Kim Yoo-min, it's been a long time." After a moment, Yoo-min finally realized who she was. This was Lim Soy, the woman who cheated on him for some rich guy. He'd completely forgotten about her. To her, it might have only been 4 months since they last met, but to him, it felt like several years. He glanced over at that snooty boyfriend of hers and seethed, thinking, I guess that guy standing next to her is her new boyfriend, huh? Rumor has it he's a pro at zeros. Looks like Lim So-hai is into games now, which must mean she's into skilled gamers. After getting all cuddly, she turned to taunt him. "I heard you're still trying your best, huh? What the hell is this?" Young Min shot back irritably. "I'm just putting on an act for you. I'm actually taking a break to play zeros right now. But it's not because of you." This crazy wench just had to argue back. "Really? Well, that's a relief. Because if you ever have trouble with the game, just let me know. My darling is an expert in zeros. I'll ask him to help you out once or twice." Young Min smugly stepped closer. He leaned in and asked, "Oh, really? So what's his ID? Filey, wasn't it? I'm sure you've heard of him." But unfortunately for them, no such name rang a bell in his head, so he boldly assumed the guy in front of him was just a scrub. After a moment, Young Min waved his hand. Then, he walked right past the two of them, saying, "All right, I'll remember it. If I see you around, I'll be sure to save you." The boyfriend immediately flew into a rage. "What? Huh?" Even Lim So-hai was stunned and chimed in. "Young Min, how can you say that?" He just glanced back and threw in another jab. "Level up as much as you can, and if you run into any trouble, just contact me." He knew Lim So-hai, so she should know his in-game ID was Rocan. But sooner or later, for those stupid words, karma would come for her. A little while later, back in the game, a player was waiting in a graveyard for someone. Suddenly, a person approached and said, "It seems Empahoing has found it." It appeared Rocan had used an identity concealment item to change his appearance and name for 1 hour, so he didn't need to reveal his true identity, all because of a secret dungeon like this. Rocan, in his disguise, asked, "Did you come alone?" "That's right. This is valuable information, so there's no point in attracting attention, but my teammates are on standby. The moment I contact them, they'll come running. So, let's just get on with it. Rocan knew full well this guy was trying to be cautious with him. So, before proceeding with his request, he told the guy to cough up more money, saying, "Haven't we already made a deal? You gotta give me something to keep me motivated." The player replied, "Fine. I'll just use one skill then. We both need to be sure." Fine. The man used a detection skill, and after confirming he was Krypton, level 35, he handed over a portion of the money, as promised. Rocan chuckled to himself. This little trick worked. A moment later, he led the man to the front of a hidden dungeon. He added, "If you do this, the entrance will open. Oh, it looks like some kind of device." Rocan, as Krypton, warned him, "Keep it a secret. Now, where's the rest of the money?" The man took out a bag of gold and said, "Here, if there are any problems, I'll contact you later." And just like that, by selling a small piece of dungeon information, he'd earned over 50 gold. To be exact, 51 gold, 98 silver, and 20 copper. Rocan smugly held the money bag and left. Guilds are the best. It's not easy to earn this kind of money in the game. It probably isn't easy to ask for money from a guild member, either. After successfully posing as Krypton and getting the money he wanted, Rocan now made a trip to Jinshik. After several hours, he arrived at the forest, his body completely exhausted. He grumbled, "This is the problem with this game. It doesn't need to be this realistic. I've been walking for over half a day." A few minutes later, Rocan finally reached the central city, but he couldn't let his guard down, because if he died, he'd have to start all over. Suddenly, Rocan heard a noise from somewhere. He spun around but saw nothing. But that strange feeling had just made him smirk. That wasn't a monster or an animal. I wonder what kind of little rat this is. Abruptly, beams of teleportation light shone down behind him. Feet slowly emerged, followed by a mocking voice. "Oh, interesting. See? I was right." 3 unknown players, with murderous looks on their faces, appeared before him, one speaking in a creepy tone. "His gear looks pretty expensive, so his level must be high, right? Who knows? Maybe he just likes to spend money on equipment." After observing them for a moment, he wasn't surprised that people like them existed. Because the red marks in their eyes showed they had killed users before and become PKers. They preyed on people traveling to town and collected the items dropped by the users. The 3 of them suddenly took a slow step forward, wanting to have a little chat. But Rocan said no to that. He said that instead, they should let their weapons do the talking to speed things up. Rocan let out a satisfied laugh. This left the PKers completely stunned. They said, annoyed, "What's with this bastard?" The PKers said disdainfully, "Did you get so scared you lost your mind?" Rocan's eyes gradually turned, crazed. He looked coldly at the PKers before him, cupping one side of his face with a demonic grin, and said, in a chilling voice, "Hey, kids," he continued, "I'll let this slide if each of you hands over one piece of gear." The PKers were furious when they heard that. Their leader, as if he couldn't believe what he'd just heard, yelled with wide eyes, "What did you say?" Rocan looked at them with contempt, and let out a soft, mocking laugh. "What's so surprising? Isn't that what you guys always say when you're player killing? So I'll do the same. What a great opportunity I'm giving you." In his mind, Rocan pictured himself being taken down by the PKers, just like all the other players. He thought to himself that sometimes, when a player is killed by another player, they'll drop their equipment. Of course, it wasn't guaranteed. The chances were higher than with monsters, but still only about 10 to 20%. The 3 PKers' eyes glowed a bright red as they grinned menacingly at Rocan. The leader sneered and said, "Do you think we're stupid? You're completely insane." They raised their weapons, a spear and a battle axe, and aimed them at Rocan. As they advanced, weapons ready, the PKers arrogantly warned Rocan, "If you act tough and get yourself killed, you'll have to run all the way back from Kun, so stop acting so high and mighty." Rocan's expression suddenly turned wild and thrilled as he said, "Negotiations have failed." His face twisted into a terrifying, sinister grin, his eyes glowing brightly as he raised his weapon before him and said menacingly, "To be honest, I never had any intention of letting you guys off easy from the start." Hearing this, the PKer leader let out a delighted laugh. "Hahaha, how arrogant." He pointed his spear forward, signaling his men to attack, and boasted, "The levels here are on a whole different scale than back in Kun." His 2 henchmen attacked in unison, one with an axe and the other taking aim with his bow. The axe wielder charged forward, his eyes radiating a deadly killing intent as he raised the axe high and swung it toward his target. He threw the axe with incredible force. The axe spun rapidly through the air, but to his astonishment, Rocan closed the distance between them with unbelievable speed. The man froze in shock the moment after he'd thrown the axe at him. Rocan's eyes blazed red, his face a terrifying mask as he grinned demonically. He leaped toward the axe wielder, weapon in hand, and shouted with excitement, "You idiot! I'll kill you first!" System notification. Reflection shield. The leader used Reflection Shield to save the large axe wielder's life, sending Rocan flying backward from the unexpected counterattack. Rocan chuckled, a little surprised. Huh? He mused. He thought to himself, a reflective attack skill. Is his class a guardian knight? Seizing the opportunity, the large man grabbed his axe and leaped high into the air, aiming straight for Rocan, who was startled out of his thoughts, and snapped his gaze upward. The leader stood to the side, laughing with glee. The immensely powerful attack slammed down, shattering the ground and sending rock and debris flying everywhere. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Rocan managed to dodge. He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. He thought that with these chain attacks, before he could even get his bearings, countless blue lightning bolts crackled into existence above his head. Before the bewildered man could react, the lightning crashed down with immense power. A blinding light flashed, and strong winds kicked up dust everywhere. The blonde archer, who had used his arrow rain skill to ambush Rocan, stood to the side and said smugly, "Nice." He watched from a distance as his arrows peppered the ground, confident. No matter how fast you are, there's no way you can dodge this move. From within the smoke, Rocan appeared with an arrow in his hand. He was kneeling amidst the arrows stuck in the ground, the dust still settling around him. He decisively pulled an arrow from his body and said with annoyance, heh, I'm a real mess. He slowly got to his feet after the attack. The PKers stood a short distance away, gloating, "You idiot. Do you see the difference in our levels now?" The leader, growing even more ecstatic, shouted, "If you change your mind, I'll play nice. Why don't you just leave your gear behind and be on your way?" Rocan shot them a contemptuous glare, his eyes sharp as he thought, "They're used to ganging up on people." He began to analyze the situation. He mused, "If I attack from range, I have to deal with the archer. If I get in close, the knight will target me. They're also sticking close together, so they can easily cover for each other." Rocan suddenly stood up straight, thinking, if that's the case, he looked at the group and said calmly, "All right, if you want my equipment that badly." His face became demonic and terrifying, his eyes glowing a hellish red. Two large axes materialized in his hands as he laughed. "I've got some really good equipment right here. Come and get it." A system notification appeared. Weapon changed, tomahawk axes. He thought, I'll split them up and take them down one by one. With that, he hurled the two axes at the PKers with astonishing speed. The group descended into chaos. The big axe wielder cursed, "Holy shit." The panicked leader raised his reflection shield as the two spinning axes closed in, saying frantically, "It's fine, I've got it blocked." As the two axes drew nearer, he suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. He and his shield were sent flying backward by an immense force. As he struggled to dislodge the two axes, he let out a choked cry, "Ugh." The other two watched in shock, thinking, what is this power? The leader was knocked to the ground, his shield cracked with the two axes embedded in it. He roared in fury, "Damn it, I'm fine. Just hurry up and kill that bastard." The two henchmen turned, their eyes wide with rage as they glared back. The large man furiously charged forward with his axe, his eyes filled with killing intent. He swung his axe at where Rocan was standing and screamed, "You son of a bitch!" Rocan just stood there, watching him calmly. "That's all it takes to make you angry?" he thought with amusement. "Well then, let's see." He then spun and ducked under the big man's swing with a grin. System notification. Weapon changed. Orc warrior's battle axe. The axe materialized in Rocan's hand. His face grew fierce as he let out a contemptuous laugh. "Just how strong are your skills? Anyway." Model. He charged straight for the big guy with the axe, the force of his attack immense as he slammed the end of the axe handle right into the man's stomach. The man doubled over in pain, about to vomit. Rocan said nonchalantly, "You're worse than I thought." He then grabbed the man's mouth, squeezing it shut. The man's eyes widened in surprise. Rocan raised the orc warrior's axe high with one hand, while his other hand kept the man's mouth clamped shut. Preparing to finish him off, he said coldly, "One down." As the axe came down, a spray of blood showered Rogan's satisfied, almost ecstatic face. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked up, startled by an incoming attack aimed right at him. Rocan twisted his body to dodge, snatching the sharp arrow right out of the air. A murderous, mocking smile spread across his face as he said, "Oh no." The blonde archer was stunned to see Rocan catch his arrow. Rocan casually snapped it in half. Then he said calmly, "If you wanted to shoot me, you should have done it while I was fighting your friend. Amateur. Guess your buddy died faster than you expected, huh?" The blonde man furiously drew his bow, aiming 3 arrows at Rocan, and roared, "Multi-shot." But before he could finish the word, Rocan swung his flaming axe forward and replied coolly, "Too late." Seeing the terrifying sight of Rocan charging at him with the axe, the blonde man was struck with fear. Rocan slammed the axe into the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of fire and heat. The ground cracked and split, the massive shockwave sending the archer flying. Having barely dodged the strike, the blonde man panicked, realizing how bad the situation was. He thought to himself, "Damn it, in that case." The system displayed, "You have switched combat equipment." He then rushed towards Rocan with incredible speed, intending to slash him. But he missed completely as Rocan swiftly dodged to the side, an amused look on his face. The man lunged at Rocan again, but Rocan easily evaded all of his attacks. He was starting to panic. As Rocan casually dodged the attacks, he thought to himself, "Oh, switching to a melee weapon? Looks like he has some knowledge of combat." Then, he looked up and grabbed the blonde man's knife hand, thinking, but even so, he swung his axe effortlessly, cleanly severing the man's arm, leaving him in a state of utter shock and disbelief. Rocan said contemptuously, "Did you really think an archer like you could beat me in close combat?" The man's face contorted in fear as he stared down at his severed arm, which was now spewing blood in a horrifying display. He clutched his wound in agony, collapsing to the ground and screaming horribly, "Ah!" Rocan stood beside him, resting the axe on his shoulder. With a terrifying, cheerful smile, he said, "What's wrong? Getting your arm chopped off in a virtual world. But it feels pretty real, don't you think?" Suddenly, Rocan glanced behind him, sensing something approaching. The system displayed, "Shield attack." The last remaining leader of the PKer group charged at Rocan from behind with a massive shield, his eyes wide with rage as he screamed, "Die." The shield radiated immense power, creating a shockwave that kicked up dust and rocks. The energy was overwhelming, but the leader's confidence quickly turned to shock. The shield began to tremble as a single hand crushed it to pieces. Rogan's voice rang out, "You moron. You want to match my strength?" Rocan said with disdain. "I was only pushed back before because of that reflect skill. Did you really think you could kill me with this thing?" The surviving leader was suddenly gripped by absolute terror. Trembling, he stammered, What kind of monster is this?" The moment the words left his mouth, the axe was already upon him, and his eyes widened in horror. Rocan said softly, "It's not that. You guys are just weak." With that, Rocan slammed his axe into the leader. The immense force caved in the ground, shattering it into pieces. The resulting shockwave sent debris and dust flying everywhere. When Rocan lifted his axe, it was dripping with fresh blood. Suddenly, Rocan turned his head to look behind him. He saw the blonde archer running away in terror and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right, there's still one left." He glanced around as if searching for something, muttering, let's see." Suddenly, Rocan lifted a massive boulder. The blonde archer was sprinting for his life, desperate to escape, his face a mask of horror as he clutched his wounded arm. He thought to himself, "Shit, I can't die in a place like this." He glanced back and was surprised to see what Rocan was doing. "Huh? He's not chasing me?" The archer ran, with a renewed sense of hope, tears of joy streaming down his face as he screamed, "I'm alive. You bastard, I'll get my revenge." He was completely unaware of the gigantic boulder flying towards him from above. A massive crash echoed through the area. It created a powerful gust of wind that blew away dust and rocks. Rocan squinted into the distance, licking his lips as he admired his handiwork. He said with satisfaction, "Nice." Suddenly, he burst into laughter, shouting excitedly, "Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. Fighting players is way more fun than fighting mobs." Suddenly, a system notification popped up, surprising him slightly. The system announced, "Player Rocan is victorious. Penalties will be distributed based on the characteristics of each opponent. You have leveled up. You have acquired multiple items." The continuous stream of system messages began to annoy Rocan. He glanced at the notifications indifferently and sighed. "Oh, for crying out loud." He narrowed his eyes, calmly analyzing the situation. The item drop rate from Peking, plus the penalties. "It seems like I hit the jackpot this time. Those unlucky bastards should have listened to me. Don't you agree, little mouse?" Rocan called out, looking towards a nearby tree. Not far away, a murderous aura began to rise. Behind the tree, the last surviving PKer was hiding in fear, clamping his hand over his mouth. With a look of pure terror, Rogan let out a mocking laugh. Stop with the childish games. Get out here before I chop you down along with that tree. Rogan truly was a king of violence, the weapon in his hand looking like the Grim Reaper's scythe, ready to claim a life. Hearing his words, the man hiding behind the tree trembled uncontrollably. I told you hiding was useless. I'll really kill you. Seemingly out of options, the man finally showed himself from behind the tree, stammering, what are you? Who are you? Rogan casually slung the weapon over his shoulder and replied, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. The cloaked man bit down hard, trying to stop his shaking. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, he's definitely with those guys from before, but he doesn't have red eyes. He must just be a scout. Rogan crouched down on the ground. He picked up a knife, examined it, and clicked his tongue. Tch, how disappointing. If you don't want to fight, just stand still. I have no interest in weaklings like you. The man remained silent, sweat pouring down his face. He stood behind Rogan, and seeing an opening, he raised his hand to cast a spell, creating a ring of light that shot towards Rogan. He must have sensed it, because his expression darkened. Level 35, Rogan. The man must have gathered his information just now. He was shocked. Huh? You're only level 35? Rogan turned his head to look at him. The man thought back on everything Rogan had done, and the more he thought, the more terrified he became. How could someone at this level take down 3 level 40 players? It's impossible. He must be exploiting a bug or using some kind of hack tool. While he was lost in thought, Rogan moved like the wind, reaching out for him. He shot forward, grabbed him by the neck, and slammed him against the tree trunk. His eyes glinted with the sharp glint of a predator hunting its prey. The impact left a huge, shattered hole in the tree. The man collapsed to the ground. Rogan said in annoyance, you piece of trash. I said I'd spare you, so why couldn't you just listen? A notification popped up immediately after. Player Rogan is victorious. You have acquired all of your opponent's equipment. Rogan laughed. Oh ho. He propped himself up, looking down at the dead unfortunate soul. All of this guy's equipment? Is this my lucky day, or what? Haha. He then received the pile of equipment. Rogan examined the bow in his hand thoughtfully. This gear is actually pretty damn good. Just what you'd expect from those Chin Sheech guys. They even had a bow with an incredibly low drop rate. He must be fuming right now. Rogan strolled casually towards the residential area. He muttered to himself, I thought their support would jump out for some revenge or something. Maybe I should have gone easier on them? Nah. How disappointing. In Chin Sheech, multi-story white houses were built close together. White birds flew across the sky. The scene was incredibly peaceful. Standing in the middle of a bustling street, Rogan thought, it's pretty crowded. Are there really this many people over level 40? It really makes you realize just how massive this game is. Standing before the Chin Sheech Mage Guild, Rogan put his hands on his hips and took it all in. The Mage Guild here is just as big. He opened the door, cautiously looking around. In the vast building, only a few mages were walking back and forth. Rogan assessed the situation, though it seems the number of mages doesn't quite match the size of the guild hall. Well, I guess it is a class that gets harder and harder to play at higher levels. Rogan walked inside, observing as he went. That's probably why the mages standing around here all look so strong. I can even see someone who's already completed their second-class advancement. A woman with short pink hair behind the counter gave Rogan a professional smile. Hello. Then she spoke politely. Welcome to the magic item shop. Please feel free to request any magical equipment you need. Rogan leaned forward slightly, resting his hands on the counter as he made his request. 1 ancient language scroll. Hearing this, the woman turned to search. Yes, 1 moment, please. Rogan thought to himself, the ancient language scroll is an item used for PK. It's a magic book that allows you to teleport to any one of 5 registered locations, as long as you're not in combat. A figure held up the ancient language scroll, which glowed with a shimmering light. Rogan continued his thoughts. It's an item that binds to you, so you don't have to worry about dropping it somewhere. For a little extra gold, you can even register up to 20 locations. I should definitely have one of these. The saleswoman placed the scroll, tucked into a rolled-up paper, and tied with a string, on the counter. She calculated the total, 1 ancient language scroll, plus 5 marking scrolls and 20 teleport scrolls. The total comes to 5 gold. Hearing the price, Rogan groaned internally. The problem is, it's absurdly expensive. Rogan took out the gold to pay, frowning as he thought. 5 gold is not an amount that just anyone active in Chin Sheech can afford. Just how many people did those bastards rob? And every single one of them had one of these. After paying, Rogan took the scroll. The saleswoman said cheerfully, "Thank you for your purchase." We hope to see you again soon. Rogan looked up at the upper floors of the building. Let's see. Next up is the third floor, right? Marin asked in surprise. Lord Stero sent you here? In a room filled with books, Rogan walked towards Marin and replied respectfully. Yes, here is the antidote and a handwritten letter from Lord Stero. Marin took the letter and read it thoughtfully. Marin raised a hand to his chin and said, I really should have prepared for this beforehand. So, are you the one who will be assisting me? Matan looked at the level 35 Rocan and asked doubtfully if a level like that was okay. Rocan just grinned confidently, pointed a thumb at himself, and said, You can count on me. Matan glanced at Rocan's smug face and pursed his lips, thinking to himself, he's a total good-for-nothing, but I can't just ignore Lord Steroid's letter of recommendation. Matan finally relented. All right then, I'll entrust you with this one thing. Consider it a test. Immediately, a notification window popped up. Unceasing Research 1. After seeing the first prototype of the antidote developed by Steroid, Matan wanted to find ingredients to enhance its effects. You must bring him the panacea of Witch Doctor Goldbine of the Jungle. The completion condition is to deliver the panacea of Witch Doctor Goldbine of the Jungle to Matan. The reward is 4 silver and stat points. After reading the quest notification, Rocan smirked. Here we go. Matan was known among players as an extremely malicious NPC. Starting with the panacea of Witch Doctor Goldbine, he would begin demanding all sorts of rare ingredients. They were completely unrelated to the main quest. He was just using them to complete his own private research projects. Rocan pictured the cunning Matan, collecting all sorts of herbs while players bowed down before him. After leaving the Mage Tower, Rocan slowly walked past the street stalls. He thought, normally, players can't refuse a main quest, so they have no choice but to reluctantly accept. But that won't work on me. Rocan smiled and raised his hand, commanding, check auction items. Then, a gray information panel appeared before him. He looked at the items on the list, faintly remembering the next items Matan would ask for. Rocan slyly scrolled through the panel and plotted to himself, since I have to make a trip anyway, I'll just grab all the items in one go. Saves me the trouble of running back and forth. Rocan looked at the payment amount. All right, most of these are considered common items, so they're pretty cheap. Then, like some nouveau riche, he stuck a gold coin between each of his fingers. He stood in the middle of the street and shouted, All right, let's go, making everyone around him stare with wide eyes. Matan was engrossed in a formula, gently shaking a vial. Suddenly, a massive bag was slammed onto his desk, making him jump. Several vials on the table were crushed and shattered. Matan stammered, shouting, What is this? Rocan patted the bag and looked at him smugly. I've gathered everything. Take a look. Matan asked, bewildered. What? After checking the items Rocan brought, he asked in utter amazement, I do need these things. But, how did you know? Rocan laughed and replied, You think I could become Lord Steroid's assistant without even knowing this much? Matan smirked deviously. It seems I've misunderstood you. He snapped his fingers. Here, your reward. A notification immediately rang out. You have leveled up. You are now level 36. Rocan smiled, satisfied. Then, another notification appeared in front of him. Matan said, All right, then I'll just give you the rest of the tasks as well. Rocan was surprised to see it. Quest content. Unceasing Research 11. After seeing the first prototype of the antidote developed by Steroid, Matan wanted to find ingredients to enhance its effects. You must bring him the blood and heart of a forest lizard man. The completion condition is to deliver the blood and heart of a forest lizard man to Matan. The reward is 20 silver and stat points. Rocan frowned, displeased. So he's finally showing his true colors. I knew there'd be more quests, but for him to just hand over the next one like he's been waiting for this. Rocan remembered checking the auction house just a moment ago, but the items weren't there. Rocan thought in frustration. Besides, Lizardman items aren't available on the market right now. I wanted to get these things done as quickly as possible. Rocan pictured the huge lizard man with its long, back-length hair, its tongue lolling out like a dog's. The forest lizard man's heart could only be obtained by defeating the level 80 boss, the great forest lizard man warrior. Rocan closed his eyes and sighed. I can't beat that thing right now, so I'll have to put this aside for a while. Oh well, finishing the main quest is more important anyway. Rocan thought about his other tasks and the other people, but there's more than just quests in this city. I'll just go around and look for more work. Starting with the easy stuff. A massive lion man statue blocked the sun. Rocan fumbled his way closer to the fountain where the statue stood. Is this it? He then looked up at the fountain's pedestal, where the numbers 1, 1, 2, 3, 200, and 130 were carved. In his past life, a player had seen this clue, and declared, The place where the hero points is where his legacy lies. This hero was the Lion Man statue, with its outstretched arm. Nobody believed that player, but in the end, he was the one who found it. Rocan looked up at the statue. Back then, it took a while for the information to get out, but I already know all the clues, so it doesn't matter. In the middle of the crowded street, Rocan walked forward, 1,123 steps, in the direction the statue pointed. Then he walked another 200 steps to the left. After that, Rocan hurried along, finally continuing in that same direction for another 130 steps. Another step. After a while, he slowed his pace. Rocan stood in an alley, scratching his head in confusion. According to the clue, it should be right around here. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. Rocan glanced over in surprise as a notification popped up, activating the effect of the rare title Seeker. A hidden object has been found. A section of the brick wall began to glow. Rocan placed his hand on it, thinking cheerfully, "Lucky me." He then pushed a brick, and immediately, the wall split in two. A notification appeared. "You have found a secret dungeon." Rocan smirked with satisfaction. After the wall opened, it revealed an incredibly beautiful crystal door. Rocan gazed at it and said, "What's this? This is completely different from the rumors I heard." The door gradually opened, revealing a set of stairs leading down into a cellar. Rocan reached out, touching the adjacent wall. It was quite dark inside, so he needed a handrail to make his way down. After walking for a bit, Rocan looked up and thought nervously, "My senses are all messed up. I don't even know how deep I've gone. That person who found this thing. RP. Did he spread false information to scare others away?" Rocan narrowed his eyes, peering ahead. "What is this place?" Just then, a notification appeared. "Beginning the Level 1 Heroes Trial." Seeing this, Rocan asked in surprise, "What?" Immediately after, there was a rumbling sound of stone, as a massive boulder came rolling towards Rocan from out of nowhere. His eyes widened at the sight, and he couldn't help but curse. "What the hell is that? What's going on?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. A torrent of earth and rock cascaded toward Rocan, who was standing on the stairs. He gasped, "What the hell is this? What is this supposed to be?" The boulders continued to charge forward with a deafening roar. Rocan took a defensive stance, resolute. "I can't dodge this. I have to stop it." The boulders were nearly on top of him. Crash! Boom! Instantly, he gathered his strength to meet them head-on. He roared, "Ah!" With a screeching sound of friction, he activated Strike, his eyes bulging as he opened his mouth and unleashed his power. "Ah!" At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Strength and agility stats increased by 110%. Harnessing the power of the Violent King, Rocan held his ground and managed to slow the boulder's momentum. The muscles in his arms bulged and pulsed. The screeching friction mixed with the rumbling, crashing sounds. The stone floor around him couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered beneath his feet. Drip, drip, drip. Sweat poured from his bowed head, dripping endlessly to the ground. "Phew, I finally stopped it." His limbs gradually relaxed as he let out a sigh of relief, but he was still panting heavily. "Just by blocking it, my vitality has dropped drastically." Rocan leaned against the boulder in frustration and cursed, "Damn it, it's on a slope. What do I do now?" Trying to figure out a solution, he decided to brace himself and push the boulder away. He pushed while letting out a battle cry, HRAAA, cursing, "Damn it. So damn heavy." After a long, exhausting struggle, he had only moved the boulder a tiny bit. He snapped in frustration. The hero's trial. I knew level 1 was a test of willpower, but I didn't know it would be this stupid. Still, he pushed on, trying every possible posture, like pushing with his back or gritting his teeth and pushing head-on, ignoring the sweat that streamed down his face. Rocan persisted, inch by inch. "It's been a few minutes since I started pushing this up, right?" His stamina was draining rapidly, but it didn't stop him. However, at this rate, it was hard to last much longer. He had no idea how much longer he had to do this. Crash! Boom! A beam of light appeared and shot down, shattering the boulder. Rocan, now completely exhausted, squatted down, panting heavily. He didn't care about anything else. He had to recover his strength quickly. The system displayed a notification. "You have passed level 1 of the hero's trial, the test of willpower." After regaining his stamina, Rogan's attitude immediately became cocky. That was easy. What's next? Level 2. A long corridor appeared before him. Ta-da! The system prompted. "Beginning the level 2, hero's trial." But Rocan just stood there blankly, hand on his chin, thinking, it doesn't even say what kind of trial it is. He casually picked up a stone, remarking, "Tch, in that case." He then drew his arm back. He focused, and, whoosh, he threw it hard down the corridor to scout it out. The stone flew through the air and clattered as it hit the ground. Immediately, a system of hidden projectiles fired, shattering it to pieces. Witnessing this, he let out a sigh of relief. That's deadly. Rocan began to formulate a plan to get through. He thought back, calculating the distance from his current position to the destination ahead. If that guy's information was correct, this must be a trial of wits. If there are no tools for scouting or disarming traps, they must want people to use their brains. Finally, he cracked his knuckles triumphantly and smiled. I'm not going to play those little mind games. He chose the most direct method, confident that he could clear this place in a flash. With that, he got into a ready stance, like a sprinter at the starting line. Ooh. He activated Berserk and Flash simultaneously. His body transformed. He was enveloped by an immense aura of power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His movement speed was terrifying, combined with incredible agility. Dodge left, weave right. A barrage of projectiles shot out from all directions. He charged forward steadily. Flash activated once more. His speed seemed to match the projectiles themselves. But it was hard to avoid the very last one. His hand had already reached his weapon. To deal with the continuous and relentless barrage of arrows, he wildly swung his fists and feet in a furious counterattack. His eyes burned like fire. Rumble, crash. The space collapsed as his strength finally gave out. Trial complete. You have passed level 2 of the hero's trial, the trial of wisdom. His target and everything around him slowly vanished. And once again, Rocan was gasping for air. Deactivate Berserk. He slumped down, completely drained. Just when he thought he was a goner, a system message popped up. You do not have enough HP. If you do not recover at least 10% of your health within 5 seconds, you will die. Rocan's eyes narrowed in a daze. If it weren't for that damn drawback, this skill would be perfect. After recovering for a moment, he stepped up to the third trial. Hero's Trial, Level 3, has begun. The path ahead was hazy, which surprised him. He remembered that Level 3 was supposed to be the Trial of Temptation. I heard it uses some kind of powerful psychological magic to lure challengers. His mind raced with possibilities. From what I've heard, it could be a seductive woman, or maybe countless treasures and items, or even a table piled high with delicious food. A twisted grin spread across his face. Rocan licked his lips in anticipation, wondering what he was going to get. But then, the system popped up. Activating Mythic Title Effect. Quick resolution. All negative psychological magic has been resisted. He stared in disbelief, screaming, "What?" As a simple rope bridge materialized before him, his shoulders slumped in defeat. I see how it is. He trudged across the bridge, completely dejected. Yeah, this is a real letdown. Crossing the bridge was no fun at all. The system chimed in again. You have passed Level 3 of the hero's trial, the Trial of Temptation. Following that, another hallway appeared. He immediately summoned the Bell of Truth. A small bell appeared in his hand. Rocan had a pretty good idea what this was. He casually rang the bell and asked, "Is this the real path?" Cling, cling. The system replied, "No." A triumphant grin spread across his face. Knew it. That bastard was vague about what comes after Level 3, so I was suspicious. But my guess was spot on. Now, I just have to find the hidden path. With that, he began deftly tapping, listening, and feeling along the walls, searching for the way. Finally, he found it. Is this it? His hand pressed against a loose stone in the wall. Rumble. The wall suddenly swung open, sucking him inside and catching him completely off guard. Whoa! As a result, Rocan landed flat on his face in a perfect 10 faceplant. How embarrassing. A system message appeared. You have cleared the hero's trial. The reward item is up ahead. You have acquired the sealed helm of the Lion King. A shimmering, silver lion-headed helmet appeared. You have received the quest. Search for the Lion King's armor. Find the armor of the Lion King and collect the sealed pieces of Rocan and inherit the power of the Lion King. Completion conditions. Possess the sealed helm of the Lion King. Complete. Possess the sealed breastplate of the Lion King. Possess the sealed leg guards of the Lion King. Possess the sealed pauldrons of the Lion King. Possess the sealed boots of the Lion King. Reward. The Lion King's full set. Rocan picked up the helm, cursing under his breath. This is insane. The item information for the helm popped up. Sealed helm of the Lion King. Type. Set item. The helm used by the Lion King, Rocan, throughout his life. A portion of the Lion King's power is sealed within. Defense. 530. Durability. 3000 out of 3000. Strength plus 50. Stamina plus 30. Lion's Roar effect. Increases the effectiveness of the Battle Roar skill by 50%, so it's a set item. And the stats are what's sealed. Whoa. He was stunned. This is an item I could use for at least 100 levels. No. More like 150. This helmet alone gives me more defense than a mid-rank warrior. He imagined himself in some epic battle and let out a sigh of admiration. This thing is incredible. He admired the helmet, but he was a bit disappointed that there were no hints about the other pieces. Still, this is way more than I expected. The system announced, the hero's trial has concluded. The instant dungeon, Tomb of the Lion King, will now disappear. It also added, the Lion King's armor pieces are drawn to one another. You will be alerted when you are near another piece of the set. Rocan smirked. Oh, so that's how it works. The system continued. You will be transported outside shortly. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! Appearing back outside, Rocan looked around. I'm back in the square. Huh? He failed to notice a crumbling statue nearby. A horrified crowd had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Hey, look, there's a crack in the statue. Whoa. While everyone else was freaking out, Rocan was lost in his own thoughts. Alright, next up is the Love Message quest? As far as he knew, this was a quest chain you could only get after raising your reputation to the friendly level. But thanks to my title's effect, I managed to get it last round, he said, stroking his chin smugly. With that, Rocan left, ecstatic to get started on the rest of his quests. This is going to be great. He left the horrified crowd behind. Night turned to day, and 3 days later, Rocan reappeared. On the city streets, a deep scowl on his face. Damn it. After playing Problem Solver for the past few days, I've realized life is a grind, whether it's in the real world or in here. That love message quest forced me to deliver love letters, he grumbled, recalling the cringy confession, and I couldn't even leave, so I had to just stand there and watch the whole thing. So much regret, he sighed, thinking to himself. I've invested a ton of time into this game, so I have a ton of advanced titles, stats, and levels. I also managed to collect a useful item, specifically, the Magic Tier Emerald Tier Necklace. A necklace formed from an emerald combined with a woman's tears. It contains the longing for a lover and a prayer for their well-being. Stamina recovery speed increased by 50%, all healing effects increased by 20%, and a hemostasis effect is applied. This is perfect. I needed something to help me recover my vitality after using my berserk skill. This will do nicely. He admired the emerald in his hand. Did you hear? The distant voices caught Rocan's attention. He perked up his ears to eavesdrop on their conversation. Someone's already hit level 70, the other person said. I even heard someone reached level 80. Man, I'm so jealous. When am I ever gonna reach level 50? The two of them also complained that it's been hard to level up lately because of all the damn PKers. Rocan scoffed. Looks like everyone's been leveling up quite a bit, huh? He couldn't help but feel more determined on his own journey. To become the first person to complete the major challenges and claim the titles, I need to level up faster. I've got to pick up the pace. A system notification popped up. Today's announcement. Hello. This is the announcement for today's feature updates. 1. The guild system has been updated. You can now purchase a guild stone to create a guild. 2. The housing system has been updated. 3. Many new items have been added to the item list. Newly added items include silk contracts, bandages, and dyes. Rocan laughed gleefully. Ha ha ha. Talk about perfect timing. The system announcement displayed. First, the guild system has been updated. You can now buy a guild stone to establish a guild. Out on the bustling street, he smirked and said, the guild system is finally out. The system showed, you can purchase 1 guild stone for 50 gold. He looked at it and muttered, 50 gold for a single guild stone. He thought about that blonde-haired bastard. If he found out, he'd probably fall to his knees and cry. He figured 1 gold was worth about 200,000 won in the real world. The MP guild must be struggling right about now. His eyes were glued to the system window. But the thing I'm more interested in is the second update. The housing system. Along with the text was a simulation image of the houses. They looked spacious and beautiful. He saw that with this update, he could either buy a house in the city or buy land to build one. He smiled brightly while staring into space, but thought to himself, other people might think this is just a minor convenience, but there's a way to exploit it. I'd better go see the housing administrator before anyone else does. Inside a majestic, castle-like building, he just stepped in when a voice rang out. How may I help you? Whoa, that startled me. He looked left and right but couldn't see anyone. The helpless-sounding customer service agent called out again. Sir? He was just thinking about the houses here. Amazing. No one's interested in the housing system yet. Rocan placed a bag of gold on the counter and said, here, 65 gold. This time, the employee was struck speechless, unsure of what to say. Realizing this was his chance, he said to the man, I want to rent all the 3-room and 2-story houses in this area. The man was completely stunned. With a look of utter disbelief, he stammered, huh. Rocan's face at that moment could only be described with one word: shameless. Something else was bound to happen after the housing system was released. He fantasized about a future where he'd be standing on land whose real estate value had skyrocketed. People below would be scrambling, shouting, begging to buy land from him. What a beautiful future. Ah, a future where demand far outstrips supply. He clenched his fist and declared, "Real estate is the ultimate investment." Back in the present, the employee asked again, just to be sure, "All right, but you really want all of them?" He stared at the bag of gold with his mouth agape, still in total disbelief. To the employee, Rocan seemed to be glowing. Rocan added, "Yes, and I want a long-term lease." He imagined himself sitting in a bathtub, full of gold, in a room overflowing with it. "I'll have to pay rent every month, but as long as I'm the first one to secure these houses, I'll become so rich that the rent will be nothing more than pocket change." The employee carefully did the math, saying as he calculated, "So, that's 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses, correct?" Without hesitating, Rocan said, "That's right." The employee continued, "All right, but you'll have to pay the first month's rent up front. The 3-room houses are 3 gold each, and the 2-story houses are 5 gold, for a total of 45 gold. The deposit is 32 silver and 50 copper. He gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. "All right, let's do it." He pressed his thumb onto the paper to sign the contract. A system notification appeared. Title acquired. Real estate tycoon. You have signed a lease for more than 10 medium and large-sized residences. It's no exaggeration to call you a real estate mogul. People in the industry have started to take notice of you. Effect: when signing a real estate contract, your deposit is reduced by 0.05%. Amount saved, 13 copper. He stood in the middle of the hall, contract in hand, dancing and laughing like a madman. Everyone around him stared at him like he was a lunatic. He didn't care, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I'm rich." He squinted at the contract in his hand and muttered, "Maybe I'll go easy on them. And just double the price? No, I should at least triple it. What's the inflation rate going to be again?" He recalled what someone had told him before, that guild members would need a guild house. A guild house would keep the guild stones safe and also serve as a display of the guild's power. They're not the type to settle for something small. A wide grin spread across his face as he tossed the contract into his system inventory. He walked with a confident swagger. Now that he'd seen the rewards he could get from quests, he was fired up. Time to grab a few more quests and get hunting. Deep in a forest, surrounded by towering trees and misty air, he strolled along casually. One hand was tucked in his pocket, the other idly twirling an axe like it was a toy. He mused to himself. In his past life, the lizardman habitat was a pretty famous grinding spot, but it probably hadn't been established yet. His eyes glazed over, lost in thought. Then again, it'd make sense for the great wild lizardman warrior to show up around here. Back then, I didn't come here until I was a much higher level. He stopped in his tracks, looked ahead, raised his axe and said, "Time to get started, I guess?" Rocan took a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a battle cry at the bushes in front of him. And wouldn't you know it, 2 lizardman warriors were hiding inside. They were both completely stunned that they had been discovered so easily. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "Perfect, 2 of them." He readied his stance, thinking to himself, "Bring it on." There wasn't a hint of fear on his face, only pure excitement. Both sides charged at each other, and the lizardman's spear came within inches of his eye, but he was just as skilled, instantly parrying with his axe. With a smirk, he pushed back, seizing the advantage. The lizardman was shocked by his strength. He raised his axe and charged the 2 of them, swinging down with immense force. At the same time, the other one leaped up from behind to stab him in the back, but he'd already leveled up, so this was hardly a challenge. He swiftly spun around to dodge the attack and scoffed. Too slow. He roared, aiming for the shoulder, and threw all his strength into a single punch that sent the creature flying backward. The creature's face was a mask of disbelief, shocked that it could lose to this human. It collapsed to its knees, clutching its shoulder, its face beaded with sweat. He stood tall and said to it, "I haven't even learned a skill for that yet, but I bet it still hurt." He raised his axe, pointing it at the creature with a sinister smile. "Any other day, this would have been over faster, but you don't get to die, just yet." He suddenly swung the axe, chopping off the creature's tail as green blood splattered everywhere. His eyes grew colder as he looked at it. "I can get its tail with a 100% drop rate, if I cut it off while it's still alive. Then, if I'm lucky, I might get an equipment drop when I kill it. He slung the axe over his shoulder, looking at the two severed tails. The system logged, Lizard Man tail, Lizard Man tail. He thought, by chain doing the butcher shop quests, the hourly pay would double, maybe even more. A new system notification popped up. Wild Lizard Man tail meat. The tough and delicious meat of the wild lizard man's tail is a delicacy for any foodie. Quest complete. Obtain wild lizard man tails. Reward, 2 silver per tail. He stood his ground, never taking his eyes off a group of lizardmen hiding in the thicket. He called out, "Hey, what are you all doing over there? Time to play." The little lizardmen in the bushes were actually a whole squad, all armed and nervously watching him from their hiding spot. One of the more aggressive ones leaped out to attack first. He immediately took a fighting stance to meet the challenge. Behind a tree, a hooded figure was observing the entire situation. Seeing the lizard man charge forward, their eyes widened in shock, and then, a blood-curdling scream tore through the forest, so powerful it sent leaves and a gust of wind flying through the air. But to everyone's surprise, it was the lizard man's head that was trembling in absolute terror. Another system notification appeared. You have leveled up. And there he stood, one hand holding his familiar axe, the other gripping the creature's throat so tightly it couldn't move an inch. All it could do was tremble and claw feebly at his hand. He chuckled, "Not bad. The benefits are pretty good." He'd already noticed the person behind the tree, shooting a sideways glance in their direction, but saying nothing. He smirked. They took the bait. They've been watching me for a while now. Are they coming out now because they think I'm tired? The hooded figure wondered in confusion. Is that him, the guy who won that 1-on-3 fight? He stood there, eye to eye with him. Then, his troops slowly began to emerge from the shadows. He sneered, and here he is, fighting wild lizardmen all by himself. He's more skilled than he looks. 4 others appeared behind him. One who looked like a mage, another who resembled a giant, and 2 others whose classes weren't clear. The group was chattering amongst themselves in the back. He was still standing there, holding the lizard man by the throat. When he turned to face them, the entire group fell silent. The woman in the mage robes gasped in surprise, stammering, What in the world?" The man next to her added, "His aura." Suddenly, one of them said, "Don't be afraid, he's all alone. Looks like he doesn't have any backup nearby." He pointed his axe at them and said, "Hey, fancy meeting you here." He pointed his axe at them and said, "Hey, fancy meeting you here. I didn't expect to run into you." Rocan's voice was a low growl, his eyes glaring, as he asked, "Are you ready to die, Odin's dogs? I have no idea what you're talking about. But what? Did we kill you in a past life, or something? Your end is here, Rocan." In his past life, he was Helios, ranked 19th in the world, and a core member of the number 9 guild, Ragnarok. The leader burst out laughing. "Good. Better to face us than run away like a coward." He gave a sly grin, thinking to himself, "Asterisk, I'll beat you so badly, you won't even dare to dream again. We finally meet again." Asterisk. Remembering Ragnarok, his face turned cold, filled with killing intent as he roared, "I will kill you!" Rocan shouted, "We finally meet again, Helios." Helios said smugly, "I like it this way better. We don't have to waste energy hunting him down anymore." The main character thought to himself that for now, the guy still didn't know who he was, but that wasn't his problem. Still looking smug, Helios said, "I'll make sure to teach him a lesson he'll never forget." Our hero noticed the bow and sword symbol on them, which, if he remembered correctly, was the mark of the Pike Guild, the Blood Hunters. Since they were hunting him, these 3 must belong to the same guild. Replying in a challenging tone, Rocan said, "I'm honored to receive such special treatment." He laughed internally at the thought of them sending so many people, all just to deal with one person. Helios arrogantly replied that they only bothered with worthy targets, and that they needed to completely destroy anyone who got in the way of their plans. The main character calmly retorted, with a sarcastic smile, "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. I just can't ignore a bunch of guys who go around slaughtering people." He continued, slowly taking off his outer shirt to reveal a toned physique. "Because you all decided to target me, I'm going to bury your entire guild right here along with you." The brown-haired guy, who had been annoyed for a while, snapped at our hero. "You talk a pretty big game. You should only say things like that after you've beaten us." Rocan replied with a look of indifferent contempt. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle immediately erupted between the two. Our hero charged like a ferocious tiger, his voice booming, "I guess I'll do just that. What's wrong, you?" After a brief clash, the other guy was somewhat impressed. He let out a sarcastic laugh and said, "You're better than I thought. Now I can believe you took down that group of 3, all by yourself. But swinging your axe around recklessly like that." The raging fire skill was unleashed with incredible power, forcing the two apart. After the attack, the brown-haired man burst out laughing, mocking our hero's ignorance. This is the true power of the magic swordsman class. Though I doubt you can even hear what I'm saying right now. However, contrary to his smugness, Rocan charged out from the ruins left by the attack. A series of critical strikes rained down. The brown-haired man was genuinely confused, wondering, was my attack ineffective? But he quickly reassured himself, asterisk, I just need to use more power. Then, asterisk, he unleashed the burst skill, temporarily halting their fight. As they faced each other directly, our hero said mockingly, you really haven't changed at all, have you? That's right, you've always been this kind of person. You think you're stronger just because your level is a little higher than others? You're all for show and completely delusional. In reality, your magic and your swordsmanship are nothing more than an empty shell. Got any other skills? The taunts successfully got under the brown-haired man's skin. He could no longer hold back and yelled, don't get arrogant, you bastard. With that, he unleashed a flurry of attacks. But to our hero, who had fought him 1,000 times in his past life, they were still too slow. He could see right through his moves. He figured this was the extent of his abilities at this point. The brown-haired man went crazy, as the main character easily dodged one attack after another. Then came another barrage of mockery from our hero. You moron! You might think you're number one, but in reality, you're nothing but the one-eyed king in the land of the blind, always preying on those weaker than you. All of this finally drove him completely insane. He roared like a beast and snarled at the main character. I admit, your skills live up to your big talk, but let's see you talk after you block this. A massive flame erupted from his blade. Our hero thought, asterisk, oh crap, this is Incinerate, an intermediate level fire skill, asterisk, asterisk. He's already learned it? That's too fast. He must have poured a ton of time and money into this game. Asterisk. Seeing the surprised look on our hero's face, the guy gloated and laughed loudly. Ha ha, you goddamn bullshitter. You've never seen anything like this before, have you? Die. After launching the fire magic, he laughed even more gleefully, thinking there was no way the main character could have survived. And he said triumphantly, you bastard, not even a speck of ash is left. How dare that arrogant piece of shit look down on me? But before he could even finish his sentence, he couldn't believe his eyes. Right in front of him, our hero was still standing there. He couldn't believe it, and kept muttering, impossible. How could an ordinary level 45 guy survive a direct hit from an intermediate level fire spell? He grit his teeth and cursed, son of a bitch. There's gotta be a trick. Are you using a hack, you bastard? How could you have blocked that skill? Our hero used charge, rushing at him like an arrow, and landing a critical blow as he said, you fool, I already told you, you're still too weak. The attack successfully took down his opponent, leaving only the blood-curdling scream of the brown-haired man. Model. After the battle, as the level up notification rings out, our hero rips the mask from his face. He says he barely won thanks to this mask, and almost died here. Oh ho, but this time, the loot is pretty sweet. You damn thieves. All you know how to do is circle around, preying on weaker players and stealing their items. Looking back at the fight, I'll be honest, that guy almost had me at the end. I never predicted he could use intermediate level magic. In my past life, players hunting monsters were in serious danger if they ran into these guys lurking around. And it seems that hasn't changed in this life. To fight them, the weaker players banded together, and they almost managed to stand up to these bastards. Now that I think about it, most of the players who attacked them were from the Magic Guild. They became famous for that achievement, but things are different this time. The Magic Guild can't pull that off anymore. I should get away from these scumbags before they call for backup. Just as he was smirking at the thought of maybe trying out his Purifier title, Rocan was ambushed by a group that appeared out of nowhere. He glared at them with sharp eyes. You found the right place. Here for reinforcements, are you? Then what are you standing around for? Come on, you bastards. After taking down the first one, Rocan set his sights on the second member of the Pyria Guild, and charged in to finish him. Now filled with adrenaline, a cold-blooded Rocan was ready to take on all 15 members of the Pyria Guild. As another one was swiftly dealt with, the system displayed a level-up notification, along with dozens of items dropping from the guy. Rocan felt a thrill run through him as he prepared to face the remaining 9. The archers immediately unleashed Celestial Arrow, but Rocan just stood there and took it, even blocking the arrows with his bare hands, leaving them completely stunned. How did he block that? That's Celestial Arrow. It has 100% accuracy. Is he using a hack or something? Rocan simply looked up, bent down to hoist his axe, and inwardly mocked the idiots for not even understanding their own skills. Don't they even realize what's happening when their arrows are blocked? Rocan smirked to himself and quickly activated Burst of Speed. none of them even noticed. In the end, all they could do was scream as they were defeated by his devastating combo, and just like that, he leveled up again, all thanks to these morons. Suddenly, one of them interrupted his moment of bliss, threatening to report him. Rocan simply turned his head, tired of being called a hacker over and over again. So now, he dared them to go ahead and report him. After they were truly dead, he happily went to loot their bodies. His hand suddenly touched a strange item. Huh? Before him was a dreamy purple cloak. Well, what's this? What he was looking at was a rare-grade invisibility cloak. The wearer of this cloak gains the ability to become invisible, but its defense is very low. Its stats were Defense 30, with durability at 200, 35 out of 300. It added 10 to dexterity, and he could use invisibility for 50 mana. Rocan couldn't believe he'd gotten his hands on a rare-grade item. It had a great hard-to-get skill set too. He'd really hit the jackpot. But still, he couldn't understand why these guys would bring a rare item into a PK match. Did they really think they wouldn't die just because they had numbers on their side? This had to be the dumbest group of players in the entire world. I guess I should thank them for their stupidity. Before he could even catch his breath, a teleportation light flashed down right where he was standing. Rocan decided to try out the cloak immediately. A group of people slowly stepped out of the light. The leader asked, "Here?" A subordinate immediately replied, "Yes, sir, but it looks like he already ran off." Little did they know, Rocan was using the invisibility cloak, hiding behind a bush and thinking, "Wow, did these guys use up all their life's luck on this game?" The leader, Piria, said, "Well, it seems he's not stupid enough to just stick around in one spot." He then spoke up to confirm something. "But are you sure he's a hacker?" "Yes, I'm certain." He took a direct hit from intermediate fire magic and was completely unharmed. He was engulfed in flames and didn't even flinch. He also blocked every single arrow from the archery squad with his weapon. "We should report him immediately," Piria asked resentfully. "What did you say his name was?" "Rocan. One of our guild members used a tracking skill to find his name before he died." Rocan suddenly noticed something strange. Looking at the symbol on the man's armor, a familiar feeling washed over him. Piria shouted, "Just reporting him won't do anything. Send people to find him now. Threaten him, kill him, I don't care. We have to do whatever it takes to get that invisibility cloak back. Do you have any idea how much that item is worth?" He then roared. I have no idea why his woman brought it with her. Behind them, Rocan was starting to piece things together. I guess the person carrying the cloak was his girlfriend or something, but from the way he's talking about her, they're probably on the verge of breaking up. A subordinate stepped forward and asked, "What should we do about the items our hunting party dropped? Some of them even lost their weapons." Piria gritted his teeth and cursed them. "You idiots. We went through so much trouble to buy those items from the hidden dungeon, and they just made everything worse." Hiding behind them, Rocan was stunned. "What? The hidden dungeon?" The other two continued talking. "We still need them, just give them more weapons." But Rocan was lost in thought, trying to recall that symbol. The statue on Piria. A moment later, it clicked. He remembered the MP Guild. They always acted like they were on the side of justice, but in reality, they were the ones pulling the strings behind the BK Guild, those bloodthirsty maniacs who specialized in player killing. Wait, what? Does that mean the MP Guild has actually surpassed those bloodthirsty maniacs and every other user out there? He remembered that, in his past life, when he teamed up with the MP Guild to attack the bloodthirsty ones, many of those killers ended up joining MP after admitting their mistakes. Could everything really be going exactly according to plan? Thinking back on it now, it doesn't seem that simple. Just look at the way they attacked him, even though he was clearly dominating. The MP Guild must have leaked his information to them. Suddenly, another light appeared. Rocan gave a wicked smirk. He decided to go out there and stretch his bones a little, because standing before him was a level 75 wild stone warrior raising its massive axe. In an instant, with godlike speed, he took care of it and shattered the axe right in its hand. He leveled up right at that moment, and the system popped up to congratulate him. A true miracle has occurred. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting. You have earned the title, Infinite Challenge. You are the first person to ever earn this title. After all the flashy effects faded, Rocan collapsed, finally returning to his normal state. The title grants him a special effect. Whenever he kills an enemy, he recovers 1% of his health. If you start a battle within a time limit, your critical hit chance increases by 1%. This effect stacks up to 10 times. Rocan smirked to himself, thinking, "It was a bit of a hassle, but I was able to hold my own against that great warrior and reached my goal faster than I expected." It didn't stop there. The system notified him that he had reached level 50. Now you are eligible to choose your second class. Please head to the nearest city to make your selection. You can possess multiple roles through this second class. Rocan let out an exhausted sigh. Finally, level 50. Usually, it takes people about a month to hit level 30, but I guess this is just average. After all, I did kill 100 monsters that were 30 levels higher than me, so this pace is perfectly normal. A little later, he used a teleport scroll to head back. Man, these return scrolls are so convenient. Now, time to pick his second class. Suddenly, he froze. The people around him were glaring at him with pure hatred. Rocan smirked to himself, thinking, see those guys over there? Looks like they've been waiting for me in the square for a long time since they couldn't find me. Suddenly, a stranger rushed up, demanding a private word with him. Rocan sneered, swatted his hand away, and said he was busy. Naturally, the others weren't just going to let it slide. The scum in the back chimed in. I said we need to talk. Come with me before I. Rocan just nonchalantly ignored them and opened his status window to check something. They thought he was crazy, but he just told them not to be so impatient. He wanted to show them something interesting. Then, he toggled his audio settings and shouted for the guards. Suddenly, the city guards were summoned and surrounded them. The gang was completely stunned, but one of them quickly realized, wait, those are just NPC guards. They were only caught off guard because they had all gathered so suddenly. Some of them didn't even know these NPCs existed. Rocan smirked. Normally, wanted players aren't allowed to wander around the city because the NPC gatekeepers stop anyone with a bounty from entering. Rocan then threatened them. You scumbags, do you really think you can just go around killing players inside the city? What a bunch of idiots. The leader, feeling humiliated and bloodthirsty, tried to punch him, but before he could even touch him, a sword pierced right through him. The others watched in horror. Rocan kept pushing. What exactly did you think you were doing? You're going to pay for this, Rocan ordered. That's right. City guards, please, serve up some justice. The rest of them panicked and tried to run, but it was no use. Rocan shouted after them. If you want your items back, just wait and check the auction house. After taking care of those guys, Rocan rushed to put their items up for auction. Registration successful, the shopkeeper said. Thanks for stopping by my shop. He figured since he had so much loot, it was hard to register it all himself. Actually, he thought he'd set a really fair price, maybe a bit pricey, but not so expensive that people couldn't afford it. I bet they're going to run into some serious trouble because of this. As soon as he went back to the main page, he saw tons of recruitment posts from other guilds. Those guilds that made it to the second city are recruiting. Just as I predicted, they're using housing as bait to lure people in. Having a guild house is a huge flex. It really shows a guild's power. That's probably why not many guilds with housing are recruiting in Keln. I already bought up all the good spots in that city. The system showed him a typical sales pitch, very corporate. The Wind King said, the Wind Guild's kingdom is based in Keln, and we are currently recruiting new members. Rocan immediately asked, does your guild have a house? We've already got 20 members. Rocan immediately realized something. Most players would want to join the strongest guild they could, and he figured this was the perfect time to sell them. So, he put his plan into action immediately, posting the houses for sale under the name Krypton. A moment later, everyone was buzzing. What is this? Is this for real? Normally, with this kind of post, people would just think he was a scammer. But all that would change the moment they learned that a guild had actually managed to buy one of the houses he listed. And just as predicted, a player recognized him as the same person who posted about the hidden dungeon before. The one who got the Skeleton Knight set. So, everyone else jumped on the bandwagon and believed him. After reading the messages, Rocan smirked. I didn't expect to get replies this fast. It must be because I used the alias Krypton. It didn't stop there. Messages continued to flood in. Please let us know if it hasn't been sold yet. Our MP guild is currently in need of a 3-story house. We won't scam you, so please let us know if any are still available. Blood Moon. Rocan chuckled. I can't believe even the MP guild and the Blood Moon guild are contacting me now. This is going to be fun. I can't wait for next week. So, what I need to do now is... A little later, Rocan arrived at the Berserker Guild. Rocan called out loudly, anyone here? The moment he stepped inside, he was already criticizing the facilities. It seemed like the Berserker Guild was always this rundown, no matter where it was. A man with a scarred face, resting his chin on his hand, asked him, what brings you here? Rocan said he was here for a job advancement. For some reason, the man looked completely bewildered. Ignoring him, the man suddenly reached out to Rocan. Job advancement? This shocked Rocan. And then, the man burst into tears, crying, it's too early for you to throw your life away. Before the man could finish, Rocan angrily slapped his hand away and yelled, What the hell? I was wondering what you were even talking about. Shut up and give me the documents. I'm here for my second job advancement. Hearing this, the man froze and asked for confirmation. Are you being serious? Listen carefully. You must have heard this during your first job advancement. I'll say it again. Once you decide, there's no going back. If you choose the same class as your first one, your existing skills for that class will be upgraded. But in exchange, you won't be able to learn a wide variety of other skills. The man continued to warn him. This means you won't be able to use combinations of different skills to their full potential. Do you still want to advance in the same class? In his past life, just as the man said, the second job advancement wasn't a continuation of the first. For the second advancement, you could choose to combine different classes. And for some classes, if you were lucky enough to get a special, class-specific quest, you could obtain a hidden class. But no matter what you chose, you were bound to have regrets about your decision, because every class had its own pros and cons. This meant any class could upgrade your skills. It all depended on your preferred playstyle. That's why he just smiled and said, I get it. So hurry up and give me those documents. Another man, this one with a potbelly and holding a stamp, laughed and said, haha, excellent. You've got the makings of a true berserker. We need more weirdos like you around here sometimes. Congratulations on your successful second job advancement to berserker. As the stamp came down, he had successfully become a berserker. The pot-bellied man continued. Now that you've advanced to your new class, I suppose I should give you what you need. Take your pick. He then laid out a blood-sucking mace, a sturdy gargoyle's pauldron, and a black sword. Rocan was now torn between the three choices. Too bad. They don't have any axes, but that mace looks pretty decent. So, after a moment of consideration, Rocan chose the sturdy gargoyle's pauldron, catching the attention of the scarred man from before. Rocan figured he already had plenty of weapons, but a pauldron was hard to come by. A bit about this pauldron. It was a high-grade item, a sturdy shoulder guard made from the super thick hide of a gargoyle, and it could even withstand being slammed hard against a tree trunk. It also had a defense of 85 and a durability of 300. Even better, it could be repaired and upgraded. With the equipment sorted, Rocan turned to demand the skill books for his second class. All right, of course we'll get them. As soon as the scarred man brought out a stack of books, Rocan opened his gold pouch, only to discover he didn't have a single coin left, and he hadn't yet received any money from the items he'd put up for auction. Just when he thought things were about to get difficult, he happened to spot a savior. He walked over and said, I'd like to take out a loan. The NPC was so scared he stammered, why, yes, you've come to the right place, sir. We are the Iran Bank, the bank that will always bring you joy. Please state your class and name. It's part of the procedure. Before the guy could even finish, Rocan leaned in menacingly and said, Berserker, and my name is Rocan. Seeing the NPC's timid demeanor, he couldn't help but, what the hell were they thinking? Why would they let a scaredy cat like that work for the Berserkers Guild? A moment later, the NPC placed a few gold coins on the table, saying that since I'd reached my second job advancement, I could take out a loan of up to 3 gold coins. In that case, I'll take all 3. Very well, thank you for your visit. Just like that, he used the money to buy skill books and upgrade every single one. Level 2 Flash. You can now flash up to 3 steps forward, and your dexterity increases by 120% when using the skill. Second is Level 2 Strike. Your next attack will deal higher than normal damage, and your dexterity and strength will increase by 120% for that next blow. Third is Level 2 Battle Cry. Terrify your opponent with a furious shout. If the opponent is weaker than the player, all of their stats will be reduced. If the opponent is significantly weaker than the player, there's a chance to randomly stun them for a short period. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill will have no effect, reducing the power of any skills the player is currently using. And finally, Level 2 Berserk. Engulf yourself in rage to unleash terrifying power. All stats increase by 200%. All skills can be used without consuming mana, and you become immune to all psychological attacks. You will not die, even if your health is depleted, driven by a rage so intense you can't distinguish between friend or foe. After the skill wears off, you will take a maximum of 40% of your health in damage all at once. After the skill wears off, if your health is at 0 and you fail to recover more than 10 health points within 7 seconds, you will die. The first side effect is that all your stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. The second side effect is that all your stats will decrease by 20% for 20 minutes and will only be in effect for 10 minutes. Reading through the descriptions, he thought to himself, alright, I've successfully maxed out all my skills, but now I have a new one, Slash, which deals a significant amount of damage when you knock an opponent down. Your strength will increase by 130% on your next attack. You'll gain bonus damage based on how long the enemy is on the ground, and your attack will partially ignore the opponent's defense. He also got a long-range pursuit skill, level 1 leap, with a ridiculously overpowered description that increases damage based on distance. And finally, the throwing skill that the Orc Chieftain had shown him, the more you master it, the greater its power becomes. He was a bit disappointed to only receive these 3 skills. It wasn't very many, but he still thought, well, I guess it's better to master a few skills than to only know a little about a bunch of them. Many players have multiple job classes, but just like me, the great Archmage Ares, and China Speed, there are many success stories of players with only a single job class. Although he had his concerns, for him personally, combining different job classes was unnecessary. So, he decided to focus solely on upgrading this one class. As a perfect berserker, he was certain that in the near future, he would be able to defeat that bastard. A little later, he even traded for a high-quality Lizardman blood vial. The system window popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the 11th endless trial. A few minutes later, he went to see Marion. The man sniffled and said, I need your help with something else. A new quest appeared. The 12th endless trial. Marion was looking for ingredients to upgrade his antidote after seeing Stero's new, modified version. The quest required him to bring Marion 10 fruits guarded by wild monsters. His reward would be 50 silver and a large amount of experience points. One thing annoyed Rocan, though the guy didn't even turn around to look at him. This quest chain had a total of 15 quests, which meant he still had 4 more to go. Looking at the quest description, he figured the fruit must be located in the swamp area. Melee classes were always hesitant to go to the swamp because it was so easy to get your feet stuck in the mud. With his current class, going to the swamp wasn't a great idea either, especially with so many monsters lurking everywhere. He smirked and said, well, let's just see what happens. This would have been impossible before, but now, the moment I see them, I'll slice them in half. Without hesitation, Rocan used an ancient scroll to teleport to the swamp. A moment later, he appeared in the swamp, wearing a mask. Suddenly, he heard a noise and a shout from behind him. Hey, you! That guy! Rocan immediately recognized them. Ah, aren't you the guys who got your asses handed to you by the NPC back in town? Were you waiting for me out here? Asterisk, sigh, asterisk, looks like this fight is unavoidable. Just as he took off his mask, they tried to make a deal with him. They demanded he return the invisibility cloak he had picked up, and in return, they would spare him. As for the other items, they said they could just buy them back at the auction house. But Rocan just laughed. Return it? I'm guessing you bastards don't even know what a deal is, do you? They immediately pointed at him and shot back. You're obviously just playing dumb. All because you're confident in your skills. But you better think again, or else I'll hunt you down until you quit the game. Don't even think about escaping, Rocan warned mockingly. A deal can only be made when both sides are on equal footing. But what you're doing isn't negotiating, it's just making threats, you idiots. Rocan's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? The invisibility cloak? If you really want it back that badly, you'll have to take it from me yourself. Got it? With that, the two sides clashed relentlessly, their shouts echoing through the air. Stop running. You're like a cornered rat. While their scout tried to pin him down, the rest of the group moved in to swarm him. Just as they unleashed their firepower on him, Rocan fell silent, his face twisting into a savage grin. A second later, using his skill, World Cry, a wave of power erupted from him, snaring every single one of them. They were completely immobilized. Rocan was about to use dust to finish them off when suddenly, 2 more enemies appeared as backup. They moved as one to block his path, but Rocan instantly activated Strike. Power surged through his entire body, and moments later, he unleashed a massive explosion. It blew away everything around them. The leader stared in horror. What the hell was that? He turned and yelled at his subordinate. Didn't you say he was only level 3 or something? The guy in the glasses tried to use Detect to reconfirm. But before he could even finish, Rocan sent him to the afterlife with a single swing of his axe. The others were just as stunned. What? Thanks to that last-second detect skill, they finally realized how deep a grave they had dug. Wasn't he just level 35 a few days ago? How the hell did he jump to level 50 in just a few days? How is that even possible? While their ranks descended into chaos, Rocan wasn't about to just sit back and watch. He unleashed his full power, launching himself forward like a rocket and finishing them off one by one. With his axe, Rocan was practically slaughtering his way through their guild. Simply put, he was too fast for any of them to even keep up. Suddenly, a young woman trembled in fear and asked, "What do we do now? If this keeps up?" The leader, driven mad with rage, screamed, Fire. Just fire at him. We can't afford any more losses. Don't even bother aiming. Just unleash everything you've got. Seeing the array of magic circles appear, a player currently in Rocan's grasp cried out in terror. Wait a minute. Are you guys insane? Rocan knew exactly what kind of scumbags they were. They were about to pull a dirty trick. The leader roared the command to fire. Thousands of fireballs shot toward Rocan, engulfing their own allies in the blast. Rocan couldn't believe they were hitting him with that much firepower. Suddenly, he spotted a rock on the ground, and an idea flashed in his mind. Rocan used his throwing skill to hurl a tiny pebble toward the fireballs. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, completely obscuring the vision of both sides. The leader clicked his tongue in frustration and yelled, "You idiots! Can't you shoot straight?" Rocan, on the other hand, calmly assessed the situation. If they had used higher-level magic, I would have been a goner, but still, this is manageable. Suddenly, hundreds of arrows flew at him from behind. Rocan quickly grabbed a nearby player and used him as a human shield to block the volley. After the rain of arrows let up, Rocan knew that the enemy archers and mages were now targeting him. There had to be at least 100 of them. Luckily for him, it seemed their entire guild was here today. Glancing around, he knew this fight wasn't going to be too difficult. The problem was, he didn't have enough mana to fight 100 enemies at once, and so far, he'd only managed to take down about 20 of them. This meant he still had a long road ahead. Rocan knew this bad situation would only get worse, so he decided to try and stall for time. He'd do this by using as few mana-draining skills as possible and try to regain mana by leveling up, because it wasn't the right time to use his other skills just yet. With that thought, Rocan raised his axe and laid into them once again. From a distance, their leader ordered the melee squads to close in. Rocan glanced back to see dozens of players rushing to gang up on him. They immediately formed an unbreakable barrier, activating powerful offensive skills. On top of that came Shield Wall, Footsteps of Death, and Iron Fortress. A grin filled with both excitement and bloodlust spread across Rocan's face as he taunted them. "Oh, so you're using your second-tier skills now, are you? But using 2 skills at once isn't going to help you." Rocan immediately activated Dust and Strike, charging forward like a hurricane. He shattered their entire shield wall, but unfortunately for him, they had already prepared a magic circle. They summoned chains that shot out and bound him. The enemy players erupted in cheers, having finally caught him in their hunter's trap. Rocan recognized these as imprisonment chains. Seeing this pathetic tactic, he knew they'd resorted to cheap tricks because they couldn't actually damage him. Seizing the opportunity, they all roared, ready to pay him back for all the humiliation he'd put them through. They did this by summoning hundreds of thousands of magic circles aimed right at him. Just when it seemed like this would be the end for Rocan once again, he just laughed, mocking them. "Ha ha, I have to say, I'm pretty impressed by your little effort." Rocan instantly unleashed his full power, radiating an overwhelmingly cool aura. He then challenged them with a grin. "Come on, hit me with everything you've got." Immediately, the fireballs rained down on his position. They thought they'd finally gotten him, but the leader's eyes froze in disbelief, because right above their heads, Rocan was soaring through the air, using his leap attack skill. He's flying? Moments later, the guy was on his last legs, in total disbelief. This has to be a dream. Don't make me laugh. What is that guy? A superhero or something? With that, he logged out of Thos, and the rest of his crew would be thrilled to be reunited with their leader in the real world. Thanks to his infinite axe slashes, Rocan's level soared without stopping. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Just then, a system notification popped up, announcing an incredible achievement. You have defeated 100 players. You have obtained the title, PKK. You are the first to obtain this title. Surrounded by a sea of fire and corpses, a glint appeared in Rocan's eyes. The system continued to praise him. PKK, the peerless madman hunter. We applaud you for avenging the victims by defeating 100 madmen. You are also the first to achieve this title. As a result, Rocan received a new effect. Attack and defense increased by 15% when facing madmen, and when fighting any opponent, attack and critical hit rate increased by an additional 10%. Rocan was stunned. Whoa, is this a special bonus for being the first one? Wait, does the attack boost only apply when my opponent is a madman, not just any random player? With this, I can easily take down multiple guys at once. Maybe even 1,000 of them. Thanks to this, I've already come this far, he said, covering his face. I hope I can get the 1,000-man Slayer title next. Before I head back, I need to deal with all these weapons and items. I should save this location in an ancient scroll. And then, back to town. I didn't even get where I was going, but first I need to sell all the stuff I looted. A moment later, he arrived at the auction house. After listing his items, he logged onto the community homepage. But right now, there's no way to make those hunters back off in fear, so I might as well taunt them a little. There's no way they can find me. I've covered all my tracks, so all they can do is sit there and fume. And it's better if I don't return the invisibility cloak. Did they really think they could just demand I give it back? You guys can keep on dreaming. I'm not selling that cloak, so you can forget about buying it back. Finally, he bought a valuable item. This is a bit expensive, he thought, but it's not like I have another choice. This was a safe zone stone. With it, he could create his own personal safe zone. When thrown on the ground outside of combat, it creates a safe area with a 2-meter radius. It cost him 30 silver, but it was better than having nothing. After all, if someone attacked him while he was this injured, it'd be a huge pain. The monster levels keep going up, and the number of enemies is higher than ever. It might slow down my questing, but that's not really a big deal. With that, Rocan opened a portal and got started on his main quest. Meanwhile, in another location, Pia watched the replay of her entire guild getting wiped out by him and seethed, "Those idiots. They failed again? What a bunch of useless hacks." Hearing this, Wolfscythe flinched but still spoke up cautiously. "Why don't we just give up? If it's just about that cloak, it's not that big of a deal. We can just get it back later." Pia immediately snapped back. "Shut your mouth. Don't lose heart when we're just getting started." "Huh? Do you have any idea how much that thing is worth? It's a rare grade cloak, and wearing it even grants the invisibility skill. Countless people would be willing to pay a fortune for it. That cloak makes you practically invincible. You could even take down high-level players with it." He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Rocan, just you wait. You son of a bitch. I'm taking that cloak back from you. Nothing is going to stop me." On the forums, a new post appeared, beginning the purge of the Bloodhunt Guild. Author, Rocan. "I want to purge the Bloodhunt Guild, those PKers around the Red Town area. If you see them, send me a private message." The comments section below the post exploded. Those who didn't believe him called it a new way to clout chase, laughing at him and calling it a creative new suicide method. But some people were on his side. One user wrote, "I really hope you're for real. Those guys killed me 5 times in a row yesterday." Another just said, "You're crazy. He's telling people to go check the auction house." A user below asked, "The auction house? What's that got to do with it?" The user above replied, "Tons of items belonging to the Bloodhunt Guild are being sold off." The other guy replied, "Whoa, you're right." They figured a lot of PKers had been force respawned outside the city, but they just assumed they died fighting a boss or something. They all wondered, were those guys really wiped out by someone named Rocan? As for Rocan himself, he let out a yell as he slashed at a tree in front of him. Then he used his skill, shoulder attack, rushing forward and relentlessly slashing his target. With a satisfied grin, he said, "All right, one more hit." He used strike, cutting clean across the enemy's torso. Afterward, he reached out his hand, grabbed the yellow crystal from inside, and yanked it out with force. He looked at the crystal with annoyance and said, Wrong one again. This is exactly why I hate forest monsters. Their drop rates are awful, they're too spread out, and they just wander around aimlessly." He clicked his tongue. "I guess I'll get it eventually if I just kill them all." He slung his weapon over his shoulder and smirked. Besides, it's not like this is just mindless farming. The basic rule of this game is, you keep going until you get what you came for. A system notification popped up. "You have obtained the forest monster's fruit." He let out a sigh of relief and said, "Finally, it's done." By now, he had hacked at the tree so much that it had completely fallen to one side. He picked up its fruit and said, "Time to find the second quest item." He placed a finger on his forehead, thinking for a moment. It's probably more convenient to gather all the items first before turning in the quest. He was trying to remember what was next. Then, it came to him. Ah, that's right. The Lake of Pure Light. It's in the middle of the wilderness, isn't it? It was a very clean and clear lake. He remembered that drinking the water from the lake would grant a temporary buff, so mages would often come to fill up tons of bottles with it. Anyway, my next targets are the monsters that roam around the lake, the herbs growing around it, and the fish inside it. Matan gave me these quests because he wants to test the purifying properties of the lake's water. He slung his weapon over his shoulder, his gaze fixed straight ahead. As he moved forward, he muttered, "But why aren't the pikers showing up anymore? Did I wipe them all out? If I'd known, I would have gone a little easier on them." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "You moron," startling him. He threw on his invisibility cloak and looked ahead to see one person yelling at another. "You guys can't even kill one person?" He looked at the furious man and thought, "That bastard. He's the guy I just met, the guild master of MP." A smirk spread across his face as he thought, "That asshole must be in a real tight spot." The guildmaster turned to the other guy and demanded, "What are you going to do about that body?" The man replied, "If we just leave it, it'll probably sink." The guildmaster got even angrier and roared, "Didn't you see how it was floating? Too many people have already seen it, and you still have the nerve to say that? Do you think other players are going to be scared of pikers anymore after seeing something like that?" He observed them quietly, thinking, I was wondering why they were so quiet, so they were just going to ignore it. But the guildmaster is a little smarter than that. He continued to think, if players see that pikers are avoiding them, they'll be less afraid. If that happens, the pikers will become the ones being hunted, which was my original goal, actually. But the other man said, "Piria, sir, please calm down, I'll take care of this." The guildmaster shouted in rage, "Take care of it? How are you going to take care of it? Are you going to let him kill you again and take all your stuff, or what?" He stepped closer and asked the man, "Are you sure that guy wasn't hacking?" The man replied, "Yes. I got a response from the customer support team. They could only confirm that he is not a hacker." Piria furiously kicked him hard in the stomach and yelled, "You useless bunch. How could that guy possibly be a normal player?" He fumed to himself. "Don't make me laugh. A major VR game company like this can't even catch a single hacker? So you're telling me a normal player can fight against 100 people? He clenched his fists and cursed. "Damn it. Do you have any idea how much money I've sunk into this game?" Our hero watched him and wondered, "His name is Piria?" A look of utter disgust crossed his face. "What a stupid name. Is he a pervert or something?" Suddenly, Piria shouted, "Fine. Then we'll just turn him into a hacker. We just need to manipulate public opinion so everyone thinks he's a hacker." Hearing this, our hero looked up, startled. "What?" Piria then slapped the man hard across the face and yelled, "Don't you know that catching a hacker is an act of justice? Use your head, for God's sake." Hiding nearby, he chuckled and thought to himself, "Oh." He recognized that face. Piria. So it's him. Looking at the man's current appearance, he thought, I finally remember. The guy who dated Lim Su. He said he had a pretty high position in the Lord. I guess he was telling the truth. He recalled what happened earlier. So the one who dropped the invisibility cloak was Lim Sui. A smug grin spread across his face. I had no idea she could be this useful. Now I see it. This is the beginning of everything. Remembering his past, he thought, the reason I started playing the Lord in my previous life was also because of Lim Sui. I heard she was a big fan of the Lord, so I wanted to get her attention in the game. But not only did she dump me right after, she even sent some guy to kill me. He looked at the group of laughing men, certain they were from the MP Guild. If I'm lucky, I might run into them again. He smirked. I'm going to give back everything you did to me. Piria stared intently at his subordinate and ordered, send some of our high-ranking members to the Blood Hunt Guild. Tell them we'll help them reduce their death count and level up. But also tell them not to even think about returning to MP until they've caught that bastard. The subordinate heard this and replied, yes, sir. After that, Piria opened a portal and said, all right, let's get back to the hunt. Watching them head towards a group of monsters, our hero thought, this is going to be fun. They look like they're around level 70 or so. Looking at the monsters ahead, he then thought, let's see just how good they are. A mage conjured a fireball and hurled it straight ahead. Piria commented that the mage was pretty good. Our hero watched them and scoffed. Piria isn't bad, but he's not that special either. His skills are decent. It's just based on their levels. He watched them fighting up ahead and thought, he's got decent control. So they put him in front, but that's not going to last long. It's useless to keep watching. I'll just go check out the lake. Then he turned and left, happily heading toward the water. He finally reached the vast lake. He looked ahead and said, is no one here? I'm pretty lucky. He raised his hand, looking around, and said, let's see now. Come on. He let out a gasp when he saw the monsters up ahead. Looking at them, he said, blood bears and blood wolves. Then he took a running leap towards them and said, this time, I'm really in luck. After the forest monster's core, I have to get some clean meat. The type of meat doesn't matter. So if I'm lucky, I can complete the quest after hunting just one rabbit. Watching the huge bear roar, he thought, but if I'm unlucky, I'll have to fight blood bears and blood wolves over level 80. After the bear's roar, all the blood wolves charged forward to attack him together. He glanced at them and guessed, probably about 10 of them. He tightened his grip on the axe and raised it high. He smirked and said, not that it matters. He used his strike skill and sent their limbs flying. With their bodies piling up behind him, he said, now this is how a hunt should feel. Watching those guys from the MP Guild is just plain depressing. Time to loot. A strange voice spoke up. Who is it that dares to defile this lake? The voice startled him. He saw something bluish in front of him and muttered, oh, for fuck's sake. the bluish thing transformed into a giant knight. He looked at it and grimaced, thinking, damn it, I completely forgot about this guy. A knight who fell in love with the spirit of the lake, vowing to protect it even in death. The Knight of the Lake. Level 100. His level is a full 100. That's high enough, but the difference between level 99 and 100 is night and day. At level 100, skill combination is unlocked. You can combine skills from your first and second jobs with other skills and movements, creating a massive power gap. He gritted his teeth and thought, I should just come back later. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement for the third job advancement, but I don't need to risk it right now. Besides, this thing is considered the toughest level 100 monster near the Genesis area, and the only thing it drops is the essence of the lake. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought, wait a minute. He remembered that Matarin guy and continued, it's possible. He looked at the monster before him and said, if I bring the essence of the lake to the person researching its purification properties, I might be able to get something good out of it. He smirked and thought, it's worth a shot. He laughed and said aloud, screw it. Let's do this. Bring it on, you OCD asshole. The monster gripped its sword with both hands. It swung the sword back, its power creating a massive magic circle. Seeing this, he smirked and thought, holy hell. Watching it pull the sword back as if to attack, he thought, he's using a combination skill right from the start? Seeing this, he said, that's the force skill. Then he thought, it's a basic third advancement skill. It enhances a person's attack power by channeling energy into their weapon. He probably can't maintain it for long since he's only level 100. He looked at the knight and suddenly shouted, damn it, but why is he using his ultimate ability right off the bat? The knight said to him, fools must pay with their lives. He then used the water slash skill. Then, he swung his sword in a wide arc toward him. Seeing this, our hero just smirked and laughed. The knight's ultimate attack sliced into the water, sending it splashing everywhere. Our hero smirked and said, hey, I think you're the only one who's going to be paying any price today. Then he used his berserk skill, slashing powerfully toward the knight. He grinned and shouted at him, you're the guardian of this lake, and you're the one destroying it? Then, their weapons clashed. The two of them attacked each other relentlessly. The knight struck, and he parried. After deflecting the attack, he countered with his own. The knight dodged and attacked again. They went back and forth, trading blows. Then, the knight raised his weapon high and brought it crashing down on him with immense force. He used all his strength to block the knight's attack. While blocking the blow, he thought, my repair fees. He assessed his current situation. My health is dropping from the magic damage it deals on contact, but it's nothing to worry about. I can take it. I just need to watch out for the combination skills. The knight used its weapon to gather the surrounding water. Then, it used water slash again, unleashing the ultimate attack on him. He looked up and yelled, there's the blind spot. Then he used a skill to dash toward the knight, shouting, stay right there. The knight stood before him, weapon ready, staring him down as he flew towards it at incredible speed. Facing the attack, the knight used water shield. The moment it was cast, it sent him flying backward. He stared in disbelief, thinking, that's not just a normal barrier. It deals damage on contact. But this is my only chance. Damn it, I need to attack right now. There, he charged toward him and let out a roar. He leaped forward to attack and shouted, perfect. The guy scrambled to block the attack with his own weapon. Our hero used his special move, strike. He gripped his weapon, pulled it back, then charged forward and swung at him. Meanwhile, his opponent used magic to conjure a shield. Our hero used escape to strike again, slamming the guy into the ground and sending dirt and rocks flying. But then, he sensed something behind him. He turned around to see a water vortex swirling there. He glanced at it and thought, an attack skill, a defense skill, and even a practical survival skill. This is what you get from a level 100 monster, just as I expected. But damn, this guy's strong. He changed his form and thought, but that kind of practical survival skill usually has a long cooldown. I'll have a better handle on it next time. With that thought, he said to his opponent, from now on, you better watch your back. After transforming, he charged in to attack again. He looked at his enemy and thought, tsk, this isn't easy, even with my berserk skill activated. As he attacked, he continued to think, but if he attacks me while I'm using force, my berserk effect could be completely cancelled out. Seeing his opponent attack with his sword, he thought, on top of that, if that happens, my weapon will shatter. He squeezed his eyes shut and thought, I need to end this in a single blow. I'll aim for his blind spot. Then, he commanded the system to unequip his gear. His opponent held his weapon, looked over at him, and asked, what the hell do you think you're doing? Getting ready to die? Our hero smirked and replied, "Huh? I guess you could say that. I'm about at my limit." Suddenly, he dashed toward him and said, "You're right." Then, he appeared right in front of him and roared, "I am ready to die." The enemy swung his blade in a horizontal arc and said, "I'll be sure to kill you this time." He then used Water Slash and attacked. Our hero instantly used his own weapon to block the attack. His axe fell and embedded itself deep in the ground, sending earth flying everywhere. Using the axe as a foothold, he launched himself into the air, activating the skill, Leap. He raised the axe high and leaped toward his opponent. The enemy used Water Shield and said, "I'm disappointed. That kind of half-baked skill won't work on me." Our hero looked at him and asked, "Who said I was only using one useless skill?" Then, he activated the throw skill and hurled his axe at the shield. The barrier fractured, and the axe embedded itself partway through, but not deep enough. After landing, he thought, "Finally, an opening. This is my last chance." He shot forward again, appearing right in front of his opponent and using the skill Hold. His opponent said, "I'll give you credit for trying to find a crack in my barrier, but there's nowhere for you to get in." As a wry smile crossed his face, the system announced, "Your health has dropped below 14%. Upon hearing the system notification, he equipped the Lion King's sealed iron helmet. His opponent looked at him and started to speak, but was suddenly cut off by another system announcement. The epic title effect, Absolute Perseverance, is activating. Your health has dropped below 5%. All of your skill stats are increased by 50%. Our hero spoke up, "I just needed to temporarily activate my title's effect. Did you really think I was dumb enough to back off for no reason? You idiot." Seeing the shield begin to crumble, he roared, "This is the end for you." As his opponent's barrier shattered, the axe flew back into our hero's hand. He simultaneously activated Flash and Strike Cloud and attacked. He slashed straight through his opponent's body, tearing him clean in two. The enemy lay on the ground, groaning as he slowly faded away. Our hero returned to his normal form, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank God, it's finally over. Just then, the system announced, "The Orc Warrior's axe requires repairs." He smirked and thought, "I guess collecting all these titles was worth it. Thanks to their effects, my critical hit rate increased by about 20%. He watched his opponent slowly disintegrate and said, "Time to collect my loot." He put his weapon down and said, "Hey." Then, he picked up the guy's own sword, stabbed him with it, and asked, "And just where do you think you're going?" The man said furiously, "You bastard, how dare you?" In response, our hero just stared back with a wicked grin. Suddenly, a flurry of system messages popped up. "Your level is decreasing. A great achievement. You have overcome your own limitations and defeated an opponent far beyond your level. You have obtained the title, Underdog Warrior. You are the first person to achieve this title." Another message followed, "A great achievement. You are the first person to defeat a world-renowned named character. You have obtained the title, Hunter of the Named. You are the first person to achieve this title." Suddenly, he collapsed onto the ground, leaning back. He sighed and said, "The Berserk skill is useless now." He took out a blue crystal and said, "Create safe zone." A protective barrier appeared in a 1-meter radius around him. Seeing this, he said, "Good, now I don't have to worry about any monsters respawning." The system announced, "You have, model. You have met a special condition, so your titles, Comeback Warrior and First Hunter, are being combined." He heard this and asked in surprise, "What? A combined title?" The system announced, "You have obtained the title Limit Breaker." Then, the system displayed the information for the Limit Breaker title. This title is Legendary Rank. You are one who has defeated a being far beyond your level, qualifying you to become an absolute being without limits. You are the first to obtain this title. Its effects are, all of your abilities will increase by 10% when facing stronger opponents. The level of all your skills will increase by 1 when facing stronger opponents. The speed difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing stronger opponents. All of your abilities will increase by 20% when facing a named monster. Looking at this information, he thought in astonishment, "I wasn't even expecting this. 2 epic titles combined into a single legendary ranked title? And what are these effects? All my skills get a level boost, and the speed penalty is reduced?" He smirked in disbelief and thought, "So, Mataran doesn't even need to reward me for bringing him the lake's essence. This is the answer." He raised a hand to his chin, thinking, "What a well-made game. This is why I'm addicted." While he was lost in thought, a mage standing in the distance was chanting a spell and aiming it right at him. He launched a fireball attack at him. He sensed it and turned, but the spell couldn't seem to touch him, blocked by a protective barrier. The spell then veered off behind the lake, causing the water to splash up. He turned to look at the people hiding in a nearby bush and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" One of the two asked the other. "Did you see that? I'm sure I attacked, but it just slid right past him." The other one said, "I know. He's hacking. He must have bribed a GM." He stared at the two of them and thought, "I can guess what's happening. Seriously, I wonder when these guys will ever give up." Then, the two of them decided to run for it. One of them said, "I've seen the video. In a case like this, we should run right now. Let's see what those damn GMs have to say now." He smirked as they ran off and said, "Idiots." He thought, "All right, now that the fools are gone." He looked at the yellow light that appeared before him. He thought, "Finally, I can collect the rest of the quest items in peace." The system announced, "You have collected the lake's essence." He picked it up and said, "Mataran, that bastard. I wonder what the look on his face will be." The system announced that the repairs were complete. The axe in his hand now looked as good as new. The blacksmith told him, "It should be good as new." He gave it a few test swings and said, "Oh, impressive." He looked at it, smirking, and thought, "Perfect. The repairs are done and all the items have been secured." He thought, "Next, I just need to head to the Mages Association." After buying his items there, the clerk thanked him for his patronage. He then left the Mages Association. As he walked, he thought, "I should go see Mataran for a bit, since I haven't received the item from the Sunfish quest yet." He looked at the item he had just bought and thought, "Seriously, items with magic enchantments are so expensive. Even though it's just a consumable, it costs 1 gold coin, all because it has a magic enchantment." As he walked, he thought, "The only reason I could afford this much is because I sold the items I got from those guys." Then, he commanded the system to use a magic scroll to teleport to Sunmyung Lake. After arriving at the lake, he immediately wiped out the nearby monsters. Once he was done, he said, "I've taken good care of the respawned mobs." Watching them slowly disappear, he continued, "This seems like a good spot." Then he smirked and took out the item he'd just bought. He reeled back and threw it into the lake, thinking, "Time to cash in." Normally, I'd have to use a fishing rod or a harpoon to learn how to fish, but there's a much faster and easier way. Suddenly, his eyes glowed, and sparks of lightning began to crackle around him. He used the skill, Shock. He then struck the surface of the lake, causing the water to erupt. He laughed and thought, "That golden marble is an item with a magic enchantment inside, though it's a consumable that can only be used 3 times. He continuously attacked the lake with lightning shock. Seeing the dead fish floating in the superheated water, he said, "How efficient." Meanwhile, in Mataran's laboratory, the system announced, "You have completed Endless Trial 15. He examined the materials our hero brought back and said, "You are truly amazing." He laughed and asked, "How did you manage to acquire these items?" Our hero looked at him with an annoyed expression and thought, "He was so impressed that I completed all the quests at once, but he didn't even give me a title." Suddenly, Mataran said to him, "My next request is..." Then he stopped mid-sentence. He turned back to look at him and said, "There, it's still too soon for you. Come back when you're stronger." He was so angry he was shaking. He thought, "This guy is so damn annoying. I seriously want to punch him. He made me do all that stuff, and now he's kicking me out because my level isn't high enough?" He smirked and thought, "Fine, I was expecting this, since this questline is only for players level 100 and above." He said to the man, "Please, take a look at this." Then he thought to himself, "And what about this one?" The man turned back to him and said, "You're still here? I have experiments to conduct." He told the man, "I happened to find it in the lake." The man looked at the item with a shocked expression, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He held the item up, shaking it back and forth, and asked, "So, do you know anything about this?" The man stammered, That's. He examined the item closely and said, "That's the essence of the lake. This is not something you can get easily." He smiled and thought, "He recognizes it." The man asked him, "How did you obtain this?" He recalled the battle and told him, "I defeated the Knight of the Lake." Hearing this, the man turned to him in surprise and asked, "You really defeated the Knight of the Lake? You're much stronger than you look." He glanced away, annoyed, and thought, "You're just figuring that out now?" Then the man said to him, "If that's true..." Suddenly, his glasses flashed as he asked, "Could I ask one more thing of you?" He was startled when he saw the quest information window. It stated that, in a study of death to logically cure curses and diseases, Matan believes that he needs to understand not only life, but also death. Bring him an item that contains the power of death. The missing investigator, Haken, knows of an item that contains the power of death. Success condition: obtain a token of death. Completion rewards are experience points and 3 gold coins, the investigator's ring, and the investigator title. After reading it, he smirked and said, "Bingo, I can skip the quest's prerequisite." One of the quest rewards was the Investigator's Ring. It was a powerful and rare ring that I could use even after passing level 100, he thought, and I can get even stronger by using it. He placed a hand on his chest, smiled, and said to the man, "I'll take on this quest." The man smiled back and replied, "You seem trustworthy, so I can entrust this to you." He stepped outside, looked at the information panel and said, "Auction search, Haken's journal," then recalled the man's words. "Why don't you start by meeting Investigator Haken?" He then thought, "You think I wasn't planning on it? The quest tells me to find Haken, but I won't be able to find him no matter how thoroughly I search. To meet Haken, I need to collect 15 pages of his journal that have been dropped all over the monster fields. But since the order in which the pages drop is random," he recalled his previous life, thinking, "I had a hard time finding the last page in my past life. Luckily, people think they're just common, useless items, so I was able to get 11 pages from the auction house." He looked at the 11 pages and said, "I just need 4 more. I'll get the rest from the auction since I have a lot to do besides the main quest. First up is the real estate auction. I still have some time until the scheduled date." He put a hand to his head, thinking, "I have quite a bit of money, thanks to those blood hunters. All that's left is to get rid of them." He commanded the system to open the homepage, open the comments on his post, and read his messages. He looked at the comments and said, "Let's see." Among them, one person said they'd been ganked 4 times already, while another said, "Please deal with the other worthless bastards." Another said they're slaughtering players in the hunting grounds. After reading those, he thought, "I've received a lot of reports. Are they still at it?" he said. The most recent report on their location is, the system announced, "The Black Demon rivals have reappeared at the Elf Village in the forest." The Elf Village in the forest. Just a hunting ground for people around level 30. He scoffed and thought, "Those bastards, are they trying to slaughter low-level players just because they lost to me?" Suddenly, his eyes darkened, his smile turning vicious. He thought, "I can catch them if I get there fast enough. It's not too far." He then used his stealth skill and vanished. In an instant, he weaved through the surrounding people like a gust of wind, startling them. They asked each other, "Did something just fly past here?" As he rushed forward, he thought, "I wonder what their faces will look like when they see me use this stealth skill." Meanwhile, in the elf forest, a group of players was busy slaughtering others. The players being attacked below cried out, "Why are those guys here? Damn it, what do they want from us? This'll be the 5th time I've died to them." One of the PKers stood arrogantly looking down on them, smirking as he said, "If you've got a problem with it, then just stay out of our way. After all, PKing is just a part of the game." Another one approached and said, "You lot, hand over your items. Here, if you want to survive." He watched silently from above, thinking they still hadn't learned their lesson. Looking down at them, he thought, "They get devastated that badly, and yet they're still so green and vulnerable." He leaped up with a laugh and said, "Well, not that I'm complaining." The girl over there flinched and turned to look. In an instant, he had already cut her down, saying, "Thanks for the meal." He used the skill Leap Attack and brought down a devastating blow on them. They looked ahead and asked in surprise, "What was that?" Looking toward him, they said, "It's that bastard, damn it. He wasn't kidding when he said he'd eliminate us, was he? Run, we're done for, if he catches us." He smirked and asked them, "Where do you think you're going?" He then used the skill Warcry. It caused their movement speed to slow, making it impossible to run fast. One of them said, "My body." As the man spoke, the hero raised his weapon from behind, preparing to strike. He swung once, causing the man to scream out in pain. One of the people he had saved looked at him and said, "Is he the one who posted on the forums about eliminating the blood hunters?" They looked at him and said, "Oh my god, he's just a user. I wonder what level he is." They said, "I didn't think he was serious." He proceeded to kill off the troublemakers one by one. One of them groaned and said, "Somebody, do something." He just laughed and told them, "All of your items belong to me now." His smile at that moment was like that of a bloodthirsty demon. After a merciless beating, the battered man cursed at Rocan. "You son of a bitch. Why are you doing this to us? We promised we wouldn't bother you anymore. Now just leave us alone." But he didn't give a damn, because you don't need a reason to go on a killing spree. And so, he raised his axe. Then, he lopped the man's head clean off. He stated bluntly, "If you think this is unfair, then get stronger." The other players who witnessed this 3 versus 1 beatdown were completely stunned. "Damn, that's insane." He wiped them all out by himself. With that weapon, he looks like a berserker, but he's clearly no scrub. Suddenly, a young woman's voice asked, "Excuse me, are you Rocan?" He turned around, looking at her with a blank expression. Undeterred, the girl continued. "A friend of mine said he's being attacked by a group of players at a river fork to the north." "Oh, Is that so? Rocan immediately agreed and pulled out a scroll to summon a teleportation gate. As he turned to leave, he told her, "Tell your friend, I'll be there to take care of them in 5 minutes." The others who heard this had mixed feelings. Only the girl thought he was totally badass and blushed, making the guy next to her feel insecure. After taking care of business, Rocan returned home. He suddenly felt a wave of boredom because there were no more player reports coming in, which totally killed his buzz. A few days after announcing his player purge, a flood of reports had come in, and he had immediately rushed out to take down those blood hunters. Now all he could do was sigh and lament. Ah, those were the good old days, the glory days. Rocan refused to give up, continuing to scroll through the system to see if there were any new reports. But unfortunately, there hadn't been a single one since yesterday. It made him wonder what the hell those blood hunters were up to now. But seconds later, he noticed the forums were getting interesting. It seemed the majority of the forums were supporting his crusade against the blood hunters, and some people were even starting their own manhunts for them. However, a small minority believed Rocan couldn't possibly defeat all of them, and were looking down on him. After a quick read, he got the gist of what was happening. Until now, the blood hunters had been a source of fear for ordinary players. Ever since they formed a guild with relatively high-level players, normal people had no choice but to be slaughtered. But after he single-handedly annihilated them, people's views on the blood hunters began to change. But Rocan crossed his arms, thinking this wasn't necessarily a good thing for him, because they had given up on confronting him directly. So now he had to hunt them down instead, and they had become more cautious when preying on others. This also made them harder to find. It was a real challenge to track them down now. He was like an old man complaining about how kids these days give up too easily. So, just as he was about to give up on his manhunt and head to the auction house to do something else, an idea suddenly struck him. Because if they were starting to hide, he just had to make them show their faces. The next day, countless people had gathered near the auction house, and the area was buzzing with chatter. Whoa, is there some event today? Why are there so many people? Haven't you heard? An auction house is about to open here. Oh, is that right? I hear those are pretty rare these days. Elsewhere, from a different perspective, a thought crossed someone's mind. Just like the major guilds here, I expect it to be a silent competition. Of course, look at how popular JL is. It won't be long before your in-game level reflects your status in the real world. Suddenly, a hand reached out and gripped that man tightly, as its owner thought to himself. And that is precisely why the growth of the guilds is so incredibly important. Pia, the villainous master of the MP guild, mused to himself. Price was no object. He had to secure these assets, especially since he was also the man pulling the strings behind the Blood Hunter Guild. Suddenly, an image of Lim Soy flashed through his mind, and he seethed. I could have been a little more financially independent, if it weren't for that idiotic woman. A moment later, the sound of footsteps was heard, followed by a sophisticated voice. Oh my, I never dared to hope so many people would show up. Welcome, my treasured guests. I trust you've all come prepared to leave with plenty of our auctioned goods. But in reality, this old auctioneer was none other than Rocan, using a dark veil. He had also activated an identity disguise skill, which would change his name and appearance for 1 full hour. He smirked, thinking, heh, my little cash cows. And yet, someone in the crowd still recognized his familiar figure. The person pointed a finger at him. You're Krypton, the auctioneer? That's right. Seeing that, the crowd had gathered. Rocan, now Krypton, opened his inventory, summoned his gavel, and began the auction right away. The crowd watched, buzzing with anticipation. An auction like this? He's just putting everything on display at once. Suddenly, Pia shoved his way through the crowd, pointing a finger right at Krypton. He simply didn't believe this man was the real auctioneer. Pia remembered that the auctioneer was supposed to be the same person as the info broker for the hidden dungeon. But this guy looked nothing like him. Krypton sneered. Well, you don't trust me? That's right. Then you don't have to participate. Now do you? Krypton stroked his beard and stated matter-of-factly. It's quite simple, really. If you don't trust me, then don't participate. See? Easy, isn't it? After that little jab, he decided to twist the knife a bit more. Very well. The first auction will now begin, assuming our skeptical guest here is done. Though furious, Pia obediently returned to his spot. A moment later, he raised his gavel. First up, we have our 2-story houses. The bidding starts at 10 gold per month. A player immediately raised his hand. 10 gold. Krypton slammed his gavel, praising the man's spirit. Do I hear a higher bid? Everyone exchanged shocked glances. Moments ago, no one was interested, but now a bidding war had erupted. 12 gold, 14 gold, 15. The price finally shot up to 20 gold. Krypton saw that no one was bidding any higher. He was about to bring the gavel down at 20 gold, when suddenly Pia, sweating bullets, tried to bid 22 gold for the MP Guild, but Krypton deliberately ignored him, pointing his gavel decisively at the other player. Sold. For 20 gold to this gentleman right here. And what guild might you be from, sir? The man looked bewildered. Huh? I'm with the Armored Guild. Krypton immediately slammed his gavel, closing the deal for the Armored Guild. One side was overjoyed, while the other was left seething. Pia gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as he cursed internally. That old fossil. He heard my bid and deliberately ignored me, didn't he? Without missing a beat, Krypton invited the member of the Armored Guild to step forward and sign the contract, officially transferring ownership of the first two-story house. Two members from another guild whispered to each other, "He's completing the contract right on the spot? Is this for real?" "Yeah, it's legit. I should have just bid higher." A contract was a binding document, proof of the agreement between its signers, and its contents could not be forged. But Krypton wasn't finished with his schemes yet. He deviously threatened to throw Pia's entire MP guild out if they broke the rules again. Pia was so furious, he could practically spit blood. What? How dare he? Seeing Pia causing a disturbance, Krypton announced loudly, "Please remember, you only get one warning." Pia was now a simmering volcano on the verge of eruption. Son of a bitch. Is he playing games with me? Just you wait. Just wait until this auction is over. Krypton, meanwhile, was relishing Pia's fury. Through this auction, Rocan, in his guise as Krypton, was setting the stage for the man's complete downfall. He planned to utterly destroy Pia and the MP Guild in just a few short hours. In the meantime, Krypton sold the fourth house for 25 gold to the Dragon Guild. Their guildmaster happily signed the contract, thanking him for the opportunity. Watching from afar as the other guilds joyfully bought the houses they wanted, Pia was fuming. Damn it, I lost another one. But all the major guilds have already made their purchases. All I have to do now is wait for the others and snag one for the lowest possible price. But it was that very look of scheming that delighted Krypton. What an idiot. Just look at that brain-dead expression on his face. So, to really stir the pot, he announced, "And now, for our final auction item of the day." Words hit Pia like a lightning bolt. What? The last one? Huh? Krypton just smiled enigmatically. "You're panicking, aren't you?" he thought. Tisk tisk. For a guild master, you really should learn how to keep a better poker face. But there was a reason for his deception. He couldn't reveal the total number of houses for sale, so he pretended this was the final one. The starting bid is 15 gold. Before he even finished the sentence, Pia shot his hand up, screaming frantically, 35 gold, the MP Guild, 35 gold, no, 40 gold, 40 gold. We bid 40 gold, Krypton called out. Any other bids? The crowd around Pia erupted in whispers. The man's lost his mind. 40 gold a month. That's like $8,000 in cash. Isn't that a little steep? Unsurprisingly, no one else stepped up to challenge the bid. Krypton slammed his gavel. Sold. To the MP Guild for 40 gold. Pia was ecstatic. Yes. A moment later, Krypton produced the contract. He invited Pia to sign, adding with mock concern, "Make sure you pay on time, now." Hearing those insulting words, Pia was filled with rage. "You bastard. I swear, I will find out your real identity, and I will kill you." The long-term contract for this two-story house states that the user, Pia, agrees to rent house P05 within the city as a guild house, and agrees to pay 40 gold coins each month to the administrative office. The owner of the house will receive the rent minus a commission fee. The above terms cannot be changed without the consent of both parties. If violated, the system will blah blah blah, and so on. Pia skimmed through the contract but was still a bit worried. We finally have a guild house, even if it's going to be a little tight financially for a while. But life isn't a fairy tale. Krypton immediately dropped the hammer, announcing, "After a short break, we will begin the auction for the 3-story house." "What the hell? You con artist. You just said this was the last one." Krypton replied with a satisfied look. "I meant it was the last 2-story house. Did I not post that on the forum?" And just like that, he somehow started an auction with the description, "I have many 2-story and 3-story houses." Krypton even taunted him, saying, "Perhaps you're planning to join the auction for the 3-story house? Well, if you have that much gold, I won't stop you." Pia was fuming, thinking to himself, "This is pissing me off, that bastard." But as furious as he was, with all eyes on him, Pia could only swallow his pride and leave. This made Krypton even more delighted. What an idiot. A wet-behind-the-ears rookie like you is going to be in trouble for a long time. 40 gold coins a month is equivalent to 8,000 a month. If someone destroys your guild for some reason, you'll be in some deep trouble. Just then, Pia, holding a contract, approached a hidden dungeon. After confirming no one was around, he stepped inside and nervously said, "Are you there?" In the darkness, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed him by the neck. A pair of glowing green eyes and a demonic voice drew closer, saying, "You spent all the guild funds on that damn house of yours? Are you insane?" He struggled, gasping for air. "Gah, wait, let's talk." The man released him and threatened, "Don't tell me you've forgotten that we're only partners because of our mutually beneficial relationship." A man in a demon mask stepped out, glaring at him and shouting, "If you become useless to me, you won't be an exception." Pia's throat was dry, but he managed to speak, the statement of ownership. He took out the contract paper, struggled to his feet, and handed it to the masked man. "Take it. We'll handle the transfer procedures later." The man crossed his arms and said, "Didn't the MP Guild want to buy a guild house first?" Pia replied, "That was the plan, but I've changed my mind. The more I think about it, there's only one way for me to get back everything that belongs to me." Then he spoke Rocan's name, seething with resentment. "Everything will be resolved if I can just catch that bastard, and I'll spread that video across every server." He turned back to the masked man, who was reading the statement, and asked, "If you use your resources, this could work." After reading the statement and listening to Pia's accusations, the masked man suddenly put the paper away and said, "I guess there's no other way, is there? Well, I don't think we can just sit back and watch him run wild, so I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Meanwhile, back in the real world, Young Min was staring at something in awe, exclaiming, "Whoa, is this for real?" His current assets had reached 335 gold, 68 silver, and 17 copper. Young Min couldn't believe he had 335 gold coins from just the first month's rent. "I must be the richest person in Ranos right now, right?" He decided to do a quick search. One gold coin must be worth around $200, right? He went to a forum and posted, "Selling 20 gold coins, $400 each. Seller is Rocan. Contact Rocan in-game. Price is non-negotiable." Young Min leaned back, thinking smugly, "Since all the guilds are short on gold right now, they'll have to buy it. Even at such a ridiculously high price. I should also list the Blood Hunter's items on the market at a higher price." "So this is the privilege of the rich, huh?" Young Min walked over to his gaming capsule, saying as he opened it, "I should also list the Blood Hunter's items on the market at a higher price." A moment later in the game, he immediately used a teleportation scroll to go and check on the bait he'd laid out earlier. He figured those idiots from the Blood Hunters must be desperate for gold. They're probably farming in the hunting grounds to earn money. At that moment, inside the western garden of the Dark Forest, a guild was in the middle of an all-out attack on a monster. Only one, the captain, stood by silently, observing the situation. After killing the monster, one of them slammed his axe into it and exclaimed, "Haha, I can pretty much one-shot the monsters here now." This was the Skull Crusher, a member of the Blood Hunters Guild, Bunder, level 79. The guy wiping his spear was the Javelin Thrower, Vice Guild Master of the Blood Hunters, level 79. He looked at Bunder and cursed, "One shot my ass. You sat back and did nothing while I did all the work." Suddenly, the guild master also jumped down, telling the two to stop, because he'd heard a report that their target was in the northern sector. So Javelin asked, "Is it that bastard?" The captain nodded silently and said, "Summon all members of the Blood Hunters, because we are going to erase Rocan right now." This was Kaban, Guildmaster of the Blood Hunters, and a Shadow Assassin, level 90. He was using a teleportation scroll to get to the guild's location, vowing to take him down. Near Rocan, deep inside the Forest of Shadows, an archer was frantically firing arrows at something. "Arr, get away from me." And there was Rocan, calmly walking towards him with a menacing aura. "Oh geez, and here I thought we were friends." After saying that, Rocan flicked the arrow aside, used leap attack, and finished the guy off in a single blow. Cutting right to the chase, one slash was all it took to send him flying, leaving the others behind to stare in utter disbelief. "That's insane. Are you telling me he's not hacking? You have to be kidding me, right?" Just then, a member of the Blood Hunt Guild stepped up to give orders. "Don't panic. Range DPS. Keep up the hit-and-run tactics." Kiting would allow them to attack while on the move. Then, the guy told the melee fighters to keep a close watch on him and strike the second they got an opening. And so, the ranged units began launching a barrage of fireballs, arrows, and everything else they had. But somehow, Rocan managed to parry it all. He thought to himself, "A few of these guys are actually pretty strong, huh? But why aren't they using their full strength to attack me? And they're not trying to run, either. Why are they just loitering around here?" Rocan seemed to have figured out their plan. He concluded that they were stalling for time, waiting for someone. And sure enough, 3 teleportation gates appeared behind him. The entire Blood Hunt Guild erupted in cheers. "They're here! You're finished, you bastard!" Suddenly, a spear shot towards him. He whipped his head around, reacting just in time to block it. He recognized the weapon that had tried to kill him as a javelin. All of a sudden, a voice exclaimed, "Ho ho, you managed to block that attack of mine?" That guy was seriously strong. The man known as Javelin had arrived. Bunder followed behind, crossing his arms with a laugh. "Ha ha, this just means playing with him will be all the more fun." Finally, Caban strode forward with an imposing air. He asked in a low voice, "You're the Rocan everyone's been talking about, aren't you? You must have had a pretty nice life up until now, right? But unfortunately for you, today is the day it all ends." Rocan laughed and shot back. "People like you who just spout nonsense. You're nothing but a bunch of savages. I wonder which side has been the cowardly one, stalling for time all this while." "You bastard." Rocan smiled and declared heroically, "Enough talk. Come at me, you sons of bitches." Caban immediately obliged him. Blood Hunt Guild, full-scale attack. As the entire Blood Hunt Guild charged him, Rocan equipped the sealed Lion King's helmet. He then went on a rampage, cutting down every member in his path while shouting, "You're all just small fry. Get out of my way." Without warning, a hammer came flying at Rocan at blinding speed. His sharp reflexes let him dodge to the side, but the impact created a shockwave powerful enough to make him falter. Bunder, level 76, applauded him. "Well, hero, for a noob like you, you're pretty quick." Luckily, Rocan only got a minor scratch. But as he looked at Bunder, he grew worried. This bastard is unbelievably strong. Can he really dual-wield hammers so skillfully? I can't even imagine how much stronger he is. Before he could finish his thought, another spear flew toward him, and he quickly dodged aside. Javelin the spearman offered a compliment. "His senses are pretty sharp." Rocan cursed under his breath. "Damn bastards. It looks like those 3 are the strongest members of the Blood Hunt Guild. They're definitely on a completely different level than the grunts I was just fighting, especially that guy with the skull. He must be the guild master. What the hell has he been doing this whole time?" Rocan planned to deal with Caban first before things got any worse, but to get to him, he'd have to get through Bunder and Javelin. Seizing the moment Rocan was distracted, Bunder suddenly charged toward him. "What are you looking at? Your opponent is right here in front of you." Rocan looked at Bunder and thought, "It seems one is in charge of close-quarters combat, while the other must be the ranged damage dealer, responsible for long-distance attacks. This is going to be a tough combination to handle." Rocan put his mask back on, crouched low, and began to calculate. "If I use Berserk mode, I could probably take care of these 2 quickly. But I can't afford to be that reckless. There's no telling what might happen afterward." With that thought, Rocan lowered his stance and shot forward using his dash skill. Seeing him charge, Bunder scoffed. "You moron, do you really think you can take me on head-to-head?" As soon as he spoke, he leaped into the air, aiming to cleave Rocan in 2. But to his surprise, Rocan used leap attack and switched his target to Javelin. Bunder yelled, "Captain, watch out, he's coming for you." Javelin replied coldly, "You pathetic fool, who do you think I am?" A moment later, he unleashed Dragon Breaker at Rocan, catching him completely off guard. Javelin laughed. "A target in the air is the easiest to hit." Just like that, the spear pierced right through him, leaving his life hanging by a thread. He had used his javelin to attack him. With a calm and collected expression, he said, "A flying target is always the easiest to aim at." Rocan gripped his axe tightly and charged. Suddenly, Rocan felt an unnerving presence. You're pretty strong." Javelin stared in shock as Rocan grabbed the javelin, grinned, and said, "You almost ran me through." Javelin looked up, stunned. "Impossible. I even used a skill." Another perfect shot. But how the hell did he dodge it and catch the spear? He then swung the spear, spinning it in the air. "Here, you can have it back." As he spoke, he took a battle-ready stance and hurled the spear right back at him. But the man caught it effortlessly with just one hand. He thought to himself, "You fool, you think I've never seen this before?" He raised his hand and said, "Escape." The Cowardly Mage's Ring, a magical item created by a cowardly mage. This escape ring can be used once per day to teleport back 3 meters. Uses remaining, 0 out of 1. He lunged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust and rock. He laughed triumphantly. "I keep this handy, just for scumbags like you." Our hero channeled his power into his throw. With a final word, he spun his axe and flung it towards the man. As the axe spun through the air, he grinned and said, "Oh, come on. You shouldn't waste your escape skill on something like that." The man gritted his teeth, thinking, "This son of a bitch. He knew I was going to use that, and deliberately baited me." Rocan crouched down, preparing to summon a massive gust of wind. It was powerful enough to send even the heaviest man flying. What are you going to do now? You're all alone. He hoisted the axe onto his shoulder and said, "Guess it's time to get serious, huh?" The big lug was furious, practically steaming from the ears. Enraged, he charged forward, roaring, "I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch." He slammed his weapon down, the immense force shattering even solid rock into 1,000 tiny fragments. Rocan appeared behind him. With spear skills like that, even a housefly could take you down. The man was completely stunned to see Rocan right behind him. He quickly ducked, the massive axe swinging just over his head. He kicked Rocan back, simultaneously creating distance between them. The man was trembling with fear. "Damn it," Rocan said calmly. "You seem pretty proud of that strength of yours. Why don't we have a little fun?" With that, he dashed towards his opponent. The man was so terrified his hands began to shake uncontrollably. But he still managed to shout, "You arrogant bastard, my strength stat is 250. I'm the strongest one in this guild." He steeled himself and charged to meet Rocan head-on. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted from a corner. A hooded, skeletal figure was sitting there, observing the events unfolding around him. The goon was screaming in agony. One of Rocan's hands was wrapped around his throat, choking the life out of him. Slow, deliberate footsteps began to approach. "Now that was refreshing," he said. A system notification appeared. "You have leveled up. Rocan, level 61. Class, Berserker. Strength, 300. Agility, 155. Stamina, 151. Endurance, 104. Intelligence, 50. Wisdom, 25. Rocan looked at the skeletal figure before him and clicked his tongue. "Are you really just going to sit there and watch your underling die?" Rocan used his dash skill, instantly appearing where the figure was seated. "What kind of guild master are you?" The figure slowly emerged from the shadows. The figure said, "Synchronization complete." Rocan suddenly felt an immense surge of power radiating from him. "What is this?" he muttered. That phantom was him. He spoke, "Do you really want to know why I let them die? The reason is quite simple. I'm far stronger fighting alone than I am when I'm saddled with those weaklings." This was Kaban, the guild master of Bloodhunt, a level 90 phantom assassin. "While you were busy toying with those fools, I was unifying all the souls in this area. In other words, this entire place is now completely under my control." Rocan casually hoisted the heavy axe onto his shoulder and said, "A phantom assassin, you say? I must be pretty lucky to run into a rare specimen like you." But he knew deep down that phantom assassin was one of the hidden classes in Relos. The requirements to unlock this class were notoriously difficult, so they were extremely rare, even in his past life. "I think I remember one of them. Don't tell me it's..." "No, don't waste time thinking about that now." Facing his opponent, he scoffed. A hidden class? So what?" He channeled his power and launched himself high into the air, shouting, "You'll fall, just like all the others." The assassin immediately raised his hand. Behind him, a barrage of spectral blades materialized, all pointing in the same direction. Rocan leaped higher. Below him was a sea of Kaban's swords. "Get lost, you filthy things," he roared, spinning his axe in a wide arc, deflecting the incoming blades. "My true opponent," Rocan said, diving straight for him. The assassin had no time to react to the threat plummeting from above. "Is you." With that final word, Rocan brought his axe down, cleaving the man's body in two. His body had been split clean in half, but a strange light began to glow in the empty space between the two pieces. Then, slowly, threads of dark magic began to stitch his body back together. Rocan was stunned by what was happening before his very eyes. "What?" The assassin reappeared behind him and sneered. "You're a real fool." He then launched a volley of blades directly at Rocan's back, and they pierced right through Rocan's body. A system notification flashed. "Your health has fallen below 50%. He couldn't keep his footing, staggering unsteadily. He looked down at his trembling hand. "What is this?" The system chimed in again. "You have been poisoned. You are paralyzed and bleeding. Your health will decrease by 3 every 10 seconds. The assassin smiled softly, as if victory was already in his grasp. "You dare to face me with a body like that? How disappointing." "Don't be disappointed just yet," Rocan's voice echoed. A single swing of the axe cleaved the assassin in half. It was followed by a flurry of blows, dicing his body into pieces. "We're just getting started." "Whatever." System notification. "Your poison resistance has nullified the poison's effect." He pointed at the man and said, "The leader of the Bloodhunt Guild, or the 8th ranked member of Ragnarok, Nidhogg?" Hearing this, the man was taken aback. He stammered, "What?" Genesis Odin and the Ragnarok Guild he leads are a bunch of lunatics role-playing as Norse gods. I hate to admit it, but they're the strongest group of players in the world. but they're also riddled with infighting and suspicion. What I can't understand is why so many exceptional players would still join and blindly follow that guy. They abandon their own guilds and even pour tons of money into changing their names. Among them was one particularly troublesome bastard, a master of shadows and poison, and that was Nidhogg. Obviously named after the dragon that gnaws at the world tree in Norse mythology. But I don't really care about all that role-playing crap. They probably just picked the name for him at random. But one thing I know for sure is that the guy standing in front of me is Nidhogg. Before he joined the Ragnarok Guild, he pointed his blade at me and sneered, "Nidhogg? Ragnarok? What the hell are you babbling about?" I thought, now I'm starting to wonder. This can't be right. How could there be an assassin who's also a Shadow Lord, a hidden class, and uses poison on top of that? I cracked my neck and replied to him, "I wouldn't expect you to understand everything I'm saying." Looking at him, I don't think he's involved with Odin yet. Based on his movements just now, he must have chosen the assassin class first, and then class changed to Shadow Lord later. His level is pretty high. His agility stat is probably double mine. Definitely an assassin class, then. I guess I have no choice but to use this. I settled into a ready stance. I immediately activated the Berserk skill. My internal energy surged, multiplying several times over. My body erupted in flames. Berserk level 2. Immolate yourself in a fit of rage to unleash immense power. All stats increased by 200%. All skills consume no energy. Resistance to all physical attacks. You cannot be defeated, even when your health runs out. You will be unable to distinguish between friend or foe in your frenzy. After the skill ends, you will recover a maximum of 40% of your lost health. If your health is depleted, the skill will end. You must recover 10% of your health within 7 seconds, or you will die. First side effect. All stats are reduced by 40% for 10 minutes. After the first side effect wears off, a second side effect reduces all stats by 20% for 20 minutes. If you use Berserk while still under the influence of a side effect, its duration will be doubled. Duration? 10 minutes. He just stood there and said, "So, you're using that skill, the one that makes you temporarily stronger, but comes with some nasty side effects. However, the difference between us is that you can't surpass me with a single, simple skill." The atmosphere grew grim. It was harsh, the tension stretched taut. And yet, Rand still managed a smile. Hoisting his axe, he charged forward. He swung his axe, shattering the shadow blades and sending them falling to the ground. The man watched him, but said nothing. Rand continued to smash the blades with all his might, creating a massive, wind-blasting explosion. The wind was so strong, the man had to shield his face to keep from being blown away. "Isn't this a little too powerful?" Rand slammed his axe into the nearby stone wall. Then he changed his point of attack. He roared, "Die!" He swung at the man, but his opponent instantly teleported, dodging the blow. In a split second, he reappeared behind Rand. Just as I thought. Annoyed, Rand turned, clicking his tongue. "You think that move can take me down? Mindlessly boosting your physical strength and attacking like a brute is useless. Did you forget that this entire area is under my control? As long as I'm synchronized with the shadows, I can detect all of your movements and teleport anywhere within my domain to dodge you." Rand retorted, "Don't make me laugh. You think you're the main villain in some comic book? It's idiotic to think you can just keep dodging like that, because it all ends right here." He used Berserk's ultimate skill. You will be granted terrifying power for a short period, but in return, you will suffer a significant stat reduction after the skill ends. It's a double-edged sword. The man pointed at him and declared, "You've already lost. The moment you blindly activated Berserk this early." Rand gritted his teeth, annoyed. "Don't you dare mess with me." He held up 2 fingers and unleashed his power. A large cloud of purple smoke billowed out, and he concealed himself within it. He immediately started swinging his axe wildly within the cloud. I need to find a way to dispel the darkness here. It's the source of his power. Once the shadows are gone, that'll be my chance. He shouted in frustration. "Son of a bitch! Where'd you run off to?" "Then I can easily blow away the darkness with a powerful area of effect skill." He lunged at his opponent. "Tch, it's not over yet." Rand pushed himself to keep fighting. Suddenly, a dragon lunged out in front of him. He muttered, "Damn it, this is draining me." System notification. 20 seconds remaining before Berserk ends. He was completely exhausted, blood dripping from his mouth. He was struggling to support his massive body with just one hand. The monster taunted him. "The only reason you're still alive is because of that Berserk skill, but you'll be dead soon enough, the moment that skill wears off." He looked up and declared, "I won't let that happen." "Not let it happen?" The monster sneered. "I need the world to see how effortlessly I destroy you." He collapsed to his knees, Struggling, he muttered, "Damn it, this is rough." The monster raised its hand and said, "I never thought I'd have to go this far. This is the end. Die in regret." A system notification popped up, 10 seconds until Berserk ends. A smile spread across his face as he said, "I really didn't want to waste my trump card on something so trivial." Electric shock, the monster asked in surprise. What? He channeled a powerful electric current into its body. It struggled to resist, but was thrown back. Magic? How is that possible? It was a rare-grade consumable spell, lightning magic, electric shock, that had been stored internally for emergency use. The skill had a maximum of 3 uses. After using the first 2 in previous missions, I never thought I'd have to use the last one like this. But this was the only way to dispel the darkness, his main source of power. The 2 of them charged into battle. However, it was only a temporary solution. System: 5 seconds until Berserk ends. He used the skill, slash. This was his only chance. The attack blew off half the monster's head. He rushed at the creature, a massive axe in his hands. "I'll put everything I have into this attack." With a single, powerful cleave, he sliced the monster's body in 2. System: Berserk has ended. You have leveled up. The monster couldn't believe it had been defeated. It gasped. How? How is this possible? How could I lose to a mere human? He walked over and said, "Beats me. Just hurry up and die already. This is pathetic." He flashed a friendly middle finger in its face and said, "Feel free to come at me any time, you creepy bastard." Enraged, the monster screamed, "You just wait. I'll..." Before it could finish, its body disintegrated. System: You have defeated a C-rank player. You have leveled up. He collapsed wearily, letting out a sigh of relief. "Damn, that was a close one. Gotta recover first." He took out a recovery potion. "Honestly, I wasn't that confident I'd win. After all, he's the strongest opponent I've faced since my regression. I never imagined the guild master of the Bloodhunt Guild would join Ragnarok. It's all thanks to the new title I got that I was able to beat him." System: First title acquired. Legendary Limit Breaker. You have defeated a player far superior to yourself and have been certified as a player who knows no limits. You are the first to receive this title. Title: Limit Breaker. Effect: When facing a stronger opponent, all of your abilities will increase by 10%. When facing a stronger opponent, the level of all your skills will increase by 1. When facing a stronger opponent, penalties are reduced by 30%. When facing monsters, all abilities increase by 20%. Without this title, I would have been toast. But because of it, I was able to level up and get some pretty useful equipment. So I guess I can let it slide this time. He picked up a ring. Ring of the Cowardly Mage. Rare grade. A cowardly mage created this ring for escaping. You can use it once a day to retreat 3 meters. Uses remaining, 1 out of 1. Even though it's only once a day, for a berserker who only has offensive skills, this is crucial. I'll make good use of this. He put a hand to his chin, thinking, come to think of it, I've now defeated 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild from my past life. Does this mean the future can be changed? For example, maybe they won't join Ragnarok anymore? I can't be sure yet. I don't know how Odin gathers his members. Odin. I wonder what he's up to right now. He's probably started playing the Lord by now, right? I wonder if he changed his nickname in my past life. For now, that guy could be anyone. He scratched his head in frustration. Forget it. Thinking about it won't solve anything. Odin is definitely a problem, but right now, Pyria is the biggest issue. Since he attacked me with everything he had, he must be desperate to capture me. That bastard? Fine by me. If you're coming for me, then bring it on. He looked down at his body and his hands. I'd better get prepared. He returned to the city. He equipped the rare grade Hawk armor. Hawk Slayer armor was engraved on the chest. Defense, 110. Durability, 300 out of 300. Dexterity, +5. Critical hit rate, +5%. Required level, 60. He equipped the rare grade Archer's gauntlets. Once used by an archer, just wearing them fills you with confidence. Defense, 40. Durability, 250 out of 250. Bow damage, +10%. Critical hit rate, 7%. Required speed, 60. Rare grade Lizardman pants. Carries the wild nature of the Lizardmen. Defense, 80. Durability, 400 out of 400. Dexterity, +3. Critical hit rate, +3%. Required level, 60. Belt of Death. Defense, 40. Durability, 200 out of 200. Critical hit rate, +5%. Required level, 60. Rare grade Scout's Iron Boots. Once worn by a scout, it lowers damage and reduces the chance of being caught in traps or affected by terrain. Defense, 70. Durability, 300 out of 300. Health, +2. Trap activation rate and trap effects, -10%. Critical hit rate, +7%. Can't expect much from the cheap stuff at the auction house. For now, I'll focus on increasing my critical hit rate, thanks to my new titles. I got a 20% boost, and with this gear, it's up to 40%. Basically, every single hit is gonna be a crit. And there's more. The Battle Buffalo, a rare grade magic absorbing item, and an iron shield for warriors. It absorbs magic to boost its durability and attack power. Attack power 150, durability 500 out of 500, level requirement 70. He hefted the heavy axe, feeling it out, and said, "This is pretty sweet. I can probably use this all the way to level 100. I think I spent around 30 gold on all this stuff, and I still have some cash left over. As for the main quest, I just need one more of Harkin's records to finish it. Time to grind. And it's a perfect chance to test out my new gear." A short while later, a figure with their head completely covered watched Rocan's every move. He made his way to a place filled with sword-shaped rock formations and the creatures that roamed there. Suddenly, a huge, ferocious wild boar charged at him. But all it took was a single, light, critical hit to take it down. He looked at his axe with a grin and said, "Nice. One crit and a level 70 monster is toast. I'll stay here until I hit level 75. Suddenly, the wild boar got back up and lunged at him. He taunted it. "That's right, come get some." Suddenly, 2 or 3 arrows flew in, striking the wild boar and causing it to collapse. He had no idea what just happened and turned around, asking, "What the hell?" A person walked up and said, "Sorry about that. My hand slipped and I hit it by mistake. How can I compensate you?" "It's fine. Just be more careful from now on." From a distance, 2 wild boars stood waiting. He raised his axe and moved in for a simple, basic attack. But suddenly, another explosion went off, and the magic wasn't his. A girl, who looked to be a mage, ran up. She said, "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you attacking at first." He didn't answer, just slung the axe over his shoulder, having already spotted his next target. Suddenly, he turned to the side. The guy from before saw this and said, "Oh man, looks like we coincidentally aimed for the same target again. Haha." His annoyance was clear on his face as he said, "You guys are from the MP Guild, aren't you?" The other guy replied, "What are you talking about? Why would you suddenly say that?" Rocan answered him, "You could at least try to hide your guild emblem, you know?" The guy was stunned and said, "Oh man, so what? What are you gonna do? People make mistakes when they're hunting." Rocan raised a hand to his neck and said, "Humph, I'll give you one last warning. If you keep following me and kill stealing my mobs, I'll consider it an act of aggression against me. And not just you, but your entire guild." Hearing this, the guy shot back. "Are you trying to start something?" Rocan turned away and said, "Do whatever you want. Just don't come crying to me when I didn't warn you. Go ahead and try your little games, but whatever you do, it won't work. Every player here is ready to ruin your hunt. Unlike the Bloodhunt Guild, our MP Guild is just made up of ordinary players. We're famous for being polite and decent. It would be a different story if you didn't know we were from the MP Guild. But since you do, you can't just let me off the hook so easily, can you?" Rocan grabbed his axe and started to walk away. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, sounding like someone was looking for a fight. "What?" the man asked the person in front of him. "You want me to follow and harass him? That Rocan guy?" The man he was talking to was Piria, the guild master of MP. He said to his subordinate, "That's right. And of course, don't let any other players find out." The subordinate said to Piria, "No, the problem isn't getting caught." He continued, "Do you really think he'll just let us do that? I heard he's some kind of crazy monster." Piria told him, "Of course he won't let it slide. But that's not the point." The subordinate asked, confused, "Then what is?" Piria told him, "We need to piss him off, record it, and then edit the footage to make him look like the bad guy. If we can't get to him in the game, then we'll just have to use the power of the media." The subordinate grimaced and thought, "Don't worry, unlike those bloodhunt scumbags, our guild is famous for its upstanding and righteous conduct. He can't just attack us that easily, that's for sure." The man looked at Rocan and thought, the only reason he has so many supporters is because he only attacks the Bloodhunters, a notoriously infamous guild. At that moment, the man was drawing his bowstring, preparing to attack as he aimed right at him. He thought to himself, he wouldn't dare attack our reputable MP guild. If I can just piss him off and get it on camera. The arrow he fired flew straight. It grazed past Rocan and hit the wild boar running in front of him. The man smirked and said, "Oh, no, my hand must have slipped." He was about to give Rocan a fake apology when suddenly, Rocan appeared right in front of him. He stared daggers at the man and raised his axe high. Before the guy could even process what was happening, the blade of his axe was already at his throat. The man was completely stunned. Rocan gave the axe a slick spin and took his head clean off. He smirked and said to the corpse, "This conversation is over." Seeing this, the other two guild members panicked. One screamed in fear. The other said in disbelief, He killed a player who isn't from the Bloodhunt Guild?" Rocan looked at the trembling person in front of him and asked, "Why the surprised look? I did warn you." She quickly throws up a mana shield, hoping it'll block him. He raises the axe again and uses his skill, Strike, swinging it down hard right at her. Her defenses were shattered, and she was sliced in half. Just then, a system message appeared. Critical. A smirk spread across his face as he looked at them. He chuckled and said, "This is the perfect chance to test out my set's features. Critical." The last survivor screamed out his name. The man was trembling all over, but he still managed to point a shaky finger at him, and yelled, "You're making a huge mistake." Seeing our hero turn back in anger, the man continued, "You think people are just going to let this slide? If you play like this?" He tightened his grip on his weapon and muttered, "This guy's got some nerve." He then lunged at him in a rage, shouting, "If you don't like it, then shut your mouth and fight me." As his attack landed, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. He stood there silently, watching the man's body disappear. As he stared blankly ahead, the system announced, "Cruelty stat has increased." At that moment, his eyes glowed crimson, and a terrifying red aura erupted from his body. The system announced, "You are a murderer." It continued to notify him, "If you die while in the murderer state, you will lose more experience points." Dying as a murderer also has a high chance of dropping items. To lower your cruelty stat, you must wait for a period of time, or eliminate other players with malevolent tendencies. If your cruelty stat increases, you will receive a greater penalty. He grumbled to himself, seriously, what a damn hassle." He knew this would happen sooner or later, but he'd become a murderer way too soon. He smirked and thought, "Still, it's nothing more than a minor inconvenience. If I really want to shake them off, all I have to do is go to a higher level hunting ground, like the level 90 Thieves Mountain hideout. It might be a little tough, but I can probably manage hunting there," he thought to himself. "But I can't just run from every fight. That's my motto." He slung his weapon over his shoulder and said, "All right, for now, I'll just kick back, do some hunting, and see what those guys do next." Meanwhile, in the real world, back at his house, he was on the phone. "Yes, that's the correct address. Please make sure to select the highest possible dose," he said with a smile. "Yes, I'll pay for it tonight. Please have it delivered within 3 days." He hung up and said, "There, that's done." He scrolled through his phone with a bored expression, and thought, "Why have they been so quiet these past few days? I figured they'd have made a move by now." He recalled the time he killed that one guy from the MP Guild, and wondered, are they really that scared just because a few of their members died? No, that can't be it. Just then, it seemed he stumbled upon something quite interesting. He looked at it, let out a then a wicked grin spread across his face as he started laughing. "Well, look at this bastard." A video had just appeared on YouTube with the title, "Exposing the True Face of the Player, known as Rocan." As he watched, he commented, "Aren't they just adorable?" In the video, a man named Pyria began, "Greetings to everyone in the Thor community. My name is Pyria, and I am the Guild Master of the MP Guild, also known as the Justice Guild. If you've been active in the transit area recently, you've probably heard of a player named Rocan. He's the player who gained fame for challenging the Bloodhunt Guild. Many of you may think he's some kind of hero, who fights villains to protect the weak, and that's what we, the MP Guild, believed as well. However, it turns out he only does it for the items and experience points he gets from hunting PKers. Not for a single moment has he ever genuinely helped normal players or newbies, and of course, he's under no obligation to help others, like we in the MP Guild are. However, we recently received a surprising report from an anonymous source. According to this person, that Madman Rocan is using an illegal hacking program and exploiting it for his own malicious gameplay. From the video we received, he was seen deflecting countless arrows and magic spells that passed right through him. On top of that, there were many other strange occurrences. He even killed a member of our guild who was trying to submit a request to confirm this matter, and that is precisely why I am here today. I am here to accuse the player Rocan, who is suspected of using hacks. The truth is up to all of you to decide. This is Pyria, Guildmaster of the MP Guild. Thank you. Our hero stared at his phone as he listened to the man's speech. A slight smirk crept onto his lips, and then he clutched his stomach, bursting into laughter. He said through his laughs, "I was wondering what he was sneaking around doing. So this is it, huh?" He wiped a tear from his eye from laughing so hard and said, "What a comedian. No wonder he got played by Lim So-hee. Anyway, since the Bloodhunt Guildmaster couldn't beat me, they don't dare attack me in the game anymore. At that moment, his eyes looked like a wild beast, waiting for its prey to fall into a trap. He thought, his methods are despicable and suspicious, but they're definitely effective. In the game, he was just focused on getting stronger. While they were one of the top 5 guilds in Korea, to maintain their reputation, they needed to play the part of a benevolent guild at all times. He then muttered to himself, "What a shame." But the smile on his face was that of a complete madman. He looked at his phone and said, "This isn't the first time something like this has happened, so I know exactly what I need to do." With this pathetic little plan of theirs, as he furiously typed on his phone, he said, "I'm gonna teach you all a lesson you won't forget. People are harsher on a harmless liar than on a scumbag with power." Right then, inside the bandits' hideout, the mountain bandits looked at him and shouted, "How dare you come up here alone? Do you have any idea who we are?" He rested his weapon on his shoulder and said, "And what if I don't?" One of them got angry, gripped his weapon tightly, and charged toward him. He said, "You arrogant bastard, I'll teach you a lesson before I kill you," the man shouted. "We are." Then came the loud clang of 2 weapons clashing, creating a flash of light as something was sent flying. The man smirked and said, "I'm just kidding. Of course I know who you are." He pointed his weapon at their faces and said, "You're my personal EXP farm. What else?" Usually, bandits in games or stories are just for new players to grind levels, but these guys were different. They yelled angrily, "You son of a bitch, how dare you!" They might not look it, but they're all over level 90. The other guy screamed in a rage, "I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." Their backstory was that they'd attacked and robbed countless adventurers, so they had far better equipment and strategies than regular monsters. One of them pointed at the man and said, "He's alone, let's jump him." The man then thought to himself, "Even so, they're no match for me." He used his berserker skill, preparing to attack them. He rushed toward them and continued his thought, "Just you wait, Piria. I'll pay you back for everything." With interest, a message from someone popped up. Nandgo messaged, "Has everyone seen that video about Rocan?" Dreamchips replied, "Who hasn't?" Magnus replied, "I thought he was some kind of legend. Turns out he's just a hacker." Word recalled Piria's video and messaged, "MP is right. Rocan didn't do anything for us." Din Duong replied, "Dude above, why'd you switch sides so fast? Haha." Word shot back, "What do you mean switch sides? Rocan only did all that for himself." Din Duong asked them, "Who was the one calling Rocan a god?" P replied, "But can the Lord even be hacked? I've never heard of that happening." Sparkler Butterfly wrote, "We shouldn't judge based on that video alone. We need to hear both sides of the story. Just tell them to post the original video." Word replied, "The person above is another Rocan defender. You can just tell." After watching the video, Jeremy went out. Except for the incident with the Bloodhunt Guild, it's very likely a hack. Otherwise, how could he catch an arrow with his bare hands? Is this some kind of martial arts movie, or what? Piria appeared in another video and said, "Thank you all so much for your support. We are the MP Guild, working for a healthier gaming environment. Not everything has been fully revealed yet, but if everyone continues to support us, our MP Guild will continue to uncover the secrets of the player Rocan, a suspected hacker. We thank you for your support." Watching the comments below the video, he laughed and said, "These idiots." He smiled and said, "That's right. This is how it should have been from the start. Rocan, no matter how hard you try, you're all alone. How can you possibly survive in the Lord when everyone is against you like this? You're finished, Rocan. Bow down to the power of the masses." He clenched his fist and thought, "Once he's gone, I'll continue to work with the Bloodhunt Guild." Someone called him. He answered the phone, annoyed, and asked, "What is it?" The person on the other end said hastily, "Guildmaster, Rocan just logged in. He's in the main square." Piria said to the person on the phone, "Is that so? He probably wants to explain himself." Piria continued, "You told the Windman guys about our plan, right? Tell them to blend into the crowd." The person on the other end of the line said, "There seems to be a problem." He asked angrily, "What do you mean?" At that moment in the square, a guy saw him walking by and did a double take. He then turned to the person next to him and said, "Hey, isn't that the famous Rocan who just passed by?" The person next to him asked, startled, "Huh? You mean that hacker? That's really him?" She turned to look at him angrily and said, "How does he still have the nerve to walk around in public?" The other person held her back, saying, "Calm down. What if he decides to kill us too?" She turned back and said, "Don't you know, if someone commits murder in here, we can just call the security NPCs and they'll kill them." The other person said uneasily, "But," she turned and pointed her finger in his face. She said, "You're Rocan, right? Let's have a little chat." He turned and asked her, "What's this about?" She said, surprised, "Huh?" He looked around, then smirked and said, Why are so many people looking at me? She turned back to the other person and said, wait, isn't he a murderer? How come his eyes look so normal? The other person said, did he manage to lower his kill count? He chuckled to himself and thought, they're so surprised. Lowering your infamy stat isn't easy at all. It goes down on its own, but that takes weeks. And the fastest way to lower it is by killing other murderers. That's the fastest method known right now. But there are ways most players don't know about, which is that some monsters have an infamy stat. That's why I was hunting those bandits all last night. And to grind levels, of course. But by killing the bandits who had murdered countless adventurers, I was able to completely reset my infamy stat in just a few hours. Sure, this method would catch on as more players joined in, but more importantly, it meant he wouldn't have to deal with this girl anymore. She blurted out in disbelief, no way, the cruelty stat can't just drop overnight. He waved goodbye and said to them, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The other person bowed and said, sorry for bothering you. Someone asked him, are you the madman Rocan? Which surprised him, as he realized it was the voice of the man in front of him. The man introduced himself as Danos, a reporter for the website Gamin. He then asked if he could interview him for a moment. Our hero looked at him with a smirk and thought, perfect timing. He figured the reporter was here to take the bait he'd intentionally laid out. The reporter, grinning, thought to himself, it's Rocan, I can't miss this exclusive interview. He smirked and said to the man, an interview? Yeah, sure. He pointed toward a nearby building and said, but I'd like to choose the location. How about that outdoor table at the cafe over there? The man asked in surprise. What? The reporter fumed internally. I need to interview him somewhere private to get a real scoop. But our hero just turned to walk away, saying, if you don't like it, then forget it. The man scrambled to stop him, saying, no, that's fine. It's fine. After that, the two of them went and sat down at the cafe. The people around them started whispering in surprise. Is he being interviewed? What's going on? The reporter asked him, I'm sure you're aware of the recent incident, so I'll get straight to the point. Some people suspect you of using hacking software, and there's even evidence of you killing innocent people indiscriminately. Then he asked what he thought about all this. He replied, all right, I'll be blunt too. I've never used any hacking software, and the MP Guild got what they deserved for provoking me. Tapping his fingers on the table with a smirk, he added, and from this point on, I'm going to prove it, step by step. The reporter said, I can see you're very confident. He then asked, and how exactly will you prove what you're saying? He asked the reporter, have you ever heard of a hacking program being created in the Lord? The man replied, I've heard you mention it recently. Our hero smiled, gesturing towards him and saying, I saw the video yesterday. He thought, I wonder when they even filmed that. The people who shot the video suspecting me of using a hack, didn't they already report me? The reporter asked him, so are you saying that they reported you, but nothing happened? He told the man, exactly. They concluded that I wasn't using any hacks. He continued, besides, I know how to play the game without resorting to software. I've never used a hack, and I wouldn't even know where to get one. He held up his hand and told the reporter, if you still have doubts, you can go ahead and report me right now. This statement made the reporter look up at him in surprise. He hesitated, then asked him, are you sure? Then I'll report you. Our hero casually told him to go right ahead. After filing the report, the reporter said, now we'll know for sure. The reporter then asked, so you're saying you deflected those arrows and caught them with your bare hands, using nothing but your own skill? He crossed his arms, sighed, and said, what's the big deal? He said, isn't the Lord a game that allows players to get stronger based on items and talents? He explained that he had already completed his second-class advancement for his Berserker class. With that kind of power, he could easily destroy an entire building. So what's the big deal about catching a few arrows? The reporter heard this and thought it made sense. He then asked, so what about when that magic spell didn't hit you? He explained further, that's an item called a safe zone. He told the man he could get it from the magic item shop. If he was still skeptical, he could go try it for himself. The reporter thought in surprise, I don't think he's lying or exaggerating at all. Then he barraged him with questions. So why do you think the MP Guild uploaded that video? And why didn't you immediately clear this up by making a statement? After he was done, our hero asked him right back, is there any reason I need to respond to every single one of their baseless accusations? He smirked and asked the reporter, don't you think they're trying to discredit me because they have something to hide? This made the reporter pause and think, something to hide? He pressed further, what are you talking about? Does the MP Guild really have something to hide? Do you know something about them? He replied, you'll find out tonight. They're posting videos to let the viewers be the judge, so I'm planning on doing the same. He apologized to the reporter for making him come all this way just to have to wait, but please watch the video that will be posted tonight for more details. The reporter wondered curiously, what could it be? Then the reporter said, all right, I have one last question for you. I heard you fought with members of the MP Guild. Is that true? He immediately admitted it, saying, "That's right," the reporter asked in surprise. "Why are you admitting it so easily?" He told the man, "I don't want to talk a lot. They pissed me off, so I killed them. It's as simple as that. Let me take this opportunity to make one thing clear." He pointed straight ahead, issuing a warning to them all. "If anyone ever thinks about messing with me again, you'll be betting everything you have from your items right down to your very life." Another video from the MP Guild was uploaded, showing one of their members, Juween, charging toward him. "He sure talks a big game. Why don't you try beating us first before running your mouth?" In the video, they said you just have to return the invisibility cloak you stole from them. If you do that, they'll let this whole thing slide. Pia also appeared in the video while he was talking privately with that MP Guild member, sending some of our elite members over to the Blood Hunters, telling them we would help reduce the number of murderers and level them up. After watching the video, the people who used to support the MP Guild have all switched to your side, Ward said. "So the Blood Hunters are run by the MP Guild? What a surprise," Rogan said. "He really brought justice down on them." Din Duong said, "They're a bunch of scumbags." Jeremy heard the Blood Hunter Guild is on the verge of being disbanded and said, "Guess the MP Guild is toast too, huh?" The master of the Blood Hunter Guild appeared in the video saying, "The gap between you and me isn't something that can be closed by some measly little skill." Canadian couldn't believe how bizarre the Blood Hunter Guildmaster was. Niall said in surprise, "If that were me, I'd probably kill myself from the embarrassment." The guy who partnered with Pyria was also in the video, saying, "Oh man, my arrow just missed this time." Gimme said, "I just want to punch him in the face. They totally deserve to get exposed like that. Don't you agree?" He scrolled through the comments under the video and said, "Seriously, these people." He chuckled and continued, "Look how fast they switch sides. Are they the UIA or something?" He thought to himself, "You stupid MP bastards. Did you really think you were the only ones filming? Don't you realize how much trouble a ranker like me has had to deal with? In his previous life, when he played the lot, many people tried to take him down using dirty tricks. That's why he always had his camera on while playing. Although, because of this, he had to buy a new hard drive every month." He laughed, curious about the look on Pyria's face right now. At that moment, Pyria furiously crushed something in his hand and screamed, "That son of a bitch." Lim Shui quickly told him, "Honey, calm down." He furiously yelled at her, "Do you really think I can be calm right now? Besides, how the hell did that bastard find out about our connection to the Blood Hunter Guild? Only the high-ranking members of our guild know about it." Pia suddenly turned and asked her, "Don't tell me you're the one who leaked it?" She quickly explained, "No, I swear it wasn't me." He sat in a corner, repeatedly muttering his name, "That bastard." "Damn it, what am I supposed to do now?" Suddenly, she said to Pyria, "Actually, I think I might know who Rocan is." He snapped his head around and asked her, "What?" He was shocked and shouted, "What did you say? That ex-boyfriend we ran into the other day?" He said, "Damn it," and asked, "What does that even mean?" She looked away and said, "But no matter how much I think about it, it has to be him." She said, "He used that nickname in every single game he played." After watching the video, she realized that Rocan's appearance and the way he talked reminded her of him. Pyria thought back and realized she had a point, thinking, "He did tell me he played the lot, too. Damn it, now that I think about it, he looks exactly the same." He gritted his teeth and thought, "That son of a bitch." Suddenly, he called out to Lim Shui. His tone made her jump. He turned to her with a look of pure disgust and asked, "You know his address, don't you?" At that moment, in the building where he used to live, a group of men in black hats with their faces covered were heading upstairs, weapons in hand. Right then, she said to him with a tremble in her voice, "Honey." Shui asked him, "Should we really be doing this? I think this is going too far." Before she could finish, he clamped his hand over her mouth and said, "I don't care. Just get him to come outside." Having come all this way himself, he felt even worse. Pia couldn't believe he was being played by some loser living in this dilapidated apartment. Looking at his surroundings, he thought that he was on a completely different level from a broke-ass bastard like him. Just look at these loyal lackeys of his, ready to do whatever he says. He thought, "You might be having fun in the game, but this time next year will be the anniversary of your death." A voice from inside the door asked, "Who is it?" She said, "It's me, Shui." The voice from inside replied, "Shui, I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong address." At that moment, she was standing outside with two men holding weapons, blocking the door. She said, "You don't have to be like that." From the inside, she could be seen saying flirtatiously, "Why don't we go inside and talk for a bit?" The person inside looked at her silently and swallowed hard. The door opened, surprising everyone outside. His eyes lit up and he yelled, "That's him! Everyone, attack!" Following his command, the men charged forward. The person inside shouted in surprise, "Huh? Who are you people?" A blood-curdling scream followed. They all attacked at once. Inside the room, Piria was beating the person, yelling, "Die, you son of a bitch! You're nothing in real life, you dog!" Suddenly, Shui screamed and told him, "Honey, wait." Looking at the bruised and beaten person on the floor, she yelled, "That's not him!" He suddenly started to say, "Wah," but before he could finish, the man on the ground snapped, "You psycho bastards! Who the hell are you?" The man pointed at them and yelled, "Are you robbers? If you are, you picked the wrong guy. My dad is the police captain of this area. You bastards better get ready for prison." The man's eyes went wide with fear as he thought to himself, "Damn it, I'm so screwed. Rocan, that bastard." Meanwhile, in his own place, Rocan was cleaning out his ear and wondered, "Is someone talking trash about me?" Lounging on his vacation, he said to himself, "Probably not." Just one day after I posted the video, the MP Guild was basically disbanded. The MP Guildmaster stopped logging into the game, and the members were getting flamed for being part of the guild, forcing them to leave. The MP Guild, once one of the top guilds, had collapsed helplessly. Rocan lay on a deck chair, scrolling through the news on his phone. What a boring ending. I thought he'd at least try to put up one last fight. But I guess after all that, he just didn't have it in him anymore. Huh? Seriously, what a boring guy. Dull to the very end. Well, for my part, it's basically a happy ending, except for a few minor things. By minor things, I mean the interview requests I got warning me before anyone else could bother me. Hello, Mr. Rocan. I've been a huge fan of yours even before the incident. I know you must be busy, but could you please meet with me just this once? I replied, no, but he kept begging, please, just this once. I blocked the player named Word, but that just made me even more famous and I ended up with all these annoying fans. From what I hear, there's even an online fan page now. What a ridiculous world. Well, it's not like I really care, but the best part of all this is that after selling all the items I collected from the Bloodhunt Guild, I managed to rake in a few thousand gold. And the more popular the Lord gets, the more the real-world value of that gold multiplies. Thanks to that, I was able to sell half of my gold to move into this new house. It might seem a bit wasteful, but I already have plans for future items and for leveling up. And I need the highest spec gaming pod for a better quality gaming experience. So this investment was necessary. In that tiny shoebox of an apartment, I didn't have enough space for the latest gaming pod. Well, shall we give it a try? He said, picking up the VR headset. It's time to hit level 100 like I've been wanting to for so long. Inside the game, he was fighting a mob. The guy was panting, exhausted. You're pretty good, but just you wait until our chief gets here, you'll. Before he could finish his sentence, Rocan sent him flying with a powerful blow. He slung the axe over his shoulder and muttered, "Seriously, is this the problem with humanoid monsters? They talk way too much. Just shut up and fight. Let's see." It should be about time for him to show up. A booming voice roared from inside the cave, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. "You scoundrel!" A huge figure emerged. It was the level 100 bandit chief, Jirotin. "How dare you harm my brothers? I, Jirotin, will take it upon myself to take your head." Rocan just looked at him with a cold, silent expression. Seeing that Rocan showed no fear, the chief roared in anger. "What's with that look?" Rocan quickly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it." He held up a friendly finger and said with a serious face, "Anyway, I'm kind of busy, so why don't you just shut up and come at me?" Now completely provoked, the chief yelled, You arrogant punk." He charged forward. "I'll grant your wish." Rocan let out a short, hot breath, then used the skill, Battle Roar. The one who got hit wasn't the chief, but someone else, whose health and experience dropped rapidly. Oh my, what do we have here? The vice chief. A level 95, bandit vice chief named Pancus. He clutched his head in pain, struggling to speak. "How did you?" The chief looked up, confused, asking, "How the hell did that bastard know about Pancus?" Rocan thought to himself, "Of course I knew. The bandit's hideout is a famous starting point for a chain quest, otherwise known as the Furry King quest. There are many special quest items located in the various bandit hideouts around the second city. And if someone defeats the bandit chiefs and collects the quest items, it kicks off a quest to defeat the Furry King, the leader of all the bandits. And the reward for this quest is the Furry Axe, which has unbelievably high stats. It's considered one of the must-have items for a berserker. That's why in my past life, I had no choice but to meticulously study how to find all the bandit hideouts. This guy is a pain in the ass, a specialist who sneak attacks using stealth. Rocan swung his axe back, gathering power, and flashed a wicked grin. "It's a real pleasure to meet you. I hope we never see each other again." "But that won't work on me," Giratina roared. "No, but unfortunately for him, Rocan had already brought his axe down. You have defeated Bandit Vice Chief Pankus. You have leveled up." Rocan said nonchalantly, "He's a vice chief, and he dies in one hit?" He laughed. "Well, they're just bandits after all. That's about right." But just as he realized the man was about to lunge at him from behind, he spun around and swung his axe. But the man managed to block his massive axe blade. Gritting his teeth as he held back the weapon, he growled, You damn bastard." Rocan provoked him. "Ha, I'm terrified. But you know what?" He closed his eyes, and a massive burst of energy erupted from him. He activated the skill, Berserk Strength. "Are you even strong enough to handle this?" The man was about to lose his grip as the axe blade crept closer to his face. A massive explosion blew away everything in the vicinity. The man stabbed his sword into the ground to keep from being thrown back. "You son of a bitch." His eyes narrowed. He activated the skill, Iron Body, and a protective layer materialized around him. Skill combination. He tensed his muscles, the protective layer enveloping his body. "Enhance," he smirked. "See that? Did you think you were the only one who could use a buff skill?" The two clashed, exchanging blows and battling fiercely. Enhance is a combo skill for the warrior class. It doesn't just strengthen your body, but your equipment too, doesn't it? Let's see just how tough you really are. Seeing Rocan raise his axe, the man trembled with fear. A blood-curdling scream echoed as smoke filled the area. "You have defeated the bandit chief, Odin. You have leveled up." He pulled out a piece of paper and said proudly, "All right, I'd better hold on to this." A system notification appeared. "You have received the Furry King's letter." He looked around, puzzled. "I thought that other item would have dropped too. Where could it be?" Suddenly, he spotted it. "Oh, you have obtained the final page of Haken's journal. Finally, by combining the items, you have obtained Haken's journal. Sweet. I've finally completed this damn journal collection quest. You can now access the final piece." Investigator Haken left behind his journal, treating it as a treasure map. If one combines the countless clues and pieces of information within the journal, they all point to a single location, the sealed cave of death. Rocan had arrived. The weather here was harsh. Damn, they hid this thing really well. It's like someone intentionally tried to hide it. Looks like I can go inside, even without a quest for this place. I've noticed a lot of strange cave explorations lately. Peeking around a corner, he saw a glimmer of light. He discovered something right in front of him. It's been a while, hasn't it, Skullface? You have discovered the corpse of Investigator Haken. That's right. This was Investigator Haken, the owner of Haken's journal. He noticed something on the skeleton's arm. There was something there. He pulled it off. It was a ring. "I'll be borrowing this. It'll probably come in handy for getting around here." He found a slot and fitted the ring into it. Ah, here it is. The two pieces clicked together, creating a field of light that looked like electrical circuits. The seal on the Cave of Death has been broken. He remembered all of this thanks to the experiences from his past life. "I already knew the entry points, but they were only accessible through specific quests. The spirit of the skeleton should rise to stop me. This isn't a place for low-level players, but my current level is more than enough to handle it." He was currently level 90. He stepped inside. As he looked around, he saw dried skeletons lurking within the dense fog. Prevent the ancient skeleton soldiers from entering the human world. Elite skeleton soldiers appeared, all level 95. They charged at him with wooden clubs, but it only took Rocan a few seconds to slice them apart. He unleashed a powerful swing, shattering the earth and rock around him. He sensed something and whipped his head around. Something enormous was lunging at him. He dodged just in time. It was another skeleton soldier. Looks like they're only a little stronger than the grunts. Not too bad. But one thing I've noticed is that these skull heads aren't afraid of dying. That just makes things easier, though. He charged forward, cleaving the skeleton soldiers in two. One by one, they rushed him, and one by one, they were cut down. In just a few short minutes, Rocan had torn them to shreds. He landed on the ground, and with a quick glance over his shoulder, he sliced down the skeletons that tried to approach him. He let out a satisfied breath. Phew, good thing I didn't need to use Berserk. Dealing with them is a bit of a pain when they just keep swarming like this. Suddenly, everything began to shake as an earthquake struck. A set of sharp teeth appeared. A voice boomed. Finally. The chains began to snap. The bindings that held it captive broke in two. A monster was revealed from below. The seal has been broken. It was the Skeleton General, a level 100 dungeon boss. "I will make you the first dried-up corpse to spread the glory of my empire to the human world." Rocan immediately leaped forward. "Time for you to get crushed." He jumped up, swinging his axe right at the creature's face. The resulting explosion was easily blocked by the general with a single hand. You arrogant little weakling. Seeing its smug expression, Rocan thought to himself, good, I have to stop him from summoning those bony bastards. The biggest problem with this dungeon boss is, he's a general. If I give him enough time and space, he'll summon a whole army of skeleton soldiers, and with his passive skill, Death Aura, it makes the skeletons several times stronger. That's why I absolutely have to prevent him from summoning those soldiers. Of course, even without the soldiers, it's not easy. Usually, you'd need a 3-man party with strong classes to beat it. It's almost time, he said in a venomous tone. But just then, our hero found his opening. Right at that moment, a beam of light stretched towards the end of the stone path, shining directly on the boss. But it wasn't scared at all, and shot back. You lowly human, do you really think you can stand against the 4 great generals of the Empire? Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Summoning cancelled because the target could not be found. What? He's not here? Don't make me laugh. If you're still alive, you can't escape me. He unleashed his deadly aura skill, disabling the invisibility cloak. Our hero suddenly appeared and punched him right in the face. It was such a surprise attack that he couldn't even react. What? Our hero let out a soft, satisfied smile. The explosion grew, and our hero's power was so immense that the boss could barely stay on his feet. He grew agitated by the powerful gust of wind. All right, one more. He charged forward and landed another punch to the face, knocking him to the ground. He slowly sat up, his feet suddenly glowing with a blue light. Rocan was still hacking and slashing away. He flew up, his body turning a sickly green, and declared, "No one can stop me." Soul form. Rocan was stunned that he used this skill. I guess I can't stop his second phase. He raised his bony hand and said, Necromancer, class skill, summon undead, go. He summoned the Knight class skill, mount up. Combination skill, Phantom Steed. A black horse surrounded by blue flames appeared, charging forward, ready to fight. It attacked a few times while he watched intently. It was slowly closing in on Rocan. He looked down from above and shouted, "Kneel, before the power of the Empire." But our hero paid him no mind and charged in to fight. Man and horse fought one-on-one. He used his axe blade to block its charge. The boss looked delighted as he rode his steed. He was kicked and sent flying. He then landed safely, anger welling up inside him. He cursed, "Damn it, it's just a Scotin, so why does it hurt like I got run over by a truck? And I haven't even been bitten yet." He quickly drank a strength potion. "My strength is a bit higher, but in a one-on-one fight, I'll lose because it can accelerate. Damn it. What should I do? Should I use Berserk? No, I can't use it. If I use it, I can beat him easily, but the problem is the penalty afterward. My super fast leveling plan will go up in smoke. The problem right now is that thing's mobility. If I can just deal with that." You have switched your weapon, Tomahawk Axe. One wrong move and that thing will crush me, but I have to give it a shot. He held an axe in each hand. Time to use my skill. He threw it like a boomerang, sending it flying at the boss before it returned to him, but it didn't even faze him. He even laughed with amusement. Useless. Honestly, did you think you could stop an Imperial general with a trick like that? Our hero replied calmly, "Of course I wouldn't think something so stupid." The boss asked, confused, "What? Is he taking that attack head on? So reckless." Just then, sharp axe blades were thrown back and forth, and yet, he still dodged them easily, without getting hit. You pest. The surrounding rocks and earth were blown to bits by the two of them. Our hero ducked to reduce the damage. The boss roared in anger. "How dare you?" Debris continued to fly everywhere. Our hero remained perfectly still, then slowly raised his head, giving the boss a sharp glare. Suddenly, a massive axe came flying at him. It then returned to Rocan's hand. He burst out laughing and said, "That's right, I am a pest." He gripped his axe and charged at the boss. The boss quickly blocked his strike but still took some damage. He yelled, "Damn it, for the revival of the Empire." Rocan said to him, "You and your Empire, this is for what you did earlier." He swung his axe, aiming to cut him in two. Then he aimed for his shoulder, making the boss scream in pain. Rocan said, "Your soul form skill is still on cooldown, isn't it?" He raised his axe, his eyes flashing as he looked at him. "Die, you bag of bones." He dealt a critical blow. That last slash caused the entire area to collapse, sending countless rocks raining down. The boss still couldn't believe he'd been defeated, muttering, "Impossible. How could I, an Imperial general?" The system announced, "You have leveled up." He silently noticed a glowing stone in that spot. "General Scotin has been defeated. Essence of Death has appeared. So this is what I was looking for. The reason Hakan sacrificed his life to protect this cave." The Essence of Death began to emit plumes of ghostly black smoke. Suddenly, arms started reaching up, letting out wailing sounds. The system urged, "Hurry." The essence of death has the power to awaken corpses. If you don't pick it up quickly, the undead will continue to rise. If I leave it there, undead monsters will keep spawning endlessly. It's a grim reaper, he continued. And it's also the key to my super fast leveling. He let out a gleeful laugh. Warning, if you don't pick it up quickly, the undead will continue to awaken. He immediately yelled, "Are you insane? Can't you see all those points?" Just then, the level 2 skeleton soldiers revived. Without another word, he swung his axe at them, creating a massive explosion. All right, time to hit level 99. The battle between Rocan and the skeleton raged on for 4 days without a break. By the 4th day, the fight was still nowhere near over. Rocan's axe spun through the air, hurtling forward and slicing the skeleton clean in half with immense force. It caught the monster completely off guard. It trembled in agony, trying to reach out for something as it let out a groan, "Arg!" But as it looked up, it suddenly saw a sharp, red object flying straight for its face and yelped in shock. What? Turns out, it was the tip of Rocan's boot. Rocan sent the skeleton's head flying with a powerful kick, a triumphant and joyful grin spreading across his face as he took down the monster. The skeleton monster was completely obliterated, exploding on the spot. The powerful shockwave sent bones and debris flying everywhere. A system notification appeared. You have leveled up. The system displayed, "You have reached the maximum level, level 99. Rocan tapped on the system window, covered in sweat, his face etched with exhaustion, but he still wore a wide grin. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally made it. Rocan recalled the moments he spent hiding behind a boulder, chugging healing potions and dodging the pursuing skeletons as he thought to himself. Honestly, a grinding spot with constant respawns like this was tough at times, but because of the various potions, recovery items, and shelters I brought with me, I was able to fight and recover at the same time. That's how I managed to reach level 99 in 7 days. I bet no one, not even in my past life, could have leveled up this fast." Snapping out of his flashback, Rocan returned to the present, approaching the crystal that the skeletons had been guarding. It was surrounded by a mysterious energy. Rocan said calmly, "All right, now's not the time for this." With that, he reached out and took the crystal in his palm. A shimmering light enveloped it. It spread through the air, glowing brilliantly. A system notification announced, "You have completed the scenario, Dungeon of the Deathly Caverns." Rocan saw this with a blank, indifferent expression, not quite understanding what was happening. The system announced, "Unbelievable achievement. You have conquered the undead and saved the world from chaos." Although no one knows of your achievement at this moment, but one day, the entire world will recognize your sacrifice. The system continued to display, "You have received the title Death's Subjugator. You are the first person to obtain this title." Effect: your attacks deal an additional 10% damage to the undead. You gain an additional 50% critical damage against the undead. You gain an additional 10% resistance to the dark element. Rocan read the notification and rubbed his chin, looking smugly satisfied. With great interest, he said, "This is great." He thought to himself, "This is even better than the passive skills of a light cleric. I can't wait to fight some more undead." Just then, the system suddenly displayed a warning. "Death is gnawing at you. Be careful. If you do not act quickly, you will be devoured by death." Rocan glanced at the glowing crystal in his hand and said confidently, Yeah, I know. You don't need to overreact like that." Rocan quickly left the cave, thinking, now everything here is done. He clutched the crystal and coldly turned to leave, thinking to himself that he had completed the mission and reached level 99. It's finally time. The cave behind him began to collapse. As Rocan walked away, rocks and earth rained down from the cracking ceiling until the entire structure crumbled. Summon using the ancient rune book. A magic book appeared in his hand, and Rocan let out an excited, maniacal laugh. Casting a spell on the book, he said excitedly, "Let's send my sweet little gift to the 9 Shackles Magic Society." At Marin's large estate, Marin was taken aback. "Huh? Is that?" Looking at the stone in his own hand, Rocan said, "It's the death crystal. I got it from the place written in Haken's journal." That Moran guy suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." He closed his eyes, controlling the glowing magic circle, then used a purification spell on the crystal. Rocan looked at him and asked, "Are we all done now?" Moran, while searching for something, replied, "It's not enough. You shouldn't underestimate the power held by the death crystal." He held up a potion and told Rocan, "All right, give that to me and drink this." As he watched Rocan drink the potion, he explained, "That's a rare potion that will enhance your life force." After drinking it, Rocan let out a sigh and thought, "Tch, this stuff doesn't taste good at all." A system notification appeared. "Your life force has been stirred. The power of life is pushing back death. Looking at the system window, Rocan smirked and said, "All right, this should be enough to stop death for now. The next rise of the death forces is coming soon. Even now, I can't forget it." Moran extended his hand toward Rocan and said, "Good work. Thank you for your service. Thanks to your hard work, we were able to escape this mess. Not only that, but because of your incredible achievements so far, I've decided to make you a member of our supervisory team." He extended his hand toward him. Smiling, he said, "I am very much looking forward to our cooperation. From this moment on, continue to protect this continent for its peace and safety." Rocan smiled back at him and replied, "I, too, am looking forward to working with you." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Of course I'll join. I need to continue the main quest chain." The system displayed the names of 4 races: humans, elves, goblins, and dwarves. A system notification appeared. An extraordinary achievement. You have become a member of the Overseers, a network that maintains relations between the races. System notification. You have obtained the title, the Overseer. You are the first person to receive this title. Looking at the notification window, Rocan smirked with satisfaction. The system displayed information about the rare grade title, the Overseer. You have become a member of the Overseers, a network created by humans, dwarves, elves, and goblins for the peace and safety of this continent. You will be equally respected by other races everywhere you go. You are the first person to obtain this title. Its effect allows you to complete quests from the Overseers. You will receive the respect of various races everywhere. Matan handed Rocan something and said, "Take this. It is proof of your status." Looking at it, Rocan's mind raced. That's right, this is what I need to complete it. The system displayed the information for the rare grade ring of the Overseer, a ring that serves as proof of an Overseer's status. It holds a special power that can enhance the user's vitality. You can use vitality recovery once a day to restore 3,000 health points. Uses remaining 1 out of 1. Cooldown until next use 0 hours. Rocan clenched the ring tightly in his palm. He thought, that's right, this is an essential item for a berserker, because my maximum HP right now is only 2,500. So this basically means I have an extra life now. Matan then said to Rocan, "You should be on your way now. The world awaits you. Regardless of your goals or ambitions, I shall support you, brave human." As he bid him farewell, he thought, seriously? This guy worked me like a servant, and now he's trying to act all nice? After leaving, Rocan wandered the streets, thinking, but I don't think I'll be letting you off the hook that easily. Right now, I'm feeling absolutely incredible. That's because Rocan was now standing before the entrance of a certain building. He thought, it's time for my 3rd class advancement. Rocan slowly pushed open the door to the building. The sound of the door opening startled the shopkeeper awake. He glanced over towards the entrance. Rocan approached and said to him, "I'm here for a class advancement." The man looked at him and said, "Didn't you just get your 2nd class advancement? Don't tell me you're already ready for a new one." Rocan pointed to his level 99 display and said, "Cut the crap, and just give me the 3rd class advancement already." The man was a little surprised. Huh? Then, he started to laugh. For real? Is there really someone here ready for their 3rd class advancement? You might just be the first one on the entire continent. Are you going to continue down the berserker path? Rocan just smiled confidently at him. Do you even need to ask? The man looked at Rocan and said, "Excellent. I'll tell you what you need to do. It's actually quite simple. All players go through the same thing. You just need to defeat a level 100 opponent by yourself. It doesn't matter if it's a monster, a beast, or a guardian, just take down anything that's level 100. A system notification appeared. You have received a quest. A reckless challenge. Single-handedly defeat a level 100 opponent. Rocan's lips curled into a brilliant smirk as he spoke to the man. What if I gave you proof for 3 instead of just 1? It seemed the man knew what he was implying and said, "Don't tell me. Is that right?" The one Rocan spoke of was the Moonlight Knight. System notification. Confirmed victory against the level 100 Moonlight Knight. System notification. Confirmed victory against the level 100 Bandit Mountains' Chieftain Jeratin. System notification. Confirmed victory against the level 100 opponent, the Forgotten Bone Lord. The man, shocked, put a hand to his head, his eyes wide as he asked, "Seriously? And you took down all 3 of them?" Rocan clenched his fists and said, "I finally feel like..." Rocan's power exploded outwards, his muscles bulging visibly. He clenched his fists and smiled. A notification appeared. Unbelievable achievement. You are the first person to complete the 3rd job advancement. Berserker. You have become the first raging berserker after the 3rd job advancement. You are the first to achieve this class. Rocan smirked, his eyes burning with a fiery light. I've grown so much from the newbie I once was. Another notification popped up. You have completed the advancement as a berserker. Witnessing this, the scarred man across from him was stunned. How is that possible? Who are you? Rocan said arrogantly. Don't be so surprised. There'll be plenty more to be surprised about from now on. He then narrowed his eyes and glared at the man. What are you staring at? Hurry up and give me my advancement reward. Hearing this, the man hurriedly complied. The scarred man snapped out of it, stammering. Huh? Ah, right. The reward is one of these 3 items. Then, weapons were displayed on the table. From left to right were the Magic Maniac's longsword, the Magic Maniac's battle axe, and finally, the Magic Maniac's greatsword. The guy said, go on, pick one. They're all high-quality weapons. You'll be hard-pressed to find anything better at your current level. Rocan sized up the weapons, pursing his lips in thought. He then picked up an axe to inspect it and said, this is what I'm most familiar with. The scar-faced man eagerly replied, I knew you'd choose the axe. The berserker's battle axe was a magic-type weapon, an axe created specifically for berserkers. It was a strong and sturdy weapon, capable of withstanding the brutal fighting style of a berserker. Attack power, 250. Durability, 7 to 100 out of 8 to 100. Strength plus 30. Stamina plus 10. Like a true victor, Rocan raised the massive axe high, a wild smirk spreading across his face. He thought to himself, well, it's been a while. This isn't the best item in the game, but it's pretty damn good for now. On another table, a series of skill books were displayed. Rocan requested, let me see the skill books. 2. The scar-faced man said, you should first know what skills are available here. There are 5 in total. Divine Power, level 1. It consumes mana to enhance your weapon, costing 2 mana per second. Next is the Block skill book, level 1. It blocks 1 enemy attack. It can only be equipped to weapons, shields, and hands, increasing defense by 2 to 100%. Single use, 2-second duration. The third skill book is Frenzied Attack, level 1. Attack the enemy with explosive power. Every 5 seconds, your movement speed is increased by 2 to 100%. The fourth skill book is Death Whirlwind, level 1. Spin on the spot while swinging your weapon to slash or deal damage to surrounding enemies. The fifth skill book is Body Enhancement, level 1. A passive skill that increases your strength and defense. Strength and defense increased by 5%. After hearing the descriptions, Rocan said decisively, I'll buy all of them, plus a few other things. The scar-faced man was startled. Whoa. Don't tell me you already know about skill combinations. Skill combinations? It's a type of skill unlocked after your 3rd class advancement, when you gain the ability to combine multiple skills to create a new one. They are incredibly powerful and important skills, but you can only have 3 of them. The scar-faced man continued, you know, you have to think carefully about this. The skill books disappear as soon as you use them for a combination. If you're careless during the combination process, you'll end up creating a useless skill. Rocan looked at the skill book in his hand with a thoughtful expression, but then his face lit up as if he'd struck gold. He snapped his fingers and quickly said, I'll take 1 Battle Roar, 1 Frenzied Attack, 1 Death Whirlwind, and 1 Body Enhancement, 2 Flashes, and 3 Divine Powers. Hearing this, the scar-faced man started to sweat. All of them? Did you even hear what I just said? A moment later, he crossed his arms. He stated the price. Your total comes to 21 gold and 80 silver. I'd love to give you a discount, but unfortunately, we have to sell at a fixed price. Then he held out his fist, something inside his hand flashing with a red light. In return, I'll give you this. It turned out to be a Gem of Frenzy, a rare grade item specifically for the Berserker class. It allows you to enter a berserk state without suffering any backlash. Single use. Rocan took the glowing gem, a wicked look on his face. He thought, I can't believe I found this here. Usually, you get more items like this much later on. He then replied to the scar-faced man with a friendly tone. Thanks. I'll be sure to put this to good use. Then, a massive pouch of coins slammed onto the table, startling the scar-faced man. He thought, he's paying such a large sum all at once. As if it's nothing to him, he watched Rocan wave as he walked out the door. It seems like he knows all about class advancements and skill combinations. Who in the world is that guy? Then, the man burst out laughing. Unbelievable. He thought about Rocan's demeanor and said, I think I just did business with a future top ranker. In a towering spire of the Magic Association, a voice spoke. I knew my judgment was sound. You have the makings of an investigator. An old man sitting across a long tea table from Rocan continued. I'm impressed by your skill in crafting materials. Despite the praise, Rocan just frowned, thinking, Being told an old man likes me doesn't exactly make me feel great. The old man took a sip of tea and asked, "So, where do you wish to go now?" Rocan replied, "Crossroad, the third city." The old man took out a piece of paper and began to write, sighing as he said, "I'm worried this might be a bit difficult, but I suppose for you, it won't be an issue. Ah, and I'm sure you already know this." He paused his writing and looked at Rocan with narrowed eyes. "But you'll start encountering other races when you get to Crossroad." Rocan replied, "I know, that's right. There's the first city, Chinzik, then the second city, and finally, Crossroad, the third city. It's a city that only those who've reached level 100 can enter. It serves as a home for humans, as well as other legendary races, like elves and dwarves. It's a place for both NPCs and players alike." The long-bearded old man rolled up the paper with a letter and handed it to Rocan. "All right, take this to the Western Mines. Model. Meet a man named Rum. He'll guide you there." Rocan asked, "What about the other letter?" The old man replied, "There's a guard captain here named Mencken. Please give it to him." Rocan stared at the letter and thought, "He's really using me to the fullest." The old man added, "The journey there might be very difficult. Are you sure you'll be okay?" "Don't worry," Rocan replied with a confident smile. "Look here, old man. You know I'm a madman. You don't need to worry." A while later, Rocan had a sour look on his face, as if he were constipated. He pointed at a cargo cart and aggressively asked, "Are you kidding me? Why are you making me travel in this thing?" The person across from him replied, "We have to use it, young man." The round, chubby man was Rum Glom. He proudly patted the cart prepared for Rocan and said, "This is the only way to get to Crossroad from here." "Didn't Stero tell you anything?" Rocan gave an embarrassed laugh, scratching his head as he raised a hand to wave goodbye. "Now that I think about it, maybe taking the long way around would be better." Rum replied generously, "Whatever you want, my friend. But if you decide to take the detour, it'll take you several days to get there. Plus, there are a lot of checkpoints and other things like that along the way." As soon as he heard this, Rocan, who was about to run off, froze in his tracks. Rocan was petrified on the spot. He pouted, thinking of the first to discover the third city title, the first to receive important quests, the first to get the best residential spot, the first title bonus. Rocan grabbed the side of the cart and cursed under his breath. Son of a bitch. His tall body was now curled up in a cart as small as a tiny basket, looking utterly miserable. Rocan asked Rum, trembling, Are you sure this is safe?" Rum gave a thumbs up and said with a confident voice, "I told you it's safe. I've never had an accident before. Of course, this is my first time carrying a passenger." Then, Rum quickly pushed a lever. Rocan yelled in panic, "Hey, what did you just say? If that's the case, we haven't even had time to mentally prepare." The cart carrying Rocan shot off like a rocket, making him scream his lungs out. Meanwhile, Rum just gave him a thumbs up as he departed. In front of a gate stood a guard who was an elf, dressed in all white from head to toe. She held a weapon in her hand, probably a bow and arrow. She stared straight ahead, and when she seemed to spot something, her eyes went wide. She pointed at the approaching Rocan. Right then, he was shambling along like a zombie. She shouted, "Hey, stop! You can only enter with a permit." Rocan held his forehead and groaned. "I'm really dizzy, so could you please not shout in my face? My head is spinning right now." Seeing his suspicious behavior, the girl drew her bow, ready to shoot at any moment. She threatened, "I'll shoot if you don't reveal your identity." Rocan wasn't scared at all. He was so dizzy he felt like he would pass out, but he was still mouthy enough to curse. "That damn short bastard. I'll remember his face." When the girl saw him still approaching, she shot an arrow in his direction. "I told you to stop right there." The arrow glowed as it flew, looking like a cannonball, its attack power immense. The girl said in astonishment, "He dodged a direct shot?" At that moment, Rocan had already swung his fist and was rushing toward her. His eyes were blood red, like a ferocious demon. Terrified, she raised her hands to cover her head, shut her eyes tightly, and turned away. Rocan asked impatiently, "Hey, what are you doing? You're the one who told me to reveal my identity." Realizing she wasn't being attacked, the girl opened her eyes to see that Rocan hadn't raised his fist to hit her, but to show her the sparkling ring on his finger. He slicked back his hair and said, "I'm Rocan, the investigator. This is the entrance to Crossroad, right?" As he spoke, he cursed inwardly. "If it's not, I'm killing that fat dwarf." In Crossroad, Rocan stood looking at a waterfall with a castle in the distance. The tall houses were built close together, creating a beautiful sight. Rocan let out a breath and exclaimed, "As expected of the third city, it's huge." He watched the people happily walking by. This is the real beginning. Then he smiled cheerfully. A notification immediately popped up. Unbelievable achievement. You are the first to discover the new city. You have obtained the title First Visitor of Crossroad. Rocan rubbed his chin, annoyed. Tsk, if it wasn't for this damned first title reward. Well, now that I have it, I guess it's fine. First Visitor of Crossroad. Rare. You are the first visitor to Crossroad. Effect. All skills increased by 5% within the territory of Crossroad. An elf whispered to the person next to her. I've never seen him here before. Is he human? A human is the first visitor? He must have done some terrible things to get here. Rocan seemed to have overheard them as he glanced in their direction. Another notification panel appeared. Nothing is impossible. Legendary. Effect. Your relationship with allied and neutral NPCs will start as friendly. Your skill proficiency gain will be 30% faster. Rocan pursed his lips, as if they won't still be hostile to me, even with the friendly status. Seriously, these long-eared bastards are always so difficult. He recalled his past life, when he was shunned everywhere he went. But in the end, this is still better than my previous life. I was mocked and ignored countless times just for being human. A notification reminded him, you are logging out. Then, Rocan's body slowly faded away. He sighed and said, all right, that's enough for today. Back in reality, Rocan was at home, drying his hair with a towel. Walking along, he mumbled to himself, I've completed my 3rd class advancement and got my first title reward. So now, there's so much to do. He sat down on the sofa and picked up his phone. Let's see. Anything interesting going on? As he scrolled, his face suddenly darkened and his brow furrowed. Huh? Level 99? On his phone were headlines about the appearance of a level 99 player and an exclusive interview with them. Rocan muttered, if it's an exclusive interview, it can't be about me. I thought I was way ahead of everyone else, but already, someone's hit level 99? But then, he seemed to realize something. Rocan froze, saying, wait a second. He stared intently at his phone screen, his expression twisting into a scowl. Don't tell me it's that Times guy. On the screen, a woman named Ruby was greeting the audience. She introduced herself as the host of Game Invent. Today, as previously announced, we'll be welcoming a very special guest. Ruby announced the man who was likely the first person to reach level 99 in Zlot. She then teased the audience, asking if they wanted her to reveal his appearance and name. But in the end, Ruby announced cheerfully, too bad, because I can't do that. It's a real shame, but a condition of his appearance was that the show must keep his identity completely confidential. The man himself added, I hope you all understand. I'm only doing this because I don't want to become famous. Then, Ruby began the interview. I heard that there aren't even 100 people who have surpassed level 90 yet. So how did you manage to reach level 99 so quickly? The man casually replied that there was nothing special to it. Someone was sitting in front of a computer, watching the man answer Ruby's question. I analyzed the system and learned the most optimal way to hunt. I discovered the perfect hunting ground for every level. Ruby chimed in, saying she heard the man was just about to head to the 3rd city. He calmly confirmed this, adding that he planned to go right after. Finishing his 3rd quest progression, Ruby expressed her excitement, saying she'd love to see the man complete his quest. The man said he felt bad about not being able to reveal his identity, so he would make up for it by telling Ruby one thing. After he gets settled in the 3rd city, he intends to form a guild. Ruby was quite surprised by this and asked him why, since she'd heard he was a dedicated solo player. Why form a group now? The man answered confidently that not just anyone could join his guild. The condition to become a member is that you must have, at a minimum, cleared the 3rd quest progression. Hearing that, Ruby didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She changed the subject, asking if he had decided on a name for the guild yet. A smug smile spread across the man's face. He announced that his guild's name would be Ragnarok. Rocan, sitting in front of his monitor, heard the mysterious man announce the guild's name, and a savage grin spread across his face. Laughter, growing more and more unhinged, erupted from Rocan. He said with excitement, I'm so glad to finally see you, you bastard. Later, at a training ground, Rocan was training intensely. As he trained, he thought to himself that, to be honest, he had felt pretty anxious. Rocan's brows furrowed. He was worried that after everything he'd done to change the future, that man wouldn't even show up. However, contrary to his expectations, the bastard finally revealed himself, and even earlier than in his past life. Rocan figured that settled it. While training vigorously, he contemplated the strange phenomenon of his regression. Before he could finish the thought, Rocan focused on practicing his Death Cyclone skill. After finishing the move, Rocan let out a sharp breath and continued his train of thought. Odin. My regression has something to do with Odin, and in Zlot, Rocan was dying to find and kill Odin immediately, both to get himself fired up for training and to boost his own willpower. He even drew Odin's face on a piece of paper and hung it on a training dummy. But the tricky part was that he couldn't kill Odin right now. The guy was on a different continent, and more importantly, Rocan was still leagues behind him, and Odin hadn't even formed his guild yet. If Rocan killed Odin now, there would be no real benefit. So Rocan used his divine power to train, all while thinking things over. Killing Odin would only be worthwhile once he had gathered his allies and was close to reaching his own limits. Rocan raised his axe high. With a sky-high killing intent, he calculated that just when Odin thought he'd reached his peak, a single swing from his axe would split the training dummy in two. Rocan smirked triumphantly, because at that moment, he would utterly destroy Odin. A look of eager anticipation crossed his face. He would do it because that was his style. Rocan even urged Odin to hurry up and get stronger so he could fulfill his desire. Rocan turned and walked away, leaving. The training dummy split in half behind him. He said to himself, "That's enough for a warm-up. I guess it's time to combine some skills." Rocan tapped on the screen to create a combination skill. The system immediately prompted, "Please select skill books or action replays that you wish to use for the combination." Rocan first selected two items, Divine Power and Battle Roar. These two could be combined. The system told Rocan to confirm this effective combination and press agree. Furthermore, if he wanted to try a different experiment, he could change the action replay option. Rocan felt pretty good about it, since it was exactly what he was hoping for, so he hit confirm. The system then requested Rocan to name the combination skill. Rocan named the skill, Maddened Scream. Naming a combination skill is extremely important. Sometimes, the name itself determines the effectiveness of the skill. When combining two skills, the effect will differ depending on the chosen name, like if it implies something heavy, or light, fast, or slow. The system announced, Maddened Scream has been successfully combined. It can emit a frenzied cry that terrifies the opponent. Rocan's voice would be enhanced by magic and could even psychologically affect his opponent. If the opponent was weaker than the user, all of their abilities would be weakened. If the opponent was significantly weaker than the user, they could even be stunned for a short period. If the opponent was stronger than the user, the skill would still have a partial effect. This also affects the user, either weakening or strengthening them. If the user is in a berserk state, the effect of Maddened Scream is amplified by 1.5 times. After reading the description of Maddened Scream, Rocan felt quite pleased. He noted it wasn't that different from Battle Roar, but it was definitely more useful, especially when he was in his berserk state. Suddenly, Rocan was astonished by something he saw. It turned out he had 4 slots for combination skills. Rocan wondered, "What is this? I thought 3 was the limit." The system explained, the first ever player to achieve the 3rd class advancement for Berserker. Rocan was the very first person to do this. The effect was that he gained an additional slot for a combination skill. Rocan was starting to feel pretty damn happy. He hadn't expected this at all. He recognized that having an extra slot for a combination skill was a massive advantage. No matter what anyone said, the best way for him to get stronger in Zlot was by getting achievements. Rocan felt great. He figured he should just keep racking up more achievements. At Crossroads, the Dwarf Miners Guild had their flag hanging right by the entrance. A dwarf asked Rocan, "You want to do this all by yourself?" The tone of the guy didn't sound very trusting. He even asked again, "Are you just bragging?" Rocan was starting to get pissed but pretended to stay calm and cheerfully spoke to the dwarf. "Of course not, just leave it to me." Inside, Rocan was fuming because this bastard kept blowing smoke right in his face. The dwarf gave Rocan a suspicious look while he just kept up his phony act. He put on a two-faced act, pleading his case. Finally, the dwarf turned away but agreed with Rocan. "Well, I don't think you're very trustworthy, but giving it a shot won't hurt." Rocan was so mad he wanted to punch the guy. He cursed them inwardly. Damn bastards. It's not like they could do it themselves. If they were going to give him a quest, the least they could do is be decent about it. The first thing Rocan needed to do in Crossroads was earn the respect of the other races. Only then could he receive the main quests from their alliance. As a member of the Golden Lion domain, Rocan had to start with the dwarves because he didn't want to see the contemptuous eyes of those elves, but it seemed like they were all the same. Rocan was irritated by all this racism. At the special mining area, they were excavating a special mineral that only appeared inside the VRMMO mine to earn the dwarves' respect. Currently, the operation of the VRMMO mine has been restricted due to kobolds. They needed Rocan's help to meet their monthly quota. Completion condition: collect 50 Luke minerals. Reward: the dwarves' respect. Bonus rewards would be based on the quality of his work, since the quest condition was to collect minerals. Most players would think this way. If they hired miners as subordinates and learned the mining skill, wouldn't this quest be much easier? But that was just a trap. If you learned how to mine, you wouldn't just be mining Luke minerals and a ton of other time-consuming crap. This quest was designed for suckers who don't know how to find the easy way out. Rocan arrived at the quest's mine. There were already minerals right at the entrance. Inside, miners were hard at work. A monster was rushing the miners. "Hurry up, we need to dig as much as possible before those muscle-bound managers get here." Suddenly, something came rushing through the mine. The monster manager spotted Rocan's abrupt appearance. He stood right in front of the beast as it raised its axe to swing down. But Rocan's only thought on this quest was, why the hell should I even bother mining when I can just steal everything instead? In the game world, a pack of kobolds stared in horror at Rocan. Rocan had just cut down a massive kobold with a single blow. He grinned menacingly at them. "What are you so surprised about? I'll be sending all of you to join him soon enough." Seeing their comrade fall, the kobolds exploded into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Look at that. They all charged at once with their weapons raised, shouting, "Intruder!" Unfazed, Rocan activated the divine power within his weapon. Then he swung, combining his attack with the flash skill for an incredibly powerful strike. Boom, crash, bam. He followed up by unleashing a death cyclone, scattering the pack of mutts. However, wave after wave, they stubbornly kept resisting. "Ugh, die!" Rocan enhanced his weapon again, activating its defense feature. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Quick as a flash, he grabbed a kobold by the throat, squeezed tight until its neck snapped, then hurled the body away. Crash! Boom! The ground around them shattered into pieces. Gack! The kobold coughed up blood and died on the spot. Rocan was thrilled, baring his teeth with his eyes wide. He never expected the critical counterattack to be more effective than he'd hoped. Looking over the ravaged battlefield, he stood tall. Before my regression, the first time I came here, I couldn't even take down a single one of them. But now, I can take them all on by myself. He smugly propped himself up with the new item he'd just acquired. "You have acquired 3 green ores. I knew this was the right way to do it." He narrowed his eyes. "But I can't just stop at 50 ores. He walked forward with determined steps, calculating, "If I just go back with the 50 ores the challenge requires, I'll finish this quickly and get another challenge called the Collapse of the CB Cave." In the end, what those dwarves really want is to reclaim the mine in CB. As he pondered, he reached the mine's entrance, where 2 kobolds were standing guard with torches. He tightened his grip on his weapon, assessing the situation. Killing them would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A huge time saver. The kobolds were on high alert, their ears twitching. Ting! One crossed its arms warily and asked its partner, "Did you hear something?" The other replied, "Clank. I don't think it was anything. Pay it no mind, just hurry up and dig." The kobold who gave the order was puffing on a cigarette. It was the level 115 mine, Supervisor Kim, while Rocan was observing the situation. Luckily, he had used his stealth skill, allowing him to easily camouflage himself and successfully infiltrate the mine. He looked at the kobolds, digging furiously, and suddenly remembered, "That's right. If I remember correctly, that one is the leader. He looks like a dog, but he's actually a level 115 boss." As he watched them, he weighed the pros and cons. He knew that even if he went berserk, he probably couldn't handle all of them rushing him at once. He scanned his surroundings. What should I do? Then his eyes landed on a pile of minerals. "Oomph." He smirked. "I've got an idea." Screek! A kobold turned its head at the sound only to watch in horror as the minecart, filled with freshly dug minerals, suddenly broke loose and started rolling away. "Screech!" they screamed. The leader yelled, pointing at the cart. "Get him! If he gets away, we're in big trouble." His cronies immediately gave chase. Woof, woof. The underling kobolds scrambled after the cart, while the leader looked confused. "What happened? Did I forget to set the brake?" "Oh well." The leader sat down calmly and rubbed his 2 claws together, creating a spark. S, zzz, S, S, S. He successfully lit a cigarette. He puffed on it while grumbling. "Such a pain in my ass. We never know when those damn dwarves are going to barge in." Puff, puff, puff. He blew out a cloud of smoke, then suddenly shouted, threateningly, "Come on out, you human." He bared his vicious fangs, drool dripping, his eyes bulging as he roared. "It doesn't matter how well you hide. You can't hide that disgusting stench of yours. Get out here." Clack, clack, clack. Rocan stepped out, taunting, impressive. "Just what I'd expect from a dog," he chuckled, slowly dropping his camouflage. "You've got a sharp nose. I mean, it is a dog's nose. After all, the leader flew into a rage and lunged. "Kiiaaa, you human intruder." It raised its claws. "I'll kill you." Before those muscle brains get here, it even activated a berserk combination skill to attack him. Rocan just smirked, unfazed. Oh? Starting with a combo skill, he initiated his own counter. In that case, I should return the favor. Unlock, Divine Power, Body Enhancement, Berserk Strike, Flash, Frenzy. He combined all the skills, creating a skill combo of immense power. Ha! He exploded with counter-attacking energy. This skill combo is called Annihilation Strike. It combines an attack that obliterates everything in its path. Increasing movement speed, defense and power are increased by 200% for a limited time. Attack power gradually increases unless the user deactivates the skill or an opponent destroys the spear. Any damage received is reflected back at the enemy's defenses. The leader lunged forward, screaming, "You bastard!" He and the creature clashed head-on, their blows thundering through the air. The space around them shattered as the leader took a direct hit and was sent flying, crashing with a massive explosion. Rocan charged in, landing several more hits on the leader before hurling him away. The leader was beaten so badly he coughed up blood, unable to fight back. As he lay motionless, Rocan rushed forward, gripping his weapon tightly and bringing it down with a roar. "It's over, you mutt!" The terrified leader's jaw dropped. Wait, but he was all out of chances. He was split in two. It was a precise, powerful strike that instantly took out the leader. A system notification chimed. "You have defeated Mine Supervisor Kimoy. You have leveled up." The furious dwarf started screaming, "These damn goblins! You stupid damn dogs! How much longer are you going to keep us locked in here? You inhumane bastards! If you're going to imprison dwarves, at least give us some food. And some booze." Outside, our hero heard the commotion as soon as he entered. He ripped the entire cell door off with his bare hands. The dwarves were stunned, whispering to each other, "What kind of strength is this? Is he human, a mercenary, or an adventurer?" Our hero introduced himself. "My name is Rocan. I'm here with a proposition from your guild." The dwarves were grateful he'd saved their lives, but they told him things weren't that simple. "This mine has been completely taken over by goblins. There are hundreds of them, led by that supervisor, Kimoy. And thanks to the mess you just made, you're their new target." They advised our hero to get out while he still could, and call for reinforcements from the guild. All they got in response was a smirk from our hero. "Is that what you were worried about? Stop your useless worrying and get out here, old man. There isn't a single goblin left alive in this mine." After they escaped, the guildmaster couldn't stop praising our hero. "You're incredible. Amazing. You actually did it. It was my mistake not to recognize a talent like you." Our hero was pleased, thinking to himself, "You get it now? Then start treating me like the talent I am." The guildmaster confided in our hero. "Let's get along, shall we? I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of each other in the future." The system announced that our hero had achieved an incredible feat and had earned the trust of the dwarven race. He had obtained the title, Friend of the Dwarves. He was the first person to ever earn this title, the first and only friend of the dwarves. Our hero was the first human to ever be trusted by the dwarves, allowing him to request production, repairs, and enhancements from them. When commissioning a dwarven blacksmith, he would receive a 5% discount. Getting so many titles and rewards caught our hero completely off guard. He asked in astonishment, "What's this? I can enhance items now?" In the Lord, there were only two ways to enhance items. Use an enhancement scroll or hire an NPC or a blacksmith to enhance it for you. However, enhancement scrolls could only be obtained as quest rewards, starting from the third city, which made them extremely rare. In other words, there were currently none on the market. As for the other method, it wasn't so simple either. Why? To ask an NPC to do something like that, your affinity with that NPC had to be at a certain level. On top of that, the success rate and the price fluctuated wildly. A player could also choose blacksmithing as a secondary profession. However, due to its high degree of difficulty, it was considered one of the 3 hardest skills to master. Of course, if you were willing to wait, high-level item production and enhancements would eventually become available, but that was a long way off in the future. This meant that, at present, the only person in the entire game who could enhance items was our main character. The more he thought about it, the more ecstatic he became. Rocan knew this meant a lot of money, a whole lot of money. At the Dwarven Forge, a blacksmith looked up in surprise when he saw our hero. "A human? Oh ho, you must be the human the guildmaster told me about." Our hero told him he wanted to commission the production of an item. The dwarf replied cheerfully, "Of course, I can do that for you. What do you need? An axe?" Our hero told him, "An axe can wait. Please make me a longsword." the blacksmith said confidently. A longsword? Easy peasy. The reason our hero wanted to make a longsword was simple. It had no outstanding characteristics. It had no obvious weaknesses and was widely used by most players, which meant it would sell for a good price. After he asked how much it would cost, he was told it was 90 silver per weapon. Our hero requested 50 of them and asked how long it would take. The blacksmith was quite surprised that he needed such a large quantity. You want 50 of them? That's quite a few, but it should only take me about a day. Just leave the materials over there. The only skill that a player with the blacksmith profession could actually use was self-repair, so all the materials were sold for dirt cheap. Thanks to that, our hero was able to buy them without spending much at all. Then, he asked another question. Oh, I almost forgot. But, can you engrave them? I'll pay extra. This was a simple task for the blacksmith. After receiving the Abyss longsword, he couldn't help but admire it. Whoa, not bad at all. No wonder they say dwarven gear is the best. The engraved letters were an abbreviation for Thai Kyun, which would be the main character's brand name. From now on, he was excited about the idea of building his brand by reselling NPC-crafted items. Is this what it feels like to be a con artist? The main character pointed at the sword and said, I want to enhance these too. For now, can you get this one to +3? Accepting the request, the blacksmith immediately got to work. After getting back a +3 enhanced sword, he examined it, thinking that the success rate for a +3 enhancement was still quite high, and it didn't even require any rare materials. This makes it perfect for selling. Let's see how much this will go for. He took the newly acquired item to the world market to sell it. The world market, which becomes available starting from the 3rd city, is different from other city markets where you can only trade locally. Here, you can buy and sell globally in real time. The main character was examining the sword. Let's see. All in all, this cost me about 3 gold. Right? Alright, I'll start the bidding at 6 gold and set the instant buy price at 10 gold. He listed it. The moment it hit the market, it was sold instantly. The main character was stunned. What? It's only been 5 seconds. This is insane. That thing is worth around 2 million won in the real world, and it still sold that fast? On second thought, it wasn't that unreasonable. The number of players above level 90 was only about 1 to 2% of the entire player base. When there are too many people at a similar level, finding good gear becomes extremely difficult. And the Odin interview clip released yesterday only made the market more competitive. The main character let out a loud laugh. Well, I never thought I'd be grateful to that guy, but I can't just let this opportunity slide. Let's see just how high I can push the price. This time, 20 gold. Sold already? Alright then, 30 gold. 35. 40. After 30 minutes, all the items had been sold. Thinking about how he had just made nearly 100 million won in 30 minutes, the main character's face lit up as he muttered, "This is absolutely insane. Questing and leveling up are important, sure, but not right now." The moment he thought about the money, his eyes lit up with greed. He shouted, "Let's go. I need to buy up all the item crafting materials." He planned to exploit this opportunity to make a fortune. At the Loth Development Company, the system detected an anomaly. Item enhancement monopolization confirmed. Player name, Rocan. 2 days later, he asked, "Huh? What's this?" A system notification popped up. The item enhancement system has been changed. At the present time, the number of enhancement uses is limited to 1,000. We hope players will be mindful and use this feature reasonably. He looked at the notice board, annoyed. Is this their way of telling me to cool it? I guess there's no other choice. Anyway, I didn't think this trick would last forever. I have to be satisfied with what I've made over the past 2 days. Still, it's a good thing other players can't see this notification. It's a warning message sent only to me. Even so, I managed to enhance all my current gear to +5 and made a killing. He equipped the +5 sturdy lizardman's leather pauldrons, defense 85 +20. The +5 chestplate, defense 110 +45. +5 gauntlets, defense 40 +10. The +5 mighty belt, defense 40 +15. +5 wild deepwood lizardman's pants, defense 80 +32. +5 explorer's iron boots, defense 70 +26. And thanks to all that, I was able to get this. He held up an axe. It was the murderer's axe, a rare grade weapon. It was crafted in the likeness of an axe used by a murderer who inflicted countless brutal deaths upon his enemies. Due to the murderer's madness, the axe was imbued with a special power. Attack, 320 + 150. Durability, 1000 out of 1000. It had a blood frenzy effect. The lower the user's health, the higher their attack power. He looked at it with an ecstatic and utterly satisfied expression. I can't wait to test this thing out. Time to get started on the next quest. At the crossroad, in the half-elf guild, a half-elf woman spoke up. "You're human?" This was the half-elf guild master, Taro. She asked again, "What are you doing here?" He replied, "I thought I might be of some help, so I came. I heard you've had something on your mind lately, so I came to listen." Annoyed, she frowned and said, "Who told you that? I don't know where you heard such nonsense, but that's enough. It's not so urgent that I need to borrow the strength of a weak human." Hearing this, he became outraged and shot back. "What? Weak? How can you be so rude to someone who came here to help you? Just because I'm being nice, you think you can look down on me? Is that it?" He drew the axe from his back. Startled, she jumped to her feet. "What was that you said?" He suddenly lunged forward. She couldn't react in time, only managing to dodge, but she still got grazed. He grabbed her by the throat. "How dare you?" She struggled to breathe as he choked her. He squeezed her neck and said, "Let's see who's the weak one now." She was choked to the point of tears, gasping for air, but this was all just a sudden impulse on his part. Taro looked at him and cried, "Can't you hear me?" With an irritated sigh, he thought to himself, "Just focus on the main quest." He held out his hand and said, "Come on, don't be like that. I'm an investigator, officially recognized by the Blacksmith's Guild. I'm not as weak as you think, so you can just leave everything to me." She closed her eyes with a frown and said, "It seems you're misunderstanding something here. We don't recognize those barbarians, and we have no desire to associate with them. But if you're an investigator, then I can't deny your abilities. I'll trust you this one time." Trembling with irritation, he muttered, "A wise decision. Ensure the safety of the gathering party. It's been several days since we lost contact with the young half-elves who went to collect items in the Tekalona forest. Find them, confirm their safety, and bring them back to Crossroad." Taro said, "It seems something has happened to the members of the artifact gathering party. You must bring them back safely." She held out an item and said, "The young elves are very wary of strangers. If you find them, show them this. System notification, proof from the Half-Elf Guild acquired. Quest conditions, confirm the survival of the Half-Elf Gathering Party members and protect them. Failure conditions, the Half-Elf Gathering Party members die. Completion reward, certificate of the Half-Elf Tribe. Additional rewards will be based on the mission completion rate." He crossed his arms and thought, "As expected, this quest has a hidden reward. I already know what it is." Meanwhile, she looked at him, thinking, "Still, this human is strange. Can I really trust him?" The hidden objective of this mission is to achieve the original goal that the artifact gathering team had when they entered the Tekalona forest. He mounted his horse and set off. System notification. You have received a black steed. Basic riding speed increased by 150%. You have received a summoning whistle. Blowing the whistle will summon the black steed from any location. Of course, finding the gathering party is the top priority. From the third city onward, the path for the quest gets much wider. If I had to walk like before, I'd die. Riding forward, he thought, I spent 100 gold on this, so I'd better get my money's worth. Giddy yap. Suddenly, a giant foot stomped down. He had run into a corrupted forest spirit. Level 115. He stopped to fight it. Drawing his axe, he said with a fierce grin, I can't believe a tree monster showed up, right when I wanted to test this axe's performance. It let out a deafening roar and reached for him. Rocan looked at it with a sharp glare and swung his axe in a single, clean arc. Half its body was sliced in two, and it tried to grab his shoulder. But another swing of the axe sent its arm flying. It was a pathetic sight, a critical hit. System notification, you leveled up. These monsters are stronger than the kobolds in the dungeon, but they don't have any skills, just basic attacks. I took a look. My axe seemed to smile as it said, standard met. A worthy investment. It's definitely around here somewhere. This has to be the place. The trail of the missing half-elf gathering party was last seen. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto something. It was a pair of shoes. System notification. Shoes of an elf from the gathering party discovered. I've found it. The party must have run into monsters, and one of them dropped their shoe while escaping. Now all I have to do is follow the trail and find them. Of course, that's easier said than done. Half-elves are still elves, so they're light on their feet. It's tough to find their footprints even if you're trying. To find them, I need to focus my eyes and be incredibly sharp, not missing a single clue. Trampled grass, a broken twig. He searched the area. That's strange. They should be close. Did I go the wrong way? Suddenly, something sharp flew toward his back. A flock of black crows scattered from the trees. He caught the arrow with one hand and snapped it in two. He turned his head and said, looks like I came to the right place after all. Behind him were the young half-elf women, all covered in wounds. One of them panicked and yelled, Who are you? Why are you looking for us? He quickly explained. I'm the adventurer, Rocan. Lord Terra was worried when he lost contact with you all, so he sent me to find you. The girl calmed down a bit and replied, Lord Terra? But there's no way Lord Terra would send a human. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Look, enough with the suspicion. If you still don't believe me after seeing this, then feel free to stay here. He showed her the elf tribe's certificate. The girl gasped, That's from our guild. He sighed. Now do you believe me? But he was still worried, thinking, if they don't believe me now, what am I going to do? And with that, they finally trusted him and followed. The girl said, but it won't be easy to escape. Horrifying monsters we've never seen before are swarming the entire forest. He turned and asked gently, Are you talking about the corrupted forest spirits? One of the other girls asked, How do you know? Have you encountered them? Rocan replied nonchalantly, I took down a few, on my way into the forest. The first girl shot back in disbelief. You're lying. All of us together couldn't even take on one of those monsters. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed through the forest, making the girl jump in terror, but Rocan remained completely calm. A few more of those monsters. They opened their massive jaws and charged toward the huddled group of elf girls. Trembling in fear, they asked, What do we do now? We're going to die. Rocan walked towards them, speaking as he went, just in time. Now open your eyes and watch closely. He stood before the monster. From now on, I'm going to put on a real wood-chopping show. It clasped its hands together, preparing to attack. Rocan leaped up, dodging its blow. He gripped the handle of his axe tightly, his eyes tracking the beast. A single diagonal slash split its body in two. Another one charged at him. He grinned, then gripped his axe and rushed forward. All right, bring it on. He swung again, cleaving the next one in half. The elf girls stared at him, their eyes filled with awe and admiration, as he took down two of the monsters in an instant. No way! How can a human have that much power? He severed one of its legs, then sliced its body in two. A series of perfect cuts, swift and clean. The monster trembled, reaching out a hand. Rocan said, This should be enough proof, right? He slammed his axe down, planting his foot on the monsters, and said, And that's why we don't need to be afraid of things like this. The elf girl stared in silence, then suddenly dropped to the ground. He looked on, confused, as the two girls behind her did the same. They knelt before him, one knee on the ground in a gesture of respect. He asked, What are you all doing? She replied, I know this is a shameless request, but thanks to you, we can't just turn back now. A while ago, for some unknown reason, this forest became corrupted. Before the forest is completely tainted, we absolutely must complete our mission. To us, this is more important than our own lives. Before we return, could you please help us? A quest to gather young high elves in the Tekorona forest before returning to the crossroads. The young high elves have asked you to escort them to their destination. Success condition: reach the central area of the Tekorona forest. Failure conditions: abandon the journey to the center of Tekorona forest, or the death of the young high elves. Completion reward: combined with the reward for the Ensure the Gathering party's safety quest. Rocan smirked, thinking to himself, Knew it. He said, All right. But in exchange, from now on, you do exactly what I say. If you don't, I'll personally kick you all out of here. The elf girl replied, We'll follow your every command. He thought, just as I expected from high elves. The moment it's about times that asterisk, they become completely obedient. Well, it makes sense. That thing is worth it to them. After all, it's a critical item tied to the main quest. They continued on their way. Suddenly, a monster blocked their path. But thankfully, everyone managed to hide in time without being spotted. The girls were terrified of it. Afraid they'd make a sound, Rocan raised a single finger to his lips, signaling them to be silent. Every time they ran into one of these, they had to fight, which slowed down their progress. His goal was to get to the destination as quickly as possible. Of course, if any of them got on his nerves, he had no problem taking them out. The black-haired girl suddenly saw something and whispered, Ah, Rocan. Wait. Hearing his name, he turned around. She crouched down. I found it. This is what we came here to collect. It was a sapling of the world tree. He asked, This is? She quickly replied, It's a sapling of the world tree. To be precise, it's a seedling with the potential to become a world tree. The world tree, the symbol of the High Elf Guild. To them, it was an existence greater than anything else. To revive it, the High Elves had ventured deeper into the forest. Their goal was to resurrect the Elven Kingdom. She said, Of course, it's not strong enough yet, but even a single tree that can grow into a world tree is worth collecting. From now on, we will begin to gather them. We're counting on you to protect us. He put a hand to his chin, thinking, if my memories are correct, then… Wait, stop, he said suddenly, pulling out a potion. He poured the potion directly onto the sapling. Seeing this, the black-haired girl ran over to stop him. Wait, what are you doing? He pushed her away with his hand and said, step back a bit. She cried out, no, what are you doing? The girl behind her immediately said, see, I knew we couldn't trust a human. The last girl raised her hand to intervene. Wait, hold on. She gasped in surprise as she saw the sapling of the world tree growing right before her eyes. Having absorbed the life force, the sapling grew in an instant. Its potential to mature and become a world tree was now even higher. The sapling grew larger and larger. The world tree. It grew? They marveled at it, asking repeatedly, impossible. How did you do that? Seeing this, he thought to himself, these elves are so obsessed with worshipping the world tree that they never even thought to try something like this. It's a mid-grade life potion. He held it out and said, in a place overflowing with life force, the world tree can grow. If that's the case, we should let it grow as much as possible right here, since this area doesn't seem to be corrupted yet. The black-haired girl looked at the potion in his hand, thinking that this information was a top secret among the high elves. How could he possibly know about this? He continued to pour the potion on the sapling. Worried about the tree, they told him, slowly, don't let it overflow. As he poured, he thought, this is slower than I expected. What a waste of money. Wait a second. Do I really have to use a potion? If it's just life force. He pulled out another vial and said, use this. It's water from Myeong Lake, filled with spiritual energy. Just drink it and your mana will recover. Water it with this, it should work. He poured more on the plant, and another sprout appeared. Another tiny seedling under the ground also twitched slightly, shocking them all. Huh? No way. He realized that, sure enough, just pouring this water on it was effective. The world tree seedling's sprout gradually pushed its way up. Good thing I always carry a bottle just in case. Haha, this should be enough to get the rest of the reward, right? I wonder what the reward is. Suddenly, the dark-haired girl said in a panic, something terrible has happened. Her words made him jump. Huh? He asked again. What is it? Isn't the world tree growing a good thing? She replied, it is. Of course we're happy about this. But just as you said, the diseased tree was watered with life force to grow. But if it grows this fast, it means it's going to suck up all the life force in the entire forest. Another elf girl also noticed this and said, ah, just as I thought. The level 139 guardian of the forest has been corrupted. The boss of the forest. A monster appeared before everyone. It spoke, intruders. Who are you to dare steal the life force of the forest? He said, of course it wasn't going to be that easy. All right, if that's how it is, I guess I'll just have to go all out and grind. He summoned the sealed iron helm of the Lion King. The system announced, a portion of the sealed item's power has been awakened. He was also surprised by this information and looked at the helmet. The sealed iron helm of the Lion King was the set-piece version of the helm that Gaokon, the Lion King, used when he was alive. The amount of power released from the helm depends on the user's level. Defense 750, durability 4000 out of 4000, strength plus 70, stamina plus 50, agility plus 50. When used in conjunction with the lion's roar, the effect and range increase by 50%. Whoa, that's a surprise. What's this? He asked. Part of the seal was released. I didn't expect this to happen. It unlocks based on my level? Well, either way, this is a good thing. He equipped the Lion King's iron helm. There's no doubt about it. This is now the strongest piece of defensive gear I have. If I can get the whole set, the entire seal will be broken. The stats from my gear will reach their absolute peak. I have to collect the whole set. The dark-haired girl said in a panic, Rocan, what do we do now? He replied to her, don't panic. Just focus on moving the seedling. Leave the big guy to me. His gear started to materialize. A +5 berserker, warrior's axe. Oh, she cried out, trying to stop him. Don't! That's the guardian of the forest, take Kelowna. It's like the supreme being of this forest. And now it's even more dangerous because it's been corrupted by some unknown filth. It's not something a single person can fight. We have to run. In contrast to her panic, he calmly asked, who decided that? His question snapped her out of her panic and into a state of confusion as she asked him with a single word. Huh? He repeated, that it's not something a single person can fight. People live and set their own limits, then treat them as the standard. Elves are the same. Watch closely. He then dragged his axe towards the monster. Today, I'm going to shatter the limits everyone believes in. The corrupted guardian of the forest. Just like its name implies, it was originally the protector of the forest. But when the forest became polluted, it turned into a monster. Originally, this thing was supposed to be my opponent in a different main quest related to the World Tree later on. Or maybe not. That quest didn't take place in this forest. It's level 130, but it's stronger than its level suggests. Unlike normal bosses, it's extremely difficult to defeat, even if a whole party of players over level 100 surround it. Actually, I don't need to defeat it right now. While I draw its attention, the collection team will gather the seedling, and then we just need to escape successfully to complete the quest. But something feels off. He cracked a smile. His instincts were screaming that just doing that wasn't enough. He lifted his foot and charged at it. The monster growled, "Intruder." Then, with a single strike, he sent half of its body flying. He followed up with a kick that shook the very heavens and earth. He continued his charge, as smoke and rocks flew everywhere. He taunted, "You idiot. Is swinging those things around all you can do?" Suddenly, it made a slight movement. He thought in surprise, "Wait, could that be?" The creature's body suddenly pulled itself together. Its head and torso stood up and faced him. Damn it, so that's how it is. It used its hands, trying to grab Rocan. Then, several large rocks flew toward him, but they were suddenly deflected. It was the power of the High Elves. They were using a mana shield to block the rocks. He darted to another spot, as massive boulders continued to rain down from the sky, harassing him. He then charged straight for the monster's legs. It spread its arms wide, trying to crush him with the weight of the rocks. He saw it coming and said, "Don't be in such a hurry." Then, he swung his axe, Barbarian King's Catastrophe. He spun in the air, then unleashed two powerful slashes. He yelled, "Because right now, I'm going to slice you into pieces." And with that, two massive chunks of its body fell to the ground. It screamed as it was split in two again. Its hand slammed down, cracking the very ground beneath it. He then slashed off its arm. He launched a furious barrage of attacks, giving it no time to react. "Ha, not as tough as I thought. Even after I cut off your limbs and took you down, you can still get back up and fight." It reached out, trying to grab Rocan, but he spun around and dodged. "What is that? A tentacle? No, it looks like a tree root." It paused, staring at him, before sending the roots creeping forward. He clicked his tongue, annoyed. This regeneration is insane. Is this the power of a forest boss? He got back on his feet. Whatever. Even regeneration this strong has to have a limit. You have to destroy its mana core. A voice called out, making him turn his head. It was the girl with black hair. She spoke up. "You're just planning on chopping it to bits until it can't regenerate, aren't you?" He scratched his head. "How'd you know?" "I could tell just by watching you," she said. "But that won't work. The forest spirit is connected to all life in this forest. As long as it can draw on the forest's life force, it will regenerate infinitely and just keep getting stronger. So all the trees in the forest will die?" He snapped at her. "I get it. Stop nagging, all right? Enough. So, where's the mana core?" She replied, "In the center of its body." "But how am I supposed to get to it?" "The thing is massive." He said, "Really? That's it? How underwhelming." He glanced forward, and something caught his eye. The creature suddenly shot out its arm, tearing up the ground around it. A massive wave of power surged forth. "So it's going berserk. Guess I just have to tear it to shreds after all." That power surged high into the sky, and inside the torrent was a figure Rocan. His face was now covered in blood. It was smeared across his face. He grinned. "Well then, time to go all out." A white aura around him slowly began to glow red. The aura enveloping Rocan was changing. Though his body was covered in wounds, he didn't seem to feel a thing. Rocan roared, "All right, let's go all out." An arm made of solid rock slammed down into the earth. The creature raised its arm and spoke, its voice like grinding stone. "Eliminate intruder." Rocan slid one foot back, sinking into a fighting stance. He stomped his foot, gathering his power, and activated a skill combination. Instantly, Rocan's entire body was engulfed in massive red flames. Then, Rocan unleashed the skill. Devastation. He swung his weapon back, gathering momentum for a powerful strike. The attack slammed into the monster, a devastating blow that sent it reeling backward. Rocan leaped high into the air and brought his weapon down for another strike. The beast howled in agony. Seeing his chance, Rocan moved in to finish it. He stood before it, staring it down, then drew his weapon back and charged. In that instant, Rocan moved with blinding speed. His movements crisscrossed in a pattern that looked like crackling lightning. Rocan struck every part of the monster's body with his weapon. As he soared into the air, Rocan thought, "Let's see just how powerful I can be when I go all out." The girl watched his every move from the side and muttered, "Why is he so reckless?" The monster suddenly snapped to its senses, its eyes wide as it stared straight ahead. Rocan landed back on the ground, watching the beast stand there silently. What? He taunted. Just going to stand there and try to regenerate again? Rocan took a step forward. With a smirk, he dashed straight toward the creature. Rocan and the monster stood face to face. Suddenly, the beast let out a deafening roar. More blood now trickled from the corner of his mouth. Rocan activated the skill, Battle Cry. A system window popped up. Debuff effect has been reduced due to the opponent's significantly higher level. Rocan scoffed. Is that so? Then how about this? He activated a skill combination, fusing Divine Power and Battle Cry. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and roared. Following the roar, the skill combination was a success, creating a new skill, Scream of Madness. Scream of Madness. Unleash a frenzied scream that strikes fear into the enemy. The magic infused in your voice can directly impact their mind. All stats are reduced. If the opponent is a much lower level than the user, they will suffer various crippling effects for a short duration. If their level is higher than the user, some effects will still be applied, and the opponent's resistance to negative status effects will be weakened. When in a berserk state, all effects and the power of Scream of Madness are increased by 1.5 times. Facing his overwhelming power, the creature roared as it began to tremble. System notification. Opponent's defense has been decreased. A surprise stun effect has been triggered. Rocan raised his weapon high, activating the GP skill. He grinned at the monster and said, "Now for my strongest attack." He then combined 4 skills, Divine Power, Charge, Flash, and Strike, merging them all into a brand new combination. He tightened his grip on his weapon, raising it high. The monster looked up to see a manifestation of the new skill forming above its head. Suddenly, the skill's image began to crack all over, before shattering into countless fragments that swirled around the monster. The shards then converged on Rocan's weapon, forming a massive, spectral hammer over his own, many times larger than the original. Rocan gripped the axe tightly in his hands. Then, he slammed it into the ground, unleashing a critical hit right where the monster stood. Rocan looked at the monster and smirked. From high above, he leaped down to the ground, landing right on top of it. He dashed past the creature, slicing it clean in two. The system then displayed the information for his critical hit skill. It combines a 250% increase in movement speed while active, with a 300% increase in attack power for a single strike. It also grants a 50% increased chance for a critical hit on one attack, and increases critical hit damage by 200% for one attack. A system warning flashed. Strange noises came from the monster's mouth as it turned to Rocan and said, "Intruder elimination. Failed. Resetting mission." Then, the system announced, "You have defeated the boss monster, the guardian of the corrupted forest." A pillar of white light shot down from the sky, crashing to the ground with a massive boom. System notification. You have leveled up. The people who had been watching from the sidelines couldn't believe their eyes, muttering, "Impossible. Did he really take it down all by himself?" Rocan turned back to them, his face splattered with blood, and said, "Well, let's go. Time to collect our reward." After they left the area, a loud voice suddenly cried out, "How is this possible?" The girl stared at the branch Rocan brought, her voice filled with shock. It's really a seedling from the world tree." Just then, Rocan, with a completely nonchalant expression, spoke up. "There wasn't really a special trick to it, so it's a bit hard to explain. Just ask the battlefield cleanup crew. They'll tell you." She suddenly grabbed his hand and said, "Adventurer." "Ah, no. Sir Rocan." Her eyes lit up as she continued, "Thank you. I really, truly, thank you." Remembering her previous demeanor, Rocan thought, the arrogant, rude elf guild master did a complete 180. Still, I wonder what the world tree really means to her. Whatever. All I need to do is get my reward. He flashed a friendly smile, rubbing his thumb and index finger together in the universal sign for money, and said to her, "There's no need to be so formal. I didn't do this out of the goodness of my heart, you know. You're not going to disappoint me, are you?" She quickly replied, "Of course not." System notifications began to flood in. Unbelievable achievement. You have earned the trust of the elves. You have obtained the title, Friend of the Elves. You are the first person to receive this title. As she began casting a spell, the system displayed the title's information. Friend of the Elves. A unique grade title. You are the first human to gain the trust of the elves. Those who acknowledge you as a friend will help you with all their might. Effects gained. With the blessing of the elves, all defense stats are increased by 10%. With the blessing of the elves, base HP and mana recovery are increased by 50%. He thought to himself, confused, a blessing from the elves. Looking at the power swirling around him, Rocan thought, not bad. Defense stats are crucial when fighting against grand magic. but it's incredibly hard to raise them at higher levels, and for someone at my level, it's an absolutely essential stat. Rocan turned back to her and said, "If this is the entire reward, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed," she replied to him. "Of course, that's not all. Here." She handed Rocan a pouch of gold coins and said, "I'm not sure if this reward will be of much use, but this is all the gold our guild can offer." Rocan mulled it over for a moment and said, "I guess this will do. I'll take it for now. System notification. You have received 150 gold." Staring at the glittering coins, he thought, "Holy crap, getting this much gold from a single quest is insane. I guess it was worth putting up with those neurotic elves after all." After all the formalities were over, she bowed her head and said, "Once again, thank you, Sir Rocan. If you ever need our help, please don't hesitate to ask." Her group bowed their heads in farewell and said, "We wish you a safe journey. Good thing I managed to get that sorted out, but I really don't like this. Right now, they might be treating me like their savior, but later, if they decide I'm a threat to the world tree, they'll turn on me in a heartbeat and wouldn't think twice about killing me. In this game, that's just how elves are designed. All right, now there's just one more mission, right? That one should be a piece of cake." As he finished his thought, a voice rang out. "So, you want to be recognized by our clan, do you?" At the crossroad, in the Dwarf Guild, the man said, "We don't care for fellows who lack finesse. Here, take this." Looking at the contents of the box, a system window popped up. Repair the dwarves' dangerous equipment. Dwarves are drawn to those with deft hands and clever ideas. Neatly repair the device they give you, and return it. Success condition, perfectly repair the dwarves' device. Failure condition, destroy the device. Or, if the repairs do not meet the dwarves' standards. Reward for completion, recognition from the dwarf clan. Additional rewards based on performance. Rocan thought, so, the final quest is to earn the dwarves' recognition by fixing their equipment nice and clean. Rocan sighed and said, "Well then, this should be a quick trip." At first glance, I was thinking, a quest this easy? Rocan picked up 2 of the pieces from the box and assembled them into a gun. Looking at it, Rocan didn't seem too pleased. He let out a humph and said, "A musket?" System. Information on a shabby, old-fashioned musket appeared. A musket made from old and rusty parts. It was doubtful that it could function properly. To use it, it needed to be reassembled securely and oiled. Attack power was 50, durability was 3 out of 10, and the chance of it exploding on use was 70%. I knew dwarven machinery would be like this, but the durability is rock bottom, and touching it just gets you covered in dirt and rust. It feels like it'll break with the slightest mistake. Rocan scowled at the gun in annoyance and said, "At this point, this isn't about getting recognized. It's more like an invitation to start cursing." But Rocan had already found a fatal flaw in this quest. A smirk crept onto his face as he spoke. "You foolish dwarves." When the dwarf saw him return, he was shocked beyond belief. He stammered, "How are you already looking at a perfect musket?" The system displayed information on a perfectly repaired old-fashioned musket. Its rank was normal. An old-fashioned musket that had been perfectly repaired. Attack power, 50. Durability, 100 out of 100. Rocan said cheerfully to him, "Ah, yes, I assembled it nice and clean. What do you think?" Rocan silently revealed to everyone that the loophole was his title, Friend of the Dwarves. Once again, the system displayed the title's information. More than just recognized, you are the first human to earn the trust of the dwarves. Effect. You can commission dwarves for crafting, repairs and improvements. When commissioning a dwarven blacksmith, the commission fee is reduced by 5%. Either way, it was still an equipment item, so it could be commissioned for repairs. And now, the musket was perfectly repaired. The gun was now normal grade, with an attack of 50 and durability of 100. Even though they gave it to him to repair, it was still just an equipment item. He didn't have to worry about a thing. He just had to hand it over to a dwarven blacksmith to fix. Rocan cheerfully asked the dwarf, "Is there a problem?" The dwarf stared at the gun, stammering, "And no, just give me a moment." Staring intently at the musket, the old dwarf broke out in a sweat, thinking, "This fast? And it's repaired so perfectly. This is impossible. Did he not repair it and just bring a new one? But you can't find a musket like this anywhere around here." That's why the old dwarf confidently thought, no matter how I look at it, he's definitely pulling a fast one. This guy. He immediately turned to Rocan and asked, "It's just, did you notice anything special when you were repairing it?" Rocan answered confidently, "Ah, on the inside of the casing, there was a rather unique drawing of a wheel. Oh, and I think that pattern was also on the firing pin." The old dwarf nodded in horror. "That's right." Defeated, he sighed and grumbled, "Damn it. You even knew the exact mark I made to prevent cheating. I have no choice but to acknowledge you. Rocan smiled mysteriously to himself. Of course I knew. I already completed this quest before I regressed. As a result, Rocan obtained the title Friend of the Dwarves and was the first player to receive its accompanying effect. Acquire the secondary class, Mechanical Engineer, and receive a 50% discount on usage fees for vehicles operated by the Dwarven race. After reading it, Rocan thought excitedly to himself, "Whoa, I really wasn't expecting much from such a simple quest. But this reward is insane. In the past, vehicles like trains and planes managed by the dwarves were extremely expensive. A 50% discount is nice, but the best part is the secondary class, Mechanical Engineer. If I become one, I can learn machinery-related techniques, the special skills of the Dwarven race. That means I can craft mechanical equipment myself." Rocan rubbed his hands together, thinking. At first, I thought completing this quest would only grant me the right to trade the dwarves' mechanical products. That's it. But in reality, there was a player who became extremely famous thanks to mechanical engineering. A player with the nickname Grat, full name Scientist Grat. Even though he was a dark magician, he had countless strange mechanical inventions. He pissed off a lot of players by using them in combat. He was famous for being an eccentric. With his rare fighting style and bizarre personality, he was so famous back then that he even had die-hard fans. Anyway, thanks to his popularity, a mechanical engineering craze exploded. My main skills are mostly simple attacks, so this is a great opportunity to fill that gap. After a moment of hesitation, Rocan earnestly requested of the old dwarf, "I want to learn mechanical engineering." The dwarf replied joyfully, "I wholeheartedly welcome my great friend to the perfect beauty of mechanics." And just like that, he acquired the secondary class of Mechanical Engineer. If he accumulated more experience and proficiency, he could learn the techniques of the Dwarven race. So Rocan immediately asked, "Let me see the blueprints and the parts list. I'll practice with them from time to time." The old dwarf replied affectionately, Of course. You can look at them as much as you want." His accumulated efforts had earned him recognition from all the races in the Golden Lion District. In addition, he was also a member of Crossroad. The system announced a brilliant achievement. For the first time, a visitor has become a member of Crossroad. Because of this, he received the title of Honorary Citizen of Crossroad. Now, Rocan would receive the protection of the Crossroad Guard and could build close relationships with everyone in the Golden Lion's domain. Rocan sighed in relief. Man, that boring race quest is finally over. Suddenly, the last line caught his attention. Protected by the Crossroad Guard. He remembered a previous quest. That's right, come to think of it, Stero asked me to deliver a letter to Mencken, the captain of the guard. I have to go anyway, and since I just remembered, I might as well go now. It's about time. That same day, at the Crossroad Guard's headquarters, someone stood before a wall covered in achievements, marveling at the sight. Rocan thought that compared to the other guard buildings, this place was pretty magnificent. In fact, considering the size of the capital, a voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." The sound of hurried footsteps approached him. A monster appeared in a nearby area, so I had to go take care of it. My apologies. Rocan turned his head to see a tall, powerful figure standing before him. The half-elf man introduced himself warmly. "I'm the one in charge of security here in Crossroad, also known as the captain of the Crossroad Guard, Mencken." He extended his hand to greet him. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Rocan thought blankly. I feel this way every time I meet one, but is this physique really that of a half-elf? What on earth do they eat to get so big? Rocan reached out and introduced himself in return. "I'm Rocan." Mencken shook his hand and laughed. "Haha, you're in great shape yourself." Rocan thought numbly. Is that all he has to say? No matter how I look at it, this is weird. Why is he being so friendly? In his memories, Mencken was one of the most condescending half-elves he knew. Mencken continued, "I've heard a lot about you from Stero. Our race owes you a great debt." Hearing that, Rocan smiled slyly to himself. Aha, so that's it. This is perfect. If I can get on good terms with Mencken, things will go much more smoothly. After all, the charming gentleman in front of him was the strongest person in Crossroad, and its de facto ruler. Mencken, the level 200 captain of the Crossroad Guard, then spoke up. "That's right. Did Stero send a letter for me? Is he doing well?" Rocan thought, Of course, for someone who's just barely over level 200, that's about all he'd be. He took out the letter and replied, "He's doing well. This is the letter he asked me to give you. Is that so? I'll read it right now. Just give me a moment." Skimming through the letter, Menken's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Oh, you're the new member of the investigation team? Yes, that's right. Menken suddenly burst out laughing. Well, what do you know? I'm a member of the investigation team too. Let's work hard together for the peace of the continent, Rocan thought, with disappointment. Asterisk. Of course, an investigation team member would have to do that. Asterisk. Asterisk. Did he really need to state the obvious? Is this guy an idiot? Asterisk. Rocan began to reassess Menken's true strength. Compared to his level, I can feel his aura. He's someone who has earned the respect of all the other races. He even became a member of the investigation team. This guy is extremely talented. But the most impressive thing is that from the moment we met, I've been silently pressuring him with invisible magic to test him, and yet his expression hasn't changed one bit. Normally, he should feel pain, or at least some discomfort. After finishing the letter, Menken said, "In any case, it's a pleasure to meet you. So, now?" Rocan suddenly cut him off. So, what's the result of the test? Menken was so shocked he was speechless. He thought, asterisk. He realized, asterisk. Rocan stepped forward. In any case, it seems you still haven't made your final judgment. Rocan then goaded him. So, what'll it be? Let's have a match. Right here and now. Rocan knew it was a crazy idea. He was only level 106, so there was no way he could beat the level 200 Menken. But he knew Menken was an NPC. Despite being arrogant and having high self-esteem, he admired those who were strong and direct. More importantly, the half-elf race trusted Rocan completely, so there was a 100% chance this insane act wouldn't lead to a real fight. Suddenly, Menken's body trembled, and then he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, it seems I completely misjudged you. With that, Menken's favorability toward him increased. Menken admitted, I was just trying to see what kind of level you'd reached. I apologize. I meant you no harm. The handsome Rocan thought smugly. Asterisk. There it is. The hidden reward. Asterisk. A moment later, Rocan put on a disappointed face and said, just saying that doesn't seem like enough, does it? Haha, of course not. I'll have to compensate you properly. Tell me, what do you want? Gold? Or perhaps a weapon or armor from the guard's armory? If not that, then how about a top-grade instant recovery item? Of course, as long as it's not too unreasonable. Rocan suddenly raised his hand, cutting Menken off. No, that's enough. Huh? Rocan said softly, let me join the Crossroad Guard. Menken was stunned and had to confirm what he heard. What? You want to become a guard? Of course. Since I'm an adventurer, I can't be on duty all day. I hope you'll assign me missions that are suitable for me. After a bit of hesitation, Menken finally agreed. It was no problem at all. He would get exactly what he wanted. What a steal for a guy like Rocan. And just like that, Rocan went into the system and accepted the offer to become a member of the Crossroad Guard. Before Menken could, as he left, he told me, if you need anything, I'll lend you specialized equipment and items from the Guardians. As much as you want. I'll pass that along to the manager. Thank you. The players who complete the 3 quests will be arriving at Crossroads soon. To me, they're all just competitors in the end. I'd be thrilled if they knew how to put up a fight like those Bloodhunt Guild guys. But I can't beat them by taking them on one by one. I might have to play dirty, just like Pyria. Then again, they'll all have to give up eventually. What's most important in times like these? As I was lost in thought, a guardian saluted me sharply. Greetings, sir. I've come on the captain's orders. You're Rocan, correct? Here is your guardian certification. Just show this to anyone, and you won't need a uniform to prove you're a member of the Guardians. And just like that, the word power flashed through his mind. Rocan took it with a cryptic look, thanked the guard, and said, from now on, I'll help you all protect the peace of Crossroad. You have now become a member of the Crossroad Guardians. You can now exercise certain authorities and maintain public order among the characters and players in Crossroad. Provided certain conditions are met, your cruelty index will not increase, even if you attack first. Rocan smirked, thinking he could now legally wield his authority however he wanted against the players coming to Crossroad. Outside the city walls, passing thousands of players and NPCs, Rocan held the certificate and thought, the duties of a Crossroad Guardian are simple. An hour of patrol each day, or kill 20 monsters in the surrounding area. In the event of a special situation that threatens Crossroad, you must provide support. Those are the conditions. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's worth it. I can use all the city's facilities freely. The NPC's friendliness starts at trusted, and I get discounts and extra benefits on other services. But all of that is just a minor perk. The real advantage of being a Guardian is that if a player disturbs the peace, I, as a member of the Guardians, can punish them on the spot without facing any penalty myself. In fact, if I deliver an appropriate punishment, I can even get an additional reward. In short, I'm someone who can enforce my power over other players. There are no special restrictions or penalties for quitting, either. I'll just work diligently until I move to the next area, then quit. It's perfect. Rocan opened his window to speculate. Anyway, it's about time the other players started arriving. As I recall, Odin is in a different region, so we can't meet right away. But even without Odin, it wouldn't be strange for other level 100 players to show up. Rocan glanced at his window, then suddenly frowned and grumbled. Seriously, a news bulletin popped up. A special player has appeared. The world's first level 100 player is from Korea. Rocan immediately logged out to find out more. In the real world, after skimming a few news articles, Rocan got the gist of it. Thorn's first player in the world to reach level 100, an orc with the class Master Demon Hunter. A moment later, Rocan started watching an interview. It's an honor to meet you, Tai, the world's first player to reach level 100 and arrive at the third city. How do you feel? Tai answered cheerfully. Ha ha ha, I'm truly honored, the female reporter then asked. Your class is Master Demon Hunter, right? Does that mean your subclass is Control? Rocan's face soured as he said, what the hell? It wasn't Odin, but this bald orc, this nobody, who hit level 100. The last I heard, he was level 99 during an interview. There's no way he would suddenly fall behind. I knew it. That bastard Odin. He must have hit level 100 a long time ago. It seems he's been lying low and observing his competition, just like me. Rocan let out a sinister smile and muttered to himself. Ka, I knew it. You have to be that cautious to be worthy of being my prey. Meanwhile, the interview was still going on. In your experience, is there anything different about reaching level 100? Tai answered smugly. Of course. Combination skills. Ah, what are combination skills? At this point, Rocan thought to himself, everyone who should know is probably suspicious. Why? Because the game doesn't announce who gets first-time achievements, so they can't be sure who was actually first. I'm the one who hit level 100 first, you morons. Suddenly, the reporter asked a question that caught his attention. Recently, everyone's been very interested in reaching the third city. What are your thoughts on that, Tai? Ah, I haven't completed the quest yet, so I'm still in the process of gathering information. But to all the players around the world, just you wait. I, Tai, as the first-generation player, who will pioneer the way into the third city, will publicly share all the information for everyone. Wow, that's something to look forward to. Rocan suddenly smirked. He scoffed. What an idiot. That's right, perfect timing. Rocan clicked his mouse, navigating to another website. It's been a while, but it's time to upload a new video to my YouTube channel, the channel I created, to post that video of me teaching the MVP guild a lesson last time. That video became a hot topic among all the players, both at home and abroad. My channel has less than 10 videos, but it has 400,000 subscribers, so my income is pretty good. I was a bit worried since I hadn't posted a new video in a long time, but with the appearance of the first ever level 100 player, things are getting crazy right now. Rocan stretched his arms and legs, saying, guess it's time to show off my editing skills, huh? What if, just as the first level 100 player is announced, a video revealing the third city suddenly drops? That would be interesting. Sucks to be you. And with a mischievous grin, Rocan started clacking away at his keyboard, editing something. You really have to know when to draw the line. Just like that, he became the first person in the entire world to release a video about the third city. Seconds later, comments flooded the video section. It's Rocan. How did you get there? Is that really the third city? For real? This isn't fake, is it? This is definitely a city that's never been revealed before. Could it actually be the third city? The horrifying images left many people terrified. Holy crap. What is that? Are giant monsters like that gonna spawn from the third city? No way you hunted that thing, right? No way. You just recorded it, right? You didn't just take this screenshot and upload it, did you? That would take at least a few days, right? Wait a minute. What? Then does that mean Rocan was the first to hit level 100? So is Tai ranked number 1 from the bottom? Ha 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 ha. No hair, no eyes to see with either. Ha 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 ha. Somewhere, a certain guy, just as bald as Tai, was fuming. Reading those comments, he flew into a rage and smashed his monitor. Ah, that goddamn son of a bitch. The video he posted about the third city spread like wildfire, and because of it, tons of people started criticizing him. They claimed his announcement about being the first level 100 player was a total lie, just like these two guys, first in the world. Huh? Ha. You sure about that? How embarrassing. The bald guy gritted his teeth, thinking furiously. All my sponsorship deals are getting canceled, damn it. You're asking if I knew? No one said anything, so of course I thought I was the first one. Is this how you stab me in the back? Just you wait, you bastard. You're dead, Rocan. Meanwhile, the aforementioned Rocan was gleefully checking his phone. Oh, look at that. It's only been up for half a day and it's already got nearly 20,000 likes. I'm gonna make a killing from ad revenue. Ha ha, I'm getting so many interview requests and offers to appear on shows, and of course, he was going to accept them all. This feeling was completely new to him. Zot had already transcended the concept of a VR game, with a massive explosion of players not just in Korea, but all over the world. It had a huge impact on society as a whole. A few comments from the U.S. and Japan popped up, like, Richard Carriot asked, "How do you get there? Please make a more detailed guide video." And Z Katana questioned, "It's another Korean again? Huh?" Well, it is a Korean game, after all. After regressing, he hadn't put all his eggs in one basket. Rocan chuckled to himself, muttering, "Wow, what an intense reaction. As a creator, I probably shouldn't reveal my face, right?" Rocan unlocked his gaming capsule and stepped inside. Well then, I guess I have to meet everyone's expectations. In the game, night had fallen upon a magnificent castle. A knock came from outside. A person with red eyes peered through a crack in the door and asked, "Who is it?" Rocan replied sternly, "I'm from the Crossroad Guard. I heard that Baron Chu-O needs assistance." With a nod of approval, the servant opened the door and led Rocan to see Chu-O. "My Lord Baron, this person is from the guard." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, "Let him enter." A man seated in the position of Baron Chu-O spoke up. "I was not aware the guard would send someone directly." "Right. Are you the one who will be helping me?" Rocan said cheerfully. "Yes, I am Rocan from the Crossroad Guard. Captain Mencken sent me. I sincerely wish to be of service to you." Of course, the part about being sent by Mencken was a lie. He already knew about this quest, which is why he came. But mentioning Mencken's name would make him seem more trustworthy. Chu-O's hands trembled as he stammered. "The reason I'm staying in a place so far from the city is to treat my daughter. For her, I would do anything, but her body is still incredibly weak. No matter what I try, it's so difficult to cure her. So, I need you to help me find the blood of a Cho, which often appears in the cursed cave. If I can get its blood, my daughter might be able to recover somewhat." The system quickly gave him a new quest: heal Baron Chu-O's young daughter. Chapter 1. To save his young daughter's life, Baron Chu-O has requested your help in obtaining 10 drops of blood from a Cho in the cursed cave. The completion reward is 5 gold. Rocan forced a smile and replied, "Of course, I will find it for you, my lord." Inwardly, he was thrilled to finally get a related quest. Sometime later, at the cursed cave of life, as soon as he set foot inside, Rocan suddenly spoke up. "Hello everyone, I'm the Berserker God, Rocan. Alright, I'm now going to show you one of the dungeons around Crossroad. I'll begin the assault now. The cursed cave of life." With his great sword in hand, Rocan eagerly entered the cave. Rocan walked leisurely, holding his large blade, muttering to himself as he went. Dungeons aren't affected by the time outside. He let out a disappointed sigh and said dejectedly, "Which means that even at night, the monsters don't get any stronger." He thought to himself, guess I have to explain. Even these basic things." He thought to himself, picturing the monsters of the mysterious night dungeon. The unique thing about this dungeon is that trolls appear as monsters in the Golden Lion territory. This is the first time trolls have ever shown up as dungeon monsters. Rocan rested his large blade on the ground, facing a large, dark shadow hiding behind a rock not far away. As 2 glowing red eyes stared back at him, he said slowly, "But it's not just trolls." Just then, the first monster appeared. A large monkey with snow-white fur, letting out a roar with a ferocious expression on its face. The system displayed. Level 103, Stone Monkey. Rocan calmly analyzed. The monster here, the Stone Monkey, is the lowest level 1. It's a monkey a bit shorter than a human, but its body is packed with muscle. Rocan continued. Its attack, defense, and agility are all high. If you're not careful, you could be in serious danger. Just as he finished speaking, the monkey suddenly leaped from the rock at incredible speed. The ferocious monkey leaped high into the air towards Rocan, its eyes filled with a terrifying desire to annihilate its prey as it let out a loud shriek. Rocan used magic and punched the monster straight in the face before it could even attack. The monkey was stunned, its face deforming as one side caved in. The force of the punch shattered one of its teeth, and blood poured from its nose down to its mouth. The power behind Rocan's punch was so immense it sent the monkey flying. It slammed into several rock walls before finally coming to a stop. The monster screamed in agony, its face twisted in extreme pain. Even though its face was caved in, with blood pouring from its nose and mouth, it struggled back to its feet. Its eyes still burned bright as it roared in defiance. It furiously charged at Rocan, who was calmly watching from a short distance. The enraged monster reached out, trying to grab him. Then, it swung its other arm for a punch, but its hand was caught mid-air. It froze, utterly shocked, its eyes wide with disbelief. Rocan had caught the stone monkey's massive arm with just one hand. It trembled and struggled, trying to break free, but it was useless. Rocan smirked and said, "But to look at it another way, since all of its stats are balanced, you just need to focus on what you're good at, like speed or attack power." Rocan landed another punch on the monkey's face, the unexpected blow stunning it completely. Rocan grabbed the monster's arm and slammed it onto its back. The move was so powerful it sent shockwaves through the ground, causing it to crack. The stone monkey lay flattened on the ground. Rocan looked up, his breath fogging in the air, a satisfied smirk on his face and a sharp glint in his eyes. "See? Easy, right?" Suddenly, the cries of more stone monkeys echoed through the cave. Rocan turned to look at them, a contemptuous look on his face. He said calmly, "Actually, there's no special reason for them to appear in a dungeon with trolls." Rocan watched as more and more stone monkeys appeared, their faces ferocious and their eyes glowing ominously, and muttered, "They're the trolls' food." Even though they're a pretty big threat in a pack, to a troll, they're nothing more than a meal. Rocan began to channel his magic. He said, "Just like this." Rocan's teeth began to sharpen into fangs, the veins in his neck bulged, and saliva dripped from his mouth. Rocan used the skill, Maddening Scream. He opened his mouth and let out a massive roar, creating a powerful and destructive shockwave. A growling stone monkey was hit head-on by Rocan's attack. Upon hearing the scream, it flinched, its face contorting in pain. It foamed at the mouth and collapsed directly onto the ground, completely unconscious. One by one, the rest of the pack fell, knocked out cold. Hit by Rocan's skill, they lay scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, a dark, bat-winged shadow appeared in the air, flying away and catching Rocan's attention. It made him turn and look up. A large bat with wide wings and ears, its mouth sporting two fangs that stuck out. It was fearfully flying away as fast as it could. Rocan observed it and analyzed aloud. That bat that just fled is a giant bat. It attacks by flapping its wings or by biting. They're a bit annoying since they have wings and can fly. But since we're inside a cave, it's not that big of a deal. Rocan calmly walked on, saying as he went, "Well, now we'll officially enter the troll's territory." He slung an axe over his shoulder, calculating under his breath as he walked. There are about 10 trolls in this dungeon. If they team up, they'll be hard to handle, so I'll have to lure them out one by one. Suddenly, a monster appeared from behind Rocan, silently watching him. The monster, with its long, warty nose, sharp fangs, and long white hair, was breathing heavily. The huge, hunchbacked monster silently crept towards Rocan. Completely unaware, he just kept walking and calmly calculating. Trolls are a race that players can choose when starting Theroth, but when they appear as monsters, there's no telling what they're capable of. Just as the monster raised its sharp claws to attack, Rocan sensed it. His eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. He whipped his head around and instantly hurled the axe in his hand towards the monster. Thrown with incredible force, the attack was so sudden that the monster had no time to dodge. The axe slammed into the monster's shoulder, making it scream out in pain and shock. The wounded monster, now in agony, clutched its wound and glared at Rocan, stalking towards him with a menacing aura. As he walked, he explained, "The main characteristics of trolls are their immense strength and agility, which easily surpass a human's." But then Rocan added, "Their greatest characteristic, however." The monster gripped the handle of Rocan's axe, which was still embedded in its shoulder. With a furious expression, it powerfully and decisively yanked it out, pulled the axe embedded in its shoulder out. The gash began to regenerate, the bones miraculously knitting themselves back together. Rocan continued, "It's regeneration." The ferocious, enraged troll opened its mouth wide, baring sharp fangs and sticking out its long tongue. Drool dripped from its jaws as it let out a furious roar. Rocan crouched, launched himself into the air, and gripped the two axes in his hands. He aimed for the troll's head. Seeing this, the monster showed no sign of fear or caution. Rocan calmly said, "Even so, there's nothing to be afraid of." A look of thrilled excitement spread across Rocan's face, his eyes turning wild as he said cheerfully, "If you just keep attacking it relentlessly, it'll eventually go down. Easy, right?" The troll was hit, blood pouring from its wounds as it screamed in agony. Another troll appeared. It swung its arm, trying to grab Rocan, and let out a threatening growl. Rocan just laughed excitedly, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. He raised his clenched fists, preparing to strike. He landed a series of powerful punches on the troll, catching it so off guard it couldn't even fight back. It just stood there and took the beating. While the monster was still dazed, Rocan used his power to manifest 2 axes in his hands. Rocan activated his strike skill, cleaving the troll in 2 with a single swing of his axe, annihilating it. His eyes were cold and imposing. The troll was stunned, only managing to let out a strangled "Erg." Rocan smugly slung an axe over his shoulder, turned around, and spoke casually. "See that? I don't know what would happen if a general or hero-grade troll showed up, but for these cursed trolls, their regeneration is just a little bit above average." Rocan walked past the corpses of the trolls he'd killed. They were already beginning to vanish, as the system cleaned them up, their bodies scattered across the ground. Rocan looked around and assessed the situation. "At this rate, I'd say I've dealt with all the trolls in this dungeon." Rocan pressed the stop recording text on his system interface and said, "All right, that's it for this video." He then headed towards the cave. Walking past the troll corpses, he thought to himself, "I won't reveal the entire quest's content. Of course, it'll be edited before I upload it." Rocan gave a sly lick of his lips and a cunning smirk, then said cheerfully, "All right, now for the fun part. Looting time." With that, he materialized a small knife from the system. A system notification popped up. "You have successfully butchered the cursed troll cave. Due to low proficiency in the butchery skill, the amount of acquired items is reduced. Butchery skill proficiency has increased by 0.1%. Rocan held a vial of purple liquid in his hand. The system displayed, "Acquired troll's blood." He said, "Good. First, let's complete one objective." Rocan ventured deeper into the dark cave, peering around as if searching for something, muttering to himself as he walked. "Let's see. It should be around here somewhere." Suddenly, the system announced, "The effect of the Seeker title has been activated. Special item detected." Rocan's face lit up at the message. "Perfect timing," he said happily. From a pile of bones stacked up in front of him, a brilliant, eye-catching light flashed. Rocan began digging through the bone pile, searching for the source of that shimmering light. Finally, he triumphantly held up a strangely shaped piece of bone, surrounded by dark energy. The system displayed, "Acquired cursed beast's bone." The bone had a bizarre shape with 3 large holes that resembled a human face. This was the reason the trolls here were cursed. And of course, this didn't happen naturally. Someone had placed a powerful curse on some beast, then threw it into this cave where it became prey for the monsters inside. Rocan made a silent deduction. "I have a pretty good idea of who might be behind this." Rocan started recalling the plague-ridden rats in the sewers and the polluted tree spirit in the T. Kelowna forest. It was highly likely that the same culprit was responsible for this incident as well, the ones who were mutating monsters and NPCs using curses. In reality, they were no different from the main quest's enemies. Rocan walked out of the cave, thinking, "In my past life, no player ever figured out who these guys were." He remembered diligently doing the main quests himself, but eventually got tangled up with that Ragnarok group along the way. Suddenly, Rocan froze in his tracks. He stopped walking and blurted out, "Wait a minute." As if remembering something crucial, Rocan's eyes widened, his face tensed, and a look of horror crossed his features as a thought raced through his mind. It might be a wild theory, but could it be Ragnarok? Was the reason that Odin guy attacked me to sabotage the main quest? Upon seeing the object in Rocan's hand, a blonde elf stammered in surprise. "Is that?" After taking the item, the elf examined it in his hand and asked Rocan in horror, "Where did you find this?" Rocan put a hand on his hip and answered, "In the troll habitat, the cursed cave of life." The elf frowned upon hearing this. "I've also been investigating the mutated monsters. I never expected the curse to be spreading through a medium like this." Rocan grew pensive, his expression darkened. First the sewers, then the T. Kelowna forest, and now this cave. The mediums were being placed in extremely hard-to-find locations. Rage was evident in Rocan's eyes. "Do you have any information about the people spreading this curse? Otherwise, what's their purpose?" The elf sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I haven't found any information either. I've only just begun to investigate the curse." The elf clutched the object in his hand and said seriously, "Rocan, leave it to me. I'll handle the research on it now. Can you find other monsters that have also been affected by the curse?" Rocan stuck his hands in his pockets, thinking. A quest appeared. Mutated monsters. Capture the beasts containing the curse's power, and find the monsters mutated by the curse. No one knew what would happen if the mutations became more severe. The success condition was to confirm 3 mutated monsters. The completion reward included 90 silver, the pride of the Crossroad Guard. Rocan walked alone down the bustling street. He thought to himself, The reason Odin put me in Crossroad, I was thinking about it too simply. I'm not the #1 ranker. I thought it was because he wanted to subdue me, but Rocan pressed a hand to his forehead, gritting his teeth as he thought about the others. He muttered, "If it's not that, then he's working with them. Through some kind of deal? Is his real purpose to stop me from completing the main quest?" It was all just wild speculation. When undertaking the main quest, there's no reason for a player to join forces with a villainous NPC. A goblin walked by, and Rocan flinched and glanced over, but he didn't care. He was so annoyed he burst out laughing. Whatever. It seemed he had switched into berserker mode. Like a madman, he gave a sinister laugh and growled, "Whether it's Ragnarok or them, I'll just destroy them first and ask questions later. That should do it." A man holding a test tube filled with a purple liquid couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. Chuo looked at Rocan in admiration. "You actually managed to find Troll's blood. As expected, the guard is the only one I can count on. Next, I need fresh blood from a sheep. You can get it by hunting devil gams." A quest notification appeared. Heal the Baron Chuo's young daughter. To save his young daughter's life, Baron Chuo has requested your help. Thanks to the troll's blood, her basic vitality has been restored. Before her strength fades again, bring the warm sheep's blood. Success condition: collect 20 vials of warm sheep's blood and obtain 2 thick sheep pelts. The completion reward is 7 gold. Chuo said, "For my poor daughter's sake, you must find it." That night, Rocan walked steadily down the road. He smirked sarcastically. "What? His poor daughter? Right. You're planning on showing up with that identity, aren't you? For now, I'll just play dumb and let it slide." The moon in the sky was full and bright. Amidst the gentle winds rustling through the trees, level 110 devil gams stood, motionless. One of them tilted its head back and snorted. Rocan looked down on them from a cliff. In the darkness, he had his axe slung over his shoulder, the corners of his mouth curling into the smile of a true predator. "Well then, shall we start herding some sheep?" Rocan kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air. He looked just like a great bird of prey. The devil gams noticed the movement and raised their heads. They snorted a few times in suspicion. Rocan shot down at the speed of light. He landed easily, with a perfect posture. 2 devil gams were completely startled by the sight. Rocan equipped the sealed Lion King's helm, he remarked, as expected of herbivores. Then, Rocan grabbed his axe and used flash to leap forward. As he moved, he taunted, "Is it because you've met a top predator that you're so scared your body is frozen and you can't do anything?" The devil gam gritted its teeth as it watched the axe about to come down on it. Sparks flew in midair. Rocan glanced over in surprise. "Look at that. You're fluffing up your wool to block the axe?" Immediately after, the devil gam countered Rocan's attack, forcing him back. Rocan then leaped back several meters. His feet scraped against the ground, stopping his slide. The creature used flash and charged, ramming at the speed of light. Then, it rushed, straight towards Rocan like a rocket. Rocan dodged backward, thinking, "It's a bit hesitant, but it knows how to use skill combinations." It missed Rocan and crashed into a stone wall. Rocan let out an "oh," impressed. "Not bad strength, huh?" He tightened his grip on the axe, then warned, "I'm pretty damn strong myself." Without a moment's hesitation, he poured all his strength into his arms. He raised the axe high. "Let's see who's stronger." Rocan's axe came crashing down, sending the devil gam sprawling. On its back, a notification appeared, "Overwhelm." The ground exploded, splattering bright red blood onto the cliff face. After the battle, Rocan let out a sharp exhale. He raised a hand as he squinted at the mess. Another devil gam that had witnessed the whole thing began to back away in fear, but there was no way it could escape Rocan's notice. Even though it was behind him, he didn't even bother to look back as he spoke. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you yet." At that moment, Rocan broke into a wicked, maniacal grin. "Ah, I just need your kind's skin and blood. Just give me those, and I'll let you go. How about it? Sounds like a good deal, right? Of course, you can still live without those things." Hearing him say this, the devil gam trembled, its 2 index fingers poking each other. It seemed very conflicted by his words. The full moon gradually disappeared as the sky began to brighten. A day passed. Rocan walked along, yawning constantly. "I was up all night, hunting devil gams." Suddenly, he heard the sound of a noisy crowd shouting, "No, why won't you sell? Don't be like that. Just sell it. I'll pay more." Is something wrong? Rocan furrowed his brow and pursed his lips, glancing at the rowdy group. He thought to himself, "Other players have already started entering the 3rd city. I thought, It would take them a few more days. A bearded man clicked his tongue judgmentally. These kids are all just for show. Hey, can you keep it down? A man with long hair asked. Why are you treating us like this? Did they do something wrong, or did they mess with the villagers? Rocan, who was nearby, sighed to himself. Because they hadn't been recognized by the other races, they couldn't trade with NPCs. A black-haired young man looked impatient. He gritted his teeth and swore, then grabbed the shopkeeper by the collar and yelled, "Why the hell are we the only ones being discriminated against?" The man who was grabbed stammered in fear. Huh? Let go of me. The young man's companion quickly tried to stop him. Hey, calm down. Let's just go to another store. Rocan watched this scene with a completely bewildered expression. The angry group complained, how many times have we been turned away now? Why is it like this? An idea seemed to pop into Rocan's head, and he smirked. The shopkeeper, still being held by the collar, had his eyes wide with fear. He screamed, "Oh God, he's going to kill me. Help, help me." Just as the players were causing a commotion, a voice suddenly roared, "Who's causing a ruckus here?" Startled, they whipped around to look. The two players stammered, The city guard." Rocan, under his clever disguise, just smiled. Outwardly, however, he spoke in a stern, threatening tone. "You look like you're from out of town. What do you think you're doing to a resident of Crossroad?" A notification popped up. Using identity camouflage. Name and appearance are randomly altered. Effect lasts for 1 hour. The shopkeeper cried out, begging the city guard to save him from the three punks. He claimed they had appeared out of nowhere and threatened him, demanding he hand over his goods. The kid holding his collar was stunned to hear the accusation. What? The two girls with him tried to explain. "We never intended to do that." But Rocan wasn't interested in their explanation. He told them they were being too loud. Then, his voice filled with authority. "Whatever your intentions were, I will not tolerate anyone who uses violence in this city." Rocan didn't want to hear any more excuses. He thought to himself that these guys had some nerve, causing a scene so soon after arriving in the city. Rocan then used the authority of the Crossroads City Guard. He expelled the targets from the city. He just wanted these three punks gone, immediately. The three hotheads were dumbfounded as they were decisively kicked out of the city. The leader didn't even have a chance to make an excuse before he was banished. He couldn't accept it. This was the third city he'd reached, only to be thrown out just like that. The shopkeeper thanked his lucky stars, and then thanked Rocan, saying he thought something terrible was about to happen if he hadn't shown up. A system notification appeared. The favorability of weapons merchant DF towards Rocan has increased. Rocan remarked with a cold expression. Even with NPCs, you have to maintain basic etiquette. Although, in an emergency, using violence against a merchant was a possibility. Rocan took off his helmet. He had to admit, he understood how those three felt. In the beginning, he had also been incredibly frustrated when he couldn't figure out why he wasn't able to buy any items. He especially remembered the infuriating feeling of being looked down upon by other races. Just thinking about it made his blood boil, so much so that he crushed the steel helmet in his hand. Rocan thought about how hard it was to finally reach level 100 and get to the third city, only to endure so much humiliation just to buy a single item. How could he solve this problem? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rocan's mind. A smug smile spread across his face as he came up with a brilliant idea, a way for him to make a ridiculous amount of money. A seal was stamped on a document. The clerk bowed respectfully. Rocan approached a building, looked up, and wondered, "So, this is the place?" Rocan marveled. "This building is huge. I'm going to have to do more than just a few repairs." Rocan had just purchased a 4-story building. It was located in a bustling district with a lot of foot traffic. Rocan's plan to invest in Crossroads real estate was just like what he did back in Croton. Rocan let out a wicked laugh. He calculated that players in Croton, the second city, had an average level of 50 to 100. But here in Crossroad, the third city, the players were mainly between level 100 and 200. In the future, according to Rocan's calculations, the value of this place would multiply many times over. But the problem was that Crossroad was a massive city. It would be difficult for Rocan to monopolize the real estate market here, like he did in Croton. Therefore, Rocan had to first gain an advantage with a building in a prime location. Rocan stepped inside and was surprised to see that the interior structure of the building wasn't bad at all. With a look of pure delight, Rocan began to set up his goods. From now on, this place would become his personal superstore. Because players weren't recognized by the other races in Crossroad, their ability to buy and sell was restricted. This led to a situation where demand far outstripped supply. In this situation, what would happen if Rocan opened a marketplace specifically for players? Without a doubt, everyone would flock to his store to buy things. The first floor would have popular items and essential hunting supplies. things like teleportation, scrolls, and potions. No matter how expensive they were, people would buy them. Of course, it would be cheaper to buy them in bulk in the second city, but in Rocan's opinion, players would only put up with that hassle once or twice. Who could really stand not being able to buy supplies when they needed them? The second floor would have common equipment and high-performance, premium gear. The third floor would sell only branded, crafted items. Items from the design brand crafted by Rocan himself would also be sold here. And finally, the fourth floor would be. After the auction house was decorated and renovated, Rocan finally felt like the place looked decent. Before leaving, Rocan instructed Ben, the new NPC he'd hired, to manage the place well while he was gone. Ben, bright and cheerful, eagerly agreed. But there was a catch with this business. Once players completed their racial quest, they'd be able to trade with NPCs, and they wouldn't need to buy Rocan's expensive items anymore. Rocan figured the items on the second, third, and fourth floors had to be things that were hard to get anywhere else. He felt it was a bit of a shame, but he couldn't think of a way to keep players using his auction house. Then, an idea sparked in his mind. It seemed there was a way to help himself after all. The city guard had a department in charge of records, a place for handling commissions and posting wanted notices. The scribe asked, "You want me to write something for you?" He wanted to know what he was supposed to write. Rocan just gave him a bright smile. After seeing what Rocan handed him, the scribe looked at it with contempt, wondering what the hell this was. Rocan gave the scribe a piece of paper. 1. If a player catches a monster designated by Rocan, they must report it to the city. 2. Continuous hunting will increase their reputation, allowing them to take on quests from the city's residents. 3. Completing these quests will earn them recognition from the citizens, and they can become a resident of the city. 4. This process is required to use the city's main facilities. The speechless scribe asked Rocan who ordered him to write this. With a shameless look, Rocan said it was an order from Makin, the captain of the city guard. Inside, he gloated, feeling that becoming a member of the city guard was the smartest choice he'd ever made. Rocan started posting the notice on the walls. He put one up everywhere he went. Rocan felt that, technically, none of it was wrong. If you hunt monsters, your reputation increases. NPCs give quests to people with high reputation. The first designated monster was the Grop. It has high defense but low attack power and slow speed, making it an easy hunt. Its hide and shell could be used as materials for high-end equipment, but the downside was that hunting it was time-consuming, and for players with low reputation, it was a necessary grind. Rocan walked along, laughing like a madman, causing everyone who passed by to stare at him. He calculated that if the player's reputation gain was very slow, it would take them longer to get recognized by the NPCs. This meant they'd have to use his auction house for much longer. Players who didn't know the value of the monster's hide and shell would try to sell them to the shops, but because they hadn't completed the quest yet, all transactions at NPC shops would be rejected. In the end, the only place players could sell their items was Rocan's auction house. He laughed with delight. He would buy up all the hides and shells for cheap, craft them into gear, enhance it, and then put it all up on the auction house. It was basically his own personal money-printing machine. Suddenly, Rocan remembered it was time for his meeting with the Baron. At Baron Chu's castle, the man was overjoyed and astonished to learn that Rocan had found the goat blood. He praised Rocan, saying he was far more capable than he'd imagined. This was the final favor Baron Chu asked of Rocan. He wanted him to take the materials he had collected to someone named Choti and then bring back whatever was made from them. The system issued a quest, heal Baron Chu's little daughter. The Baron has asked for your help to save his precious daughter. Quickly, take the cursed goat's blood, the warm sheep's blood, and the sheepskin to the witch Choti and receive an item. Completion condition. Successfully deliver the items to Choti. Reward, 10 gold. Rocan accepted and said he would do it at once. Baron Chu told him he was counting on him. Suddenly, a sound reached Rocan's ears. He asked Baron Chu about the noise he'd just heard, but the Baron told him not to worry about it. Baron Chu explained that a servant must have dropped something while tidying up the library. More importantly, he urged Rocan to leave soon. He pleaded that his daughter's life depended on his help. Suddenly, a wicked smirk crossed Rocan's face before he cleared his throat. The Baron, thinking something was wrong, immediately asked about it, but Rocan said it was nothing. He just explained that he had a sudden cough. Finally, Rocan gave a polite smile and gently asked for his leave. But inside, he was sneering at the Baron. His daughter? What a load of nonsense. From the very beginning, Baron Chu never had any children, especially since the Baron only ever met with people after nightfall. The quest had already given Rocan a hidden clue. He wondered how he hadn't noticed it before. Baron Chu's true identity was a vampire, a race that was weak to sunlight and drank the blood of others to enhance their own power. It was true that Rocan had heard the sound of a child, But it wasn't Baron Chu's daughter. He had kidnapped a child and was pretending it was his daughter. And high-grade blood had the ability to greatly amplify a vampire's power. The blood of a high elf. Among all elves, they were the race with the noblest bloodline. If a vampire drinks the blood of the model Hale, they can obtain enormous power. But Hale's blood contains such potent divine energy that most vampires can't absorb it. A powerful vampire might be fine, but Baron Zhu is just an ordinary vampire, so the moment he drinks Hale's blood, his internal organs will melt. That's why the Baron thought of using sorcery. The Baron believed that if he enhanced his blood-sucking ability with a cursed item, he could handle Hale's blood. In the Fog Valley, the main character walked through the dense mist and said, "So that witch, Cha Tatika, the Baron mentioned, must be around here somewhere," the main character said in frustration. "But I have to be able to see in front of me to find anything. Why is this forest so huge? I'm only going this far because it's for my own good. Anyone else would have given up by now, right?" Terrifying howls echoed from deep within the forest, and slowly, a pack of hyenas emerged. These were all level 115 fog forest hyenas, but the main character just glanced at them and thought to himself, "That's a lot of monsters. I just need to complete the quest. No need to waste time dealing with them. Time to run." Immediately, they started chasing after him. As the chase went on, the main character smirked and thought, "They're slower than I expected. A few of them have already disappeared. All right, let's group them up and break through." But because the dense fog obscured his view, he slipped and fell into a deep chasm. As he fell, he cursed, "Damn this fog." The moment he hit the ground, a whole pack of hyenas surrounded him. He finally realized this was the hyenas' den, and they had deliberately kept their distance while chasing him to corner him here. The hyenas growled, baring their sharp-toothed maws at the main character, but he wasn't afraid at all. He looked rather excited, saying, "Well, if it's come to this, I've got no choice but to fight. Perfect timing. I've been wanting to try something out anyway. I'm curious. Let's see how many monsters I can clear out with my current skills." He gave the hyenas a twisted smile and growled, "I'll have to test it on you guys." Immediately after, the main character charged into the pack of hyenas. As he fought, he thought, "The biggest weakness of the Berserker class is fighting against multiple enemies. In a one-on-one fight, it's stronger than any other class, but it has no way to wipe out a large number of enemies at once. So even if the enemies are weak, if they team up, it's still very difficult to win." The main character said, "But to make up for that weakness." He then used a skill combination, unleashing his ultimate move while saying with excitement, "If you combine the Berserker's skills properly, you can create massive area of effect damage." The skill, Destructive Rush, ended the battle. After wiping out the hyenas, he let out a light breath and said, "All right. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to eliminate 80 hyenas. Not even a mage using high-powered AoE magic could be this fast." The class's greatest weakness had been eliminated by developing skill combinations. So whether it's one-on-one or one-on-many, I'm definitely not as easy to defeat as I was before. After a moment, the main character's expression turned serious as he said, "No, it's still not enough. But that's only when comparing myself to normal players. Even if I went back in time, these skills still wouldn't be enough to face the entire army of RAGNAROK. This time, the monsters were pretty low level, so it was an easy win. But to deal with RAGNAROK, I'll need special traits for one versus many combat, and the high-level skill, Berserk Domain. From the start, Destructive Rush already has a much stronger attack property than a normal Frenzied Assault. It moves in a straight line while using the skill to damage multiple enemies. Since you can't change direction, it's hard to make good use of Berserk Domain if the enemies are scattered. The main character thought that to defeat those guys, he would definitely need Berserk Domain, especially to deal with Odin. He suddenly shouted, "Just you wait, Odin. Sooner or later, I'll create the highest level Berserk Domain and crush all of you. But before that, I have to finish this quest." The main character had accepted this quest because it was related to improving his odds in one versus many fights. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "Stop right there. Did Baron Zhu send you? I am the witch, Cha Tatika. Put down the ingredients you brought and step back." The main character was surprised that the witch had appeared directly. He did as she said, then asked, "Is this good? Take it." The witch approached and chanted a series of incomprehensible words. He thought to himself, everything this witch is doing, even the aura she's giving off, feels very strange. So this is sorcery? After a moment, she said it was done and told the main character to take it. But what the main character didn't expect was that it was the Blood Pact, an item that enhances Baron Zhu's blood-sucking ability. With this, he should be able to withstand drinking Hale's blood. All I have to do is deliver this to the Baron. But what the main character really wanted wasn't the quest reward, it was this. Without a second thought, he grabbed the blood pact and used it. The witch screamed in his ear, "What are you doing? If you use that thing." But she didn't get to finish. Our protagonist let out a triumphant laugh. Finally, it's mine. The moment he used the blood tome, he was flooded with countless skills and special privileges. Now, he was like a king, looking down from the peak of his glory, his eyes sharp and a wide grin stretching across his face. Feeling utterly invigorated, our hero declared, "The most unique and powerful mark for taking on multiple enemies at once is life absorption." Rocan held the blood tome in his hands. It turned crimson and began to crumble into dust as he spoke with a sinister voice. Finally, "It's in my hands." The system displayed, "Blood tome has been used." System notifications continuously popped up. Lifesteal acquired. It grants 3% lifesteal on every hit. This mark from the blood tome can't be enhanced or erased. The number of marks you can collect also depends on your race. Current marks, 1 out of 5. Swirling marks began to appear on Rocan's body, stretching across his shoulders, down his arms and over his abdomen. Rocan's expression twisted into a frenzy, his crazed eyes filled with excitement as a powerful killing intent radiated from his body. Rocan exclaimed with exhilaration, "The best and most broken mark for fighting crowds is lifesteal." In the desolate high mountains, surges of immense red power filled the air, and a booming "ha ha ha" echoed all around. Rocan was reveling in the new power from the blood tome. His entire body radiated a massive aura as the marks on his skin began to glow. A blood red, Rocan joyfully savored the mark's power, recalling moments from his past battles. He thought to himself, dealing damage is important when you're outnumbered, but to take on all those disgusting freaks at once, you need recovery abilities. Rocan raised his arm, now covered in flashing purple sigils, thinking, "I can use lifesteal. This blood mark will let me last so much longer." Rocan recalled the system notification. Blood mark update. Lifesteal based on 3% of damage dealt. Lifesteal based on 1% of damage dealt. He mused, actually in the future, the lifesteal percentage from the blood mark gets nerfed. But for now, anyone who's already obtained the blood mark gets to keep the original lifesteal rate. A smug, crafty smile spread across Rocan's face as he thought happily. And I am one of them. Suddenly, a massive fireball flew straight at Rocan, catching him completely off guard. Rocan calmly took the full force of the attack, his icy gaze fixed forward. The sorcerer, Chaitika, was conjuring flames. Floating in midair, he roared in fury. "You dare steal that? You arrogant bastard." Rocan had taken the fireball head-on. The entire upper half of his body was scorched, covered in patches of burnt skin. Half of his face was seared away, revealing the raw flesh underneath. Flames still flickered across Rocan's body, not yet extinguished. He remained completely unfazed, as if it were nothing, and let out a short breath. He replied to Chaitika with annoyance. "What was that? You're getting on my nerves." Internally, he thought, looks like creating the blood mark completely drained his energy. Rocan's excitement grew as he shouted, "Well, in any case, I was just itching to test this thing out." As he spoke, an axe materialized in his hand. In one powerful, decisive, and lightning-fast swing, he sliced off the sorcerer Chaitika's head before he could even react. His face twisted into a terrifying grin as he continued, "Delighted. I should probably thank the creator of such a cooperative item, don't you think?" After the swing, Rocan turned back and was startled to see Chaitika's corpse collapse. The headless body just crumpled to the ground. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? It was a one-shot?" At the same time, the burns on Rocan's body were already healing. The scorched and charred wounds from the fireball were rapidly mending, disappearing completely as if he had never been hit at all. Seeing this, Rocan was incredibly satisfied and let out a thrilled cry, "It's a complete regeneration." The system displayed an image of the sorcerer Chaitika, along with the text. Chaitika's head collected. Rocan tapped the system screen and suddenly blurted out, "What the? This Chaitika guy was an elf?" Rocan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "While I'm at it, I want to test the effects of this blood mark a little more." Suddenly, a bright, yet sinister smile spread across his face as he thought cheerfully, "There's one place I absolutely have to go." At a grand, luxurious city, sunlight shone everywhere. Before a large building stood the headquarters of Crossroad, the Berserkers Guild. Rocan said to the shopkeeper, "I'll take the skill books for Might, Charge, Iron Body, and Stealth Attack." The shopkeeper nodded. The system displayed Might plus Charge plus Iron Body plus Stealth Attack. Skill combination sequence initiated. Upon completion, the skill books will be destroyed and the combined skill will be automatically acquired. Rocan let out a vile smirk and said, "Excellent, excellent." A system notification appeared. "Please perform the desired motion for the combined skill and confirm after completion." Rocan planted one foot firmly and spun like a top, executing a series of axe swings in motion. His movements were incredibly agile and fluid. The system announced, "Skill motion has been confirmed." A new window appeared. "Please name the combined skill," Rocan said with an eager smile. "Whirlwind." An icon of an axe surrounded by a vortex appeared on the system screen. It looked incredible, with the caption, "Whirlwind, combined skill." The user spins at a dizzying speed, swinging their weapon while in motion. This deals continuous physical damage to all surrounding enemies. The skill can be used continuously until mana reaches 0. While the skill is active, the user can move freely and change direction. While using this skill, movement speed continuously increases. When in a berserk state, the speed and power of the skill are doubled. Rocan laughed with excitement and bolted from the Crossroad headquarters, yelling as he sprinted away. "This Rocan has become the first berserker. I have to test this out right now." Rocan arrived before the gates of Baron Gruen's castle. His face was filled with exhilaration as he looked up at the castle before him, speculating on the situation inside. The master of this place must be thrilled right now, thinking about how he's about to drink a high elf's blood. The scenery around the castle was gloomy. The sky was an eerie shade of red, created by a blood-red moon. Rocan calculated his next move, as he looked for a way to break in. "I made an excuse to make Mankin wait until morning for a reason. I want to test my own strength by facing him when he's at his most powerful." As he thought, he used his hands, digging his fingers into the cracks in the castle wall, to begin his climb. "I have to deal with the Lord by myself. Oh. That's the only way I can monopolize the High Elf's reward." He struggled to hang on, inching his way up, clinging to the fortress wall. Creak, creak. Finally, he reached a window. He pushed it open gently to infiltrate the castle. He propelled himself upward, jumped inside, and landed softly, then hid in a corner to observe his surroundings. Looking out from the central hall, he couldn't see the Lord. He moved to another area to search. The High Elf seems to be on the upper floor, in the bedroom area. He cracked the door open, creak, and peeked his head in to scout. "Is this it?" He quietly entered the room and saw a girl sleeping on the bed. She was lying perfectly still, breathing evenly, and sleeping very deeply. Rocan grinned in delight. Bingo! How did everything get resolved so easily? This sleeping girl was the High Elf he was looking for. He approached the edge of the bed and used his hand to shake her awake. "Hey, High Elf!" He shook her, starting gently and then more forcefully. She rocked back and forth with the motion, but she just kept sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking. He looked at her with frustrated suspicion. "She won't wake up, even after all that?" High Elves are extremely sensitive to sound. "She should have woken up the moment I stepped into the room." He raised an eyebrow. Was she drugged with something? Rocan put a hand on his chin, lost in thought. "If I don't control my strength and just keep using force to wake her, I'll probably end up hurting her. But there's no way to wake her without using some force." After a moment, an idea struck him. "Ah, I've got a way." He opened his item pouch and took out a simple alarm clock, a product of dwarven mechanical engineering. He chuckled mischievously as he set the time. Who would have thought I'd be sitting here using these products to test out their mechanical engineering? After setting the alarm, he placed it down on the pillow next to the High Elf. Then he gave the command to activate it. Use simple alarm clock. RRRRING. RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR Rocan covered his ears, trying to block out the deafening sound echoing throughout the room. He gritted his teeth and endured it. My own ears feel like they're about to explode. This has to wake her up, right? It gradually started to wake the high elf. She groaned in annoyance. Ugh. And then completely lost it, clutching her head to block out the noise. She screamed, "Stop it." She was in agony. Rocan, standing right beside her, was also holding his head and covering his ears, but he was taking pleasure in her misery. Holding the clock in one hand while covering his other ear, he giggled. "Oh, you're awake? RRRIing RRRIing RRRRing." He completely ignored the high elf clutching her head in pain. As soon as the sound stopped, there was a crack. The alarm clock shattered in Rocan's hand. The high elf was now truly awake. Still in a daze, she pushed herself into a sitting position. Rocan walked over and asked, "Are you all right? What's your name?" She looked at him blankly and asked, Did you wake me?" Rocan quickly confirmed. He placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow, a standard formal greeting. He said politely, "Yes, I am Rocan, a member of the Crossroad Guard." But in his mind, he thought, high elves are already noble by birth. She's probably royalty, just like Captain Mankin. So I should maintain some proper etiquette on the outside. His face still held a perfect, standard smile. She shyly placed a hand on her chest as well. She politely introduced herself. "My name is Ira. Thank you for saving me." The scene was surprisingly romantic. The hero stood there, bowing in apology. "My apologies for using such a method." The gentle beauty sat on the bed, reaching a hand out forgivingly. "It's all right. If you hadn't done that, I never would have been able to escape that nightmare," she said, leaning slightly forward with a soft voice. "Besides, making a little noise like that is fine." But suddenly, she gasped in horror. She stammered, pointing at Rocan. "The door is wide open. What do we do now?" But right next to her, Rocan was smirking, filled with excitement. His lips curled. "Ah, so you heard that after all. According to my original plan, after I found this high elf," he said, swinging his hand to summon his weapon. Casually strolling forward with his hands in his pockets, he addressed the creature cheerfully. "But since you came to me first, then I'll just have to." A gesture of goodwill, the vampire baron, Kren, seethed with rage, unleashing his dark energy as he slowly advanced. "I will not let this stand," he roared. "You dare defy my orders?" Seeing his vicious advance, Ira grew terrified. She pleaded with Rocan, "Do you really think you can win against that vampire?" Rocan simply gave her a reassuring smile. "Just wait here for a bit. This won't take long." With that, he readied his weapon and got into a fighting stance. "Listen up, Baron. You wouldn't want the elf behind me getting caught in the crossfire, now would you?" As he spoke, he shot toward him at terrifying speed. "So let's change the venue." Bam! The Baron was sent flying from the blow. "Rocan!" Ira screamed in terror. The impact of the clash blew everything around them to pieces. Rocan and the Baron clashed in close-quarters combat. With a flurry of kicks and punches, Rocan seemed to have the upper hand. The vampire Baron was slammed to the ground, critically injured and spitting blood, but he still struggled to get back on his feet. The Baron was seriously wounded, while Rocan didn't have a scratch on him. From the other side, he provoked him. "So, what's it like for a vampire to be hunted by a mere human, you arrogant bastard?" Unwilling to accept this, the Baron began to muster all his power. He channeled his energy, baring his sharp claws for a counterattack. "I will drain every drop of blood from your body until you are nothing but skin and bones." Across from him, Rocan tightened his grip. "Ha, that's more like it. You'd better give it your all." He took his stance, gathering power for his next attack. Rocan snarled, "Because I'm dying for a taste of that overflowing vitality of yours." His face hardened, and his killing intent erupted. The look in his eyes was bone-chilling. The old monster's eyes darkened as he spat. "Vitality? What's that?" But in that moment, Rocan had already found an opening. He dashed forward. The vampire's hands were incredibly tough, causing him to yelp. "Ah! How can a vampire's claws be so hard?" They both leaped back. Rocan asked him, "This is a little strange, but are you even a real vampire?" The old creature's eyes widened in horror as he realized something, his finger trembling as he pointed. "You! That pattern!" Rocan looked down and pointed to the sigil now glowing on his hand. "Oh, this thing? Took you long enough to notice." He smirked, raising his hand. "It's a blood seal." A pinkish aura swirled around his arm. "And I have you to thank for it," he said. The old vampire, on the other hand, was shaking as a thought crossed his mind. Was he after this from the start? Was he just pretending to follow my orders? The Baron realized with dawning horror. That's right, he was trying to take my 2 elves earlier. It was all part of his plan. The Baron's hands began to shake. How dare a human play me for a fool? His eyes glowed crimson with rage. His claws and fangs elongated, becoming even sharper as he roared. "I will absolutely never forgive you." They lunged at each other once more. Rocan blocked the attack, but his arm couldn't withstand the force and began to bleed. Such immense power. He hadn't expected this. This was definitely no run-of-the-mill vampire, and now he was coming at him with everything he had. His attack patterns, his speed. You could tell his power was on a whole different level. The old monster charged at him again. He rushed forward, slashing with those razor-sharp claws. The Baron unleashed his fury, relentlessly cornering him. Rocan gritted his teeth, defending himself against the onslaught. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Health at 20%. Your skills will now be enhanced. He thought, I've never heard anything about the master being a vampire progenitor, but if he were a progenitor, the blood seal shouldn't have worked on him at all. He tightened his grip on his weapon, pushing back against the creature's immense strength. He thought to himself, either way, one thing's for sure, he's dying here today. A wicked grin spread across his face. So, how do you like my blood seal? He spun, a streak of light following his motion, and landed a massive blow on the old creature. Caught completely by surprise, the creature screamed as he was blasted backward. Blood poured from his body. Rocan said victoriously, "The blood seal. Pretty neat, huh? Just by using Wild Wind, I can instantly heal this much. If a vampire were to use this, their blood-draining ability would be amplified. And, if a human uses it, they gain the ability to absorb life force, don't they?" His eyes flashed as he shot a smug grin at the old vampire. The Baron slumped against a rock, blood dripping from his wounds. His mouth was also filled with blood. He looked utterly pathetic. Suddenly, the Baron burst out laughing. Rocan watched from afar, completely baffled. He started to turn away, but then he heard the old man's voice. "What makes you so confident? That little life absorption ability of yours?" The Baron's face was so distorted it was barely recognizable. He raised a hand to his mouth, licking a drop of blood from the back of it. "It seems you don't realize that life absorption is an inherent ability of my kind." Energy surged through him as he rose. His entire body bulged with muscle, and Rocan's reflection was captured in his glowing eyes. He laughed. "Even if a human uses the blood seal, you can never use that power as perfectly as we can." He roared, unleashing the full extent of his power. A dense, dark aura swirled around him. "Now, I'll show you the true gap between our strengths." In an instant, he transformed into a colossal monster, letting out a terrifying roar. Roar! His body was enormous, rippling with grotesque muscles. His hands had transformed, ending in vicious, sharp claws. Watching the creature's full transformation, Rocan's expression soured. "If you turn into a monster like this, you can't even call yourself a vampire anymore. A werewolf, are you?" His eyes narrowed on the blade in his hand, his voice firm. "Whatever. You'll make a perfect test subject." Seeing the monster before him extend its sharp claws, he swung his blade at it with all his might. This one strike was aimed right for him. The creature gave a demonic smile, its eyes reflecting the image of the chain-wrapped blade hurtling toward it. With a roar, it thrust its hand out to block, using its own power to send the blade flying back at Rocan. The blade flew back towards him, slicing deep into his shoulder. He bit down on his teeth in shock, unable to understand what had just happened. He looked at his bleeding shoulder, the gash so deep he could see the white of his bone. He thought, why isn't it healing completely? In response, the creature let out a vile laugh and said, "Did I forget to mention? For a human using the blood seal, that regeneration won't be able to keep up with the speed of your death." It raised its claw, pointing at him. He stood not far away, blood dripping from his shoulder onto the ground. He thought back to his previous life. The blood seal's power was reduced in my last life too. I wonder if it's already taken effect. But if the life drain rate is lower, then there's another way. His eyes grew cold and sharp, his reflection glinting on the blade. Once more, he charged madly at the monster, roaring, "I just have to hit you a whole lot more." The creature cursed him for a fool and lunged forward. Rocan swung his blade, hacking at its body again and again, mustering every last bit of strength in his body. Even though he was coughing up blood, he didn't care. The monster was starting to get suspicious of his seemingly pointless actions. The two of them rushed at each other, trading blows. Rocan's slashes rained down on the creature's body. The system announced, 10% health remaining. His face was covered in blood, pouring from his eyes, nose, and mouth. But he just said, "No, it's fine." He stubbornly persisted. "I just need to deal more damage." He swung his blade faster and faster at the monster. The creature was so overwhelmed by the slashes that it couldn't counterattack, its mouth wide open in a scream. "You lunatic! A vampire will never lose to a mere human like you." Finally, Rocan raised his blade, a demonic smile spreading across his face. "Now die." At that moment, he had truly gone berserk. His eyes turned blood red, and his blade pulsed with newfound power. As he raised it, a violent wild wind stirred around him. He said, "You see, I'm no ordinary human. When berserk combines with wild wind, it becomes a combination skill." The very earth began to shake as a powerful cyclone of wind erupted. Objects all around him were lifted and thrown about chaotically. He screamed as he brought the attack down on the creature with devastating force. The monster instantly disintegrated, blood splattering everywhere, leaving behind nothing but a gory puddle. He stood there as blood rained down around him. He let out a sigh of relief, "Phew," and rolled his dusty head. All health has been restored, the main character said cheerfully. Health recovery complete. Assimilation of the blood seals usage complete. That feels even more refreshing than I imagined. Now, it's time to collect something that no amount of money can buy. The system announced, the main character has achieved a hidden accomplishment. Conditions for completion: rescue the High Elf and personally defeat the Vampire Count. Outside the gate of the Vampire Count's palace, all the elves had gathered. Their captain shouted, "All soldiers, form ranks." From this moment, the battle to exterminate the Vampire Count begins. Break down the gate and charge him. I don't care if that vile vampire is killed, but the High Elf must not be sullied by even a single speck of dust. Rescue her. Charge. Just as they rushed the gate, it was blasted open from the inside by a powerful punch. The captain was stunned. He said, "What? Daytime is when vampires are at their weakest, so how are they this strong?" From within the smoke, two figures emerged. A voice rang out. "Whoa there, surprised? My bad, but you shouldn't be so quick to judge a book by its cover." Everyone was shocked. They exclaimed in amazement, "It's Rocan, and the High Elf, too. What's going on?" The High Elf spoke up. "It's all right now, everyone. Count Chu has already been defeated by him." The captain shouted, "Rocan? That kid?" But Count Chu's level was so much higher than his. The main character looked at him smugly and said, "I got a little worried, so I came on ahead and found this lovely High Elf about to have her blood drained. How could I just stand by and watch someone tarnish the honor of the elves?" The white-haired subordinate next to him asked doubtfully, "Is what he's saying true, Captain? It's not that I don't trust Rocan, but it's just unbelievable that a single human could take down the Vampire Count. He could be trying to deceive us." Hearing this, the captain snapped, "Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see with your own eyes? We have to believe it." The white-haired man could only say, "Yes, sir. Look." Bright golden flower petals began to materialize in the air. The captain's face tensed as he focused with all his might. He said, "The High Elf's privilege. The vow has begun." Everyone started to panic. "No, it can't be. She's making a vow with a human, standing in the brilliant light." She said, "That's right. This is something vast amounts of money can't buy. Something that can't be valued in silver or gold." Rocan grinned triumphantly. "This is it. The High Elf's oath." The High Elf held the noble crown in her hands and declared, "Before the one worthy of praise, who bravely defended the honor of the High Elves, right here, right now. I, the High Elf Iraha, swear upon my very name to devote my entire being to supporting the madman, Rocan." A system notification appeared. Rocan had acquired the legendary achievement, High Elf's Vow, Iraha's Vow. Rocan was the first person to earn this achievement. First-time achievers special bonus granted. At this moment, his relationship with Iraha transcended mere trust, reaching a state of unbreakable faith, the highest level of affinity. Rocan knelt, took Iraha's hand, and gently kissed it. He said, "The honor is all mine, noble High Elf." He thought to himself that this achievement was rather unique. While it didn't boost his stats, he had just acquired something special that money could never buy. A system notification chimed. High Elf Society unlocked. You can now enter High Elf Society through Iraha. The High Elf Society is an exclusive, aristocratic High Council. It's a seat of power that no other race has ever managed to penetrate. The choice is yours, and you must forge your own destiny. But do not let this rare opportunity pass you by. He mused, "It's all about connections. If I can control their High Council, it'll be a massive help in taking down Odin. To get this achievement, I had to immediately intercept the escort team. Also, I could come rescue the High Elves by myself." Down below, the other High Elves were buzzing about Rocan. One said, "He is truly an extraordinary man." Another replied, "Indeed, he might just be the one to rewrite the history of this world." Rocan bowed respectfully to Iraha and said, "Then, if you'll excuse me, I must be going." Just as he was about to leave, Iraha reached out to him. She said, "Wait, please, just a moment. I wish to introduce you to the High Council, so why don't we rest for a bit and enjoy a dinner together?" Rocan's mind raced. This is a problem. I have no idea what Odin is doing or where he is right now. I need to level up as fast as possible. The Forgotten Quest of Mankin. Mutated monsters? How am I supposed to find mutated monsters to level up here? Rocan declined Iraha's offer. How about next time? Until then, please take care of yourself. And with that, he vanished in a flash of blue light, teleporting to the white shore. Upon arrival, he called out, "All right, I'm here. Now where to?" One of the mutated monsters. Probably the ones with the scythe-like arms. No sooner had he spoken than red monsters appeared out of nowhere. The moment Rocan saw them, he grinned with delight. He said, "Ah, so it's you guys. I knew it. Did you come here just to die for me? Much appreciated. Well then, Guess I'll get all my leveling done in one go. He then summoned a massive axe and roared, "Bring it on." Meanwhile, in another location, a blonde-haired man was spinning an orb in his hand. He said with amusement, "Whoa, it actually worked. You're pretty good. This is a monster whose true strength is still unknown. How did you manage to find its weak spot?" The person he was speaking to was Odin, who openly showed his disdain for the other man. "How rude. We had an agreement, didn't we? You're not supposed to ask me questions." The other man shrank back in confusion, saying, I know. I should just shut up and level up. Is that it?" Odin's expression was cold and emotionless. He thought that everything was proceeding just as he'd predicted. And yet, something felt slightly off. Like a foreign object stuck in the gears. This feeling kept coming back to him. Suddenly, the blonde man screamed, "Ah, damn it, it's still not unlocking. This is my first title. Who the hell is this bastard? I'll crush you all and claim that first title for myself. Just you watch," Odin advised him. "There's no need to rush. Those who share the same destiny are bound to meet, whether they want to or not." Elsewhere, Rocan had come face to face with the mutated monsters. As the monsters charged at him all at once, Rocan tightened his grip on the axe. He grinned menacingly and said, "Well then, let's get this leveling party started." Without a moment's hesitation, Rocan gripped his axe even tighter and charged forward, ready to tear them all to shreds. After he cleanly cleaved the first one in two, the remaining monsters began to surround him. But this only made Rocan more thrilled. He said excitedly, "This small fry is way too easy. The rest of you, get over here." And just as he wished, a monster rushed forward with two sharp blades. Rocan roared with manic glee, "That's it. You have to come at me first. That makes it easier for me to strike. Faster. Don't you want me to level up?" Rocan immediately used Leap to launch himself into the air. Then he unleashed his ultimate skill, Savage Gale. A blue cyclone crackling with electricity ripped through the monsters' bodies. Just like that, their bodies were swept up in his attack, sending them to the afterlife. And as a reward for his efforts, Rocan gained several levels from wiping out the mutated monsters. This is way more efficient than grinding on normal mobs. Still pumped up, Rocan prepared for the next wave, just as he had anticipated. The second mutated monster of the field, the scythe-armed Katma, revealed itself, its roar echoing across the plains. Strangely, there was a round object embedded in the center of the Katma's chest, and it was clearly the creature's weak spot, but attacking the weak spot directly was extremely dangerous. So, if he wanted to complete the quest, he would have to be patient. And so, he readied his axe, waiting for the perfect moment. Because if we wait for it to merge with the bodies of those dancing freaks and be reborn into a new, perfect form. The monster had now finished absorbing the souls of the dancing freaks and was rapidly undergoing certain changes. Its arms slowly transformed into two blades, and two more blades sprouted from its back. This was the birth of Kato, the bladed demon, the boss of the level 130 field. So now, he had to destroy this combined form to complete his quest. Rocan cracked his neck and said, "Besides the quest, I have something else I need to do. After all, you're just a field boss, right?" Rocan lowered his stance and charged forward, determined to claim the rare item that only drops when this creature is defeated in its combined form. Just as he was about to rush in and attack, Kato extended its long blades to restrict his movements. It was a troublesome beast, but he knew how to attack it. Rocan immediately used Leap Attack again, launching himself into the air to dodge its strike. He didn't hesitate for a single second. He couldn't give it any opening to counterattack. Rocan tightened his grip on his axe and brought it down hard on its head, causing it to roar in pain, but that still wasn't enough. He decided to end this quickly, unleashing a flurry of blows on the core in its chest. But now, things got a little annoying. Because of its armor, it was difficult to aim precisely at the core. With no other choice, Rocan channeled all his inner energy, delivering a continuous barrage of attacks to shatter its armor. The enemy was hit with weapon break and fell into a state of chaos, and with that, he had destroyed the armor of Kato, the bladed demon. Kato, the bladed demon's defense was reduced by 50%. He thought everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, brilliant flashes of light erupted from its chest core, and Kato's body unleashed a blade storm, firing countless tiny blades in all directions. It was a self-destruct move after landing 25 consecutive hits on an enemy. He couldn't believe he got caught up in this nonsense. This was an unstoppable, offensive, and defensive machine. While the skill was active, its defense, power, and movement speed increased by 200%. But Rocan wouldn't give up. He focused all of his power on its core. At the very last second, it launched its sharp blades once more. Rocan thought he was done for, but unexpectedly, the golden halos shattered, and the final blade stopped right in front of his eye. He thought it was all over. But as its body emitted a brilliant flash of light, he suddenly realized his mistake. He had completely forgotten about its final move. The light vanished, followed by an explosion that shook the entire field. It was self-destruction. On top of that, dust and sand kicked up, obscuring the entire field. Luckily, Rocan was still able to get back on his feet after the blast. He smiled and said, "Phew, what a treacherous bastard. Any slower and I would have been a goner." And by defeating the second mutated monster, he gained dozens more levels. He also received countless rare items. The one he was looking for was the rare grade Blade Demon Fragment. This was a blade fragment containing the vengeful spirit of Kato, the bladed demon, capable of granting special power to bladed weapons. When used to enhance a weapon, it allows the bladed weapon to inflict a bleed effect on an opponent after landing a critical hit. A bleed effect. What an amazing item. He decided to use this fragment to enhance his weapon. After a short while, he successfully enhanced his axe. It could now cause enemies to bleed when struck. He looked at his new axe with a satisfied expression. And before taking on the final boss, he decided he should stop by a certain place, a place where he could get a 5-colored pearl, or rather, where the pearls were farmed. He hoped that diligently gearing up like this would pay off. Rocan then headed toward the distant open sea. A sunken ship was there. He recalled that in his past life, the boss in that area was incredibly strong. And the boss he was talking about was currently sleeping in the depths of the ocean. Slowly, from within the ship, a pair of blood-red eyes and sharp teeth appeared. Tentacles were waiting for him. Back with Rocan, he had made his way to the shallows and was prying open countless clams. But to his surprise, time after time, all he got were mana pearls. Although these items were also expensive, he felt it was about time for that pearl to show up. And his luck finally paid off. Rocan went to open another clam, and a brilliant light filled his vision. He was overjoyed. He had finally found the 5-colored pearl. As far as he knew, there was no better item for increasing defense. With his luck on a roll, he decided to search for a few more. Suddenly, the system window popped up, giving him a new quest. Find the trail of the Lion King. The sealed helm of the Lion King has sensed the power of its kind. It wants you to find its other half and uncover the truth. However, the success conditions and completion rewards are random. After reading it, Rocan was a bit confused, but thinking back, he recalled that items related to the Lion King were all drawn to each other. He immediately took out the helm of the Lion King. The moment he did, it began to glow. It seemed this quest might lead him to another piece of the Lion King's armor. He glanced over at the sunken ship. Around here, the only place likely to have the armor was that shipwreck. Besides, there weren't any mutated monsters, so it was worth checking out. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He believed there were probably more 5-colored pearls there too, so he decided he had to give it a shot. A moment later, he dove into the deep sea in search of the item. Thanks to the effect of the murloc gills, he was able to breathe underwater. The item was clearly working. He remembered, "It's a good thing there were so many murlocs on the beach. Thanks to them, I can breathe easily underwater, even if it is just a one-time use item." After a while of struggling and fumbling through the bizarre surroundings, he finally arrived. What stunned him next was the lair of the mutated final boss, the captain's quarters. Rocan planned to ready his axe and lure it out. Suddenly, the door in front of him was smashed to pieces. Sharp wood splinters unfortunately flew into him, leaving him with minor injuries all over. But Rocan was still thrilled as he said, "So, you finally decided to come out, huh?" The level 100.30 Murloc captain revealed its gnarly, tentacled face and told him, "Ugly human. Do you have any idea where you're trespassing? What's your purpose?" Rocan immediately yelled back, "Why would a dead man need to know?" Rocan swung his axe, slicing a few cuts into its fingers, but he felt something was off. "This is why I hate fighting underwater. My body's too slow." Seeing its beautiful hand get sliced up like this, the Murloc cursed at him. A mere human like you dares." While it was sulking over its hand, Rocan had already vanished without a trace. When it looked up, it was shocked to see Rocan hovering in the air with his axe in hand. Either way, killing you won't be a big deal. The Murloc had no other choice but to summon its crewmates to block his attack. Rocan was surprised. Is this guy using his underlings as a shield? The Murloc immediately leaped up and gracefully unleashed a wave of power, creating a shockwave. Seeing him just standing there taking damage from the hit, it mocked him. "Ha ha ha, nice form. Where's that cocky attitude from before?" Rocan didn't say much, just glared at it and thought, if it weren't for his minions, this guy couldn't do a thing to me. The minions, summoned by the Murloc captain, were a real pain because they blocked most of my important attacks. If they're going to keep getting in my way like this, then His next move had them all shaking in their boots. Rocan activated Berserk mode and equipped the lion's helm. He roared, "I'll tear everything apart! I'll turn you all into sashimi!" Murloc. Rocan powered up and combined it with a D attack. He created an elegant arc with his axe, cutting down every single minion. The Murloc watched, trembling, so fast. Rocan, on the other hand, quickly closed the distance to the Murloc and began to engage it in battle. But because the difference in power was too great, its sword began to crack and then shattered into pieces. Impossible, my sword. Because the enemy's weapon has been destroyed and they have entered an abnormal status, the opponent's attack power is reduced by 10%. Rocan once again vanished before its eyes, leaving it even more stunned. A moment later, he appeared behind it, whispering, "Where are you looking?" Before it could even react, he unleashed a series of incredibly satisfying axe swings, finishing off the Murloc sashimi. Just like that, he leveled up 3 times, defeated 3 mutated monsters, and completed the mutated monster extermination quest. So now, all he had to do was find Mankin. After a while, he finally surfaced, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm almost out. I like going berserk, but it's hard to get back to normal. He was trying to dispel the Murloc's after effects. In the meantime, he took out an ancient coin and said to himself, "Anyway, I got the drop from the Murloc captain, but isn't this from my collection in my past life?" What he was holding was a rare grade ancient coin, its origin and purpose unknown. Because of its beautiful design, it could be used for a collection. Suddenly, the ship's figurehead behind him exploded. He went over to check it out and immediately recognized a familiar item, a lion statue. But is this a clue for the Lion King quest? Also, there's something in its mouth. Rocan got closer to take it out and found a treasure chest, but instead of a lock, it had a round groove. He quickly took out the coin from earlier and inserted it into the groove. He never expected it to be the key, and as his helm suddenly lit up, the treasure chest popped open as well. He held the item in his hands. No matter how brilliant the aura was, he still said in disappointment, "Are you kidding me? What is this? This can happen too?" After opening the chest, Rocan wondered, "What is this round thing inside?" The system then explained to him that it was an unidentified circular object, rare grade. A circular object of unknown origin and use. It feels like it's overflowing with some kind of aura. Seeing this item for the first time, Rocan curiously reached out to grab it. Suddenly, it lit up. When the light faded, the system announced, "Lion King's certificate. Grade is determined by the set." A long time ago, the Murlocs saved Gao Khan, the Lion King, and the Lion King passed this certificate down to them. This item contains the power of the Lion King, so it has an accompanying effect. Stamina plus 100 and intelligence plus 100 points. Rocan was completely floored and exclaimed, "This is insane. This is a piece of the Lion King's armor set. In my past life, according to my memories, I don't think there was anything called the Lion King's certificate among the pieces of the Lion King's armor." But he never expected that this unsealed item was also part of the Lion King's armor set. Rocan gave a mysterious smile. "What's more, it even has a set effect. Just with this thing alone, my stamina increased by 100 points. That's an amount of stats you'd normally only get by reaching level 40. After getting this sweet item, another light suddenly flashed, catching his attention. Rocan wondered, "What's that? Why does it keep glowing? This isn't just some ordinary cloth, is it?" Rocan then took out a painting related to the Lion King, a portrait. When he saw a drawing of the breastplate's design, he was stunned. "Don't tell me. The Lion King's breastplate is here, but there was no sign of it on this shipwreck. Wait a minute. That's right. Now that I think about it, the lore states that the Moonlock pirates stole a treasure from the Pirate King. Could the armor have been stolen then? The moon armor. An image of its badass captain flashed through his mind. So that's what the Pirate King was after. He's a level 300 boss, who spawns in a really remote place from the start. Finding that armor now will be tough. Lying amidst the drifting shipwreck, Rocan shouted, "Just this clue alone makes this whole trip worthwhile. I know where you are now. I'm coming for you." As evening fell, Rocan returned to the third city, Crossroad. Rocan sighed. "I was just using this to blow off some steam." Suddenly, an incredibly deafening noise erupted nearby. Humph. What's all the commotion? It was dozens of players, all shoving each other and fighting over something. "What the? That's my spear. Let go of it. I grabbed it first." "What are you talking about? I got it first, so it's mine." A young man in the back cheered. "Ha ha ha, this is even better than I expected. Making money now is just a matter of time. The spear business is settled, so I guess it's time to get back to the quest." Rocan paid a visit to the Crossroad Guard's headquarters. There, he met Captain Mankin. Mankin was writing something, and when he saw Rocan, he jumped in surprise and said, "Oh, it's you." A moment later, he shot up from his chair, shouting, "Rocan, it's been a while." "It has been a while, Captain Mankin. I've eliminated the 3 mutant monsters." The man was completely shocked. 3 mutant monsters? You've gotten that much stronger already? Rocan, you've worked hard. You've been a great help to us. Rocan replied with a stern face. It was nothing. The system announced that he had completed the mutant monster extermination quest. Rocan stood up straight, took a small step forward, and asked Mankin, "I was wondering if you've found the cause of this incident yet? If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know." The captain seemed troubled as he replied, It appears some other force has interfered in this matter. It's still a bit difficult to say for sure right now." A moment later, Mankin spoke with a serious tone. "I'll let you know as soon as I find out more, but for now, your priority should be getting stronger. At your current level, if you run into them, you have absolutely no chance of survival." Just as he expected, a system window popped up. "Training time. You are still too weak to approach the secret. Nurture your strength so you can bear the weight of that secret, and the condition for success is to reach level 150. The completion reward will be the trust of Mankin, captain of the Crossroad Guard." After leaving the guard post, he felt a pang of regret, because he couldn't accept that quest yet due to the level restriction. So, as expected, Rocan had no choice but to make a trip to that dungeon, and before he did, he had to make some preparations. First, he used a magic resistance scroll, increasing his magic resistance by 9. It looked like all those magic resistance scrolls he bought were finally coming in handy. Now, it was time for him to get going. The next morning, in the southwestern region of Crossroad, he took out his axe and started chopping wood. From these trees, he managed to gather another 10 logs. He hoisted them up happily and thought to himself, "The logs are ready. Shall we get going?" Suddenly, a voice made him stop in his tracks. He turned to see a few other players there. Rocan thought with irritation, "What is this? There are people here? This dungeon is supposed to be unknown to everyone else." Over on the other side, an argument seemed to be brewing. "Have you no conscience? Where did this little punk come from, stealing other people's stuff?" A kid with goofy-looking sunglasses casually remarked, "Hold on, did you guys claim this hunting ground? Aren't hunting grounds free for all areas?" A dark-haired elf slowly replied, "That's how it is, kid. You're getting in the way of our hunt." The kid shot back, "What? You guys were hunting that thing? I thought you were just standing there scratching an itch or sunbathing. It's because you're too weak, isn't it? My apologies." The elf in black boldly pulled out his bow, drew it decisively, and aimed it at the kid, threatening, "You really are crazy. Talking to you is useless. Now spit out everything you took, you bastard." The very instant the dark-haired elf released his arrow, the short kid gracefully weaved around the projectile with beautiful movements. The elf tightened his grip on the bow, cursing angrily, "Damn it, he's as fast as a rat," making it tricky. "This time, I'll definitely hit him." Rocan suddenly recognized those evasive maneuvers and thought, "What the? I think that's Click Resist MIDI. He was famous in my past life, a strange player who could evade enemy attacks by shrinking his character model. That's why they called him Click Resist MIDI." Back with MIDI, after dodging the rain of arrows from the elf, he pulled out a gun and fired a shot into the elf's leg, making him scream, "Ugh, just a little more, you filthy rat." Seeing that ranged attacks weren't working, the elf used his bow to engage MIDI in close combat. "I can't take this anymore. I'll smash you to pieces myself." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Stop," causing the man in black to freeze. A guardsman stepped forward and said, "Your current actions are considered PKing an innocent player." Hearing this, the elf was completely terrified. What? The guard? This is all a misunderstanding. We were just. In reality, it was Rocan, who had used an identity disguise to change his name and appearance for 1 hour. He spoke up, so noisy, "A judgment must be made." According to the system, judgment is an exclusive authority of the Crossroad Guard. Analyzing behavior, the player's crime against the 2 elves has been confirmed as an attempted attack on MIDI. Therefore, the culprit and their accomplice will be sent to prison. And so, the 2 of them gradually vanished from sight, transported to a prison, which made MIDI freak out and say, "Oh my god, this really takes me back to the days when I was still alive." Rocan Dekel then scolded MIDI, "You're on thin ice too. Now get lost." "Yes, sir." With that settled, Rocan let out a sigh of relief. That was almost a huge problem. If they had stood there arguing any louder, the secret entrance that only I know about would have been exposed. Rocan suddenly lifted his axe and shouted. Rocan immediately channeled all his power into the axe and smashed the tree trunk to pieces, revealing a teleportation gate. Rocan mused aloud, So you have to smash the ancient tree for the dungeon entrance to open. Who the hell came up with this idea? Rocan cautiously stepped towards the gate. The system immediately announced that he had discovered a secret dungeon of a sorcerer, and the reward for being the first to find it. Upon entering, he would receive a 30% increase in experience, and item drops within the dungeon for 3 days. Rocan grinned with satisfaction. Awesome. Well then, shall we begin? Rocan took out a 5-colored pearl and crushed it, its purpose being to increase his defense. Specifically, his defense against all attributes increased by 10% for 3 minutes. A moment later, he took out a log and said, "Next up." He then spread his legs and powerfully hurled it forward, yelling, "Take this log." Suddenly, it triggered a series of magic circles in the surrounding area, leading to a relentless chain of explosions. Rocan said with excitement, "All right, no more messing around. Time to sweep this place clean." He threw another log into a magic circle, which promptly exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke around him. He said to himself, "The last log. The difference between a magic dungeon and a regular one is the overwhelming number of magic traps set up right from the very entrance. If you get hit by a trap, a player can usually expect to meet their maker instantly, but for him, it was just a moderate threat. After all, in my past life, because I didn't know the exact location of the traps, I used a very simple method, using logs to lower the difficulty of this dungeon. But since he had used up all the logs he had, he readied his stance and said, "Next, I'll have to use this body. Anyway, I'm already halfway there." He stomped his foot and dashed forward, startled by a volley of arrows flying towards him from a distance. He hastily dodged a giant axe falling from above, and next, he found himself in a race against boulders rolling behind him. While dodging the traps, he said, "All right, you learn the ropes by doing, right? Instead of traps, that thing should be showing up by now." He dodged an attack, lunging toward him and said, "Okay," and after that, a huge explosion went off, and his silhouette appeared through the smoke. He smirked and said, "Speak of the devil." He looked forward and shouted, "Come at me, you spirit." The system announced that this was a monster, a level 120 spar. It let out a growl, then opened its mouth and unleashed its ultimate attack. He looked at it, startled, and thought, because a spar has no physical body, it doesn't matter how high your physical attack is, it won't do a thing. He used a blazing scroll, and thought, that's why I prepared this specifically. As the creature charged forward, he thought, if I use this, it converts all physical attacks into elemental attacks for the next 10 strikes, with a customizable attribute. He leaped up and shouted, "Even, a spirit can be torn apart." As he attacked it, he thought, that's right, struggle all you want, because this is the last time you'll ever face me. After his attack landed, its entire body exploded with a massive bang. The system announced that he had defeated the spar. He clicked his tongue and said, "You were a real pain in the ass." He then said, "Let's see what you dropped," and looked at the scroll, a magic scroll of blazing arrow that he had just received. He said in disbelief, "What? This is the only thing I get? Just this one magic scroll?" He picked up the scroll, sighed, and said, "I heard this dungeon had a ton of good loot. I was expecting something usable. I guess you can't get the good stuff right at the start." His eyes suddenly turned cold. He thought, that's right, no need to rush. By the time I get to the boss, there are still about 10 more of these things. He moved forward and killed the second one. Then, just like that, he killed the third one, and then the fourth. He was surprised and wondered, are they really this easy? The system announced that the effect of the magic scroll had worn off. He said that he had high hopes, since they were created by that sorcerer. He slung his weapon over his shoulder and said, well, let's keep going. He happened to see a chest on the other side. He wondered, could it be? Is that the quintessential dungeon item? A treasure chest? Finally, a worthy reward. Huh? He ran excitedly toward the chest and said, this is a rare treasure box. You almost had me. He slammed his weapon into the chest and shouted, it's open. You really thought I'd fall for that? He looked at the monster inside the chest and said, just as I thought, a mimic. In a twisted dungeon like this, there's no way they'd just leave a normal treasure box lying around. Still in one piece? He hacked it to bits with his weapon and yelled, shut your trap and spit it out. The system announced that he had defeated the mimic. He looked ahead and said, oh, what's this? The system displayed the item information for the Ring of Defense. Ring of the Cowardly Mage, magic type. A cowardly mage created this defensive ring. If you shout defend twice a day, you can activate a shield. Charge status, 2 out of 2. Remaining cooldown, 0 hours, 0 minutes. The second is a simple energy charger. magic type. A cowardly mage created this item. If you shout, recharge, once a day, it restores 150 mana. Uses an energy pearl as its material. He exclaimed, "This is it. This is exactly what I've been looking for." He chuckled. Then again, these are just items for escaping. Just like that other Ring of the Cowardly Mage I got. Item name, Ring of the Cowardly Mage. Type, magic. A cowardly mage created this ring. Usable once a day for escaping, it lets you instantly move 3 meters backward. Charge status, 1 out of 1. Cooldown, 0 hours and 0 minutes. He slipped it on and said, "To be honest, I actually like this more than most attack items. So this defensive gear is great." But he was more curious about another item the monster was holding. He charged forward, shouting, "Whatever it's guarding is gonna be mine." A door materialized ahead, and he shot straight through it. As he flew through, a huge explosion and a deep boom echoed out. Seeing the figure before him, he grinned and shouted, "Hey, coward, you ready to die?" Before him stood the cowardly mage, level 140. It seemed confused as to how he'd even reached this place. He looked at it, thinking, "So you're the boss of this dungeon, the one who made those rings." He yelled, "That's none of your damn business," and charged. Unleashing his skill, Raging Axe, he roared, "Die." Instantly, the mage raised its hand and cast a spell toward Rocan. He recognized it immediately, a spell that nullifies friction. He slammed his foot down and yelled, "Damn it." A massive explosion erupted on the spot, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Boulders flew out of nowhere and slammed right into him. From within the dense smoke, a pair of red eyes glowed. He shot up into the air to attack it, letting out a fierce yell. Then he slashed down hard at its location and said, "Running again?" The creature, gathering power in its hand, said to him, "Don't be so frightening." Then it commanded the power gathering in its palm, "Fire." Hearing this, he said in shock, "What?" Behind the wall, massive cannons appeared, all aimed directly at him. He looked down at his feet and saw a massive magic circle. He muttered, "Damn it, don't tell me." And then, a tremendous boom shook the entire dungeon. And with that, an enormous explosion occurred. The creature told him that if he kept this up, it would have no choice but to kill him. Something up ahead shocked it. It let out a gasp. Huh? It was him, leaping high into the air, preparing to strike. He asked it, "Are you done talking?" He landed a powerful slash on its body and yelled, "Enough with the nonsense. Just die." The creature was split in two by his diagonal slash. But Rocan was stunned. Emerging from inside the disguise was Venom, or rather, it was Spast, breaking free from its disguise. Current level, 130. Rocan looked at it and thought, "Damn it, that cowardly bastard Spast, even resorting to a disguise. So that cloak was just a costume?" he asked angrily. "Now what do you want? Where'd you run off to? Stop hiding in the shadows and get out here, now." As he searched for the monster, the ground beneath Rocan's feet began to tremble violently. A huge fissure opened in the earth, with light pouring out from it. And from within that fissure, a massive hand reached skyward. Staring at the giant before him, Rocan smirked, "Well now, you're just brimming with energy, aren't you?" A system notification appeared. Chosie's first-generation golem. Current level is 133. Rocan looked at it and muttered, "Why is this piece of junk here instead of what I'm actually looking for?" He thought, "Tch." And to make it more annoying, it's even summoning mini-golems. Looking ahead, it seemed Rocan saw something that startled him. He thought, "Huh? Is that a magic circle? It wasn't there a second ago." Rocan's lips curled into a smirk as he thought, "Haha. So, that's your game, huh?" He charged, yelling, "You think a golem that's only good for defense can stand against me?" Rocan then launched himself into the air. After leaping high, he unleashed a critical strike against it. Rocan smirked and challenged it. "Go on, try and stop me." It let out a growl and raised its two arms to block his attack, but Rocan zipped right past it like a god. He even glanced back at it with a look that said, "Who? Me?" The golem stared back at Rocan, completely dazed and confused. He smirked and said to it, "Haha, hey blockhead, where are you looking?" Rocan shot towards the magic circle, shouting, "My target was never you. It was this magic circle from the very start." He attacked it, shattering the magic circle. The wall behind it crumbled, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. From the shattered remains of the magic circle, a red flame flickered to life. He smirked. "Bingo," he thought. "I didn't even need to see where that coward was hiding to figure it out. Just like the ancient tree hiding the dungeon entrance, it makes sense the control room would be hidden with magic too." Rocan leaped into the air. "Perfect." A system message appeared. "You have entered Chosie's hidden room." He took a look around, looking forward with a shocked expression. Suddenly, a shout rang out as an arrow came flying at him. A voice yelled, "Eat this, you worthless trash!" And with a boom, a massive explosion went off. The man who appeared below was none other than the cowardly mage, Cheok. His current level was 140. He pointed his magic staff at him and spoke. "Bet that hit the spot, huh? That's my most powerful skill. So, who the hell do you think you are, barging in here?" The mage looked forward, his face a mask of pure shock. Trembling, he looked up and saw Rocan standing there. Rocan had just activated his berserker mode, a terrifyingly wide grin spreading across his face. He said to the mage, "You bastard." That was a little too close for comfort. The mage frantically ordered his golem to intercept him. The creature let out a massive roar and raised its arm high, and attacked Rocan. But just as the blow landed, Rocan vanished, reappearing right in front of the four-eyed mage. As he saw Rocan closing in, he thought, "He's too fast." Rocan slammed into him with incredible force. The blow sent the mage flying backward. As he was knocked back, he muttered, "But I blocked it. Good thing I invested so much money in this armor." Rocan just looked at him and smirked. Seeing that arrogant grin, the mage trembled with rage and yelled at him, "What is it? Why are you mocking me?" Rocan replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just so grateful to you. I can't help but laugh." A chill ran down the mage's spine. What are you talking about?" Rocan sneered. "You idiot. You still haven't figured out just how much that armor is slowing you down, have you? A living punching bag. I'm going to give it my all. So let's see just how long that armor of yours can last, shall we?" The mage was stunned. "Huh? What did you say?" He then sent a distress signal to his golem, screaming, "SOS, I'm screwed." Seeing the golem approach, Rocan clicked his tongue. He dodged its attack and thought to himself, "A first-gen golem, summoned by Cheok. No matter how many times I shatter it, it'll just reform itself from the debris nearby. What a pain. But if I just take care of Cheok, it won't be able to regenerate anymore. So there's no real reason to fight this thing." He took his weapon and enlarged it. Rocan raised it high and said, "But this thing's been pissing me off. I think I'll just smash you to bits first." He leaped high into the air, soaring above its head. Then Rocan brought his weapon crashing down. He laughed and said, "Huh? Why is it so hollow on the inside?" Rocan then turned his attention elsewhere, declaring, "Now it's your turn, you scum." He then used his skill, Raging Tempest, sending one group of enemies after another flying. Rocan declared he would wipe them all out at once. His skill manifested as a giant whirlwind that surged toward the mage. Seeing this, the mage thought, "My golem. Defeated so easily? Is that guy even human? He's more of a monster." A crimson-white beam of light shot down from the sky. Rocan flew toward the mage and asked, "Now it's just the two of us, right?" Rocan raised his weapon high and shouted, "Let's see you dodge this, you coward." He struck the mage with a devastating blow, sending fragments of armor flying everywhere. Rocan let out a huge roar, yelling at him, "This is the end, just die." And he followed up with a crushing overhead strike. The blow slammed the mage into the ground. The very earth shattered from the impact. The system announced that he had defeated the cowardly mage, Cheok. A stream of notifications announcing his level-ups appeared one after another. Rocan looked around and sighed. "Damn, I'm exhausted." Rocan sat down somewhere and used a healing potion. It was the first time he'd been attacked like that, so he'd reflexively gone into berserker mode without thinking. The backlash left Rocan feeling dead on his feet. Looking at the items in front of him, he said, "All right. My stamina's mostly back. Time to see what loot that coward left behind." Rocan looked ahead and said in surprise, "Huh? What's this?" The system displayed the item's information. Cowardly Mage's Escape Ring. Type, Magic. A ring created by a cowardly mage. Its escape function can be used once a day. Allows the user to escape a dungeon. Upon exiting the dungeon, the charge automatically resets to 1 out of 1. Cooldown, 0 hours and 0 minutes. He picked up the ring and exclaimed, "Good lord. Just how many escape items did this guy have? Another ring?" Rocan started to grow curious about the mysterious figure behind all this. Just who were they? An opponent who could turn a simple mage into such a game-changing variable. Rocan thought carefully. If he dug through his memories from his past life, he was sure to find a clue. Suddenly, it hit him. "That's it, I remember. It's that place. If I clear the mage's dungeon completely, it should open automatically." Rocan stared at the door to the so-called secret room. As soon as he entered, the torches high above him lit up. Papers were scattered messily across the desk, books had been thrown about haphazardly, and dust filled the air. Rocan walked in and muttered in disgust, "God, it's filthy in here. Is this a secret room or a trash heap?" Then he saw something glowing and paused. He reached out and touched it, asking, "What is this?" "This box. What's with all this text? He picked it up and said in surprise, "Oh, this is..." The system asked Rocan, "Do you wish to acquire the skill book, Unlimited Shield? The first person to enter may acquire it." It was one of the many skill books in this room. His jaw dropped in shock as he exclaimed, "I found it. Yes, this is the skill book, the top prize of this dungeon. It's an item that lets you learn a skill, regardless of your class." With this, he could create a brand new combination skill. Rocan looked around everywhere, asking himself, "Where is it?" That skill was definitely here. He picked it up and shouted with glee, "Found it! The damage transformation book." The system asked Rocan, "Do you wish to use the damage transformation skill book?" The text explained that the first person to enter could collect one of the skill books in the room. As far as he knew, damage transformation was a skill that could convert physical damage into magic damage, and vice versa. Right now, players had no information about magical attacks and defenses. This skill was far more useful than anyone could imagine. Rocan grinned and said, "It can turn my physical damage into magic damage." Whoa, this is insane. A system notification appeared. "You have acquired the damage transformation skill." Another followed. "Skill book acquisition complete. All other skill books have been disabled." Rocan asked in surprise, "They just disappear?" As he said that, something else appeared before his eyes, catching him off guard. He gasped. Rocan pointed towards it and wondered, "What's that thing that's still glowing?" He picked up the book and saw the title, Churi's Diary. A system notification read, "Book title, Churi's Diary, rank, common, the diary of the mage, not Gan Churi." It seemed he could find out what the mage was afraid of. Rocan opened the book to read what was written inside. He was taken aback, then let out a sharp humph. The diary read, "They ordered me to create that cursed thing, but doing so is wrong. It might just push this world to the brink of destruction. It's not just the monsters that are being corrupted. In the end, there's no escape. I'll be killed the moment I try to run. I can't join them. But soon, for the Grand Assembly, they will leave this place for a short while. That will be the day I make my move. I've successfully escaped. Even though I was pursued and lost a part of what I created, I managed to protect my own life." He clutched his head and muttered over and over, "No, they're coming. They're coming to catch me, to kill me. They don't need me anymore, but I know what they're doing. I have to hide it somewhere deeper, where no one will ever know. Surely they can't find me with things like this, right?" After that, he curled up in some unknown corner, hidden from the world. Rocan closed the diary, saying, "It seems this Churi guy was on the run, which is why he hid in a place this deep. And he made those strange rings." He brought a hand to his chin, thinking, "I see, a cursed and corrupted object." If what Rocan knew about corruption and what was written here were the same thing, then this was truly new information that didn't exist in his past life. Mutated monsters were corrupted monsters. He knew there were groups of monsters that were corrupted and then mutated. But regarding Churi and that mysterious faction, this was the first time Rocan learned that humans were also involved. It wasn't just him. The corrupted monsters had caused problems for the Golden Lion territory and the Black Dragon Legion's territory as well. At first, he assumed this was the work of some other power. But Rocan put his hands on his hips, a puzzled look on his face, and grunted. He said, "This seems more complicated than I thought." Rocan slipped the diary into his bag and said, "First, I need to get back to the investigation team. There might be a new clue for the main quest." And, Rocan continued, "I think the requirement for the next quest is level 150, right?" He still had 3 more levels to go. Gaining 30 levels at this stage was no easy feat, as it required repeating hunting and gathering quests hundreds of times just to level up. A smirk crept onto his face as he thought, "But that's not the case for me." He then summoned Runabu. Rocan opened a book and said, "I've prepared everything. Teleport to Crossroad." The wind from the teleportation gate was so strong that scraps of paper were blown everywhere. Meanwhile, in the commercial district of Crossroad, he was carrying a giant bag. Rocan walked along cheerfully, saying, "The magic cores I couldn't get from the mage's dungeon are useless to me, but they can be sold for a high price. What a great deal, huh?" He looked around and asked, "Right, where's my shop? Was it that crowded last time?" Looking towards his store, Rocan said happily, "Nice, very nice. It's still just as packed. Nothing to worry about." A wicked smile spread across his face as he thought, "At this rate, all the money in Crossroad will flow right into my pocket." Rocan suddenly remembered that there was something more important than money right now. He was at the Berserker Guild in Crossroad. He looked up at the information displaying 4 skills, and the words, "Please select the combination skill you wish to delete." Rocan wasn't sure which skill to delete. He then chose one of the 4 and said, "Let's go with this one." A system notification appeared. Skill combination Charge and Destroy has been deleted. Rocan thought, Skill combinations are interesting, but it's a shame it can only charge straight forward. And other skills have a similar effect anyway. He smirked and thought, it's a pity, but I have to delete it. Then, another system notification popped up. Please assign an action for the new combination skill. Rocan figured he could create a much better skill combination, since the Berserker's default skills were too weak to be worth using. But the damage conversion skill he'd randomly acquired in a dungeon was another story entirely. With this, Rocan could finally do it. He would fill in the missing pieces of the Berserker class and create the skill that would unlock his grand plan. Rocan began to combine them all. First, Divine Power and Flash Step, followed by Strike and Damage Conversion. A system message appeared. Creating skill combination. Another message followed. Skill combination complete. He looked up in delight and said, all right, this is it. Rocan stared at it and thought, this is exactly what I wanted. The system prompted Rocan to name the combined skill. He said, the skill's name will be Blitz Strike. After he named it, a vortex of energy appeared before Rocan. This special skill converted normal damage, physical damage, into magic damage. Blitz Strike. Its only drawback was a 5-second cooldown, but one hit was all he needed. A wide grin spread across his face as he thought, now, it's time to put this to good use. Rocan rubbed his hands together. Just you wait, Odin. One day, I'm gonna smash this skill right in your face. But first, he needed to prioritize leveling up. At the weapon shop, the owner called out, come on in. You here for a weapon too? Rocan answered, of course. He then declared boldly, I'll buy every single stone axe you have in this place. Hearing that, the owner was so surprised he had to ask again. What? All of them? The owner quickly ran behind a door and said, then wait a moment. Let me go check my inventory. Rocan stood at the counter, waving his hand dismissively. Yeah, just bring them all out. I'll take everything. Suddenly, a voice from the side spoke up. Isn't this a little expensive? Curious, Rocan instinctively turned to look. A guy was telling a girl, hey, this is more expensive than the swords and spears we saw earlier, but you can tell it's better just by looking at it. Rocan thought to himself, what's this? Are they players? Players could buy and sell things here, which meant they must have completed the quest and been recognized by the DF. But they've already made it this far? He smirked to himself, thinking, no need to rush, because there was still one more obstacle, the opposing faction in the Rot. This was an incredibly epic PvP content that attracted players just as much as the main storyline. Fighting against players from the opposing faction was a completely different thrill than monster hunting. There were even many players who only enjoyed PvP, without caring at all about leveling up or the story. Rocan chuckled internally. I used to live like that too. The owner returned with a large bag and said to him, well, I've brought the stone axes. He took the bag and said, thanks. The owner was completely shocked to have such a big spender. Rocan heaved the bag of stone axes onto his back. All right, let's go. The delighted owner ran out to see him off, shouting, thank you, please come again. Rocan soon arrived at the Iron Eagle barracks. Wow, it's really been a long time. This feels new. The Iron Eagle barracks was located on the front lines of the military zone between the Black Dragon Legion and the Golden Lion. It was the golden dot on the map. This place had relatively few monsters, but you only had to walk a little way to encounter NPCs and players from the opposing faction. In other words, this was a stage built for war. Originally, I planned on coming here only after I hit level 150, but I have a reason for coming here early. This was the 29-year-old manager, level 160. He asked, what? You want to register as a freelance mercenary? Rocan bowed his head and said, yes, I'd like to register as a freelance mercenary. The man replied, anyone can register, but what level are you? He answered that he was level 120. Hearing Rocan's level, the man turned his head away and scoffed. What? A low level like you should know your place. But fine, do whatever you want. Hearing the man's reply, Rocan trembled with anger, but he forced himself to endure it and said, thank you. You have become a freelance mercenary. You will receive corresponding rewards based on your achievements and rank. Achieve greatness. You have been registered as a freelance mercenary of the Golden Lion territory. Defeat your enemies and achieve greatness to prove your strength and honor. You gain merit by defeating opponents from the enemy faction. You will receive contribution points corresponding to the merit you achieve. You will receive a rank based on your achievements. Rocan walked out of the gate, fuming with irritation. He grumbled as he walked. That blockhead only knows how to judge by level. Let's get this started, quickly. Then, Rocan launched himself forward with a single powerful leap. He had used Flash Step combined with Charge. That was the only way he could jump so far and run so fast. His destination was the deep gorge. Rocan's pace gradually began to slow. He slowed to a crawl, looking around cautiously. He slowed to a crawl, looking around cautiously. Rocan's body slowly materialized as his invisibility wore off. Cloak of invisibility deactivated. He looked up and took a deep breath. I'm here, the deep gorge. It took a little while, but thanks to the cloak, I made it here safely. Regardless of which faction you were on, facing a level 150 enemy was pretty intimidating. This gorge was a supply route for the Black Dragon Legion. The surrounding area was heavily guarded, and that's exactly why I came here. How could they ever suspect that I'm hiding right under their noses? Rocan reached up and hammered in several pythons one by one. He then dug them in deeper and tied a sturdy rope securely to them. Then he tied the other end of the rope around his waist. Rocan tugged on the rope a few more times to test its tension and strength. Ah, what? Rocan said confidently. Okay. Rocan suddenly slid backward and summoned a hammer into his hand. All right, now it's your turn, isn't it? He said, pressing down on a large rock. He lands, swings his axe high, and smashes it into the rocky mountain, causing a huge explosion. A smirk forms on his face as he says, "Oh, a pretty nice shot, huh?" Rocan channels his power into the ground, saving the location to a rune. He laughs and says, "All right, done. Now, it's time to grind." System, small axe equipped, 98 remaining. Rocan heads down, where quite a few guards are stationed. A level 150 cavalryman from the Black Dragon Legion spots Rocan and locks eyes with him. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of purple light rushes toward the man. He panics. What the? In the next instant, all the surrounding guards are blown away. Their screams echo throughout the ravine. This was all Rocan's doing. He lands, laughing gleefully at them, and says, "So, how'd you like that? How's that for a taste of my critical hit magic skill? Man, that ground slam was a thing of beauty. With a hole in the middle of the cliff face like this, the guards up top can't stop me, and with my long-range skills, I can hunt a ton of enemies at once." They spot Rocan, pointing up in a panic and shouting, "Over there! There's someone in the middle of the cliff!" He jumps up, laughing triumphantly. "Just noticed, have you? Even so, what can you possibly do to me?" System, small axe equipped. 97 remaining. Rocan summons his weapon, taking a firm aim. Shut your mouths and cough up that experience. He uses his critical hit skill and charges at them. They cry out in pain as his attack connects. System, Black Dragon Legion soldier eliminated. Level up. He continues attacking another one, gaining a lot of experience. System, level up. A flood of level up notifications appears. Rocan cracks a smile and whispers, "Nice. At this rate, I'll hit level 150 in no time." System, small axe equipped. 995 remaining. Rocan leans back, his bones cracking. He lets out a sigh. This boring stuff is finally over. System, hand axe. 0 remaining. Reached level 150. Man, how many days have I been grinding here? I'm bored to death. Anyway, now I can finally do the main quest, right? I wonder what the others are up to now. Using Runebook to Iron Eagle Camp. Rocan teleports to the Iron Eagle Camp. You really did it? The voice belongs to a 29-year-old adjutant, level 156. The man rubs his head, looking at him and asking, "You completed this all by yourself?" Rocan plants both hands on the desk in front of him, asking in a threatening tone, "What's the problem? Is my level a little too low for you?" The man quickly waves his hands. "Hey, no, not at all. I just wanted to express the gratitude of this entire camp to a talent like you." He stamps a piece of paper and says, "Congratulations on your promotion to private. System. Based on your military achievements, you have been promoted to private. You can increase your rank by accumulating military merit or making contributions to the kingdoms. Current contribution points, 324. Rocan crosses his arms. Good, starting as a private, just as I expected. You can't do much at the rank of private, but if I rank up, I can accept war quests or command NPC soldiers to carry out missions. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. But that's not the only reason I'm using this ranking system. What I'm really after are the contribution points. If I save them up, I can exchange them for special items at the contribution shop. At first, it's easy to get contribution points, but it's not nearly enough to buy that thing. I need to start stacking points, fast. Rocan uses his rune book to go to Crossroad. He teleports into the Crossroad Square. Rocan appears, saying with satisfaction, "Ah, how long has it been? It's good to be back." Suddenly, he hears a curse from behind him. "Hey, you son of a bitch." Rocan turns his head. "These bastards. So Goril really came here. It's been 3 days and I can't even finish my quest because of those damn bastards." Rocan smiles faintly. It's already started. The bastards those guys were talking about are players from the Black Dragon Legion. All over the Third City, a fierce war between the two opposing factions is raging. Here's an interesting fact. Why do they kill enemy troops? The green-skinned man explains. Oh, come on. I can take the enemy's equipment and even get extra experience from their monsters. It's only natural. That's a reasonable excuse. But the real reason is something else entirely. It's the special kind of pleasure that comes from toying with and killing those weaker than you. A gamer's instinct makes me understand this better than anyone. Rocan walks up to the two arguing men and asks, "Excuse me, but where is this place you're talking about?" The guy in the cloak stammers, "Huh? It's the wild boar habitat. But you can't go there now. You'd need a party of at least 10 people to even get close." Rocan thanks the man and says, "I see. Thanks for the information." Rocan puts a hand to his chin, thinking, the wild boar habitat. Isn't that a hunting ground not far from Crossroad? So, they've been pushed this close to the front lines. We're already at the border, huh? This encirclement seems pretty thin. He takes out a whistle and blows it right in front of the two guys. Summoning whistle, used. From a distance, the sound of clopping hooves approaches. It's a horse. Rocan immediately climbs on. The system simultaneously announces, "Black Demon has been summoned." He smirks. "You insects. You think I'm gonna do what you say? Just you wait. I'm coming to slaughter every last one of you." With that, Rocan spurred his demonic horse toward the front lines. He left his two companions completely stunned. The cloaked man asked, "Don't tell me he's planning to go in there alone." The other could only stammer, "Yeah, I think so. But that's a suicide mission, isn't it?" Meanwhile, at the wild boar's den, the land here was so barren that not even a single seed could sprout. And nearby, one person was fighting against a horde of enemies. She was from the Golden Lion faction, level 110. She yelled, "Damn it, what is this? I told them to send more supplies. Why isn't anything here yet?" One of her opponents, a level 120 player from the Black Dragon Legion, sneered. "Ha ha, why, you ask?" A blade swung down right in front of her. It sliced through her arm as he said with glee, "Because tearing apart the weak is just so much fun." She collapsed in pain. Her allies rushed to her side. "Are you okay?" But the attacker wasn't finished, slowly closing in. He let out a wicked laugh and raised his blade, aiming for one of her comrades. "It's over. Your life ends here." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the air. "Storm strike." Startled, the attacker turned to look, but the attack was already upon him. And to everyone's astonishment, his entire upper body was blown away. His comrades panicked. What was that? Who dares? In the distance, a cloud of dust was rising. Is it an enemy? Someone's charging this way. It was Rocan, charging forward on his black steed. Someone's coming, but he's alone. Surround him. Rocan gave them a friendly smile. Well, what's all this fun you're having? Mind if I join in? Despite Rocan's arrogance, his enemies didn't flinch. "You fearless bastard. Take this." Arrow of. He didn't even get to finish before an axe blade came flying, taking his head clean off. Rocan zipped past on his horse like the wind. "Too slow, elf. Try giving your skills shorter names next time." Then, his black steed gathered its strength and leaped, the two of them looking like an angel descending from the heavens. Rocan flashed an excited grin and leaped off his horse in midair. A guy on the ground panicked. "What? This maniac can fly?" Before they could process what was happening, he raised his axe. "Take this, you idiots. Damage conversion." And he slammed his axe right into the middle of them. Boom. A massive magical explosion from the axe sent everyone flying. When the dust settled, only the axe remained, standing tall. He walked over, grabbed it, and slung it over his shoulder. "Well now, let the massacre begin." They were terrified of Rocan's power, but tried to act tough. "A mere human like you dares? All of you, charge. We'll crush this bastard." Rocan was already in position, pulling his massive axe back. He scoffed. Crush, what now? With a single, powerful swing of his axe, he sent several of them sprawling to the ground. "You're the ones who are going to be crushed." He swung his axe again with devastating force, and their agonizing screams filled the air. The remaining fiends were trembling uncontrollably, stammering to their comrades. They vanished. The high defense melee players. A bloat. Wiped out in a single blow. Another one trembled and said, "What? And all those monsters, too?" Rocan dashed forward, his voice light and almost sing-song, but it only terrified them more. "Finally found you guys." They looked at his enormous axe with tears and snot running down their faces. They screamed in terror as it swung towards the guy in front. What followed were their blood-curdling cries. A system notification appeared. Rocan has defeated Yozora. 1 contribution point earned. Rocan has defeated He Pingu, 1 contribution point earned. Rocan has defeated Jiangdok Pai Sung, 1 contribution point earned. Rocan has defeated Kokorong Ping, 1 contribution point earned. Rocan has defeated Heo Meo Pian Su, 1 contribution point earned. Rocan has defeated Carrie Batong, 1 contribution point earned. Rocan slung the heavy axe onto his shoulder. He declared loudly, "This is just the warm-up." He looked at his info panel, rubbing his chin. "So it really does give me contribution points, just like killing NPCs. An enemy NPC is level 150, while the lowest player here was level 130. It's obvious which one is more profitable. Excellent. Now then, time to head to the mutant cave. But first, let's stop by Crossroad." Rocan returned and appeared at the Crossroad Shrine. System notification. Donated 3 gold coins. Received the priest's blessing for 6 hours. All stats increased by 1%. Defense and resistance increased for 6 hours. He grinned, pleased with the continuous power-ups. Okay, perfect. The priest's blessing gives you different kinds of buffs depending on how much you donate to the shrine. Even though it only lasts a few hours, it's a must-have before any hunt. Next up, equipment setup. Rocan opened his equipment menu, looked it over for a moment, and said, Set 1. Critical hit gear. Set 2. Defensive gear. And finally, Set 3. Attribute resistance gear. Switching equipment will have a 3-second cooldown, but being able to switch should be pretty useful. He smiled. Now, all I need to do is lure in the prey. Rocan tapped on his screen. Model. Where could they be? Time to cast the bait. Received intel on the enemy faction, Crossroad. System notifications began to pop up one after another with new comments. He opened them and read with satisfaction. Heh, what a strong reaction. Looks like everyone's got a real headache over this. Huh? A new comment notification popped up, catching Rocan's attention. Those malicious words were stirring up trouble again. Seriously? Are they still dredging up this old news? The Black Dragon Legion took Crossroad, and that warrior Rocan is still playing this game? When we attacked Crossroad last week, we only saw Burrow. Angela's probably dead in a ditch somewhere. So what if he was one of the first 10 people to enter the 3rd city? That whole crew is about to get wiped out. Nauza wrote, yeah, Roba is next. Our guild will finish the job. Just you wait. Megapalm added, why even mobilize the whole guild? Just gank him on sight. TGU asked, anyone up for watching a Rocan solo run? How's the game going anyway? Stream around for us, bro. Reading the comments, Rocan couldn't help but laugh. The Black Dragon Legion took the bait. They're all so smug just because they leveled up. On the contrary, I should thank them. If they got scared and went into hiding, I'd have to waste my time hunting them all down. Just wait a little longer. I'll give every single one of you what you deserve. As he thought this, Rocan's fingers typed on the screen. Thanks for the intel, everyone. I'm starting a hunting livestream now. The messenger, Rango, posted, whoa, Rocan's on the move. Flower Soda Dream wrote, is he insane? He's actually going to stream it? What if he gets surrounded? Swift Kill replied, so what if he gets surrounded? He doesn't care. He's the type to just charge forward. Curious viewers on the stream wondered, what's going on? He just started the stream and took off without a word. Where's he going? Ancient Relic said, looks like he's heading to the location from the intel everyone shared. As Rocan approached, he stopped to take in the scene before him. 2 opposing groups were locked in combat. Sue commented, he's there already? It'll be hilarious when he gets there, and they strip all his gear. Everything's gonna go up in smoke. Ancient Relic shot back, just watch, don't run your mouth. One of the players charged forward, attacking a guy who was struggling to fend off his powerful blows. The attacker sneered, if you obediently hand over your items, I'll let you live. The other player, trembling but defiant, shot back, hilarious. I was ready to die from the start. The attacker growled, fine by me. He drew his sword, then leaped forward, aiming for the kid's throat. Then die, the onlookers screamed in panic. No! Look out! Just as the blade was about to connect with his neck, Rocan suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking the descending sword. Everyone was shocked, but the attacker was even more stunned to have his prey snatched away from him. What the? Without a word, Rocan swung his massive axe, landing a brutal blow to the man's stomach that sent blood flying. He then flung the man off his axe, sending him hurtling through the air. A system notification appeared. Rocan has defeated BUSSIN. Contribution points +1. He smirked at him. That's a nice cut. You should praise me. Rocan then crouched, using Flash Step to launch himself with incredible speed toward the remaining enemies. He taunted them. What are you all standing around for? Come on, fight. And then he cut them down. Rocan has defeated Nemo I. Contribution points +1. Rocan has defeated Kodomo. Contribution points +1. Viewers in the livestream chat exploded. Amen. One shot, one kill. Is this for real? They were all killed in a single hit. Huss. But those Black Dragon Legion guys are all level 120. How is this even possible? Rue. What level is that crazy streamer? Thanos replied to Rue. At least 140. There's no way he could do that otherwise. Just then, a green-skinned player ordered, "Everyone, attack him at once." The group immediately surrounded Rocan and charged at him. He looked up at them and smiled. Too easy. The previous group had all been equipped with axes. Rocan leaped high into the air, spun mid-flight, and descended on them. "If you're all going to come at me at once, then I should thank you." Skill combination. As he moved, he zipped from one spot to another, cutting down one enemy after another. It was his skill, Whirlwind. The livestream chat erupted again after his latest move. RAGNAROK. Insane. What skill was that? Are Rocan and I even playing the same game? Wingo commented, "Rocan's a berserker, right? Does anyone have info on the berserker class? Are they supposed to be this strong?" Rocan has defeated Ra. Contribution points +1. Rocan has defeated Kokotung. Contribution points +1. Rocan has defeated Seaweed Branch. Contribution points +1. He paused for a moment, then uttered again, Whirlwind. Rocan has defeated Tue Kimbu. Contribution points +1. He leaned back, looking bored. This is getting dull. Rocan has defeated Zhongli. Contribution points +1. Rocan switched his stream to facecam, showing his face to everyone, and said, "You players from the Black Dragon Legion are a real disappointment. Is this all you've got? How pathetic. It doesn't matter if level 120s show up, because I'll kill every last one of you with this." Rocan then pulled out a Royal Knight's longsword for everyone to see. Everyone was stunned by his audacity. Angel Gasu commented, "Holy crap, is he putting a bounty on his own head? Dongun Manji. Whoa, that's insane. Look at that attack power. It's the highest in the game right now." Rhoda said, "Him again? So if you kill him, you get that sword?" Rito commented, "But what is Rocan thinking? He's provoking every single player out there." Azun, "Everyone stay put. That sword belongs to Rocan." He read the comments, then spoke to his viewers. "If you want this, then come and kill me. That is, if you can." System notifications continued to scroll by. The player Da Min said, "Ooh, check out his confidence." Another player, Trung Uong, added, "This is gonna be a bloodbath." Damn, that was insane. Player Bamin chimed in, "Now that's a real man. Ha ha ha." Player Missin Scott added, "Boss, from now on, I'm your #1 fan." Rocan thought to himself, "Ha ha. That should be enough to get the point across. Looks like stealing that weapon was a pretty good move after all." Rocan smirked. "We're all cut from the same cloth. All I have to do is crush every single one of them." Suddenly, he blew a whistle, and a black horse materialized before him. Rocan expertly leaped onto the horse's back. "Summon Black Steed." Tapping his finger on the system panel, he said, "All right, let's see now. The next location is the Wind Plateau, huh? That's a few miles north of here." Spurring his horse, Rocan commanded, "All right, full speed, let's ride." A message from Tet popped up. "Hey, did you guys see what Rocan just did? That was the Blue Dragon Squad. He cost them nearly 800 in real-world currency." Din Bang replied, "Calling an emergency guild meeting." Rogan read 2PH1 Power posted, "Listen up, you bastards. Rocan is our guild's property. Touch him and we'll wipe you all out." Din Bang messaged back, "Yeah, right. He belongs to whoever can catch him." Green Forehead shot back, "You really think you can take him down?" Another player wrote, "Hurry, let's go watch the fight." Rocan read through the messages with a triumphant grin and said, "Oh? So they're coming to get me, are they?" One side of Rocan's face was caked in blood, but he ignored it, saying arrogantly, "Don't just run your mouths. Come and find me." The battlefield was a wasteland of corpses and blood, with severed body parts scattered across the ground. Rocan sat comfortably atop the pile of bodies, and said, "It ended too quickly. How boring." A system notification appeared. Level 157, Rocan. Merit points, 520. Wind Plateau. Black Dragon Corps. Annihilated. In another area, Bamin of the Black Dragon Corps watched the battle through a monitor, exclaiming in terror, "Damn it. They were completely wiped out?" He then rushed to report, "Boss, we have a huge problem." The leader of the Black Dragon Corps didn't even look at him. He just said, "I know. What's there to be afraid of?" Bamin trembled. "Why? Yes?" But the leader cut him off and said, "The forces at the plateau were just our weakest members. This was all according to plan." The leader reassured Bamin, "Don't worry. Our main force is both large and powerful. There's no need to be concerned." The leader urged, "Hurry up. We're almost at the plateau." Bamin replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Bamin glanced back at the army behind him. a confident smirk appearing on his face as he thought, "That's right, we can do this." It was as if he was trying to rally the soldiers himself. Rocan looked ahead and muttered, "Humph." He had spotted a massive army in the distance. He feigned surprise. "Oh, look at them. Are they really determined to come after me?" He sized them up. 30 of them? 40? Maybe? No, probably about 50. And their levels are pretty high, too. This is going to be a real fight. The system announced, changing equipment set. Defense set 2 equipped. After his gear finished changing, Rocan yelled, "All I have to do is charge straight in." He glared at them and roared, "What are you doing? Get over here, you bastards." All the soldiers of the Black Dragon Corps surged forward, their battle cries echoing through the air. BUSSIN ordered, "All units, spread out. Surround him." Suddenly, BUSSIN froze, completely speechless. A massive vortex of power materialized in the sky above, crackling with lightning. The immense energy began to plummet straight down, right toward the soldiers of the Black Dragon Corps. BUSSIN warned, "It's an ambush, be careful." But the blast of power slammed down in the distance. It landed behind BUSSIN, completely against his expectations. He cried out, "What? Why did it target that area?" Piercing screams began to ring out. The soldiers scattered in chaos, crying for help. "Get out of the way." Fear crept into BUSSIN's voice. "Wait a minute. Could that have been a feint? A trick to herd us into the center?" Flashes of light began to erupt everywhere. Rocan activated his skill, Leap. Rocan suddenly appeared in the air directly above BUSSIN, a terrifying grin on his face. He said, "Haha, you guessed it." And with that, Rocan unleashed an attack right into the heart of the Black Dragon army, the air filled with agonizing screams. A system notification dinged. Rocan has defeated Nippon and gained 1 attack point. Rocan has defeated Basong and gained 1 attack point. Rocan has defeated Hekapu and gained 1 attack point. Rocan has defeated Nika and gained 1 attack point. Rocan has defeated Jichung and gained 1 attack point. Rocan has defeated Kevin and gained 1 attack point. Bayman stared at the devastating scene before him and grunted, "Ugh, he's moved into the center of our formation. This is our chance." Bayman roared his command, "Kill him." Rocan effortlessly dodged Bayman's attack. The two sides clashed relentlessly as battle cries echoed. BUSSIN shouted, "Ugh, I can't move. What is this skill? Damn it." Rocan looked down at him and said, "Damn it, it's a little too early to panic." His eyes began to glow as he announced, "Skill combination, Whirlwind." The attack sucked countless soldiers into the vortex before they could react. All they could do was scream, "Arg." Rocan had no intention of stopping, declaring, "Ha, I'll finish every last one of you." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Stop, Rocan, that's enough for now." Hearing that, Rocan halted his attack. A stranger appeared in the sky, descending rapidly to strike at Rocan. Rocan managed to defend against the surprise attack. The two disengaged as Rocan landed on the ground and asked, "That's some decent power. Who are you?" The sword that had just attacked Rocan was incredibly sharp. Its owner spoke, "I am a ranker of the Black Dragon Corps. My name is one that will make you tremble from this day forward. Remember it well. I am the Sword Master, Rocan." "Rocan? You mean, that times Rocan? Aren't you the guy who got incredibly arrogant the second he hit level 100? From behind his mask, our Rocan burst into laughter. "Huh? A ranker?" he sneered. "You're that guy, the first one to reach level 100. The same bastard I publicly humiliated, right?" Hearing this, Tai retorted angrily, "What are you talking about?" He ground his two swords together in fury. Then he said, "You arrogant fool. Just hand over the Azure Dragon Sword, and I'll spare your life. But today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." He was about to show him what a true ranker's level was, but in that instant, Rocan flashed right up to him. Rocan zipped right past him. Stunned by his speed, Tai looked behind him, speechless. Staring him down, Rocan said, "I'll show you what a real ranker looks like." Rocan landed a critical blow, making him scream. From behind, he punched him so hard he went flying. Tai lost control of his body, tumbling through the air. He then slammed into a distant rock formation. All the soldiers were stunned by the sight. Rocan laughed. "Ha, just a fat pig. Too slow." Suddenly, Rocan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What?" The rock formation had been shattered, but the man was nowhere to be seen. Rocan looked around and said, "What the? Where did that bastard run off to?" Scanning the area for any sign of him, he muttered, "He's fast when it comes to running away." The fight wasn't even over, and he bolted. Tai was hiding behind his soldiers, secretly chugging a potion from a vial. Rocan yelled in frustration, "I was just starting to have fun." A powerful foot stomped into view. Tai's form had now completely changed. He said arrogantly, "Getting restless already? Fine then, let's fight to the death, Rocan." Rocan stared at him, speechless, and with a blank expression. Tai shouted in anger, "What's with that look?" Rocan replied, "Don't tell me you got hit once and got so scared you had to pop a potion?" Hearing this, Tai was mortified at being caught. He sputtered, "What?" He bellowed, "So what if I did? It's my potion. I'll use it if I want to." Rocan completely ignored his tantrum. He just said, Yeah, I didn't say anything." He pointed up at the system interface and said, "I'm live streaming, you know. I hope you didn't forget. Right now, there are 30,000 people watching your little act of cowardice." The viewers exploded in the chat, laughing and gossiping. Haha, he got caught. Did he really just curse? What a disgrace to the Black Dragon Legion. And he calls himself a ranker of the Black Dragon Legion? The boss man should find a hole to crawl into. He's more like the Black Dragon Legion's worm. After hearing all the ridicule, Tai flushed with shame and rage, shouting, "What? An act of cowardice?" He crossed his two swords in front of his chest. He said furiously, "Rocan, you bastard. You've crossed the line. I'll show you my true power. So get ready." He began to unleash his strength. His special skill, combined sword arts. Rocan cheered in excitement. "Now this is what I'm talking about." The system announced, "Battle axe unequipped." Rocan decided, "I'll take you on with my bare hands." Tai prepared his attack and said, "Haha, ditching your weapon? Pathetic. You're going down with this next move." Rocan instantly appeared in front of him and grabbed his head. Tai could only gasp. "What?" Rocan's hand completely covered his face. His eyes went wide with shock. Rocan poured all his strength into his hand, the one gripping his face. He slammed his head into the ground with overwhelming force. The system announced that Rocan had defeated Tai and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan stood tall, looking down at the defeated Tai. Rocan said, "How boring. And you call yourself a ranker?" He was lost in thought. The ones who would become famous later on must be training relentlessly right now. Rocan muttered to himself, "Haha, just thinking about him puts me in a bad mood. What should I do?" A few more enemies appeared behind him. It seemed they had no intention of letting Rocan leave. He glanced back at them, his eyes glowing. Rocan said, "But maybe you guys will be just what I need to cheer up." Blood-curdling screams echoed through the area. "Ah, save me!" At Crossroad, the system continuously announced that Rocan had defeated Kokon and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Lao and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Hippo and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Hao and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Virus and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Owu and earned 1 conquest point. Rocan has defeated Kadong and earned 1 conquest point. With his hands on his hips, Rocan said smugly, "How long are these notifications gonna keep popping up? Seems like the system's lagging a bit." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Sir Rocan, I'm a fan." Rocan froze, glancing back and letting out a, "Huh?" A young man ran up to him breathlessly and warned, "Sir, you need to be careful. They're coming. There are 200 of them on their way. You should probably get out of here." He observed the young man's demeanor. He thought, 200 men? Rocan leaned towards the young man and said, "Thanks for the tip. What about you?" He replied, "I just got out of the gray zone." Rocan thought slyly, "Looks like a walking pile of contribution points is heading my way." He opened the system window and said, "Open contribution shop." Rocan selected an item and thought, "There's still time before they get here. I need to buy the Badge of Honor." The system announced, "Magical Badge of Honor, Warrior's Badge of Honor. The possessor of this badge can increase their own honor. Contribution points and reputation are awarded based on achievements." He held the Medal of Honor in his hand, and he thought excitedly, "The Medal of Honor. It cost 500 contribution points, but now I can earn even more every time I defeat an enemy faction, and the extra reputation makes it a worthy investment." He pointed at the system window and wondered, should I save up for more? Although he had things to do, he told the audience watching his live stream, "First, I'm going to end the broadcast for a bit. I'll be back on, so just wait." Over 35,000 people were watching him, and they commented one by one, "Leaving already? Where are you going? Looks like the square. Bye-bye. Come back soon." At the Crossroad defense team, Captain Mankin told Rocan, "Oh, you've gotten this strong already? Excellent. I can tell you've been working hard." A system notification announced that the main quest was complete. He had earned the trust of Mankin, the captain of the Crossroad Guard. Rocan thought with glee, "Nice. Finally passed." The captain of the Crossroad Guard, Mankin, said, "Now, listen carefully from here on out. We've been investigating the variants, but what you discovered was just the beginning. There are some that have been completely transformed. They possess special powers and are far stronger than the other variants." An image of a massive monster flashed through the Crossroad captain's mind. Mankin rested his chin on his hands and said, "We've decided to call them ugly monsters." He continued, "A few have been captured alive and are under investigation. They cannot be allowed to exist in this world. So from now on, if you encounter an ugly monster, kill it and bring back its eyes." Mankin explained that their eyes glow green, so Rocan replied, "It won't be hard to recognize them." Understood. The system announced he had acquired information about the ugly monsters. He could now identify ugly monsters, and by eliminating them and bringing proof to the investigation team, he could earn a reward. As he gathered more information on the ugly monsters, he could receive additional rewards. Rocan thought to himself, "So there are rewards for information related to ugly monsters. On top of the quest reward, I can make even more money." A scheme began to form in his mind. Plus, I can probably score some better than average gear drops from these things. The system announced a new personal quest. Prove your strength by defeating an ugly monster. The condition for success was to eliminate one ugly monster. The completion reward was more information about them. After reading the details, Rocan clenched his fist and thought, "I'm already level 150 and they still don't trust me?" He let out a sigh and thought, "Fine, I'll go catch one and come back. Besides, all the dropped gear is mine anyway." He turned to leave and said, "I understand. I'll see you again after I've completed the mission." The Crossroad Guard captain, Mankin, waved and said, "All right, be careful out there." Rocan suddenly turned back in a panic and said, "Oh, that's right. There's something I need to tell you. I almost forgot." Mankin jumped in surprise and asked, "Huh? What is it?" Rocan leaned in and whispered in Mankin's ear. The curious guard captain muttered, But after listening, Mankin's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "What?" At Crossroad Castle, a large crowd was gathered in front of the gate, shouting noisily, "Rocan, stop hiding and come on out." They mumbled amongst themselves, "Are you sure Rocan is in there? He ended the broadcast here. It can't be wrong." The castle gate suddenly swung open, revealing a figure standing behind it. The crowd yelled, "It's opening! Who is it? Is it Rocan?" But the person who appeared was none other than the Crossroad Guard captain, Mankin, with a platoon of soldiers behind him. The rowdy crowd in front of the gate was stunned. "What's that? Why are the city guards here? We haven't even attacked the city yet." Mankin, the guard captain, roared with rage. "So noisy! Do you maggots know where you are? Daring to set your filthy feet here?" He ordered his soldiers, "Deal with them. Don't leave a single one standing." The noisy mob was now scattering in every direction. They screamed in terror. "Ugh, what? How did it come to this?" Rocan said. I've got sound. How do I open the screen?" This button." He resumed his live stream. He spoke to the screen. "All set. Sorry for the delay in getting the stream back up. Let me just zoom out a bit." The number of viewers on his live stream began to skyrocket. He placed his hands on his hips and said, "You want to know where this is?" He looked around and introduced the area. "This is Ash, the third city of the Black Dragon Army. The view from the cliff is beautiful, isn't it?" A mischievous look appeared on his face again. He told everyone, "All right then, since the owners aren't home, shall we try a little raiding?" He suddenly leaped from the top of the cliff to the ground below. Two figures were there, and they turned their heads at the sound of his landing. He looked at them without a trace of fear or caution. Seeing him, the two of them began to tremble uncontrollably. He thought to himself, just as I expected. All the strong players went to Crossroad to ambush me, so now only the weaklings are left to guard the house." He prepared to attack and said, "I'm not the type to pick on the weak, but I have an important goal right now. So what can you do?" He took a step back, planting his foot to launch himself forward. He quickly cut them down while they were still dazed. He warned them, "Don't hold a grudge." In an instant, the two soldiers were dead on the ground. Dashing forward like the wind, he muttered to himself, "Gotta hurry." A system notification appeared. Twice now, Rocan had defeated Kalok, earning 2 contribution points. He had now arrived at the hunting grounds, also known as the grasslands of the Black Dragon Corps. He swaggered forward and said, "Perfect, no one's around." He slung his sword over his shoulder and thought to himself, the Golden Lion District might have mutated monsters, but hunting them takes way too much time. Even if it's a bit more dangerous, hunting the mutated monsters on the Black Dragon Corps' turf is still better. He continued to be lost in his own thoughts. "I've already settled things with Munshin, so I don't have to worry about the crossroads for a while. I also turned off the broadcast at the Asta entrance, so even if those Black Dragon Corps guys want to find me, it'll take them a good long while." Rocan thought with a smug grin. Thanks to that, I can relax and focus on the hunt." Just then, a stranger appeared before him. It was a level 10 gray-fanged wolf, bearing its fangs menacingly at him. He raised his weapon, looked at it, and said, "Level 140. Now that's more like it." Even a regular monster is on a whole other level here. This really is a hunting ground for mutated beasts. His brow furrowed seriously as he said, "Let's end this quick. No need to waste time on regular mobs." Suddenly, a three-toed foot of some monster stomped down hard, creating a massive sound in the hunting ground. Both Rocan and the gray wolf were drawn to the sound. He said to himself, "Huh? What's that noise?" A dragon-like eye slowly came into view. From behind the trees, both the gray wolf and Rocan looked up at the sky, speechless. The beast that made that violent sound was Taylor, Zeros's pet dinosaur, level 11. It let out a deafening roar. Rocan was a little wary of this dinosaur, but he still held his sword firmly and said, "I really should thank you for coming to me yourself, mutated monster Taylor." Rocan looked up at the dinosaur and said, "That's right, who could have imagined it? To think that the pet dinosaur of Zeros, Asta's defense captain, was actually a mutated monster." An image of Zeros appeared in his mind. He said, "Well, even if they knew, hunting you would mean starting a conflict with Zeros, so none of those Asta guys would dare to try. Because to the subordinates of the Black Dragon Corps, Zeros was in existence just like Mankin of the Golden Lion District." He glanced at the gray wolf from before. The wolf that was just threatening him was now hightailing it out of there. He couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Look at it run for its life. He broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the massive dinosaur and said, "Can't blame it." The dinosaur named Taylor glared at him ferociously. He said, "Who in their right mind would fight a monster like this?" He suddenly yelled at the dinosaur, "Am I wrong? Come on, you ugly reptile. I'm gonna make some dinosaur barbecue out of you." The moment he finished speaking, the dinosaur charged forward. It swung its tail to strike him and roared, "Gau!" He watched it and thought, the tail. He leaped into the air to dodge the dinosaur's tail whip. Then he saw something else coming. Right after the tail attack, the dinosaur lunged forward with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow him whole. He calmly watched it and thought, "An instant turn? That's fast." He quickly backed away. The dinosaur's bite missed. He thought, "Ugh, that thing was trying to bite my leg off." The dinosaur didn't let up, attacking him once more, causing him to exclaim, "Hey!" The dinosaur's attack sent him flying. He slammed into a rocky slope behind him, shattering it and sending dust and debris everywhere. The dinosaur's eyes widened as if it had spotted something. Rocan stomped his foot on the ground and said, "There's a saying." His power had transformed. He was completely different from before. Now he looked much more ferocious. He roared, "A beast that bites doesn't get to live." He stomped his foot hard on the ground, launching himself into the air. He used his full-powered cleave skill, aiming straight for the dinosaur. The dinosaur, suddenly terrified, stared at him with its mouth agape. He glanced at it and warned, "Grit your teeth, because I'm chopping off your legs first." The dinosaur suddenly whipped its tail around in an attempt to counter him. The massive tail successfully blocked Rocan's sword. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, it blocked the attack with its tail. How can it be so fast with that enormous body?" The dinosaur suddenly froze, crying out in pain. Blocking his attack had left a deep gash on its tail. A furious rage took over him, his eyes glowing red. He rushed towards the dinosaur and yelled, "In that case." With all his might, Rocan grabbed its tail, spun it around and around, and then let go, sending it flying like a hammer throw. It crashed heavily to the ground, its face contorted in pain. The surrounding earth shattered and flew everywhere from the sheer weight of the dinosaur. His red aura flared, illuminating the entire area as he advanced on the dinosaur. He activated his battle axe skill. He flew into the air and poured all his strength into a full-powered cleave, aimed at the dinosaur lying below. At this moment, he looked like nothing less than a bloodthirsty monster. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha, get up and try to stop this." Rocan mercilessly slashed down at the giant dinosaur. Then suddenly, its power surged, forcing him to stop his attack. He grunted, "Herc." He dug his hands into the ground to stop himself from being blown too far back. He said, "Heh heh, nice. You're putting up a good fight." He looked at the dinosaur before him and said, "Now, this is where it really begins." The dinosaur had. It rose to its feet, unleashing its power. The dinosaur's entire body began to shake violently as it transformed into something completely different. Its eyes blazed a brilliant green, its hide hardening like steel. Rocan, seething with power, waited for the dinosaur to finish its metamorphosis. He stared at it and said, "Damn, I knew mutated monsters were strong, but this thing is on another level." A system notification popped up. Pet dinosaur, Xiaolei, has completed its transformation. Rocan stared at the beast before him, sizing it up. "This is insane." Another system message appeared. Round 2. Begin. The dinosaur, Xiaolei, let out a deep, guttural growl. The sound was horrifying. When it comes to the power of mutated monsters, each one possesses a unique trait. Xiaoli's was gigantification. And while it wasn't the only monster capable of growing to a colossal size, there was one crucial difference. Suddenly, the dinosaur's tail twitched, and then it shot towards Rocan like a bullet, catching him completely off guard. He leaped into the air, narrowly dodging the razor-sharp projectile. But Rocan's face filled with shock as it changed direction mid-air and shot toward him again. He cursed under his breath. "Are you kidding me? Its tail broke off? Did it actually predict I was going to dodge?" The tail was too fast for him to dodge a second time, and it impaled him straight through the abdomen. Rocan was sent flying, crashing hard into the ground. His impact created a massive crater. Xiaolei hadn't just gotten bigger, all of its stats, including strength and agility, had been massively boosted. Lying on the ground, Rocan trembled. "Ugh, that hurts." He clutched his chest, struggling to sit up. "I was almost turned into a damn donut. All this damage from a single tail whip? What kind of monster are you?" Staring it down, Rocan continued, "I hate to admit it, but you're the first opponent whose strength I've truly acknowledged since my regression." Beams of energy shot out from Xiaolei's eyes, hurtling straight for Rocan. Stunned, he watched as Xiaole also swung its massive tail, smashing it down right where he lay. The beast then stood there, admiring the devastation before it. It thought Rocan was finished, but it was wrong. The monster's jaw dropped as something fiery emerged from the rubble. Rocan had transformed. In a cold voice, he said, "A monster that awakens a mutation fights at a power level equivalent to being 2 grades higher than its actual level. In that case, if you're fighting at the level of a 200, then I should be able to beat you easily." He was now equipped with the sealed helmet of the Lion King. Xiaolei let out a furious roar at Rocan, but he just stood there, completely unfazed. He smirked. "Perfect timing. I was hoping to try something out." As he spoke, he raised his scythe and channeled power into his legs. Then he shot forward, launching himself at the roaring beast. "Let's see just how strong I've really become." His scythe slammed into Xiaole, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Rocan clicked his tongue. "Tough bastard. Aren't you? If I can't even make a dent." Then, suddenly, he spotted it. "Wait. That's the wound I gave it before it transformed." When its body grew, the wound grew with it. A plan began to form in Rocan's mind. He backed away, building momentum. "Perfect. This'll work." He summoned his axe and hurled it at Xiaolei. Critical hit. In response, Xiaolei whipped its tail. It let out an enraged roar, but suddenly, its eyes darted to the left. Rocan was already there, and channeling power into his legs, he launched himself into the air. Gripping his axe, he roared, "You damn fraud." Rocan was flying straight toward the original wound he had inflicted on the beast. Xiaolei couldn't react in time, and could only roar in agony. Rocan scoffed, "Don't act like it's over, we're just getting started." He sprinted along its back and launched himself high into the air, twisting his body. As the monster turned its head, it saw Rocan landing squarely on its tail. Rocan charged forward with immense force. Die. A series of deep gashes appeared across Xiaolei's back before he plunged his scythe deep into its flesh. He then poured all his strength into his arms and swung with all his might. The upper part of the monster's head was sliced clean off, crashing to the ground. Xiaolei let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. He laughed maniacally. "You oversized lizard, how's that feel? Nice and breezy up there now, huh?" Where the top of its head used to be, a slimy, gory mess now pulsed. Xiaolei shrieked in pure rage and charged head-on at Rocan. A thrilled smile spread across Rocan's face. "That's it. Come on, let's end this tedious fight." The monster closed the distance. Seeing his opening, Rocan activated a skill combination. Rocan launched himself off the ground. Fatal strike. His scythe came crashing down directly on Xiaolei's head. The gory mess exploded outwards, as Xiaolei's head was completely severed. Rocan landed lightly on his feet, as the massive body of the dinosaur finally collapsed. A system message appeared. "You have leveled up. You have defeated a mutated monster. You have obtained proof of mutation. Incredible achievement. First ever mutated monster defeated. You have obtained the title, Mutant Slayer. You are the first player to acquire this title. First Achiever, Slayer of Rare Mutants. Mutation is a power whose origins have yet to be understood. We praise you, the one who has overcome and conquered this unknown power. You are the first player to acquire this title. Bonus effect. Reduce all damage taken from mutation-type powers by 10%. With the battle over, Rocan collapsed to the ground, letting out a deep sigh of relief. He quickly pulled out a recovery potion and chugged it down, Feeling better, he chuckled. You're usually supposed to be level 200 to take on a mutated monster. Man, pulling that off before level 150 is tough. But the rewards are well worth it. I'll get to the main quest later. I'm sick and tired of fighting mutated monsters. Looking at the info panel, he stroked his chin, confused. What's with this question mark? Why isn't there any text? Just a number. So I have to catch 2 of them? Suddenly, a notification arrived. Next, Zelos's captain has discovered the death of the pet dinosaur, Xiaolei. Be careful. Zelos will be here soon. Rocan was terrified. What? Zelos? The system continued. Zelos's fury is targeting you. Rocan gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. It's obvious a whole mob is heading this way. But in my current condition, even a one-on-one fight would be tough. With that, his feet started moving. Rocan broke into an all-out sprint. I just have to run for my life. Rocan smiled. All right, let's go. Because his next objective was the place that would open up the painting in the game world, in the gray forest. Crack. Snap. The sound of footsteps on twigs. Rocan scanned his surroundings, raising a hand to touch the corner of a tree and muttering, "This should be the place. Damn, it's been so long, I only have a vague memory of it." He racked his brain. He remembered this place was a hunting ground with a max level of 110, but in reality, it hid a massive secret. 2 figures were hiding nearby. Rocan took out his gear, stopping excitedly in front of a tree. If my memory's right, this is definitely it. The system displayed. Hand axe equipped. Thwack, thwack, thwack. He swung the axe 3 times into the 3 tree trunks before him. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from between the 3 trunks. He shouted in delight, "That's it." So the 3 trees were the key to opening the secret passage. The ground began to crack, and a large stone monolith emerged from the earth. He watched it, marveling. It's finally appeared. He then got into his stance. The next move is simple. He shouted his skill, critical strike. He struck the monolith directly, shattering it to pieces. He chuckled and pulled back his hand. The shattered rock revealed a hidden passage leading underground. He stared at the descending staircase, lost in thought. It really has been a while. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the hunter's legendary origin. Rocan's footsteps echoed clearly in the desolate passageway. He smirked, thinking, normally, to find this place, you'd have to complete countless quests and piece together all the clues. But there's no need to go through all that trouble, is there? Not when I already know the entry conditions. Pinpoint accuracy, increased ranged attack power, and the courage to shatter stone. He stopped walking. We're here. Before him was a secret chamber. The walls were lined with brightly lit torches. From his research, he knew this was one of the spaces created to receive someone's will, like a hero's trial. The difference between this and the trial of Gao Kan, the Lion King, is that the creator of this trial requires you to be alive to pass it. He looked at the image carved into the floor of the chamber, the symbol of its creator, the living legend, Hunter Kirus. Legend has it that long ago, during the great conflict known as the Racial War, there was a legendary hunter. He served in the vanguard of the Black Dragon Legion and made his enemies tremble in fear. But a legend is just a legend. Rocan was thrilled, because no one else would ever suspect that it wasn't a hunter or an archer who was the first to arrive here, but a human berserker. Rocan smirked, hand axe equipped, looking smug. And of course, that human was me. He yelled, "I'll just clean this place out." A system notification appeared. Beginning stage 1, the hunter's challenge. At his movement, whoosh. 1, 2. All the burning torches here went out simultaneously. The system announced, "Find the light within the darkness." Rocan stood on guard, surrounded by the encroaching darkness. He cursed in frustration. What kind of quest is this? It's not a puzzle. It's find the light in a dark forest, because the dungeon is such an unfriendly world. Soft footsteps echoed in the gloom. A massive, shimmering figure had appeared behind Rocan at some point. It was raising its weapon, preparing for a surprise attack from above. Just when it seemed like the unprepared Rocan would take the full force of the ambush, he had already sensed it and swiftly dashed forward to escape. At the same time, he spun around with incredible speed and counterattacked. He scoffed. A surprise attack? For a regressor like me, that's child's play. However, he also realized that enemies were surrounding him. There wasn't just one. The two sides clashed, one attacking, the other countering. Rocan, getting into the heat of battle, managed to land a hit on one of them. According to the layout of this challenge, in Stage 1, the Hunter's Challenge, the enemies that appear in the darkness are all weak, so they can be cut down easily. He roared and slashed at the enemy. Die. But he always kept one thing in mind. In this challenge, there was an absolute rule. You must not slash indiscriminately. Rocan's downward swing suddenly slowed and came to a halt, because luckily, he had stopped his hand just in time. He hissed, "Whoa, that was a close one." Gave me goosebumps. A few torches lit up again, because finding the light in the darkness meant finding the little troll standing among the enemies right in front of him. This is exactly why I'm using a hand axe with its narrow attack range, the troll. At that moment, the system announced, Stage 1, Hunter's Trial, Hunter's Gaze, cleared. He came to his senses and looked at the troll, pointing in a certain direction. It seemed to be showing him the way. He asked for confirmation. Huh? That way? He followed its directions toward a wall, muttering, "Is this the path to the next trial?" At the same time, he unequipped his hand axe. He frantically felt around the wall, searching for a hidden mechanism. Where is it? Where is it? Just then, his hand touched a loose brick, the switch for the hidden passage. He cheered, "Oh, found it." But before he could even finish his sentence, the path opened up right beneath his feet. The words had barely left his mouth as he plummeted down. Caught completely off guard, Rocan let out a piercing scream. Ah! His wide-eyed, open-mouthed expression was absolutely ridiculous. The landing wasn't painful at all. It was agonizing. He let out a groan, stumbling awkwardly. Rocan rubbed his sore back, moaning as he pushed himself up. He complained, annoyed. What was that all of a sudden? That's when the system displayed the next mission. Stage 2 of the Hunter's Trial will now begin. Please destroy. Rocan looked around in confusion and yelled, "What? Damn it, destroy what?" While Rocan was still panicking, the stone beneath his feet began to crumble. Huh? He muttered, confused, before it dawned on him. That's right, I remember now. Stage 2 is Kios's stone golem. He realized he was standing on its head, and it was letting out an unhappy growl. All right, he thought. I get it now. He quickly leaped away, getting off the dangerous spot on the golem's head. He landed safely a short distance away and equipped his battle axe. He was surprised by the golem. Why did it stand up so suddenly? I need to be careful. From what he knew, Kios's stone golem was like any other golem. If you don't destroy its core, it will just keep regenerating. He quickly identified a specific stone as its core and activated lip attack. He charged straight for its weak point, yelling, "Isn't this a little too easy?" He aimed true, striking directly at the decisive core stone. The long gash from his axe landed as he roared, "Shatter!" The axe blade and the core clashed, sending sparks flying. He was thrown back by the impact. Rocan cursed. Damn it. He'd been knocked pretty far, but luckily, he managed to stay on his feet. He thought, it's too hard, as expected, of something made by Karis, the so-called King of Trolls. Just then, the stone golem opened its mouth to attack. He looked at it, confused. What's it doing? A counterattack? Don't tell me that's. He wasn't sure, but then he spotted a faint light, a hidden object glowing inside its head. He cursed again. Damn it. The real core is inside its head. He quickly analyzed the tense situation before him, but right now, I only know the core's location. I have to destroy it. So, this trial is a test of destructive power. Realizing this, he readied himself once more. He didn't find this kind of mission funny at all. He dismissed his battle axe. He muttered, "A test of my destructive power, huh?" He then activated Storm Strike and swung his axe. A powerful blow shot directly toward his opponent. He thought to himself, I'll show you just what my destructive power can do. Kios's golem has been defeated. After taking the hit, the golem exploded into pieces. Rocan said with a hint of disappointment, "You really were no match for me." Stage 2 of the Hunter's Trial, cleared. Hunter's strength has been verified. Well, what can you do? Rocan said. Sorry, but I'm no hunter. Rocan said to himself, the Hunter's Trial. Despite its name, it isn't limited by class. But I bet it'd be a hell of a lot easier for someone with an archery-related class, huh? The system announced, Battle Axe has been summoned. Rocan said with an arrogant tone. In front of me, that means nothing. All right, what's the next trial? The Hunter's Trial, Stage 3, will now begin. The system presented the next challenge. Rocan spoke softly. Oh, are we doing it right here? I guess I like how fast things are moving. From the distance, a troll was approaching him. He squinted to get a better look. It's that little punk. If I remember correctly, this is the final trial. Suddenly, the troll slowly looked up. The strange thing was, it looked like a soulless corpse. An incredibly terrifying sight. Rocan immediately lunged at it, swinging his axe down with immense force. He yelled, What tricks are you trying to pull? But Rocan's attack was blocked, leaving him stunned. He said, "A protective barrier?" Before he could even process it, a formidable power radiated from the creature, forcing Rocan to fall back on the defensive. The system announced, "Kios's killing intent has been detected. Mind reading has been cleared. Kios's trial. He will now appear in his true form. Final trial. Defeat the younger version of Kios." As soon as the system finished its announcement, Kios appeared with a bizarre smile on his face. His tall, large body and tiny head gave him a freakishly bizarre appearance. Rocan said with excitement, "So you finally show up. It was a real pain in the ass just to get a look at you, wasn't it? You bastard." He rushed toward Kios, but the creature's expression was strangely calm. He waved his hand and said, "Come forth, my companion." As Kios finished speaking, Kant, the chief of the Frostbone Wolves, appeared. It snarled at Rocan. Rocan was shocked. "What?" Kios shouted. "Go, bring him to me, Kantos." The wolf lunged at Rocan with incredible speed, but luckily, Rocan was agile enough to use his weapon too. Parrying its sharp fangs, Rocan struggled to hold it back and said, "This guy is using this cheap trick again?" He then beckoned with his hand, while taunting the wolf. "Come and get me." That bastard Kiros was watching the fight, but Rocan broke free from the wolf and charged at Kiros. Rocan shouted, "I'll take you both down at once." The wolf immediately fled, leaving Kiros all alone. He yelled out the name Kant. Rocan let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, look at that. Abandoning your comrade to run away? If you're so special, you should suffer together." This guy, Kiros, was now trembling with rage. He growled, "You insolent fool, you'll pay dearly for the sins you've committed." Rocan just laughed and said, "Bring it on." Kiros unleashed his ultimate skill, Arrow of Judgment, but couldn't land a hit on Rocan. He taunted, "Where are you aiming? Now it's my turn." Rocan unleashed his own ultimate skill, but Kiros easily dodged the attack. Rocan thought, "Damn it, it's like he's afraid no one knows about his glorious past. He's so damn fast. At this rate, this will never end. If only he would use that thing. I could catch him easily. No more useless thoughts. I need to attack first." With that, Rocan charged in again, at Kiros, but he was met with contempt. Kiros said, "Charging in again? Your attack patterns are too simple. It seems you haven't learned a thing, have you? Take this. Chains." A chain shot out and wrapped tightly around Rocan's arm. Kiros threw his head back and laughed. "Ha ha ha, a perfect look for you. Now, the target is still alive." He was in mid-sentence when he suddenly froze. What? Rocan gripped the chain, tightly. He said, "This is going to be the death of me. Thanks a lot. You used it just when I was thinking about it. I finally got you." Kiros was now trembling. He stammered, "Oh no, the chain." Rocan laughed loudly. "Too late, you fool. Now die." Kiros let out a scream, "No!" And then, Rocan used that very same chain to defeat him. With Kiros defeated, the system immediately announced that he had leveled up and passed Kiros's trial. Rocan was now more confident than ever. He said, "What an arrogant little rat." Suddenly, something in the distance started glowing, catching Rocan's attention. Rocan wondered, "Huh? What's that?" As he got closer, a line of text appeared. "Offer up the heart of a monster level 170 or higher." This sparked an idea in Rocan's mind. He thought about the phrase, "the heart of a monster, level 170 or higher." And then he thought, perfect timing. Rocan gave a mysterious smile. He immediately opened his inventory and took out the heart of the Cinderdrake. It had been incredibly difficult to catch that Cinderdrake, and yet all he got were a few useless items like its heart and scales, which left Rocan feeling a bit disappointed. But, so, this is what it's for, huh? He placed it on the pedestal. After a moment, it confirmed the Cinderdrake's heart and bestowed Kiros's secret technique. And as a result, Rocan received the sigil of soul-piercing power. Rocan was a little curious about this, huh? A growth type? The epic grade soul-piercing power was a growth type sigil, unlike the text-like marks on his body that contained the arcanum of critical soul-piercing power. When used, it would activate the effect of soul-piercing power. Critical hit chance increases by 10%. Critical hit damage increases by 50%. And it can grow by absorbing transmutation power. Rocan exclaimed in awe, "This is the reward from the trial and a gift from Kiros. The sigil's effect increases critical damage. If the player were an archer, they would have received a more suitable sigil." Even though he knew this from his past life, this was the first time he'd ever seen such a special growth-type effect. It's amazing that it absorbs transmutation power. It can even grow? Rocan started laughing. With this sigil, he would. become several times stronger, and his goal of defeating Odin was now much closer. Back in the Cross Guardian area, Roman Kin shot up in surprise. Rocan had completed the mutated monster extermination. To him, this was truly more astonishing than he had ever expected. Rocan replied with a dignified air, "Ho ho, you flatter me. Well then, I suppose I must share the information as promised." Kin then said, "Listen carefully, Rocan. Some unknown force is secretly creating mutated monsters. These mutated monsters aren't just here. Although they've been discovered in the center, do you have any idea how dangerous the current situation is? The center?" Rocan suddenly realized something. If he meant the center, he must be talking about the central continent, where the fourth city was located. Information about the fourth city was slowly being revealed. Kin continued. Furthermore, some of them are not only taking aggressive actions against other races, but they're also attacking cities or committing even more insane acts. Our investigation team is looking into who's causing this, why, and how to solve it, but we still haven't found any leads. So, Kin began to ask him, "Rocan, you could become one of them. I hope you can work with them to gather information about the mutated monsters." Rocan agreed without a moment's hesitation. Kin smiled. "I knew I could count on you." He handed Rocan a scroll and told him, "This is a little something to encourage you." And just like that, Rocan received a personal quest scroll. On top of that, Kin also shared more information. "When you're hunting mutant monsters, you might just need this," Rocan thought excitedly. "What's this? Did I just hit the jackpot? Hell yeah, it's an item that lets me take on quests for mutant monsters without even having to find their lairs first. This is it. An item that helps save time by cutting down on travel." With their business concluded, Rocan said, "Thank you. I'll be back with good news soon. Good luck." As soon as Rocan left the guard post, he celebrated to himself. "Awesome. I got the personal quest scroll." But first, Rocan had to make a stop, so he headed for Crossroad, the Guild of the Human Alliance. A massive structure loomed before him. This has to be the place, right? A human guild did exist in Crossroad. But what Rocan was about to witness left him completely stunned. It was basically an abandoned building, no different from a haunted house. The guild's management was a complete mess, just as the races who despised humans always claimed. Suddenly, the sharp tap of a staff echoed as a voice called out, "Who goes there? What do you want, adventurer? Why are you barging in and causing a commotion?" The system flagged the old man as suspicious, but when Rocan took a closer look, he saw something out of the ordinary. At first glance, he just looked like a healthy old man, nothing special about him. But the emblem on his chest was the symbol of the Parliament, a detail that would prove to be very important later on. The Parliament was an organization dispatched from the central continent, dedicated to the prosperity of humankind. Considering the future, it was best to be respectful. Rocan immediately bowed politely. "Greetings, sir. I am Rocan, a level 151 berserker. I've come seeking the honor of aiding those who struggle for the glory of humanity, and for no other reason." Hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and let out a chuckle. "Ho ho ho, you're a rare one." He stroked his beard again and said, Yes, you want to contribute to human glory. Now how should we do that?" "Ah, that's it." As if an idea just struck him, he said, "That'll do." Suddenly, a system window appeared, giving Rocan a new quest: hunt the Harubani armored turtles of the East. The condition for completion was to bring back 10 armored turtle carcasses, and the reward was 10 silver. Rocan smirked as he read the quest. Obstructing the passage of ships, are they? Anyone could see the old geezer was just craving some healthy food. The old man scratched his head sheepishly. "They say that armored turtle is quite delicious. Good for an old man's vitality. Pesky things. You absolutely must deal with them." Besides, Rocan needed to start accumulating contribution points with the Parliament anyway. Rocan eagerly accepted the quest, and the old man practically had his plate ready, waiting for the good news. The moment he stepped out of the room, Rocan let out a sigh. "Whew, dealing with that old geezer is exhausting, but I just have to put up with it for a little while longer, because even though these quests are nothing special for now, I just have to patiently get through them. Besides, this is one of the reasons I came here in the first place. One of the main features of this game is unlocking the racial quest lines. With that goal in mind, Rocan used a teleport scroll to warp to the eastern coast. Near the shore was a deserted, uninhabited island. Under the scorching sun, Rocan was hunting down armored turtles, axe in hand. After clearing them out for a while, he'd already gathered 20 carcasses, so Rocan figured that was more than enough. It was a good thing he had thoroughly researched the racial quests in his past life. It made hunting these armored turtles a breeze. Rocan then unequipped all his gear, walked over to a clear patch of land, and started digging for something he wanted, relying solely on his luck. And as luck would have it, Rocan hit the jackpot. What he found was an armored turtle egg, an item used to craft rare magic scrolls, with an exquisite taste that fetched a high price. Rocan hadn't expected to find something this special. With that, his preparations were complete. A moment later, Rocan started a fire. Taking the prepared armored turtle meat, he immediately placed it over the flames to roast. In truth, Rocan had a hunch that he was about to encounter an intelligent creature, the most powerful being in the area. Since it didn't belong to any faction, pissing it off would mean getting beaten to a pulp. It wasn't that he was scared, he just had to be cautious, or he might not get what he came for. Rocan kept roasting the meat until its savory aroma was picked up by a certain bird's beak. A rustling sound came from behind Rocan, sending a chill down his spine. "It's here." A foot stepped out. At the same time, a wing landed on his shoulder as the bird demanded, "You, who are you to trespass here?" But mid-sentence, the bird suddenly froze. It took a deep sniff and exclaimed, "Wait, this incredible smell. Ah, it is armored turtle meat." Gazing at the succulent turtle meat, the bird sang its praises. "This precious meat. Yes, just as I thought. Armored turtle meat is best eaten without any seasoning at all. Hey, I don't know who you are, but you've got some real taste." Rocan remained silent, offering no comment. After complimenting him, the bird turned its attention back to the fragrant meat. "Oh, you beautiful thing." This bird was a member of the super race, the Tane, the special being Rocan was after. His original plan was to persuade it with words, but sometimes, a good piece of meat is far more effective. Staring at the juicy, roasting meat, the bird couldn't hold back its drool and approached Rocan. "Aren't you going to offer me some?" He simply ignored it. Shocked by his attitude, the bird started pacing back and forth, pressing him for an answer. "No, if you've come all this way. So, you must have something to say to me, don't you? Am I right?" Rocan yawned, picked his nose, and replied, "Let's see. I have nothing to say to you." The bird was shocked for the second time, while Rocan was secretly overjoyed. "Haha, that's right. A little more. The rest of the quest depends on how I handle this now," the fairy bird said in confusion. "Don't be like that. Don't you want my help? This island is in the palm of my hand. If you need me, I'll help you. If not, I'll help the other guy." It had fallen for his trap without a moment's hesitation. Rocan turned around and told it to hurry up and give him the sky ticket. In exchange, he would give it all of his turtle meat. The bird, Temin, was horrified by his disgusting offer. "Humph, you wicked human, so that was your goal all along." Rocan turned back, saying with disappointment, "Ah, if you don't like it, then forget it." And he quickly threw more firewood into the fire. Temin panicked and said, "Wait, if you add more wood, the meat will burn." Seeing that it was starting to give in, Rocan smiled and twisted the knife. He pulled out an armored turtle egg, leaving it utterly speechless. Rocan described it vividly. "Ho ho. That's right. The taste of the yolk when you eat it with this rich, fatty armored turtle meat. Sir Temin, you must know it well, right? Imagine a slice of meat with a fried egg on top. Absolutely perfect." Temin was drooling nonstop, so Rocan said, "Well, this isn't a kind offer or a request. It's a trade." Rocan then pulled out an entire bag of armored turtle eggs, just to trade for the sky ticket. Temin stared at the eggs, completely stunned. It immediately clutched its head, torn between the eggs and a sky ticket. After a moment, it decided to give him the sky ticket. It quickly plucked out one of its feathers and handed it over, not forgetting to make a small jab at his bottomless greed. Meanwhile, Temin carried the bag of eggs and the juicy meat in its claws. As it spread its wings to fly away, it couldn't resist a final taunt. Humans are just vulgar mortals, after all, and it swore they would never meet again. As for Rocan, he just waved the feather in his hand. Then he bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, until we meet again, Lord Noble Bird." After a bit of negotiation with that noble bird, Temin, he had obtained the sky ticket, or the ticket to the Sky Island, a feather from a superior race. Rocan thought to himself, "I don't know about the others, but the Sky Island is a place I can't afford to miss. Because the Sky Island is the very place that makes even those who ascend fall. Just a little longer, because he swore he would go there and wipe that place clean." A while later, he returned to Crossroad, to the Human Alliance Guild. He handed the fragrant and perfectly cooked turtle meat over to the old man. Realizing he'd gone too far, the old man cleared his throat a few times and said, "Ahem, no, you have helped the council a great deal." Rocan was speechless at his attitude. Before he could even rest, the old man gave him another quest. The mission was to collect butterfly flowers. "You have been commissioned by the council to research death and rebirth. Go and collect the butterfly flowers from the land of rebirth. So he had to collect 5 butterfly flowers, and the reward would be 5 gold and experience points. Although it didn't seem much different, this quest was a milestone for the race quest. The race quest. Each race undertakes it with different objectives. The elves is to resurrect the world tree. The WF is to forge the ultimate weapon. The dwarves is to rebuild their ancient city, and they slowly progress through quests from low to high to reach their final goal. However, the humans' quest is a bit different from the other races, to resurrect the Emperor and the Crusaders. The goal of humanity is to resurrect the Emperor and his army at their peak strength to reclaim their past glory. After reading it, he felt this goal wasn't much different from the undeads, since they both aim to resurrect an emperor. It went against the laws of nature, but he found this quest on the human side to be somewhat interesting, so this time he decided he had to try completing the human race quest. Stepping out of the guild, he was once again vexed about this land of rebirth. As he recalled, it was a place very far from Crossroad. Moreover, it wasn't on the map, making it very difficult to find. The place he needed to go was a special greenhouse, a place where the high elves cultivated all sorts of spirit herbs. It was called a greenhouse, but the place was massive. So his next ordeal was figuring out how to get there. Suddenly, he thought of a woman who could help, Taro, the guild master of the high elves. It seemed that thanks to her, everything had worked out for him so far. So he clenched his fists, determined to resolve everything smoothly. He might be a little greedy, but he was going to enjoy this to the fullest. He sprinted towards the location, filled with anticipation for the land of rebirth. After a long struggle to find his way, Rocan finally arrived at the High Elf village, also known as the land of rebirth. It was only when he searched for it that he was shocked to discover the village wasn't on the map. Composing himself, he took a gentle step forward to enter, but was suddenly stopped by 2 guards. They said gruffly, "This is High Elf territory. State your identity." Rocan just gave a faint smile, thinking, all right, it's time to use that effect. It was the rare grade title, Friend of the High Elves. You are the first to be recognized by the High Elves and have earned their trust. Those they acknowledge as a friend will receive their help, and because of that, Rocan. He introduced himself with dignity. I am Rocan, a human berserker. As a friend of the High Elves, I've come to seek your help. Hearing this, the 2 guards did a complete 180. You're the Rocan who collected the World Tree's sapling? I've always wanted to meet you. It's an honor. Welcome. Rocan was ecstatic, thinking, just as I planned. My reputation precedes me. He was getting a little carried away. The 2 guards cleared their throats and asked him, right, so what kind of help do you need? Honestly, we'd find something for you to do even if we didn't need help. But it just so happens we're dealing with a bit of a problem and we're hoping you could lend a hand. The system immediately assigned him a new quest, Pest Extermination. Eliminate the swarm of pests in the High Elves' greenhouse, or provide nutrients to the diseased plants. Success condition, resolve the pest infestation. Rewards will be based on performance. Rocan couldn't be happier. His title had landed him an instant quest, the greenhouse. Just as I'd hoped, everything's going smoothly. Thanks for this, Taro. Somewhere far away, a certain young woman suddenly got the chills. After accepting the quest, one of the guards led him to the greenhouse. A moment later, they arrived at the High Elves' secret facility. Gazing at a massive, ancient tree before him, he gasped, "Whoa, this greenhouse never fails to blow my mind." The High Elf greenhouse wasn't just for cultivating plants used in magic. It was also a research facility dedicated to resurrecting the World Tree. It was their entire race's greatest wish. Because of that, the plants and animals here were abnormally huge. As he looked around, he felt like he'd shrunk. Suddenly, as he was walking, a shadow zipped past him. What was that just now? While he was trying to figure it out, a giant grasshopper was already right behind him. Suddenly, there was a sickening thud. A pool of blood began to form. Rocan was covered in it. He grumbled, "Damn it." His axe was suddenly stained crimson. He sighed, "This is exactly why I hate fighting bugs." Turns out, Rocan had slammed his axe right into the grasshopper. That's what caused the bloody mess. He yelled, "My clothes are ruined." Then, a moment later, his demeanor turned bloodthirsty as he growled, "Die." He immediately brought his axe down, splitting the grasshopper in 2 and creating an even bigger pool of blood. Right on cue, the system announced that a completion condition had been met. Return to the entrance to claim your reward. If more pests are eliminated or more nutrients are provided to the plants, additional rewards can be earned. After killing the creature, he figured it must be one of the monsters from the Pest Extermination quest. Even though he was a bit annoyed by the mess, it was too early to head back. This quest had a special condition, rewards based on performance, and for every 100 bugs exterminated, he'd get a set reward. He slowly raised his axe, musing. Anyone coming here for the first time would probably think they have to kill 100 of these things, one by one. But suddenly, from the darkness, a pair of murderous red eyes appeared, along with twitching pincers, a sharp tail, and countless sharp legs. Moments later, swarms of insects emerged, rushing straight for Rocan. He wasn't the least bit discouraged, instead shouting, "This place is crawling with bugs." Rocan quickly smashed the first one with his axe, sending guts flying everywhere. He used leap attack, jumping into the air and roaring, "Bring it on, you walking protein shakes." With a single blow, he sent another one to its grave. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the sky was peaceful and a gentle breeze was blowing. Amidst the flowers, someone's voice cried out, "Are you too far away? I can't hold on much longer." A tank-class player was busy blocking a giant beetle's attacks. He suddenly screamed, "Somebody, hurry it up." The archer, furious, yelled back, "Hey, shut your mouth. You're so damn loud I can't concentrate." The insulted tank immediately turned to argue with the archer. "What did you say? This jerk, are you done running your mouth? If it gets away, we're toast." While the two idiots were bickering, a sweet voice suddenly called out to them, "Hey there, you two." Surprised, they turned around. "Huh?" A vibrant and energetic young woman was cheering them on enthusiastically. "Don't fight, you can do it." It was Yin, cheering for the two of them from behind. Seeing a pretty girl cheering for them, the two guys instantly forgot their argument and were buddies again. And so, the archer, wanting to show off how cool he was for Yin, took aim at the giant beetle. "You stupid monster, you made our dear Yin sad. Time to repent." He fired a piercing arrow, landing a critical hit. Seeing this, the tank rushed in to engage it. Acting like he was the only cool one around, he raised his shield and taunted the beetle. "Feel my power." The tank then used a skill, his shield glowing green as he suppressed the beetle's strength. Too bad for him, it had no effect. In fact, after being pushed back, it let out a massive roar and began to radiate a dangerous aura. It terrified them. A moment later, it activated the combo skill, Insect King's Assault, and shot towards the two men like it had a rocket engine strapped to its back. Seconds later, a massive explosion sent the two idiots flying, but it wasn't done yet. It then charged straight for Yin. She screamed, "What the? Why is it coming for me?" On the verge of death, she squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Somebody, protect me. Do something." Suddenly, a player used leap attack. When she opened her eyes, she saw Rocan charge in and finish off the beetle with a single swing of his axe. A truly heroic sight. "Hey now." Her face flushed red, but she still flashed a mischievous smile. Meanwhile, Rocan let out a sigh of relief and said, "Whew, that's 70 down. Not many left." All of a sudden, a whiny voice cried out, startling Rocan. "Yirin?" It was two players, completely smitten, desperately searching for Yirin. "Yirin, where are you? If you're okay, answer us. Yirin." As soon as they arrived, the two of them just stared, jaws agape. You, that monster, and our Yirin," Rocan asked innocently. "Who's Yirin?" Just then, Yirin ran over, grabbed his arm, and cooed, "Oh, my hero." Then she blew him a heart-shaped kiss. "Thank you so much. You saved my life." Rocan was so startled he just stood there, completely stunned. "What? What is this maggot-like creature?" Yirin hugged his arm tightly, whining. "Sir," one of the two guys across from him called out sadly. "Yirin?" He thought angrily to himself. "I'm busy as hell. Why is this ditz coming over here and causing a scene?" And she dragged two more guys with her. The one with the hat said to her, "Yirin, there are still plenty of things for us to hunt. What if we just stopped partying together right now?" She puffed out her cheeks with a then turned away and asked, "Who are you?" The other two were completely shocked, crying out, "Yirin?" With tears streaming down his face, the guy with the hat said, "I thought you were different from the others, but..." Rocan looked at him with an annoyed expression and thought, "I pretty much get it now. She's a queen bee, making men flock to her like moths to a flame. She'll latch onto them and get carried through the game without lifting a finger. This kind of thing happens all the time in Throne, since you can change your appearance. Because there are so few priest players, they often switch to the priest class just to get special treatment." He clenched his fists in anger, thinking, "Damn it. Now what am I supposed to do with this bunch? What a pain. If I'd known, I would have just..." He suddenly realized something, his thoughts shifting. Wait a second. Known? He smirked and thought, that's right, there is that method. He grabbed her hand firmly and said, "How could this be? A beautiful woman like you, all alone out here. Are you hurt anywhere?" She was moved. "Are you worried about me?" "Yes." He placed a hand on his chest, bowed, and introduced himself. I am Rocan, the Berserker. Then he asked her, if you don't mind, would you like to form a party with me? I promise to show you a battle the likes of which you've never seen before. She beamed at him and said, I'd be honored, Sir Rocan. I'm really looking forward to it. He smiled and told her, all right, let's go right away. The other two guys were frozen in shock, their jaws hanging open as they asked each other, how are we such losers, even in a game? Meanwhile, she was overjoyed, happily clinging to his arm as they walked. She squinted, glancing over at him. She grinned from ear to ear and thought to herself, perfect, I'm gonna milk you for everything you've got. I've finally latched on to a real pro. I have to hold on tight and never let go. Then she giggled to herself, overjoyed. He glanced over at her and flashed a smile more demonic than any devil. They soon arrived at the location to accept the quest. She stared in shock at the scene before her, rendered speechless. He raised his weapon high into the air and brought it crashing down. His powerful strike sent the monster's corpse, along with chunks of earth, flying everywhere. Startled, he glanced to the other side and saw a massive, giant monster about to attack him. He dashed forward, building up speed, then sliced the monster into pieces that went flying in all directions. She watched him, thinking in astonishment, my God, he's way stronger than I thought. If I let this meal ticket slip away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I guess I should put on a little show, shouldn't I? She started acting cute again, telling him, you're so amazing. He jumped and turned to look at her with a confused expression. She put on a cute face and said, you're just so good. You're really strong, Sir Rocan, aren't you? Is there anything Yurin can do to help? Yurin wants to help you, too. He trembled, forcing a smile as he asked, you want to help? On the outside, he was all smiles, but on the inside, he was sneering. He thought, God damn, every time she says Yurin, it's so freaking annoying. Anyway, since the queen bee is being so proactive, it seems showing off my hunting skills worked, didn't it? The preparations are complete. Now, I just have to slowly reel in the bait. Suddenly, he said to her, actually, Yurin, there is something I need to ask of you. She said, Sir Rocan, you can ask me anything. He placed a hand gently on her shoulder, his expression turning serious. To hunt the great bird, the boss of this greenhouse. I'm going to need your help, Miss Yurin, she asked in surprise. A boss? A boss, you say? He told her, that's right. This is an incredibly important job, something that only you can do, Miss Yurin. He pleaded with her, please, help me. She forced a smile and thought, he suddenly brings up a boss. I'm a little scared, but I can't risk upsetting him over something like this. She said awkwardly, oh, okay, of course I'll help you, Sir Rocan. He replied joyfully, I knew I could count on you, Miss Yurin. Let's move out right away. Now, standing by a giant ancient tree, she grumbled in frustration. This is ridiculous. The incredibly important job was to be the bait, she yelled out loud in anger. She remembered what he had said earlier. While you get the great bird's attention with this fruit, I'll ambush it from behind. Then she thought resentfully, easier said than done, isn't it? She wondered why she had to suffer this humiliation. She couldn't believe he had outsmarted her. She thought to herself, just you wait. I'll make you obey me like a servant. Suddenly, a red bird was staring right at her. She sighed, damn, this hurts. When is this going to be over? The moment she finished speaking, something happened. Something massive appeared behind her. She anxiously turned around to see a giant bird. Its level was 180. Seeing that, she screamed in terror. As she ran, she tried to calm herself down. Stay calm, stay calm. Yurin, wasn't Rocan supposed to ambush it first? That bird is only chasing me because of this fruit. If I can draw all its attention, Rocan will save me the moment he shows up. It lunged at her, making her leap and shriek in fear. Terrified, she still glanced back, pushing herself to run faster. Chased by the enormous bird, she ran with tears streaming down her face. She yelled out, why aren't you showing up? From a tree above, he watched her scream his name. He grabbed a handful of popcorn, munching away as he enjoyed the show. He said, man, this is a great view. That's right. Just like all those worker bees you ordered around. Run all you want. That big bird hasn't even started its real attack yet. It was still passionately chasing her. Suddenly, it stopped dead in its tracks. Turns out, she had tripped while running. Seeing her on the ground, it flexed its talons and stepped forward. As it got closer, it stared her down. She screamed in terror. No! She squeezed her eyes shut and cried out for him to save her. Suddenly, a sound made her flinch. She slowly peeked with one eye and saw the bird use its foot to snatch the apple Yurin was holding. She watched in shock as it slowly savored the fruit. Trembling, she muttered, so, its real target was the apple? Seeing her reaction, he burst out laughing. This is hilarious, he chuckled. Our little queen bee is such a coward, haha. Since she's never hunted before, she has no idea what real killing intent feels like. Now that she's been thoroughly tricked, I guess she'll stop playing queen bee for a while, right? Suddenly, he looked forward and said, "Huh? What's that?" He saw her staring intently at the bird and wondered, "Hey, what is she doing just standing there?" She bit her lip and thought, "I just wanted to make a small profit, but that weirdo used me as bait." She tightened her grip on a rock in her hand. She continued, "And he's nowhere to be seen. It's so rare for me to even try this hard." Furious, she hurled the rock at the bird. Then she yelled, "Damn it, I'm pissed." He was stunned. Huh? Has she lost her mind? That attack won't do any damage. The rock just bounced right off the bird. Enraged, it glared at her and shot straight forward. And it was clearly aiming for her. It screeched loudly as it flew toward her. Seeing this, he commented, "Is this chick stupid? If you don't mess with the giant bird first, it's pretty docile. But once it's angry, it won't stop until one of them is dead." It spread its massive wings. With a single swipe, it launched an attack straight ahead. He sighed, exasperated. "I thought she'd get angry and just leave, but why would she provoke it? That's no different from asking for death." She lay there, covered in wounds, silently calling his name, Rocan. He couldn't just watch anymore. He let out a sigh and said, "All right, I guess I have no choice but to step in." He summoned his weapon, then wondered to himself, "Am I getting too soft?" The bird glared at her with rage-filled red eyes. It leaped high into the air and dove straight for where she lay. At that moment, he made his weapon grow larger. He raised it high and leaped towards the bird. He used the skill, Strike, slamming down on it from above. He smirked and asked the beast, "Where do you think you're looking?" "Hey, Birdbrain, your opponent is me." Feeling him on its back, it began to struggle frantically. He told it, "Whoa, hold still." It cried out in pain, then hurriedly tried to take flight. He gripped its feathers tightly and said, "Trying to run?" Looking ahead, he was startled and let out a gasp. He shouted, "Damn it, is it trying to crash into a tree?" He channeled power into his arms and said, "I see." He used the skill Buster, smashing it hard on the head as he said, "Not gonna happen." Then, he summoned a hand axe. He drew it back and used a critical hit. He used that skill to strike its head again. The beast looked up in terror. Hearing the sound, the girl sat up, surprised. "Huh? What's that sound?" She was stunned by the sight before her. Unable to fly after his assault, the giant bird was slowly falling from the sky. It screeched as it fell. Suddenly, its eyes widened, and it let out a final, loud cry. But he wasn't done yet, and used another skill. His weapon grew even larger. He gripped it tightly and yelled, "What? You think that was it? We're not finished yet, sweetie." It used all its strength to unleash the skill Feather Frenzy against him. The two attacks clashed, creating a spectacular shower of sparks. He shouted at it, "You damn fool, you're pretty brutal. In that sense, we're two of a kind." He attacked it with his weapon and said, "Now die." And just like that, he continued with a finishing blow skill. It screamed in fear as he charged forward and sliced it in two. A system notification announced he had defeated the giant bird. She stared at him, thinking, "In the end, Rocan saved me." She clasped her hands together and whispered, "My heart is pounding so fast. I want to get stronger too." Gazing at him with admiration, she continued, "Just like Rocan." He continued to revel in his victory, not giving her a second thought. He leaped onto a nearby tree branch, then jumped into the nest of the giant bird and said, "Well now, time to collect the spoils, isn't it?" He picked up an egg and said, "Okay, this bird's got some good stuff." The system announced, "You have obtained a large bird's egg. If stored in your inventory for a certain period, the egg will hatch." He thought, "All I have to do is hatch this egg and tame the chick, and it'll become a super useful flying mount. Then the first piece of intel on the skies will be all mine." He laughed out loud and said, "Two birds with one stone. Haha." He landed on the ground, looked around, and said, "Ah, that Yin girl, or whatever. She's probably up by now, right? Or is she still lying around?" He looked at the spot where she had been and asked, "Huh? What's this? She's gone?" Seeing something on the ground, he asked, "What is that?" He picked it up and said in surprise, "A letter? Did she leave this here?" The letter read, "To Rocan, thank you for everything. Thanks to you, I've come to realize many things. From now on, I will fight on my own. Yin." After reading it, he asked helplessly, "Did she get hit in the head too many times or something?" Then, he smirked. He tore up the letter and said, "Whatever." He tossed the pieces aside and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, "I guess she's not a complete idiot. All thanks to that queen bee." Then he teleported to Crossroad. The moment he arrived, he said, "I've received the new quest. Before I set out, I need a proper gear overhaul. And just like that, he headed to Waff's smithy. The blacksmith told him, "Here we are. A pretty decent piece came in this time." Rocan looked at the glittering armor and said, "Oh, not bad, huh?" He looked at it, smiling as he thought, for Waff to call something pretty decent, it has to be at least magic grade. These are the gauntlets and armor I'm most pleased with. The system displayed the information. Berserker's red armor, rare grade. Armor for a berserker that disrupts the enemy's battlefield, increasing the effectiveness of intimidation and fear on the enemy, and it comes with a new power that scales with the number of enemies struck. Defense, 630. Durability, 700. Strength plus 50, agility plus 47, stamina plus 49, intimidation and fear effect on enemies increased by 30%. Attack and defense power increase upon continuously defeating enemies. The next item was Mana Alloy Gauntlets, rare grade. Gauntlets, made of mana alloy with high conductivity, significantly reduces mana consumption when using skills. Defense and durability, 300. Strength, 500 out of 500. Agility, 47, and stamina, 48. When using mana-based skills, mana consumption is reduced by 30%. All attacks using mana skills have their damage increased by 15%. He continued his thoughts. The base defense is already great, but the bonus stats are perfect too. Plus, every time I get consecutive kills, my attack and defense both get a boost. This will be extremely useful when I'm facing a ton of enemies alone. I hope the next quest that old man gave me is something just like this. Well done. Want to be my disciple? Rocan smiled and said, "With this, my plans for the next main quest will go much more smoothly." He then thought, "All right then, time to head to the next quest location, right?" A system notification popped up. The next quest is Bone Examination. The Kinston Parliament has commissioned you to research death and rebirth. Afterward, find the research document on bones. This document can be found in Like's laboratory. Completion condition: obtain 1 research document on bones. Completion reward: 10 gold and standard experience points. He took a step forward and then said, "We're finally here. This is Andy's village, the cradle of the dead." It was a gloomy village with lightning constantly flashing across the sky. The main antagonist of this quest is Leish, a mage who defies death. An eccentric who uses mechanical devices and is known for reviving no matter how many times he is killed. The reason he's so infamous is that he's holed up in the Cradle of Death, a very complex area. Even level 190 players have a hard time getting close. He hid behind a cliff, watching the creatures talking to each other up ahead. He thought, so, that means I have to get inside the village. If I remember correctly, a single player has to deal with 50 Andes soldiers. 50 level 150 to 190 Andes soldiers isn't impossible, but mana recovery is the real issue. No matter how good my gear is, I'll be at a huge disadvantage. He smirked and thought, if that's the case. System notification: Rocan has started a live broadcast. Live stream: One-Man War, the Cradle of the Dead, Black Dragon Legion faction. The number of viewers was increasing by the second. As soon as the stream went live, people rushed to comment. They had no idea what he was streaming, where he was broadcasting from, or why he was suddenly live after so long. The creatures below opened the stream and said, "Rocan is live?" Another one said, "For real? Isn't that the guy who bet a ton of items?" Suddenly, he shouted, startling the monsters below, who quickly looked up. He slammed his sword hard into the rock at his feet. Standing high above them, he declared, "I am the human berserker, Rocan." The monsters below stared at him in complete shock. He continued, speaking to them, "I'm changing the terms of the bet. Even if you can't defeat me, whoever can pull this sword from this stone will become its master." They gasped, "What? Pull out the sword? He can just pull it out? No fighting needed?" The livestream chat is going absolutely nuts. What did I just hear? Is this for real? Hey, this might actually work this time. Summon the guild. They kept talking. If this is our shot, a lot of guys are dying right in front of us. Let's go. I'm nearby too. If you're a player from the Black Dragon Legion, get here now. Another one commented. No way. All you have to do is pull it out? Couldn't he just ambush everyone and be done with it? Now that's a brilliant plan. He smirked at them and thought, that's right. This is how it should be. The fish have taken the bait, and the preparations are complete. One of them pointed his weapon at him and said, even if you are Rocan, once you step into the Black Dragon Legion's territory, we're the ones in charge, you smooth brain. Just like that, they raised their weapons and advanced on him. His eyes widened as he stared them down. Reaching behind his back, he summoned a hand axe and said, critical strike. Then, from his high vantage point, he threw it down at them. His single attack sent countless enemies flying into the air, while the rest looked back in terror. A system notification announced he had continuously defeated enemies, increasing his attack and defense by 10%. This effect can stack up to a maximum of 20 times. He laughed and said, "Nice, just as I imagined. Even though it's a temporary effect, it's even better than I expected." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Don't stop," making him whip his head around. It was that same guy from before. He roared at his men, ordering them not to give him a moment's rest. "Attack, charge." Watching them all charge at him together, he chuckled and said to them, "You want to put on a show? If that's the case." Suddenly, he roared, "Yuria!" He raised his weapon high, unleashing an attack that shot towards them. The blow flew straight forward, relentlessly. Next, he lifted his weapon again, swinging it in a wide circle to strike down the rest. He shouted, "I'm not giving you any time to rest either." The system continuously announced that he had defeated another enemy, increasing his attack and defense by 10%. The enemies at the front were screaming for help. One of them approached that sword of his, laughing as he said, "You morons. You think a frontal assault is the answer? Thanks to you guys, this will be all mine." An explosion went off nearby. He raised his weapon and advanced on the guy. He smirked and said, "And what little rat do we have here?" The guy, both terrified and shocked, stared at him with his jaw dropped. A wicked bolt of lightning tore through the night sky. He took a step forward. The system announced the effect had reached its maximum stack. Attack plus 200, defense plus 200. He smiled and said to them, "Finally, the objective is complete." He summoned his hand axe and said, "Now, let's begin." One of them sat up and said, "I can't believe you're this strong." Suddenly, something startled him. He had used critical strike, throwing his weapon right at the man. He exclaimed in shock, "Damn it, it's that critical strike skill again." But the throw veered off to one side. He whipped around in shock and said, "What? He's attacking the village?" He wondered to himself, could Rocan have missed on purpose? System warning. Enemy attack on the camp detected. To protect the village, summoning guards. Arms began to rise from the magic circle below. Andith guards, from level 150 to level 190, appeared. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, all right, you fool, Rocan." Looking at him, he continued, "Even in a one-on-one fight against these soldiers, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Today, you will die." He activated a skill, enlarging his weapon and raising it high. Overhead, dark clouds and bolts of lightning wrestled in the sky. And then, more lightning appeared, overwhelming the darkness. Next, all those bolts of lightning converged, as if being sucked into his weapon. He opened his mouth and said, "Strike." Then he slammed it into the ground, sending the guards' bodies flying everywhere. Seeing this, the man shouted at him, "You're insane. No way. How could you defeat the Undeath soldiers? This is impossible." He smirked and said, "You idiot. Nothing is impossible." He unleashed another attack and said, "I could only do this because you all willingly sacrificed yourselves for me." He stuck his tongue out, taunting the people watching the live stream. He said, "All you viewers, watch closely. From now on, the real battle begins." The man let out a loud growl. He was now surrounded by countless enemies. He sprang forward on the balls of his feet, slashing continuously from left to right, then striking at their flanks. He analyzed. Even though they're Andith guards, in the end, they're still just AI. As long as I figure out their attack pattern, countering them will be a piece of cake. Strike. What a boring bunch. I'll finish you all in an instant. He charged forward, creating a zone of red light. The powerful swings of his massive axe struck all around them, giving them no time to react. He closed in on the green-skinned man, making him panic. That lunatic, he dared to charge into the guard village. What are you standing there for? Do something to him. Summon the Andith guards. Skeletons began to rise from the summoning circle. Andith guards, level 150 to 190. He said, "It's useless." A blue light flashed. Rocan leaped high into the air, and as the blue light shot up with him, he immediately hurled his massive axe right where the enemies were gathered. Seeing this, the green-skinned man's face turned pale with fear. He could only stand there, frozen. Rocan approached, his giant axe in hand. Humming a song, his voice carried the words, "Oh Ares, please don't abandon me, but if you do, I'll hunt you down and kill you." Seeing this, the man panicked and frantically called for the guards. He swung his axe high. He'd already cut down 50 of them, but he was still thirsty for more blood. The axe blade was held right to the man's face, making him break out in a cold sweat as a scream echoed across the sky. He walked back onto the battlefield, surrounded by countless corpses, and picked up a sword. "After all these battles, I still haven't found a worthy opponent who meets my standards, and I had such high hopes." As he was speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot past his ear. He chuckled softly and said, "Ah, There's still one who can measure up to me, Odin. He looked up at the sky and shouted, just you wait. One of these days, you're going to die by my hand. He arrived at a place filled with vibrant red spider lilies. He stood amidst the field, looking around. The flower field in Andy's village. Then and now, he said. Your tastes are quite refined. This is the only place with any life. In Andy's village. I was only able to get into the Lich's research lab so easily because I cleared out all the Andy's creatures. Alright, let's head in. He cut his own hand, and fresh red blood dripped from his palm onto the spider lilies, where it was absorbed by one of the red flowers. The system announced, the Garden of Rebirth has recognized the power of life, activating the gate's entrance. He chuckled. That's it. Something sharp began to rise from the ground, revealing a passageway that led down into a tunnel. This was the Lich's underground hideout, but thanks to some glowing artifacts, it wasn't dark. That's right, it's one of those glowing ancient artifacts. He started to say something but then shook his head. No, that's not it. How boring. In any case, I just need to get my item back. So let's end this quickly. A red orb emitted a strange magical energy. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped, arriving in a room with a large red orb. This must be the Lich's research lab. Suddenly, a voice spoke, who goes there? Catching him by surprise, a skeleton stepped out. It was Lonian, the Andes researcher, level 171. It approached and said, a human dares to enter this place? It seems you wish to become my test subject. As soon as it finished speaking, he used the ambush skill. A ball of light shot straight towards it. The Lich didn't have time to react, seeing the orb of light, rushing toward it in panic. What? It was hit by the attack, causing a massive explosion. A pillar of red light shot straight into the sky. He grabbed his massive axe and charged. You talk too damn much, you bastard. He swung the axe back, shouting, shut up and hand over the item. Suddenly, a shield in the corner of the room glowed with a purple light, and the Lich rushed to use that forbidden shield to block Rocan's axe strike. Luckily, Rocan managed to use his own axe to brace against the shield's power. Surprised, he muttered. What is this? The Lich screamed. Back off, you lowly creature. A wave of purple energy slammed straight into his body, sending him flying backward. Pain shot through him, and all he could do was grit his teeth and endure it. Seeing this, the Lich showed a smug expression, sat down, and laughed. What do you think of my mechanical engineering shield? Come forth, my minions. He continued to summon the puppets under his control. Awaken, and stop that. Foolish intruder. Hearing the command, they all stood up and marched straight toward Rocan. He was in pain, but he could still manage. Damn it, I was too careless. I was just planning to knock you out and take the item. He slowly got to his feet, picked up his axe, and hoisted it high. His face was now covered in blood as he said, if that's how it's gonna be, then let me give you a proper send-off. With swift steps, he advanced on the Lich, moving so fast he was almost invisible to the naked eye. He ran to the red orb, swung his axe, and shattered it into pieces. He stopped, smiled, and said, whoops, I missed. The Lich flew into a rage, screaming, you bastard, you despicable worm, while it wasn't paying attention. Rocan had already fled the scene. The Lich screamed after him, running away in the middle of a fight? Do you even call yourself a warrior? Rocan laughed smugly as he ran, flashing a friendly finger at it. Who'd be stupid enough to fall for that pathetic provocation of yours? The reason that Lich was so agitated was because its life orb, containing its true soul, was hidden among countless glowing artifacts. Even if you kill the Lich's physical body multiple times, it will just keep reviving. But if you find and destroy the vessel, containing its soul, it can no longer be resurrected. He suddenly circled back behind it and aimed a strike. What the? Missed again. He continued gleefully. It's fine though. If I had hit you squarely on the first try, you'd already be a goner. The Lich trembled as it said to him, you useless whelp, you dare defy me. Then it raised its large shield, high into the air. The shield absorbed a purple, lightning-like energy into its core, and then it began to radiate. Purple energy everywhere. Rocan saw this and watched the energy. From behind the shield, the Lich controlled everything, and said, I'll show you who the true master of this place is. Rocan smiled lightly and said, oh really? Showing off your party tricks? He unequipped the battle axe and equipped hand axes, one in each hand. He crossed his arms and advanced toward the Lich. Come on, let's see what you've got. A sharp projectile was launched, chasing him everywhere, but he easily, dodging their strikes like a nimble mouse. Enough of this. The spikes shot up from the ground, but the sharp objects relentlessly kept chasing after him. They were controlled by a purple magical energy, and were slowly closing in on his body. Refusing to be caught, he continued to evade their attacks, then leaped high into the air with 2 axes in hand, unleashing an overload strike against them. The force of the blow was so immense that it shattered several of the red orbs. The sharp objects all converged to protect the remaining orbs. He lightly planted his feet and launched himself into the air. He was as agile as a mouse, moving from place to place so fast he was nothing but a blur. Then, he leaped high towards the red orb in front of him. He slashed at it, but to his surprise, his axe couldn't cut through. What the? This thing is tough. It's the only one that didn't shatter. Found it. The Lich's life orb. He crouched down, getting into position. Alright, all I have to do is destroy this thing. He yelled and hurled his axe forward, but one of those long, sharp objects shot forward and intercepted it. He was taken aback by what happened. The Lich smirked. So, that's what you were after? Don't even think you're leaving here alive. The Lich used a mechanical device to retrieve the red orb, then inserted it into his chest. Lonian had absorbed his own life orb. Through it, the Lich reclaimed the power he once possessed. He was enveloped in an orb of energy, which then unleashed a powerful blast of wind that blew away everything in the vicinity. And this current form is Cylon in his prime. Level 180. I have awakened. He raised his hands, and just by channeling his power, he could make the very ground explode. The explosion erupted right where Rocan had been standing. So cool. But surprisingly, Rocan had already appeared behind him, axe raised, without the Lich even noticing. The Lich spun around in shock. What? Since when? He was hit by Rocan's thrown axe, which created a massive explosion. Looking down from above, Rocan said coolly, "You idiot. I let you absorb it on purpose. Why do you think I wasn't fighting you and just focused on finding that orb? Letting you absorb it, and then killing you is much more efficient." Just then, Rocan leveled up to 183. The Lich, leaning against a rock in frustration, growled, "Impossible. After absorbing the life orb, I'm supposed to be the strongest." He pushed off the ground with incredible force, lunging at Rocan. He roared, "Take this." Rocan just stood there, a smirk playing on his lips. The Lich poured all his power into his arm for the strike. But then, suddenly, a wave of shock hit him. When he looked down, he saw that his own body had been sliced in two by Rocan at some point. Rocan skidded to a halt, turning back to say to him, "I told you, didn't I? You're just wasting your time." The Lich's body began to crumble apart into stone fragments. A blinding purple light emanated from the fragments, and then they slowly faded into nothingness. A system notification appeared. Golden Age Cylon has been defeated. You have leveled up. Rocan slowly walked over, slinging his axe over his shoulder. He couldn't help but grin triumphantly. "You fool. It was so much simpler to just let you absorb it, and then kill you. Alright, which boss is next? Time for some happy grinding." Research investigation on the World Tree acquired. Investigation of the World Tree. Complete. He held the document in his hand and said, "Okay, Lonian's laboratory quest is complete." He then started looking around. Just like last time, there might be an extra reward hidden somewhere. After scanning the area, he spotted something in front of him. "That's it. I found it." Skill books. He saw a pile of glowing scrolls in a corner. The system asked, "Do you wish to acquire the skill book?" Scourge? He tossed it aside. Trash. "Do you wish to acquire the skill book? Weakening Curse?" But again, he tossed it away. Trash. "Do you wish to acquire the skill book? Curse Doll?" He threw that one aside as well, considering it garbage. Isn't there anything else? Then, suddenly, he found something. A system notification popped up. Skill book, third hand acquired. He held the book up, looking at it excitedly. This is it. Third hand was a skill that created an extra hand out of mana. By focusing, and with enough mana and mental power, he could even create multiple hands. This is pretty interesting, huh? With a skill like this, I can take my fighting to a whole other level. The important thing is how I use it. Suddenly, a hand appeared right behind Rocan. He was still holding the book, thinking, "First, I need to store this, then figure out the best way to use it." That towering figure had appeared behind him at some point without him realizing. Its eyes glowed with a purple light. It raised a bony hand, but before it could bring it down, Rocan's hand shot out and grabbed its face. Caught completely off guard, the creature couldn't resist. Rocan spoke softly, "There you are. I've been waiting for you." Without any hesitation, he channeled his strength, squeezing the creature's face so hard that cracks started to form. The creature screamed in agony from within the grip. With a single hand, Rocan crushed its face into crumbling pieces. He raised his hand and smiled. "You fool. Is that how you launch a surprise attack?" He looked up. There were still several more of them left. Another bag of bones. He burst out laughing with glee. Oh, you brought your friends? But now what? You're already dead. Don't feel too bad though. You'll all be seeing each other again soon. He reached back and summoned his axe, then leaped high into the air with the massive weapon in hand. He plummeted down with his axe and shouted, "Get ready to lose your heads." And just like that, a skeleton's head went flying. After taking one's head, he leaped high again, launching himself toward the pack of them gathered up ahead. He swung the huge, heavy axe high, and in one downward slash, he cleaved through a dozen of them. If you ignore the corpse of Basil the Lich, these cursed skeletons, these level 160 monsters, will be endlessly generated because the surrounding area has been corrupted by the mana of death, turning it into a cursed land. They won't stop spawning until all the death mana has been depleted. That's why anyone who knows what they're doing would dispose of Basil the Lich's corpse immediately. But that's just what fools would do. He spun his axe in circles, drawing the skeletons into its vortex. He felt this was a perfect opportunity to grind some levels, an opportunity he couldn't possibly pass up. A series of system notifications popped up. Cursed skeleton has been eliminated. You have leveled up. Combo, defense, and attack. For each stat increased by 10. He roared with laughter. My level and stats just keep climbing. Come on, bring it on. He used the skill again, shattering more than 10 skeletons into tiny fragments. Skulls littered the ground. Their remains were strewn all around his feet. He stood there, looking down at them. A system notification appeared. All cursed skeletons have been eliminated. Stacking effect has reached its limit. Attack plus 200, defense plus 200. Seeing his stats increase, he couldn't help but say with satisfaction, perfect timing. The armor's effect has maxed out too. I was wondering if I should turn back, but in my current state, I think I can handle times now. Meanwhile, at the Cradle of the Dead, lightning crashed everywhere. Level 140. At the Black Dragon Legion's barracks, the adventurer Gogu and the others there looked on in absolute terror. Oh my god, the village and all the players have been completely incinerated. It was Rocan. How? That guy is an absolute monster. It's a shame I caught the live stream late. But just imagining being in that battle sends shivers down my spine. A green-skinned man sitting nearby called out to him, Hey, over here. You got any potions left?" The man was startled and stammered, "Huh? Yeah." He handed the green-skinned man a recovery potion. So, what in the world happened here? The man thanked him and said, Ugh, don't even remind me. That guy Rocan, he's a walking disaster, just like his name suggests. He stormed into the village and killed everyone. Guards, players, spared no one. When there was no one left to kill, he just ended the stream and vanished. Hearing this, the old man asked in frustration, "What? That's it? Why the hell did he go on a rampage in the first place?" The green-skinned man replied, "I don't know. He's famous for being a lunatic." The old man thought, this is too strange. Even if he's crazy, he clearly had a purpose. Just then, Rogan started streaming. Seeing him go live, the two men jumped in shock and panic. What? Rogan is live again? Wait a minute, the old man said, alarmed. Is he live from the conquest of the village of the dead? A cacophony of chaotic sounds and screams filled the air. In a corner somewhere, a few green-skinned men heard it and reacted. Hey, this is insane. Could it be? The other one said. Is that psycho back again? The silhouette of a massive axe flickered in the moonlight. A blood-soaked crimson figure appears. It's Rocan. He speaks, "You trash. Did you really think it was over?" The people watching his live stream started frantically commenting. Jinji Jar chatted, "What? Where'd he go?" Amdong Hotok typed, "A village conquest? Is that even a feature in the system?" Pando the sorcerer. Everything was already destroyed. What's left? A system notification popped up. Warning. Enemy attack on the barracks detected, summoning guards to protect the village. Skeletal guards began to rise from summoning circles. A leader shrieked and charged, but with a single flash of red light, the color of his massive axe swing, the creature was sliced in two. The green-skinned men who saw it were completely stunned. One of them stammered in disbelief. He vanished? It was the same last time. How does this make any sense? How can he wipe out all the guards in a single blow? This guy is on another level. He glanced behind him. The man he looked at flinched in fear. Standing in the middle of the road, he let out a roaring laugh. You idiots. Just like the last bunch. No matter how many times I tell you, you refuse to listen. You're just determined to come here and die. At times like this, I just need to use my own special brand of persuasion. Right. He equipped the sealed iron helm of the Lion King. Gripping his giant axe tightly, he spoke to his viewers. I guess some of you still don't believe me, huh? Sorcerer P chatted. Are there still people who doubt you? Tong Kang chatted. Well, it is pretty hard to believe. Tibindo, yeah, 'cause it's obviously fake. He readied his stance and said, but none of that matters. Why? Because whether you believe me or not, everyone present here is going to die. Conquest. A large-scale combat scenario where you either drive the enemy out of the village in their territory or eliminate them. Doing so is recognized as conquering the village. However, players who continue to stay can set up a respawn point, and every player who sticks around gets 50 guards. Essentially, each occupied territory is equivalent to the smallest unit a clan. In the middle of the village, also known as the Black Dragon Legion's barracks, two men were locked in combat. Their clashes shattered the silence of the dead night. It was Rocan against a soldier from the Black Dragon Legion. The axe and sword slammed against each other, creating a deafening clang. The soldier from the Black Dragon Legion was terrified. He wondered, how the hell did he get in here all by himself? Normally, you have to form a clan just to get inside. The violent king, Rocan, burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, a clan? Why would I need that? I can handle these guys on my own. Why would I share the rewards with anyone else? The two of them clashed relentlessly, determined to fight to the bitter end. The violent king, Rocan, swiftly cut the soldier down with a single blow. His sharp eyes scanned the area. He was surrounded by members of the Black Dragon Legion. They had appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding him. He thought to himself, no matter how it looks. His fingers twitched and tightened into a fist. The members of the Black Dragon Legion charged at him all at once. They descended from above, already in attack formation. They left him no room to escape. But in his mind, faced with such overwhelming force, he was thrilled. He glared at them with his razor-sharp eyes and thought, that's just in theory. He swung the axe in his hand, preparing to counter. He quickly began to cut them down, one by one. A slash across the stomach, a gash through the hip, a cut clean across the face. Again and again, he hacked away, leaving no one standing. Every single strike was precise. The others, hiding nearby, witnessed everything that had just happened. They were trembling in terror, stammering, he's insane, they're all dead. Those guys were all supposed to be really strong. One of them grabbed his head, screaming in fear, we're screwed. The guards won't respawn for a while. More than half of the players have been killed. Is this place really going to be taken over by one crazy player? Then, footsteps. They came from the corner where the last few were hiding. The violent king, Rocan, suddenly appeared right in front of them and spoke. Exactly. His face was savage and bloodthirsty. He glanced at the man and said, and since you guessed correctly, I'll give you a very generous reward. He raised the massive axe in his hand, causing the two remaining soldiers to clutch each other in fear, shaking uncontrollably. They screamed, ah, and then their agonizing cries echoed throughout the village. The violent king, Rocan, had slaughtered them without mercy. An aurora appeared in the night sky, its light shining down on the village. Corpses lay scattered everywhere. The battlefield was a scene of utter chaos, the air thick with the stench of death. The light illuminated the bodies of the Black Dragon Legion's soldiers, highlighting their pathetic end. Blood stained every inch of the ground. A system notification appeared. The Cradle of the Dead, territory of the Black Dragon Legion, has been conquered. Players belonging to the Black Dragon Legion cannot select the Cradle of the Dead as a respawn point for the next 3 hours. The system announced that he alone had conquered a village in enemy territory. The violent king, Rocan, had now become even stronger, even more fearsome. A notification announced he had received the title Tyrant. He now looked no different from a bloodthirsty monster. He was the first player to ever obtain this title. The violent king, Rocan, laughed with glee. Ha ha ha. A solo conquest and the first one to do it. Since I got this title, the effects must be insane. The system announced. First-time acquisition, Epic Tyrant. Praise be to your overwhelming power, you who have conquered a large-scale stronghold. The accompanying effect is nullification. It nullifies the legion effects of surrounding enemy camps. While in enemy territory, all stats are increased by 15%. Defense and attack power against NPCs in enemy camps are increased by 15%. Defense and attack power can increase by a maximum of 100%, depending on the number of enemies in the camp. He glanced at the comments from everyone watching his livestream. He said, the viewers' reactions are off the charts. Saharumi wrote, Rocan, Jinjin Jara. Did he really kill them all by himself? Tong Kong. The Black Dragon Legion is so pathetic. Ha ha ha. Pinocchio. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Buku Siap. He doesn't just talk the talk. He walks the walk. Ha ha ha. and there were countless other comments expressing sheer awe at what had just happened. He thought, if I upload this video to YouTube, the ad revenue is going to be insane. He looked at his system panel and said, all right, the village conquest is complete. Time to head back to town and rest up a bit. Main quest. Suddenly, the system announced, Pada the Sorcerer. He stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him and wondered, there's someone up ahead. From the other side of a portal, a hand was slowly reaching through towards him. Then, a massive weapon shot out from the portal and slammed right into his stomach. He couldn't block in time and took the full force of the blow, blood spraying from his mouth. The impact sent him flying a great distance. He crashed hard into a nearby wall, a massive wound torn open in his abdomen. He couldn't even push himself up. He coughed up a huge amount of blood. That punch was unbelievably powerful. He looked up with dazed eyes. His mouth, full of blood, moved weakly as he spoke. What? The Black Dragon Legion. Aren't they all dead? The one who had just punched him was now holding that very weapon in his hand. Oh, honestly. The man slowly walked toward him, speaking through the swirling dust. I've been waiting for this day, sharpening the blade of my revenge. But I never imagined you'd be this pathetic. Our Xiao Len is watching from the heavens, and he's probably weeping right now. This was the captain of the ASO guard team, Zeros, level 200. He arrogantly shouted, isn't that right? Rocan, the king of violence, gritted his teeth and thought, this is insane. Why the hell is Zeros here? Could he be here for me because of Tu? He still couldn't get up after taking that hit. He thought, damn it, why now of all times? Should I just run away like I did before? A ton of people were watching the live stream, and many of them were wondering why the king of violence, Rocan, had vanished from the screen. Comments flooded in, asking where Rocan went. Junjian also typed a series of question marks. Rago asked, what the? Asenta was just as confused. Yamu Ejiki asked, why did he just disappear like that? Rocan thought to himself, this is a pointless fight, so maybe running is the better option. He touched the gaping wounds on his stomach and chest. He mused. Besides, even for a surprise attack, a single blow only did this much damage. The gap between level 199 and level 200 is huge. An image of Zeros appeared in his mind. He could see that Zeros was clearly stronger than him. As expected of the Astegard captain, someone on the same level as Mankin. All sorts of thoughts about all sorts of people raced through his mind. He thought, there's no doubt about it, he's the top predator. He let out a soft sigh. Slowly he got to his feet and spoke. Then he immediately asked Zeros, you're the strongest one here, aren't you? Hearing this, Zeros exclaimed, what? He asked him, are you scared? What's with the random bullshit? Before he could finish, Rocan cut him off. You're so damn loud. The king of violence, Rocan, raised his axe and unleashed his power, preparing to attack. He said, answer me. He pointed the axe at him, his expression deadly serious. If you die, I become the top dog around here, right? Zeros suddenly flew into a rage. He looked at the king of violence, Rocan, and laughed. Ha ha ha, what an interesting one. The top dog. He glared and shouted, that's right, you're absolutely right. If I die, you'll be the strongest until you cross the continent. He beat his chest and roared, I, Zeros, captain of the Astegard, guarantee it. The king of violence, Rocan, took a step back and said, if that's the case, then fine. He drew his axe back, getting ready to strike. He roared with fighting spirit, take this, you bastard. The area around the battle between the king of violence, Rocan, and Zeros was nothing but a cloud of dust and smoke. There was no one else around besides the two of them. He doesn't fight pointless battles, because courage and foolishness are two very different things. The king of violence, Rocan, seemed to be growing tired. The image of Zeros was reflected clearly in his eyes. So what was it? What was the thing that had driven Rocan into such a frenzy? A system notification appeared. Equipment set changed. Critical damage increased. The king of violence, Rocan, had now changed his gear. He looked at Zeros in front of him and thought, when facing an enemy with such devastating damage, a half-assed defense is meaningless. Equipment, Lion King's helm. Now, let's end this in one go. Both the king of violence, Rocan, and Zeros took a step forward. The audience watching his live stream was completely stunned. The Master Surfer said, wait, that's Zeros. Jinjin Zara said, what the hell? Why is Rocan fighting Zeros? Benato said, Zeros is level 200. Is this some new way to commit suicide? Heh. A viewer with the nickname, what said? Huh. Another commented, this is absurd. Even for Rocan, he's up against the Astegard captain. Dui Wang said, has Rocan gotten so good that he's lost his mind? Paga commented, by the way, somebody teach him a lesson. A flash of light lit up the night sky. The light was blinding to the king of violence, Rocan. Both he and Zeros charged forward at the same time. Their speed was like a bolt of lightning. All that could be seen were flashes of light from their power, making it impossible to tell how they were moving or what they were doing. The king of violence, Rocan, snarled through gritted teeth. Berserker. The clash was incredibly fierce. The two closed in on each other, refusing to give an inch. Their eyes met, and they seemed to be enjoying the thrill of fighting one another. Suddenly, they backed away from each other, unleashing power that radiated everywhere. The audience was in an uproar, chattering through the screen. Kevin said, "Is he for real? He's really lost it." Dariana said, "No way. What is this? What is this?" Jinjin Zara commented, "This is ridiculous. Is he playing a different game by himself?" The ace said, "He's completely insane." The master surfer exclaimed, "He's going to destroy the whole village." Keikich Bem posted a series of question marks. Hachi asked, "Am I seeing this right?" Kagumi said, "Can someone tell me what level Rocan is?" The two weapons collided, creating a deafening clang. Zeros looked at him and remarked, "Nice red, kid." The king of violence, Rocan, shot back, "Is that so? Then let me turn you red too." The king of violence, Rocan's, axe and Zeros' weapon clashed, parrying and counterattacking. The two seemed to be evenly matched. They suddenly dropped the weapons in their hands. The two decided to fight hand to hand. The king of violence, Rocan, gathered power in the palm of his hand. Zeros was no slouch either, his power brightly illuminating a corner of the battlefield. Zeros leaped high into the air, then shot down towards the king of violence, Rocan, intending to crush him with his foot, but Rocan blocked it with both hands. Zeros immediately retreated. The king of violence, Rocan, clenched his fists, preparing for the next move. Two long ribbons of energy appeared from his hands. Jaros stopped using his feet and switched to his fists. He balled his hand into a fist and charged right at him. He threw an uppercut, aiming straight for his chin and snapping his head back. Rocan countered with a kick to his jaw. Both fighters landed a solid blow. After that, Jaros shot past him. Rocan spun around, swinging in a wide arc to attack Jaros. Jaros slammed hard into a nearby wall. He cried out in pain, "Ugh!" Just then, a flash of red light enveloped him. The tyrant king, Rocan, now stood before him. He raised his axe and roared. "Die!" he shouted. "Strike!" With fury burning in his eyes, the blow nearly sliced Jaros in half. His power exploded with a deafening roar. Smoke and dust billowed through the air, and the ground was littered with rubble from the aftermath of the fight. Suddenly, Jaros shot up into the air from within the rubble. He landed in a clear spot nearby. A huge chunk of his right shoulder had been gouged out by Tyrant King Rocan's strike. For a moment, Jaros was utterly speechless. Rocan landed and stood before him, poised for a counterattack. He thought to himself, "Whew, just as I thought." It seemed like overkill, but it was worth a try. Thanks to his title, a system window popped up. Tyrant Possession Effect activated. Removes all debuffs caused by nearby enemies. Decreases all stats of enemy forces by 15%. Attack and defense against hostile NPCs increased by 15%. Attack and defense power scales up to a maximum of 50%, based on the number of enemies, he thought. So, this is the power of the tyrant title I got not too long ago. Suddenly, a voice from the distance shouted, "Captain!" making him turn his head. Huh? The ASO guard unit had appeared. They ran over, shouting, "We're here, Jaros." "Captain!" They ran to Jaros's side. "Are you all right, sir? This is what you get for rushing ahead. Why'd you just leave us behind and charge in alone?" Watching this, Tyrant King Rocan gritted his teeth, thinking anxiously, So he really is the captain of the guards. The whole ASO guard unit is here too? He kept thinking. Was he so high on getting revenge that he rushed in all by himself? One Jaros was already a handful, and now I have to deal with all of them? The guard said, "You should treat your wounds first, sir. Leave the rest to us." Jaros struggled to his feet and said, "Hey." He put his fingers to his temple, and sparks of electricity crackled between them. He said, "Don't you dare interfere in this battle." Hearing that, Tyrant King Rocan froze. Jaros stood up, his body surging with power. He said, "I'm sure you've heard of Mankin, right? The captain of the Crossroad Guard unit." He went on, "It's strange, but a moment ago, I sensed the same thing from you that I did from him. Mankin is one of the very few warriors whose strength I actually acknowledge." A system window popped up. "Captain of the guard, Jaros has acknowledged you." Tyrant King Rocan was taken aback. He blurted out, "What?" Jaros's entire body began to transform. Another notification appeared. He will now face you in his original form, using his full strength. As he transformed, Jaros spoke. "I, Captain of the Asta Guard." Rocan took a step back, intimidated by his terrifying power. "Jilan Jaros." Tyrant King Rocan's eyes widened as beads of sweat dripped down his face. Right before his eyes, he had transformed into a level 2 warrior Jaros. He reached a hand out towards him and said, "Human, tell me your name." As his entire body transformed, he declared, "I, the captain of the guard of Asta." Tyrant King Rocan flinched back from his fearsome power. Jilan Jaros. Tyrant King Rocan could only stare, wide-eyed, a cold sweat breaking out as he watched the spectacle. He had now fully transformed into a level 2 warrior Jaros. He gestured toward Rocan and demanded, "Human, state your name." Rocan was silent for a moment, taking it all in. Then suddenly, he smirked. Jaros said, "Rocan, the madman? Rocan? Rocan." What an interesting name. Jaros's transformation was complete, his body entirely different from before. He declared, "I will remember your name, Rocan." Rocan didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Rocan shot back. What was that? His gaze was sharp, staring daggers at him. In his new form, Jaros looked like a savage beast in the moonlight. Suddenly, he vanished. Rocan thought with alarm, "He's gone." The atmosphere grew heavy and strange. A strange object that looked like a shrine materialized above his head. He brought his weapon up to defend himself, thinking, "Damn it, no time to dodge." He put every ounce of his strength into blocking the object as it crashed down. The weight was so immense that his feet sank into the earth. The strain was too much. Blood burst from his nose. He let out a strained grunt. High above, Jaros channeled his power through his feet, stomping down to add even more pressure onto Rocan. He couldn't withstand it any longer, and blood gushed from his mouth. Jaros zipped from one floating rock to another to close the distance. He struck Rocan, sending him flying backward. Blood sprayed through the air. His vision began to blur. I can't see straight, he thought. But Jaros wasn't about to let up. He was panting heavily, his eyes wide, trying to take in his surroundings. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, truly pathetic. An image of the Genesis king, Odin, flashed through his mind. The king's lips moved, forming silent words. "You aren't even worthy of me dirtying my hands. I'll kill you." One by one, the faces of his past enemies appeared in his mind, all of them sneering at him mockingly. Rocan gritted his teeth, his expression twisting with pure rage. He suddenly screamed, "Shut up, you bastards!" It was a roar of absolute fury. Jaros, who had just landed, was taken aback by his sudden outburst. The Violence King, Rocan, suddenly lunged at him. He tried to attack, but his strike was blocked. The force of his attack drove the man's feet into the ground as he resisted. He cried out in delight, "Excellent! Now this is a real quest." The fight was insane. The Violence King, Rocan, relentlessly attacked him. He yelled, "Damn it!" The two continued to clash at close range. Jaros grabbed his weapon, raised it high, and then slammed it down with immense force, aiming right for Rocan. Luckily, he dodged the blow. He gritted his teeth, looking at the weapon and thinking, "This damn bastard's weapon is incredibly powerful." Suddenly, the man leaped up and dove towards him. Rocan watched him, thinking, He was panting heavily. His mouth was filled with blood, but his will remained unbroken. By now, Jaros had knocked him to the ground. Jaros clenched his hand into a tight fist, and with all his might, he smashed it straight into Rocan's face, distorting his features as blood poured from his nose. Countless other images flashed through his mind. Jaros pulled his hand back, now covered in Rocan's blood. The pain was so intense he couldn't even speak. The image of a man sitting triumphantly on a pile of corpses, reveling in the feeling of victory, suddenly appeared in his mind. Again, Jaros punched him mercilessly. A jumble of images continued to flash through his mind. The battle raged on under the serene night sky, with only a faint light piercing the darkness. Incomplete memories kept surfacing. Suddenly, a heavy rain began to fall, and the images of the past became like a patchwork, clear one moment and gone the next. Jaros punched him again and again without stopping. His power was overwhelming. Rocan's blood splattered everywhere. As he punched, Jaros spoke. "This is the difference in power between you and me, Rocan." Rocan remembered his execution, how countless weapons had struck him down. He weakly opened one eye and shakily raised a hand to the air, as if trying to touch something just out of reach. A hazy memory surfaced in his mind. He imagined someone appearing before him, reaching out a hand. He tried to grasp that hand. Jaros, like a madman, yelled, "The gap in our power can never be closed." Suddenly, a blue light appeared before Jaros's eyes. The hand of the Violence King, Rocan, was gripping an axe that was materializing into existence. He swung the axe right in Jaros's face and yelled, "Violent strike!" The fist, aimed at him, suddenly stopped in its tracks. The power from the axe erupted in a blinding flash of light. Its destructive force was terrifying. The brilliant light illuminated a vast area. That power affected the entire vicinity, sending shattered earth and rock flying everywhere. A massive sound shook the silent night. Yaros was sent flying, putting distance between himself and Rocan. His hand was bleeding profusely, as he said in alarm, "You're completely insane. Using violent strike at point-blank range? Are you trying to self-destruct, Rocan?" But Rocan just tightened his grip on his weapon, got to his feet, and charged at Yaros. In midair, a terrified Yaros looked at him. Rocan's eyes were radiating a terrifying power. He roared, "That's right, I will kill you, no matter what." Yaros landed, digging his feet in to brace against Rocan's horrifying power. He suddenly burst out laughing. "Haha, not bad, Rocan." Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground. The earth beneath him shattered. He took an attack stance and taunted, "Come on. I'll use my full power to face a worthy opponent like you." He focused all his power into the palm of his hand. He was using the skill, Annihilation Fist. This power created numerous energy fists around him. The Violence King, Rocan, now also empowered his axe. The axe grew to a colossal size, ready for a critical strike. Both he and Yaros screamed in unison, "Die!" Rocan's giant axe clashed with Yaros's energy fists. The two powers collided, creating an explosion with immense destructive force. He now looked ferocious, determined to defeat Yaros at all costs. He screamed, "Ha!" The two fighters rushed past each other. It wasn't clear who had won the last exchange. The energy slowly dissipated, and the area grew quiet. The surroundings had been utterly devastated. Yaros spoke up, "Excellent, Rocan." Then, his body split in two. Rocan seemed to have already known the outcome, remaining silent without even turning to look at him. The broadcast has ended. Two viewers had witnessed the entire fight between Rocan and Yaros on their screen. With the broadcast over, one of them couldn't believe what had just happened. He said in shock, "No, that's insane. He actually beat Yaros? Is this for real? How could anyone possibly defeat that NPC?" The king of creation, Odin, who was standing next to Rust, called his name, Rust. Hearing this, Rust turned and replied, "Huh." With a face as cold as ice, the king of creation, Odin, spoke without looking at Rust. "What did you say that madman's name was? What was it?" Meanwhile, Rocan teleported to a crossroads in the game. He landed hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. He quickly opened his inventory and took out a recovery potion. Rocan plopped down on the ground and thought, that was too close. So what if Yaros shows up? Looking at the monitor, Rocan smirked to himself. Good thing too. At least I made my money back because of it. Looking at the title, Rocan conquers the Cradle of Death and hunts for Yaros, he thought, from ad revenue to donations. Let's see just how much I raked in. He was watching the video when he suddenly froze. As Rocan straightened up, the system sent a notification. The last of the frenzy debuff has vanished. He said that this boring penalty was finally over. He smirked and said, "Now, on to the next quest." Right then, at the crossroads of the Humanity Union, Rocan was heading toward the quest counter. The quest giver said, "Oh, you're back? You finished it already? See? I knew I had a good eye for talent." The system announced, "Quest, investigate the remains complete." The old man said, "Thanks to you, I've gathered more data on bones and flesh. It's a bit early for the next quest. Still, a guy like you could probably handle it in no time, and there's no time limit anyway. So, come find me whenever you're ready." Rocan placed his hands on his hips proudly, smiling as he said, "Don't you worry, old man." The system displayed the quest info for blood and mana. You have been commissioned to investigate death and rebirth at the Kinston Council, linking research materials on herbs and bones. This could aid in the regeneration of skin and flesh. You must find clues related to blood and mana. Completion condition. Collect 44 monster blood samples. Completion rewards. A letter of thanks from the Kinston Council, 10 gold coins, and experience points. Looking at the quest board with anticipation, Rocan thought, finally, the last race quest. You can only get this in the third city. It looks simple at first glance, but it's hiding a deadly trap. The real completion condition is to collect the blood of monsters level 160 or higher, with no two samples from the same species. I remember how much I suffered because of this in my past life, but just knowing about the trap doesn't make it any easier to solve. Each region only has about 20 species of monsters that are level 160 or higher. That means, even with 2 whole regions, I'd still be 4 species short. I'll have to get the rest from the Black Dragon Legion. Besides special NPCs like Yaros and Karos, I'd have to hunt ogres, goblins, and the undead. While Rocan was pondering this frustrating problem, the quest giver told him, "I'm getting sleepy, so I'm heading out. Seeing that there weren't enough species, he thought to himself, it's a quest, so it's not like I can't hunt other players for it. But the problem is, there aren't any. No one has broken past level 160 yet. I can't just sit around and wait. Should I just attack that village? No. What's the guarantee that NPC guards will even drop monster blood? Suddenly, Rocan snapped his fingers excitedly and said, that's it. That's the only way. And so, the next day, at the northeast crossroads of the foggy forest, as he blew away the monsters in front of him, Rocan thought, this is what you call a determined grind. After clearing them out, he was so exhausted, he was practically breathing smoke. As Rocan collected the vial of blood, so happy he could cry, the system announced, Blood of the Stone Mole acquired. He held it up triumphantly and said, finally got one. Even though Rocan knew full well that the drop rate was abysmally low. Looking at the system window showing monster blood, 1 out of 44, Rocan felt his soul leaving his body as he thought, a whole day of hunting for just one sample. Clutching the vial in his hand, Rocan thought, it's slow, but it's the only effective way. No, I don't have time to overthink this. I need to get back to the quest. And so it went. During the day, Rocan would grind relentlessly for monster blood, and at night, he'd help power level the Black Dragon Legion so they'd reach level 160 faster. He revealed information about nearby hunting grounds. While doing so, Rocan typed away, saying, sharing some leveling tips. At the same time, Rocan also did quests for other races. His agility and questing skills raised his experience points and skill levels. A few days passed of him juggling that hectic schedule, and Rocan stepped out of his game simulation pod. He cracked a smile and said, finally. Jambang Giodo raised both hands in celebration and added, it's done. The Black Dragon Legion had just taken down a Black Rhino. They were no longer just average players. That Black Rhino had high defense, making it a tough opponent. Thinking of fried chicken and beer, Rocan skipped a little and said, all right, now only the 4 Black Dragon Legion races are left. Time for some chicken and beer today, too. Rocan walked over to his computer and said, before I order the chicken, let's find a YouTube video to watch while I eat. He kept right-clicking his mouse. Looking at the computer screen, Rocan said in surprise, huh? What's this? Reading the title of the video, Rocan shot up from his seat. The Black Dragon Legion had reached level 160, he said cheerfully. Oh, so some level 160s have finally appeared, huh? My little tips were worth every second. Them all leveling up at the same time makes things much easier for me. Rocan stroked his chin, thinking, now how do I get them to take the bait? I could wait for them at the hunting grounds, but if word gets out, the spot I'm at will become a #1 avoid at all costs zone. Ever since I took down Jaros, every single user has been avoiding me. Suddenly, Rocan blinked, staring at the screen as if he'd realized something. He had accidentally seen another video, and he let out a small "oh" as he said, how to make your own scarecrow. Rocan smirked and said, a scarecrow, you say? He suddenly grew excited and said, that's it. If they're going to avoid me, then I just won't let them know it's me they're walking right into. The next day, at the Black Dragon Legion's hunting grounds in the Rising Moon Forest, Rocan was moving slowly forward. Looking around, Rocan said, good, just as I thought. No one's here. A secluded spot like this should be perfect, right? With that, Rocan used a scroll to summon an NPC vendor. The item supplier appeared and began to speak. Greetings, adventurer. We provide. But before he could finish, Rocan cut him off. Throwing his own cloak over the NPC's face while stripping its clothes off, Rocan said, first, I'll change my appearance. That way, they won't suspect a thing. A system notification popped up, changing NPC vendor settings. Rocan continued. After removing the race-specific sales restrictions, system notification, NPC vendor registering items for sale. Looking at the items in his inventory, Rocan added on, I'll just load it up with rare and magic equipment. Just like that, Rocan had successfully created a completely different NPC vendor. Looking at himself, Rocan chuckled and said, not half bad. If I do say so myself. Rocan laughed excitedly, thinking that for players to get their hands on amazing gear that seemingly fell from the sky, they'd have to go through an NPC. Looking over his work, Rocan scratched his head and said, all right, preparations are complete. All that's left is to cast the bait. Right at that moment, at the AS Guild, one of the players on the move said, hey, check this out. The guy behind him walked up and asked, what's up? The first guy asked, you know that guy who's been sharing secrets lately? The second one replied, of course. Thanks to him, our whole party hit level 160. The first guy said, the guy who posts the guide videos just uploaded something new. Looking at the video on the screen, he continued. Apparently, there's a secret shop outside the hunting grounds. The other guy asked, "Oh, really? Where is it?" He said it's in the Blood Moon Forest. From a distance, someone was watching the NPC vendor, and of course, that someone was Rocan. He was lying in wait like a tiger hunting its prey, gripping his weapon with a look of pure excitement. He thought, "Come to me, my foolish prey." In a remote part of the forest, the atmosphere grew grim. A goblin player noticed and said worriedly, "Hey, the vibe here is a little weird. Maybe we should gather the other members." A fiery-haired player shot back with a scowl. "If it's no big deal, then what's that over there? Let's go check it out first." But then, this guy saw something terrifying. The orange-haired guy yanked his friend. "Hey, hide, quick!" Not understanding what was happening, his colleague panicked. "What is it? What's wrong?" The orange-haired guy cut him off. "Shh, look ahead." "Huh? Ahead?" The other guy finally looked and was stunned into silence. "You've got to be kidding me. Isn't that Rocan? I mean, what is that monster who wiped out the entire Zero's Guild doing here? I have no idea." Lost in their conversation, they looked back only to panic when they saw Rocan had vanished without a trace, leaving only that unknown person behind. The two wondered, "What is that? Let's go check it out." After confirming Rocan was gone, the two ran over to that spot. "Let's see. What is this? An NPC? Could it be the special merchant mentioned on the homepage?" As they got closer, a trade window popped up. The other guy suddenly drew his sword, getting ready. He stammered, "Jay, just in case. Be careful." But as soon as he opened the trade window, the orange-haired guy was shocked by what he found. The screen was filled with nothing but top-tier equipment. So the orange-haired guy put it together. These insane stats. That guy, Rocan. This must be why he's so strong. He's the only one using gear from this merchant. Tsk, but it's so expensive, and there's a limit of 1 item per purchase. One of the naive players spoke up. "We'll just call everyone in the guild to buy it all out." "Kaka, piece of cake. Hurry up and call everyone." The two clueless players had no idea that Rocan was hiding behind a tree, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A short while later, the orange-haired guy had brought his entire guild to the NPC merchant's location. "Hey, we're here. You kept a good watch on it, right?" The naive player waved back cheerfully and said, "Yep, not a soul in sight." A moment later, they curiously approached and opened the shop window, gasping in awe. "Whoa. It's for real. I've never seen gear this good. This is insane," the orange-haired guy said confidently. "Now we can be as strong as Rocan." Who would have known that in that very moment, a hand would gently tap his shoulder? The orange-haired guy whipped his head around in surprise, and a moment later, his entire body began to tremble. The rest of the guild, still oblivious to the approaching danger, continued to browse the shop's pages. "First, let's pool our gold. How much do you have? Fork it all over." Hearing no response, the leader asked again, "How much do you have?" Still no answer. The leader, annoyed, turned around and snapped, "Damn it, why aren't you answering?" As soon as he turned around, the leader and the remaining members fell silent, consumed by shock and terror. What is this? Dozens of corpses of his guild members were already piled up on the ground. While they were still panicking, Rocan appeared from behind the partner NPC. He asked cryptically, "What's the matter?" Without waiting for them to recover from their shock, Rocan summoned his axe. He said with contempt, "Good bait catches big fish, you idiots." With a single swing of his axe, the piercing screams of the remaining players echoed. After wiping them out, Rocan calmly walked over and collected the blood of elves, orcs, and trolls, and of the undead. With 4 vials in his hand, Rocan said gleefully, "Got a whole bunch at once, hee-hey. Defeating players really does have better drop rates, doesn't it?" Rocan turned to his NPC merchant. "You've worked hard too. You can go now." Rocan then dismissed the partner NPC, and the items he had registered were returned to his inventory. With everything settled, Rocan said cheerfully, "Well, I got the items I needed. All right, time to head to the old geezer's place." A little later, at the Crossroad Human Guild's base, after Rocan handed the item over to the old man, the man, indebted to him, said, "You're truly incredible. Thanks to you, my position on the council has been solidified." And just like that, Rocan had completed the knowledge quest for blood and mana. Of course, the old man had to give him a gift, worthy of his efforts in return. "Well, take this. It's a letter of thanks from the Kensington Council, addressed to you." Rocan took the letter and said, "Thank you, sir." Looking at the letter from Kensington in his hand, Rocan thought to himself, Is this the final reward? This piece of paper doesn't raise any of my stats, but it might come in handy someday, so I'll just store it for now." Outside the citadel, as Rocan was about to leave, the old man had a few words of encouragement for him. "If you make it to the central continent, Please put your strength to use for the Kensington Council again, for the sake of restoring humanity's glory." Rocan waved and replied, "Sure, if I have time." Suddenly, Rocan let out a sigh. He thought cheerfully, "All the racial quests in the third city are done. Now I just need to get through the fourth city, the central continent, and I'll be set. The problem is the level cap to even get there. Just thinking about it is exhausting. To reach the central continent, you have to cross the sea, the monsters blocking the way live on the ocean floor, and they're just as terrifying as they sound." After a moment's hesitation, Rocan perked up and told himself, "All right, it never hurts to be fully prepared. No need to rush. First, I need to go back to that place." A while later, after trekking through treacherous jungles, Rocan arrived at the ruins south of Crossroad. Looking up at the ruins, he thought to himself, "Countless players used to come here, but now, no one even gives it a second glance. That's because there are no special items here, but there's a secret that no one knows about." Suddenly, a voice came from behind Rocan. "Is this the destination?" Startled, Rocan turned to see a pair of dwarves scouting the area. The dwarf guard Goji and the dwarf guide Mizui both were level 180. Goji looked at Rocan and announced, "I will switch to alert mode." Mizui also chimed in with her own instructions for him. "After I check the surroundings, I will report back." Hearing this, Rocan happily played along with them. In reality, these were NPCs he had hired beforehand. Since players are forced to form a party to attack these ruins, he had spent a large sum of money to recruit these powerful NPCs. It was a bit pricey, but still way cheaper than sharing the rewards with other players. Seeing Rocan laughing to himself like a madman, Goji and Mizui were suddenly horrified. Deep inside, they came across a fork with 3 different paths. It was time for Rocan to take charge. "Goji, Mizui, listen up. Goji, you go right. Mizui, you go left. When you both reach the end, you'll see a small, tiled room. If you look closely at the tiles, you'll see one with a pattern. I want you to stand on that specific tile until I call your names. No matter what happens, do not lift your feet from that tile. Got it?" Goji and Mizui followed his orders without question. Understood. A moment later, waiting in the main hall, Rocan checked the time and muttered impatiently, "Humph. It should be about time, right?" Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Moments later, it led to a massive aftershock. "Oh, here we go. Looks like they found the right spot." In their respective passages, Goji and Mizui were standing on the pattern tiles. A system message appeared. "You have found the secret of the ruins, and the gatekeepers will now try to stop you." Rocan summoned his weapon, exclaiming excitedly, "Now it's my turn." In an instant, bizarre, rocky hands burst from the ground. Giant stone golems materialized right in front of him, and they were currently guarding the gate behind them. The system displayed a message: "Defeat the gatekeepers and obtain the key." Rocan immediately let out a laugh, planted his feet wide, and gripped his axe tightly. He pointed his weapon at the stone colossi and declared, "You don't have to tell me. I'm going to slaughter every last one of you." The gatekeepers were already charging toward Rocan. They were level 165, called Gatekeeper Golems. Without a hint of fear, Rocan charged forward, swinging his axe at one of the stone creatures. The blow tore its arm clean off. The gatekeeper roared in anger at Rocan, who just smirked confidently. Rocan felt this part was way too easy. Although the quest to collect monster blood had been a nightmare, there was no denying that all that time had helped him grow stronger. Rocan's body and the axe in his hands felt incredibly light. Everything felt perfect. Rocan, a level 190 berserker, got back into his fighting stance. He instantly flash-stepped toward the gatekeepers. Any gatekeeper Rocan lunged at was instantly shattered by the blade of his axe. The moment Rocan stopped, the gatekeepers behind him exploded into pieces. Goji's footsteps approached Rocan's position. The area around him was now a complete wreck. Goji announced, "I have returned as ordered." Mizui also reported, "Nothing unusual inside." Suddenly, the little dwarf girl, Mizui, widened her eyes in absolute shock. The ground was littered with the corpses of the gatekeepers, and among them was some kind of orb lying on the ground. Rocan picked it up, then turned to see his 2 dwarf companions. "You two finally made it." With his hands full of orbs, Rocan urged Mizui and Goji, "Hurry up and help me open the door. Don't just stand there gawking." Those orbs were placed into the holes of the symbol on the wall. The system confirmed that the gatekeeper's key had been authenticated. The gate slowly opened, and the system reported that the true entrance had been revealed, of the ruins. Rocan stepped inside with Goji and Mizui. He smiled smugly, knowing that the difficulty of this hidden ruin was around level 170. Although it was a dungeon full of complex traps and monsters, Goji and Mizui were level 180, so the two of them were more than strong enough to clear it. Rocan stopped abruptly and declared, "The real challenge starts now." He explained that even though monsters swarmed from all sides and traps were everywhere, Goji and Mizui showed no fear. Rocan thought it was time for them to prove their worth. He wanted his two friends to show him what they were really made of. Mizui confirmed her switch to exploration mode. Goji confirmed his switch to a combat-ready stance. Mizui showcased her tracking abilities, scanning everything around them. The location of every trap appeared clearly in Mizui's eyes. She had already identified most of them, and was now searching for a safe path. Mizui would lead the way for Rocan and Goji, and the two of them followed right behind her. Whichever direction she pointed, they turned. Just as Rocan was about to make another turn, Mizui told him to go straight. They continued on, turning left then right, making Rocan's head spin just trying to keep up. Mizui announced that they were almost there. Suddenly, she saw something she had found, a gate. It was the exit. The three of them approached the gate, and when Mizui placed her hand on it, red sparks of lightning suddenly appeared. She realized it was just as she expected, a barrier. Mizui figured someone with considerable power must have designed it. It looked like it would take her quite some time to dispel it. Rocan wanted to know about how long they'd have to wait. Mizui replied, "Roughly 10 minutes. But Rocan had already detected something approaching them. He told Mizui not to worry about it and that he would take care of them. You just focus on your work. Goji also got into a combat stance. Mizui thanked Rocan and left the approaching enemies to him and what was heading toward them. Level 162 Ancient Venom Slimes. Rocan swung his axe at them, yelling, "Get lost. Stop being so damn persistent." On the other side, Goji also used his bone combination slash skill to annihilate the slimes. The monsters exploded into pieces as Goji's sword sliced through them. The young boy let out a sigh of relief. Mizui announced that the gate was open. Just as it swung open, the system announced that Rocan and his two dwarf companions had completed the quest. The labyrinth of the 6th floor of the ruins was now open. Goji and Mizui had expressions of pure shock as they looked upon a massive hall filled with countless burning torches. Suddenly, a triumphant laugh echoed through the hall. A voice sneered that he was originally looking for Rocan, but he never expected him to come right to him. The man had one bizarre black eye and one white eye. He declared he would show Rocan the true meaning of fear when faced with his power. This guy was a mutant mage, obsessed with dark power, and was level 175 in the game world. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, the air was tense and grim. Rocan and his enemies stood at opposite ends of the hall. Rocan held his weapon, thoughtfully staring down his opponent, the boss of this dungeon. This dungeon boss had a monstrous body, with a disheveled beard and hair, and well-developed limbs. He was the second strongest mutant monster, right after Taylor. A mutant mage with mutated power, he raised his skull-topped magic staff and gripped it tightly. I'll give you credit, Rocan. You must be strong to have made it this far." As soon as he finished speaking, he began casting a spell on the skull atop his staff. The summoned magical energy created a massive magic vortex, and its power was clearly nothing to scoff at. Rocan and the two dwarves behind him tried to remain calm, watching the situation closely to react as needed. Because the mage threatened him, "But this place will be your grave." Thunder roared as lightning crashed down from the magical storm cloud. Then suddenly, with a deafening boom, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck the ground. The mutant mage laughed maniacally, summoning, "Ha ha, come on out, my loyal servants," and commanded, "Kill them all." In the wake of the lightning, an iron cage appeared. It turned out the lightning was used to summon his vicious and battle-hardened magic sharks or monsters. The door of the cage, holding them, creaked open. Dozens of eyes gleamed in the darkness. Just like Taylor had the ability of gigantification, each mutant monster possessed a unique power. The mutant mage's ability was mental domination. Thump. The sound of the monster's footsteps echoed as they charged forward in a ferocious, unified assault. Ha! They were level 150 mutant sharks. Domination, the ability to dominate and control other monsters as if they were his own underlings. On the other side, Rocan was also ready for battle. He ordered his two dwarven comrades, Goji, Mizui, get in position. In unison, they shouted, "Understood." A system announcement rang out. The first monster wave has begun. The battle between the mutated sharks and our hero's team was on. Following his strategy, Goji and Mizui split off to the sides, while he stood his ground to face the mutated sharks head-on. Grr. One of them roared, trying to be intimidating, only to be instantly killed by a single downward slash of his sword. "Bring it on," he yelled. But taking one down didn't scare the others at all. They just swarmed him without an ounce of fear. He glanced over and, quick as a flash, started cutting them down. He gathered his power. Grr. Unleashing his TST attack in a 180-degree swing that sliced through the horde of mutated sharks surrounding him. Thud. Their severed bodies were scattered everywhere. Rocan let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha, you pathetic little runts can't even put up a fight. Is that all you've got? Hey, you freak. Is this seriously it? He watched in utter disbelief as Rocan, with just a single swing, wiped out his entire swarm of mutated sharks. He couldn't help but tremble. What, you arrogant bastard? Rocan was quite amused by his reaction. Haha, look at you, shaking in your boots. He enjoyed watching the mix of fear and teeth-grinding rage on his face. The freakish mage's contorted expression was a sight to behold. I wanted to finish him off immediately like the other monsters, but unfortunately, I can't. He's protected by a barrier of mutated power, so I have to drain that power first. Only then can I attack him directly. Luckily for me, he can't attack me until then, either, but that meant he had to fight until all the monster waves were defeated. He tightened his grip on his weapon. With a grim expression, he called out to his two teammates. Goji, Mizui, you tired already? On the left, Goji swung his sword, and on the right, Mizui slashed down at the mutated sharks. Hearing him, they didn't slow their assault. The one on the left shouted, "Not even a scratch." The one on the right replied, "Still feeling great." After getting their confirmation, he gave them a heads up to prepare themselves. All right, 4 more waves to go. Then he encouraged them, just hang in there a little longer. Following that, Rocan, Goji, and Mizui proceeded to take down the controlled, level 161 mutated Raging Tigan, which was a mutated tiger. It was killed instantly. Following that was a level 162 controlled mutated Hungry Wolf, which was also slaughtered. Its eyes went wide, its teeth bared, and its corpse hit the floor. The bodies of mutated monsters littered the ground. After they were defeated, the system continuously displayed notifications that all monsters had been eliminated. The third monster wave had been annihilated. Rocan and his team coolly walked past the corpses, their blood-soaked weapons at their sides. He raised his arm to examine it, laughing gleefully. The more monsters there are, the more effective the blood seal becomes. His arm was covered in markings. It turned out, the more he was wounded, the thicker the seal became. He then stroked his chin, calculating. 2 more waves, right? He then sneered mockingly at the freakish mage, starting to get nervous. You ugly monster? The mage was now truly terrified, trembling even more violently, but he still tried to act tough. Humph, you dare? The freakish mage raised his staff once again and began to cast a summoning spell. He screamed in fury, "Shut your filthy mouth for me." Boom, 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 boom. A continuous series of thunderclaps echoed one after another. Grr, grow, grow. Amidst the smoke and fire, he roared, "Come forth, my masterpieces." The first footsteps of the new monsters slowly emerged, mixed with ferocious roars. Let them feel true despair. Grew, grew. This time, a level 171 controlled mutated high elf and a level 172 controlled mutated orc appeared simultaneously. Grew, grew, grew. One appeared as a person, the other as an ape. Rocan couldn't help but comment, "Oh, 2 types at once? Ha ha ha, you must be really pissed now, huh?" Excited, he immediately gave orders to Goji and Mizui behind him. "You two take the elves, I'll handle the orcs. Got it?" They both shouted, "Got it," and, "Yes, sir." On the other side, the freakish mage also raised his staff to control them, screaming, "Die." The system continued to announce, "The 4th and 5th monster waves have begun." Boom, 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 crack. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. The tension was thick, and both sides were on high alert. Rocan, fighting the mutated orc, sounded almost regretful. What a shame. Its body is bigger, but it's gotten weaker. He skillfully dodged its attacks, while landing precise and continuous blows on the mutated orc. He slashed with his hand, then spun and kicked the monster in the stomach, making it vomit blood. From that position, he rushed forward and activated Strike. Focusing all his power into his fist, he delivered a finishing blow. The system immediately announced, "Controlled mutated orc has been defeated." After taking down the mutated orc, he caught his breath for a moment and looked over at Goji and Mizui. How's it going over there? On their side, Goji and Mizui were also skillfully slashing their way through the 2 mutated elves. They raised their swords in unison and shouted the incantation for their combination skill. One yelled, "Frostbone," the other screamed, "Flame." The combined attack of ice and fire slammed into the 2 mutated elves. They had no time to react. It shrieked in pain. Ah! Ensnared by the fire and ice, it was instantly obliterated. The system announced one after another. 2 controlled mutated elves have been defeated. All monster waves have been eliminated. Crack, crack, crack. Just then, a shattering sound rang out. A system notification announced that the barrier of mutated power had disappeared. Shatter. A loud crack echoed. Rocan was ecstatic, raising his equipped weapon high with extreme eagerness. I've been waiting for this moment. Yeah, he roared, while delivering a powerful slash. Die, you psycho. It seemed like things would end quickly, but they didn't. The freakish mage held out his staff, and it began to glow. He pointed it forward, muttering, "Light of destruction." Rocan was horrified, because, damn it, he forgot. He had been too careless and forgotten about this deadly move, the one that comes right after the monster wave's end. The immense magical power of the Light of Destruction spell was hurtling towards Rocan. He tried his best to dodge, but, boom, a deafening explosion completely engulfed the area, making it unclear whether he had escaped or not. A massive explosion of blue light erupted. The mage was stunned, his eyes wide as he said, "He?" Then, the mage used the combination skill, Taishan Barrier. Now it was Rocan's turn to be surprised. He said, "How can you?" Off to the side, Goji and Mizui were exhausted. They cried out, "Ah, our stamina and mana are at their limit. We can't hold on any longer." Then, they lunged at the mage from behind. He unleashed a surprise searing slash, catching the guy completely off guard. The man screamed in agony, thinking the fight was over. But he emerged from the rubble, his voice filled with rage. He snarled, "Ugh, you despicable little brat. Disappear." He unleashed a skill that sent Mui flying. The mage grabbed his scepter and screamed, "Die." Could his annihilation skill withstand my attack? Goji and Mui returned to the mercenary guild. When mercenaries return, they don't go back to the battlefield, our hero said. "Goji, Mui, you've worked hard. Thanks to you, I'll be able to clear this round. Leave the rest to me." Goji and Mui simultaneously reported their return to the guild. "We've received the order to return." Both silently cheered for our hero in their minds. "You can do it, Rocan." As Goji and Mui headed back to the mercenary guild, the mage gloated, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha, you foolish idiots. Now, you're all alone." He raised his scepter high, declaring with absolute certainty, "I'm going to crush you like a cockroach." He charged toward our hero. The moment his scepter clashed with our hero's weapon, he knew something was wrong. What? This feeling, how can his aura be so damn overwhelming? As the mage trembled in fear, our hero spoke up. "Hey, old man, I only picked a fight with you because I want something you're holding." Then, his voice suddenly dropped to a low growl. "Did you really think I was going to cooperate with you?" Despite his terror, the mage refused. He shouted, "Ridiculous! My body was chosen by a corrupt power. You're the one who's going to suffer," he yelled as he leaped backward. "You seem pretty confident in your physical attacks, but what about this?" He unleashed the skill, Orb of Despair. The warrior's liberation, Aftershock. The unleashed Orb of Despair tore through the entire landscape before it. An explosion erupted. The mage was ecstatic, laughing gleefully. "Ha! Celebrate too early, and you'll just end up as a pile of dust." But his celebration was cut short as his face went pale. Our hero had survived the devastating attack, and now he was charging at him like a rocket. Our hero's eyes were bloodshot. He said, "There's more." The mage couldn't believe it, stammering, "What?" And then a fist slammed directly into his face. Our hero struck with all his fury. He roared, "This one's for Goji and Mui." The two engaged in a frantic battle. It was obvious who was winning. The mage was constantly dodging and retreating. Our hero sneered, "Quit the act. Try this on for size." Then he launched a relentless assault, leaving the mage with no room to escape. Even then, the mage couldn't believe it. He thought to himself, "Impossible. How am I being so completely overwhelmed? Damn it. No matter what, I'm taking you arrogant bastard down with me." Just as he uttered his final words, our hero delivered the finishing blow. After his victory, our hero recalled the mage's threat and just scoffed. "Sure you are. Haha, it's finally over." Suddenly, the main character's appearance changed. A system notification popped up. Berserk has been cancelled as the duration has expired. The immortality effect will now end. Our hero strolled casually, saying to himself, "When the time's up, the immortality effect ends. Let's see." He even self-destructed, didn't he? "That thing should definitely appear," he said with a look of glee. "Haha, found it." He held it up high. In his hand was the gem of corrupted power. Our hero was extremely interested in this gem. He said, "A secret item that can only be obtained from a freak mage. The gem of corrupted power. If I had killed him directly, the gem would have shattered. I had to let him self-destruct to get it intact. Now that I have the item, it's time to move up." With that, our hero used the sacred scripture to travel to Crossroad. At the fortress protecting Crossroad, the captain of the guard, Mankin, was stunned. Looking at what our hero brought, Mankin asked, "This, where did you get this?" Our hero replied nonchalantly, "I got it from taking care of a corrupted monster. I think this is what's been causing things to go bad." Mankin ran off excitedly, shouting, "This is a huge discovery. Wait here a moment. If this checks out, I'll give you a handsome reward." Our hero replied calmly, "Yeah, I'll wait." As soon as Mankin left, our hero laughed out loud. "Ha ha, a handsome reward, huh? While I'm waiting, let's check the world situation." He was immediately alarmed by the information from the system. He muttered, "What? Is this for real?" The system information showed that members of Jason were heading for the continent. Around 3 p.m. yesterday, Jason members had set sail. Destination, the central continent. Faced with this information, our hero yelled in shock, "What? They left for the central continent before I did?"